Waking up at midnight, dreaming all day long. Maybe I'm nocturnal, baby, maybe I was wrong. Been on both sides now, looking for you. Don't feel the pain when I'm asleep, find peace in all this blue. It's shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Keep crash, crash, crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. Somewhere in the dark, I can feel your heart light up like a constellation. Somewhere in the black, I can feel your hand. Hold on to a love worth saving. Shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Crash, crash, crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. I'll be right next to you. I'll be there. Both eyes closed, oh, right next to you. Oh, both eyes closed, oh, yeah.
Run me my money. Run it, run it, run it. Run me my money. Run it, yeah, yeah, yeah. Big bad money maker, working hard for all this paper. Check my stats, I'm kinda major. Can't nobody do it greater. I can make your body rock. I'm the boss, I call the shots. Doesn't matter what it costs, baby. No, I got it. I'm forever popping like the hot grease in the pan. Gotta make them understand. I don't never need no man. I'm a INDEPENDENT chick. Yeah, you haters think you slick. Got it all, never fall. I'm the one they always call. Spend a stack up at the mall. They say I'm the greatest, y'all. I bring all the flavor, yeah. I bring all the heat. If you ain't trying to get money, baby, you can have a seat, yeah. Run it, run it. Run me my money. Run it, run it, run it. Yeah, run me my money. Run it, run it, run it. Run me my money. Run it, run it, run it. Run me my money. Run it, run it, run it. Run me my money. Run it, run it, run it. Run me my money. Run it, run it, run it. Run me my money. Yeah, look, they don't want no smoke, cause they know I got the vapor. Keeping all my jewelry on me tighter than a taper. I be on my ballin' tip harder than the Lakers. Do nothing for low, I don't do no favors. Came from the bottom, bustin' out the bag. I'm the girl you never had, never will and never have. All these suckers know I'm bad, know I'm lit. Make these haters wanna quit. I don't want no things you got, not even a little bit. Face pretty, game tight, make you get some act right. Play me once I catch a flight, money Himalaya height. Got no time to be polite, get these broke men out my sight. If you got the cash, baby, we can leave tonight, alright? Run it, run it. Run me my money. Run it, run it, run it. Yeah, run me my money. Run it, run it, run it. Run me my money. Run it, run it, run it. Run me my money. Run it, run it, run it. Run me my money. Run it, run it, run it. Run me my money. Run it, run it, run it. Run me my money.
Welcome to day 2 of the World's 2022 play-in stage from beautiful Mexico City for another action-packed 8 games. Yesterday, we saw Europe strike first with an undefeated 4-0 start to the World's 2022 campaign. But can Fnatic keep the momentum going versus a struggling DFM and pick up Europe's 5th win? Of course they can! Welcome to the Analyst Desk. I am Quickshot, joined by the gorgeous Chronicler and the wonderful Raz. Welcome to World's Countdown. What is?
I was trying to see if I can get it.
I think that's a Costa curse. I think that's a Costa curse.
Oh, no,
quick update, gentlemen, ladies, and everybody else watching. After an additional round of COVID testing last night, the players are cleared to play on stage. Let me clarify, all of them.
Oh!
Everyone.
Christmas came early.
It absolutely did. And not only did it come early, Chronicler, how about you and I start this off by talking about the standings? I mean, we're undefeated regions, right?
Well, you played a little more games than we have. LCK is suffering from success because we only have one team in the play-ins.
100%'s 100%, bro.
They're doing great. I'm happy. I didn't expect to win. It's a really good start.
How are you doing, my friend?
Look, I'm not going to fall into this false positive, like the confidence you guys have now in day 1. You've got to play 4 games. We only had 1, and so we're going to be bouncing back today.
Chronicler is allowed to have that false positive discussion because he only has 1 win, right? I have 4, bro. Now, before we talk about the teams...
You happy about those map buying wins?
I am indeed. I'm looking forward to another one today later. Before we get to any of that, though, I do want to talk a little bit about the meta that we saw. First day of games, it's been several weeks since we've seen so many of these teams playing, so many changes coming into Worlds. What were some of the standouts? Maybe Chronicler, I'll start with you. Which role and which champions?
So for the jungle pool, seeing what happened in Champs Queue, it was always a question because even though Champs Queue is a lot more like competitive, are we actually going to see Graves and Hecarim? And yes, we are. They are incredibly high prior. Both these 2 picks have been extremely highly prioritized by every team except DRX and RNG. And I can't wait to see whether or not that trend continues today.
Yeah, and you mentioned the DRX point. Like, we may see the Hecarim, the Graves. We should see the Maokai is what Piosik brought out in that game. We're going to see a lot more based off the patch changes that came through that really buffed his jungle clear speed and also just his movement speed when he's pressing ulti. So it's a really fun pick that we got to see that's stamped on the Vi. I'm going to look at the AD carry picks because for me, we all were dead tired of Zeri.
Yes.
Thankfully, she's been evicted.
She's gone.
She's gone, and so what we see in her place is Misfortune, Caitlyn, and Kai'Sa. And so it's really fun to be able to see this, specifically Misfortune, because you were talking about Hecarim. Hecarim and Misfortune ulti combos we're seeing in team fights are really easy to see and just fun overall once we hit that 20-minute mark. The ones that I really love to see is Kai'Sa, because that skill expression that you see on that champion, struggling early on in the laning phase, but then being able to bounce back, and you get to see the beauty of how AD carries could actually function in fights. This is going to be a fun one.
Gentlemen, super quick stat quiz for you. There are 2 champions with 100% presence that's either picked or banned. Kai'Sa is one of them. What is the second? You have 3 seconds.
Kalista.
2 seconds.
No, I think it's Kalista.
Aatrox.
Kalista and Aatrox. I said Kai'Sa, Kalista and Aatrox. You guys both got it. I messed it up. My own quick stat segment. Now, let's briefly talk about which teams are going to be benefiting the most from this, because I had assumed that RNG would be benefiting, but first of all, didn't play the meta, and secondly, they sucked.
Okay, calm down.
I'm not going to be the guy that's going to overreact over best of ones.
Good.
But I do think that a lot of people, justifiably so, were asking because I thought the Kai'Sa was going to come in.
Yeah, we all did.
It's the one Gala pick.
Blind pick Mila didn't work.
I expected RNG, and I think they still
Quick hit from Raz before I do move us along.
Yeah, and I think Loud really benefited off of it. Like, very easy to play team fight combinations. So I think they benefited a lot, and they got a win where I didn't expect it to come.
This is one of the things I want to follow throughout the course of the day, which teams are benefiting, and also how does the meta adapt. But as we do have a limited amount of time before the games begin, I want to play just a brief game, because yesterday, the subpar Analyst Desk played their 90-50-10 predictions, and today, the Challenger Tier Analyst Desk will be our turn. So what I'm going to ask, every one of us are going to reveal their 90-50-10% chance events of happening. So what are the 90% things, something you're almost certain? The coin flip, 50-50. But you know where the coin's landing, and then the 10%, the far out there one. Now,
that was mine.
Reveal the 90% picks. Where do we have? Oh, there we go.
Cool it down.
Get out of my face.
Cool it down.
LPL versus LCK final, highest pick ban. Well, you're already 100%. Okay, I mean, all LCT. Both my teams are getting out of play-ins. Come on.
Oh!
What do you think?
I like it.
You with it? Yes!
No, I don't think it's happening, but I appreciate the confidence.
I do think it's very likely with how Fnatic seems like they're going to they're already doing really well.
my man, that's it. You see what we've made an alliance today. We've made an alliance today.
Here, I have for you is Aatrox. You know, 3 patches, no nerfs. What happened? And even though it says highest pick ban, my take is at the end of the tournament, by the finals, Aatrox will just be so dominant, highest presence rate.
I think because both of us are on the same page here.
Yes.
You know, we both saw the games yesterday. 4-0, 100% presence. I think we're both right. Also, EU's been in more finals in the last 4 years than LPL versus LCK has, so that's why your 90's wrong. Let's reveal the 50% picks. Move this one along. I need to figure out what they are. Okay, so all China and Korea quarterfinals get second penta.
That was mine.
This was mine here.
I'm sorry, Japanese fans. Won't win a game.
That's the most surprising to me, I think.
Yeah, that's a 50-50?
Yes.
On that?
50-50 won't win a game.
So the fun fact is, the producer will know, initially, this was Loud. And then Loud won the game. And Detonation focused me, sure. We'll talk about, we already kind of did a little bit about how it was just an uncharacteristic game that they had initially. But also, I just think that this is going to be a pretty big struggle for them as a team. Domestically, I felt that they still, even though they were challenged by Sengoku Gaming,
Raz.
it's not enough.
Bro, did you actually read Chronicles? By the way, all 3 of us are going to agree Upset will get a second penta. This is going to happen.
Fine.
That's going to happen. That's
all China and Korea quarterfinals.
Yeah, I don't think it's likely. Yeah, I don't think it's
50-50.
Yeah. That's the, I don't
How
think
are you
that's,
saying 50? Do you know how odds work? 50-50 is not likely.
Yeah.
That's half of all scenarios. Bro, you don't know how math works. Okay, I can't wait to see what you're getting.
We're getting on the Chronicle pick train early.
What are the 10% predictions, the most far out predictions we can get? Okay, I'm going in the front. Yeah, come on.
Wow.
Wait, no, what are you?
Wait, where am I
Get
going?
away!
I
It's
got
my
wrong.
team.
I was looking at the TV and it's reversed. I was looking at the TV, it's reversed. Okay. First in group, wins worlds.
This one?
This is where I'm going to ask the fans at home, which 10% prediction is the most far out? So is the least likely 10%?
The least 10%.
The least 10%.
They're in the same group as RNG and DRX.
And they're going to win today versus RNG. There's no doubt about it.
All right.
Which is the least, all right? Tweet us at LoL Esports. Let's figure out why Dama winning worlds.
I think the meta suits them. And if they play through their peak, they should make it a really deep run. But they can also
just that simple. Also, I mean, Rogue's the best team in the world at the moment. Let's jump into today's schedule, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else. Take a look what lays ahead. Raz, Chronicler, when you look at the 8 games ahead of us, what stands out? Raz, what are you most excited for?
For me, has to be Saigon Buffaloes and DRX. We saw what happened in MSI when Saigon Buffaloes went against T1, how dominant Shogun was in laning phase with Taki. And it feels like just yesterday, we saw the Zach come out of nowhere. This is an exciting team that can punch above the waist. I really want to see what happens here.
Yeah, Raz really stealing my point here. Obviously, that was going to be my pick as well. I thought the T1 Saigon Buffalo game was a great way to start off MSI, immediately kind of challenging our expectations, and I think it'll be a banger.
For me, I'm really intrigued to see what happens with Evil Geniuses today. 2 games, taking on Beyond Gaming and Loud. Hugely impactful for the future of players making it to bracket stage, potentially. And of course, let's not forget that we also have our eyes on Game 7, where Mad is taking on RNG and our Mercedes featured matchup. That is a lot later in the day, and before we get to that, we have to start with game number 1. Fnatic taking on Detonation Focus Me. Fnatic are coming in hot after a 2-0 first day at Worlds. I think you have to talk about that bottom lane. You have to talk about Upset in the pentakill, and then Rux, the superstar emergency sub, really stepping up.
I want to focus on Rux. Of course, all the ERL aficionados going, we knew Rux was good, which I'm on board with.
Goldbog said that a lot yesterday.
But it's one thing to be good in the RLs, to be called in such a high-pressure scenario in planes last minute and deliver that way, I think is worthy of praise.
And speaking of praise, in his 2nd game at Worlds, a pentakill for Upset. Someone who should have been here much earlier with how well he's been playing in the LEC, for how long he's been playing in the LEC, to finally get the chance to play. It's worth a celebration with, as you mentioned, the Rux substitution. Yes. And I'm sure giga jet lag, by the way.
I wanted to actually, I'll put this on. Chronicler and I were up having breakfast this morning at 6:45.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
We are suffering with jet lag. I've done a lot of reading on this, by the way. Apparently, the 2nd day is worse than the 1st. So today, Hillisang, who returns to the roster, should be the superstar. Tomorrow, Upset may struggle with that one, or today, as it were. Let's talk about Hillisang. He's back. has managed to make it to Mexico City. And Hylissang, I think he has big shoes to fill.
Yeah, I'm always, as much as I appreciated Rox's performance, I'm always going to default to comfort, what works.
Yes.
And we know Upset and Healy, we've seen how well they've performed domestically. And in general, I think Fnatic, to me, has been much more strong than I expected, because I saw all the drama and I was a little worried.
And Hylissang is the heart of the team. He is what makes this engine rev, being an exciting player to watch. I've seen a zillion play, and it feels like he is an engager.
He's like a Rakan.
Yes.
He's like a Rakan.
He is. And so he's an incredibly exciting player. He's what makes this lane, along with Upset, dominant. And when you see him during the regular season, as you had the gift of being able to just be there and live that experience, it's going to be amazing to finally get to see him play alongside Upset on the big stage. Fnatic probably didn't seem like it just yesterday. Live and die by their bot lane. They are such a damn good bot lane, and Razork, who is already there, is going to be there more.
I think Razork is somebody I want to dive a little bit more into, talking about Razork, because this is a player that I think is kind of really a good summary of the Fnatic year. They've had very high highs, they've had very low lows, and Razork is one of the more inconsistent players that's in terms of impact, right? He can absolutely take over games. He absolutely has the ability to dominate. Had a fantastic opening to the world stage, and will need to continue to do that if Fnatic want to make it out to play-ins.
Absolutely. His play yesterday was phenomenal, especially versus the Chiefs on that Lee Sin. Finding plays to bully.
First time played since spring, by the way.
There we go.
That summer at all.
Even I didn't know that. And so, like, the fact that he was able to do that and have such a strong performance in mid, and then also, when Chiefs were actually having a good play, trading in the opposite side and just somehow coming up in gold. He is an incredibly smart player, gifted player, and we get to see the team as a whole.
Chronicler, let's move us on to Detonation Focus Me, because yesterday, I don't think the performance they had really is indicative of the player strengths. All 5 of them playing from separate rooms backstage. I think in particular, Ebby was the player that I really wanted to see more of.
Yeah, and I don't want to go too much into what was the reason, why did DFM not look like their usual selves. I expect them fully to bounce back. This is a team that has been tested so much more in the domestic region by teams like Rascal Justice, by, of course, Sengoku. And even at Worlds, we've seen them get off to rough starts and then play much better, because even though a bad game left or right, I think, is completely reasonable, even if you're a team that is as storied as DFM. But this game is... Evy's better than this.
Yes, clearly. And I think, yes, Evy for sure as a player is going to be strong. They're still going to give resources to them as he should. The strong points to Detonation Focus Me has been Harp and Steel working together a lot of the times, and so making the objectives, the setup for these objectives strong didn't happen yesterday. So I'm confident the bounce back is going to come. As you can tell from the last segment we had, I don't think it's going to result in a win.
You said 50-50 that DFM don't win a game.
Yeah.
That is a bold statement that I want to track. And, like, we're going to find out whether you're right or wrong. Look, we've got less than 2 minutes to go.
Okay.
I want to zoom out and talk a little bit now about the specific matchup. How does DFM play to pick up a win against Fnatic? Fnatic already looked fantastic yesterday. And, of course, that puts DFM in that unfavorable position of being the underdog.
So we already talked about Evy.
Yes.
And the beautiful thing about his finals as well is that for the 3 games that he had in the finals, had 3 different picks. I'm going to talk about it later on throughout the day. But overall, want to see a wrench being thrown in the pick ban. For how creative that team and how creative this player was, I want to see a little bit of that to make Fnatic really fight for it.
I think overall, DFM to me looked really rattled, and you never got the combination that you already pointed out of Harp and Steel that kind of can set up the rest of the team. When we talk about DFM, we always talk, as we should, about Ebby and Utapon, but they need to be set up. And I think yesterday DFM just wasn't able to really do that, never found their groove, and it really hurt them.
Absolutely. And a small thing, just to look in the pick ban, because Wonder as a player, great on the weak side. He is going to early pick his option. If it's going to be Aatrox, Maokai, whatever it's going to be, that is going to be the target for Detonation Focus Me. They should play topside as they usually are comfortable with. That's what I'm looking for.
Gentlemen, I want you to use these last 30 seconds to give me a prediction on how the teams will win their specific game and which champion you expect to see in draft as we're getting ready to go to Casters.
Aatrox, baby. We're just going to see it's Aatrox gaming for the rest of the day, and I think it's going to be Wonder that does it.
I think we're going to see Maokai. I don't care who picks it up.
Which lane are we going to see Maokai in?
Oh! Jungle.
Okay. 10 seconds.
Right.
Jungle. So you're going jungle.
Yeah.
Do you think Razork's going to play it or Steel? Razork or Steel?
Steel.
Steel, Maokai, jungle. We're about to find out as day 2 of the 2022 play-ins starts right now.
My journey to Worlds, I think we were against the wall many times, but we pushed through, and we are here right now.
El gran viaje de Worlds comienza aquí, en Ciudad de México.
やっぱりそれは自分の力がどれぐらい他の地域に通用するのかっていうのが本当に楽しみですよ。去年プレイン突破したんで今回も突破します。
Fnatic, that wasn't a fight, that was an absolute beatdown.
Fnatic can make it out of planes for sure. Pretty easy, to be honest.
Eu quero mudar essa história, quero mudar essa mentalidade que todos têm no Brasil. E mostrar que a gente pode sim ser uma região forte. Tá na hora de despertar o sonho brasileiro.
Loud and the fastest win of play-ins day 1.
去年虽然我们止步在入围赛，但今年我们一定会努力超越自己。
I think from MSI, I improved from every single aspect. MSI was just a warm-up. Now it's time for the real show.
我觉得我们进世界赛的经历，那个就是一开始大家都觉得就是会比较没有那么困难吧，然后到后面就一波三折的，也面临了很多问题嘛，但最后结果也是不错的。
I'm really motivated to prove that we are worthy of the world stage. I'm familiar with worlds at this point, so we will make it to groups.
在之前在 LPL 打得更好，然后保持好自己的状态，就面对谁都是 OK 的。
I'm proud to be one of the 4th European teams to make it into Worlds. It's my chance, and I have to now do the best.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Race it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Race it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Hello and welcome, everyone. We are back. It is Worlds 2022. I'm Pastry. That's Mark Z. Day 2 of play-ins, Mark. A banger yesterday, perhaps a touch longer than anticipated.
Banger for EU fans.
That's true.
Certain people felt the bangers. Some of them did not. I did not. LEC and LCK feeling pretty good. LEC looking to keep that good feeling rolling here up against DFM for their first game of the day. Fnatic, they did surprisingly well. I think a lot of people thought that they would probably top that group anyways, but with the emergency sub situations that they were going through, they did even better than people were expecting. And now Hylissang is back, thank God. And now the question is he going to be better than Rux? Because Rux didn't die.
Yeah, the KDA is looking pretty good. As we found out yesterday, may actually hold the best KDA throughout the tournament, given how things hold.
Ooh, true. If you never die in the tournament, then you're subbed out. You're the best player.
Exactly. Maybe there's a game minimum. We'll have to enforce some different.
No. We don't worry about stats like that.
Don't worry about that. We'll just manipulate the crystal ball pick'ems. It's fine. Everything's fine.
The other thing is, as you can see on your screen, all players on stage right now.
Yay!
I think it'll be that way for the rest of the day, if I
believe
correctly. I don't know if I'm supposed to be saying that, but I am, to get fans excited. Less ISO chambers today. And I think that's really what we all want to see, is the people on stage popping off, shaking hands. There's always those kind of cute moments that you can sometimes see where players like trade jerseys or like sign each other's stuff, you know, as they're all often fans of each other and whatnot. And getting that kind of interaction is always really cool to see.
Yeah, we don't get this that many times a year, right? Especially at this level with this many teams. So we're going to do it once again here, Fnatic and all the LEC. We're going to stay undefeated throughout play-ins. Have the luxury of having 2 teams this time around. See how they fare as Fnatic, as you said, expectations coming in, likely to top this group anyway. We'll see if DFM can bounce back after a not-so-great game yesterday.
Yeah, they were a team that a lot of people were excited to see take the stage again. They have become regulars on the international stage. A lot of people like anime, therefore a lot of people like DFM as the LGL representatives. And they have had showings where they seem to have punched above their weight class, where they have made it to the main stage of Worlds before. They've taken down some opponents, even in the, like a tiebreaker versus Cloud9. They beat them once. But this year's been a bit of a step back, I feel like, for them. And fans are kind of recalibrating expectations. They went 1-5 at MSI, only beating A's the one time, but also dropping a game against them. And struggling so far. I mean, it's only a single game, but it was really sad to see Evie, who is this, like, you can't dislike him. He's always giving the thumbs up, always smiling, and sometimes smurfing. And to see him go, I think it was like 1-7 in a 24-minute game versus Loud was a little shocking. So I'm hoping that they can bounce back here today.
Yeah, hope so. But obviously a tough opponent here with Fnatic, especially with Killy back in the lineup. Although perhaps, as you mentioned, maybe that's not true given how Rux looked in his 2 games.
I feel like, so here's what I'll say. Hylissang is one of the craziest players I've ever seen.
So fun to watch.
He's one of the best Western supports ever, absolutely. But he does it his way. And I was, in prepping for this, I saw one of the most unhinged plays I've ever seen in my life, where he already used ult in a team fight as a Lulu, and then flashed forward into 4 more people and died for it. But that is Hylissang. And then he'll make the play where he just 1v9s a game somehow in the support position, which is usually a role that cannot do that. And so in terms of the future for Fnatic going forward, getting him back in this lineup now is huge, because when you start going up against the other world-class teams, you sometimes need that X factor. You need that crazy play that's going to flip the game on its head and allow you to walk away with that win.
Absolutely. We'll catch up on draft real quick. Hecarim, Akali, Caitlyn banned on the Fnatic side. DeadFM going to go ahead, ban Draven, Kallisto, Graves. 3 marksmen out of there.
Oh, the analyst desk is right.
Did predict correctly. Aatrox right in there. B1.
Yeah, it's a little sad to see such a staple in the meta continue to be so high prio. I think there was a lot of excitement around the meta. We've seen new things in the bot lane, new things in the jungle, mid lanes popping off, top lane. Renekton Aatrox.
Yay!
No, not yay. Trundle, though, one of the responses there, likely for Steel, just planning it there. And Victor, so nice solid call here for detonating.
That is a humanoid takeaway. Umanoid was popping off yesterday. Chovy gapped Jojo after Jojo asked him not to do it to him, and putting some respect on that pick. But that does open up the LeBlanc angle. Humanoid, obviously a very skilled player, had probably the highlight of all playoffs around the world. The 1v3 Stylist play was absolutely disgusting. You saw like Korean casters reacting to it, went global for sure. And this speaks to the super team prowess of Fnatic, because Upset was also crushing yesterday. Wonder, it was across the board domination.
Like this always happens, I don't watch that much else. I'll be perfectly honest. I have my own region to contend with, but every time, EU mid rocks up to an enough ton, I'm like, wow, they aren't that good, huh?
Yeah.
Humanoid definitely been as good as advertised, or if not better, so far in this play-in stage, alongside the Lee in there for his LeBlanc. So a very different angle as far as the mid-jungle goes, a lot more aggressive, as Misfortune has also been pretty popular pick so far at Worlds. Will be taken here for Yutapon, as Pyke going to be banned away by Hylissang, which is one of those necessary evils, to be perfectly honest.
Yes, it is the respect ban that Hylissang instantly brings to the table. I do like DFM here going for this kind of scaling team fight comp. It's pretty telegraphed at this point when you have Victor and MF locked in. You can always maybe pick a split pushing topside if Evie wants to play either his pocket pick Urgot is something that he's well known for. Does he want to bust out of Fiora? It's not exactly a champion of his that you see too often. Hasn't played it yet this year, but maybe he has some counter pick he's ready to go for that will make it a 4-1 comp. But otherwise, I'm just expecting front-to-back team fight for DFM here.
Nautilus the other one, so continuing to target Chili, and then Sejuani taking some of the potential safer picks out of the top lane. Wanda wanting to bring some volatility, perhaps in the 1v1 or the 2v2, if Razork wants to go ahead and pop up there. Last ban, though, is lining up, and it is Yuumi continuing to get attention on the ban table.
Yep, Yuumi Sejuani. They've been banned earlier on. Sejuani has looked like a bit of a menace, probably one of the better frontline options in the meta right now, and instead we're going to see the Kennen locked in for Evie. Already there. Having some range advantage into the Aatrox, brings some magic damage as well. Can make it so a lot of people want to prioritize MR, and then your MF ultimate gets to rip through the entire team.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of this kind of thing. You have to imagine if Aatrox continues to be a popular pick on blue side, which it certainly will be if it's left open. Eventually, we'll either run out of counter picks or we'll find the one that works.
Well, I feel like that's the situation when you see this kind of Aatrox blue side spam. Is it does put a lot of onus on your top laners to play the actual hard counters to try and punish and put some fear in the enemy team if they're going to do that. Otherwise, if you're just taking these like soft counters, which I would say Kennen definitely fits more into that territory of like you don't really dominate the lane or crush that matchup, then eventually the blue side just becomes so much higher prio in the meta.
Well, we've started to see this again, and Chronicler, you were close not quite there on where Maokai was going to go. It is the pickup, but it is Hilly's Maokai this game.
This is Hilly's Maokai. I forget who was talking about. Someone for their pick'em said that Maokai would be the most flex champion. This is now the third role we're seeing him in just 2 days of World.
I put him in my my flex slot for Crystal Ball pick.
Hey, there you go, buddy. You look real good.
I believe I stole that from Zale, so thank you.
No, maybe a lot of people did that, because I don't think it was either of you I was thinking of. Maybe it wasn't that big, high level of a pick if everyone was doing it.
Maybe not. Did look good yesterday, though. Really domineering vision control with saplings, especially once you get the cooldown rolling. We saw that be a pretty big thing in the DRX game yesterday when they played up against RNG.
Yeah, obviously Def was incredible. Zeko was popping off as well, but I think Piosik was kind of the unsung hero for that game. Did a really good job of locking down all the melee threats that are pretty prevalent in the meta. This time, not quite as easy. There's not a low-range member of DFM that Hilly is clearly going to be healing for the Kaisa or something like that. Instead, he's going to be working more as a diver, which is another thing that Maokai can do. Go in first with the team, get the root, get the big ultimate. You also have the Aatrox, Lee Sin, LeBlanc. Even Kaisa can join in this dive comp that they're kind of building. And they'll need to do that, actually blow up the MF or the Victor early on against DFM, because otherwise DFM has an insane team fight AoE comp.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun to watch. I mean, again, you talk about Healy and how he's a touch unhinged at times from the support position.
But in the best way.
Absolutely in the best way. And I think Maokai is the kind of champion that you don't necessarily expect the wildest of plays, but if we're going to get wild Maokai support plays, we have found the correct player to demonstrate them.
If there's some weird Maokai mechanic, I don't know, he's the man to exploit it, do some crazy stuff.
Certainly we'll have to see. Last pick for completion was Alistar, going to be paired up there.
Just some more frontline engage for the rest of the team. It's a pretty, like we said, standard team comp for DFM here. You have Trundle as well as the Alistar to go in, either peel or start the engage off, and then between Victor, MF, and Kennen, just so much AoE damage in CC.
Yep, DFM going to have to slow the game down. As you said, they've got great team fight, but you have to get there to the mid-game and beyond at a decent spot, whereas I feel like, especially watching Humanoid and Razork pairing up, that and 1-2 actually potentially on the Aatrox. Like, that's upside 6, pretty terrifying from Fnatic if they can get things rolling early game.
And they were the best early game team in the playoffs for LEC, and so the idea of like, oh, well, we need to snowball is like, that's our comfort zone actually.
Hooray!
Yeah, they're very comfortable with that. We'll have to see if they're able to pull it off. Have I missed the Evie thumbs up this year? Has it just not happened yet?
I mean, he's only played one game and it was an L, so maybe...
Yeah, but he's been on camera a couple times. Is he just... What's going on?
I don't know. Maybe we got to get the zones. We are in the game 1 here for day 2 of the plains in World 2022. Fnatic are hovering through DFM's river, maybe trying to see if anyone's poking a little too far. But no vision going to be put down just yet, and no one getting caught unawares on the DFM side.
Yeah, no LeBlanc shenanigans, level 1 either. You see sometimes take W, pop some walls, try and get a ward down on it to a red brush. Not going to be the case this time. Playing more defensively, protecting Razork's path instead.
Yeah, it looks like both junglers going to have some help, a little bit of defense there. They'll be starting on the opposite sides of the rift, so we'll see if they do pass each other. As I imagine, there'll be a decent amount of farming to kick things off. But again, eyes on Fnatic for this early game. Razork can change up the path pretty rapidly depending on how things are going.
He was one of the key parts of Fnatic kind of finding their groove in that playoff run. While it did not end as far as obviously Fnatic fans wanted, this is a team that people had championship aspirations for. It was still an improvement from the regular season. And a lot of that was his early game, being able to get onto the map, start snowballing those lanes. They committed to this early game play style, a lot of Lucian picks and things like that for Upset, who absolutely, I think, was probably the best player in that run. He was incredible to watch. So they have started ramping up, and I think there's a question of, Fnatic really hit their ceiling this year yet? I don't think so. And so as a 3rd seed from Europe, they could secretly be very, very good.
Oh yeah, definitely a threatening team. Upset certainly looking good early on in the tournament. We'll look to continue that form here. Also like that Razork is moving up towards the top side because he knows that Evie wants to get aggressive in the 1v1 if you can, at least in the early levels. You have to abuse your counter pick here when you can, because we know what happens when Aatrox gets going. It's an absolute menace in the lane.
Yep, Kennen with the range advantage can get this kind of chunk down exactly like this. You get this poke off, and if Wunder is not able to land the Q1 tippers, then you're pretty much safe to harass him as much as you want. As soon as Wunder missed the Q2 especially, you saw Evie charge forward there and get some chunk down onto him. Like you said, that's why it makes it a good lane for Lee Sin to try and find these ganks, get up there, make that happen. It's the flip side for DFM, trying to get the Trundle down to the bot lane, make sure this bot side does not go poorly, get some wards out, just leave the Kennen defend for himself on the weak side. I think you identified it correctly in saying that this is a scaling game plan for DFM. The Trundle is just here to neutralize, and the fact that they spotted him out is
hey, look, Hillsong's going in, but maybe it's a little too far. Udapon maybe looking for the kill, needs one more auto. Great pillar, and that is first blood for Detonation Focus Me.
I mean, the pillar came in, but at that point, I think he was already dead. The second double up was coming through for Udapon. They were going to grab that kill no matter what. Hillsong lands in Mexico City. First play that he makes, it's the oopsie.
Already one more death than Rux had in the 2 games he played.
Oh no, it's a disaster, bring him back. No, I mean, obviously, oh, hold on. Razor coming down here.
Decent angle. Udapon just straight up tanking it there, knowing that Harp was the target there as the Alistar with no flash.
Would have been dangerous for Razor to go in there anyways.
Yes.
Lee Sin is notoriously difficult to get the second Q off. You go flying in there before you connect. Pulverize comes down, knocks you up in the air. So we'll take another look at that. Looks like Hillsong just W'd on top, just walked on top of him, Q slowed, headbutt back.
Oh.
Ooh, nice kind of pull by Harp with the flash to get him forward. Then here, already was going to die, just steal thrown to make sure that kill was guaranteed. But would have been a 2v2 kill even without the jungler there. So I know I was about to start memeing about the free Rux. You know, it's a big joke now that he had such a good first 2 games that people are going to start the debate, the roster debate. But no, definitely Hillsong will find his footing. I have plenty of faith in him.
Oh, absolutely. You know, a small oopsie starting off a game. It's all good, but good news there for Detonation Focus Me, who again are looking to improve from their opening day. As Evie continues to harass Wunder, looking pretty good. A wave up right now, but Wunder not really sweating it, you have to imagine.
I will say, for DFM, though, this is an ideal start. You don't expect to randomly get a 2v2 kills. We see trying to defend the pink ward here.
Ill advised? Not too bad, but not going to be able to defend it for too much longer. Steel, though, making his way into this brush, trying to set up for a regank here.
Can get to the middle one without being spotted. We'll see if DFM know that there's a ward there. Looks like he's just going for a coverage play as DFM trying to escort this wave in. Do not want to get ganked. Doesn't seem like we know where Razork is. He's actually up on the top side. Might show on a ward soon as he grabs that Scuttle Crab. DFM just playing safe there.
Great vision here, though, on the left side for Fnatic. So Yaharong perhaps in a spot of bar. They can't step too far forward. Humanoid can get there with a chain! Dashes in, flash chain! Q lands and the damage is good, but Yaharong going to put down the gravity field and walk out of there.
Yeah, able to get out of there at some point. Yaharong must have lost his flash off screen.
That's what I realized.
I saw a Humanoid flash and I was like, that's aggressive. Isn't that just flash as well?
Humanoid looking for the solo. Steals here again. Humanoid going to get away with it. But now Steel just wants to get aggressive, maybe trying to push the wave in here, but Yaharong does not have a lot of health. Razork getting the Q, finds a minion to go ahead and dash to, but Yaharong should be fine here and will.
Loving the way Humanoid's playing this, though. When you have the LeBlanc Lee Sin combo, you need to play a little aggro. You cannot just sit there and trade farm versus the Victor Trundle, feel good about it. You have to take these aggressive flash forwards. Whoa, solo kill on the top side.
That's where the thumbs up.
We'll probably get a look at that in a second, I hope.
Have to imagine so. If he just hit 6... Yeah, he's just got ulti now, so it wasn't that. I guess we'll find out. But back we go for Wunder. They're going to TP back to top lane.
Yeah, flash down for Evie, flash for Wunder as well. We'll hopefully get a replay of exactly what happened there. So not the ideal start. 500 gold down for Fnatic. The Copium angle is you have some CS leads. Mid lane going very well for them. Up about 12 right now. We'll see what happens after Victor catches this wave. You have your bot lane advantage despite the kill going over to Udapon to make the gold roughly even. Here we go. Let's see this. Wunder trying to get the wave in, taking a lot of chunk. Gonna get stunned up right there. And I assume Evie still has his E. Yeah, there it is. Just charges forward through that. Flash for flash. Ooh, it was actually a little closer than I thought it was going to be, but just enough harass there. Wunder miscalculated a little bit. That's one of those ones where with 20 extra health, you might get back under your turret and be safe, but going to give that solo bolo over.
Yep, Evie will take it, certainly. Gold in the right place there for DFM, who, to your point, still have a gold lead, but Uno continuing to build very impressive CS leads. It'll be very fun to watch his stats and kind of snapshot his CSD at 14 at the end of this play-in, because so far he's absolutely gapping people. Yaharong no exception right now. Double chains land. Hilly's here, but the defense is good for DFM. Steel going to be moved back. Harp goes in. Hillsong in trouble. Aftershock wears off, but he gets out safely, Wing to a minion.
Yeah, thank God that minion was there for him to W2, get that little taxi ride to safety, because otherwise with no flash, looks like a chase down. But with this pressure from mid lane, DFM start grouping up around this Ocean Dragon. Might want to start stacking that one down as Wunder.
Big chain. Ulti here for Evie if he needs it, but Wunder not popping his just yet. Evie going to walk away.
Yeah, Wunder could have gone ult for ult there.
Oh, we're going again. They're just diving it. The Q lands. Yaharong in trouble. He's deflected so many ganks, but he cannot kick out Hillsong this time.
As As things are going wrong on the side lanes, Humanoid is stepping up in mid, just drawing pressure to him over and over again, trading flashes out, keeping this up, making DFM react to him. Humanoid putting the team on his back right now.
Yeah, again, after that now, CS lead's going to really balloon. 20 up now. Steel's going to have to catch this wave. Try and leave some if he can. But again, LeBlanc, pretty scary. Still has ulti. Humanoid going to go back in, get a big chunk of damage down as Electrocute procs, but Humanoid going to walk away and Steel will successfully pull this wave.
I swear to God, his LeBlanc does more damage than...
Yeah, it's not okay.
I don't know where all this extra damage is coming from. Obviously, that's a huge kill on them. Yaharong has been doing very well in Champions Queue, number one rated player right now. And I think that made a lot of people excited as well for DFM, not just the history of this team, but also seeming to do well in some of the solo queue environments. But much like Scrim Bucks, Champion Queue Bucks are not worth as much as you'd think. A little bit of Monopoly money there, and Humanoid showing he's got the class to put Yaharong on the back foot.
Reflected in the gold, as you can see, it's Yutapon up top, thanks to the early kill, but Humanoid right behind with the assist and the CS that he's picked up here. So Detonation Focus Me still roaming around.
Look at this, a three-man roam to Yaharong to be like, can you get the wave in? Are you okay? Is Humanoid gonna pop out of a brush somewhere? You can see how much pressure that Humanoid is forcing DFM to kind of react to and make sure that they are protecting him.
Note, actually, hold that thought. Razok with a face check, gets the Dragon's kick there onto Yutapon, flashing in. Q is good, last auto is there, and Yutapon finds kill number 2.
Well, a little bit of a greedy play there by Razork. You knew that they were in that area with DFM, going to be rotating back down bot lane, so I think Razork was just hoping that they would have fully gone down, but there was a ward that spotted Razork coming, and so instead they just camped that brush, find that kill.
Chain lands again, Humanoid. Ulti burnt there to connect that one, but just getting some harass down as Yaharong's trying to stay afloat here. Good news though, with Razok being down the bottom side and dying, Steel had free time on the Herald, which he has now picked up.
Yep, so even though Humanoid has pressure in the mid lane, Evie has pressure in the top side, no jungle to contest, easily taken there for Steel, and that's a pretty big takeaway for DFM to not only be getting all these kills, your bot lane accelerated in the game. Now with this, you can find a lane to funnel that kind of plate gold into, most likely bot lane, but they might try and go topside and just put this matchup even further in Evie's favor.
Yeah, Razok, of course, knows the Herald is down, so they're going to go ahead and take the crab while it spawns. Trying to poke up here on Evie and see if you can maybe get some pressure off. Wunder ready with the World Ender, no flash for a little bit, but Evie playing respectfully, even though the wave not in an ideal spot. Going to have to give it up here with the pressure incoming from the enemy jungler as Hop trying something here in mid lane. Humanoid, flash, and ulti about to come back up. This is going to be a toughie.
Yeah, we'll see if they can find this angle. There's not really much of a chance to really kill LeBlanc here, but they're going to go for it.
That is a very nice attempt, but Humanoid real quick distorts out of the way.
Yeah, not going to work out there. Looking for it, not the case, but even just to relieve pressure, buy space for Yaharong to continue farming. If you can just stop Humanoid from doing what he did for the first 5-6 minutes of the game, that is still kind of worth the effort because Yutapon is absolutely fine being on this weak side. There's not too much dive threat from the Maokai and Kaisa until you're underneath your turret and they have you pinned up against the wall, but as you can see, Harp has plenty of time to make it back down there.
Yep, and Yutapon has, despite the 2 kills, left lane a little bit. We saw that, 4-man group in the mid lane. They've made sure things have happened. His top side is Steel up here. Wunder in trouble. Flashes there. Pillar is beautiful. And Trundle's going to go ahead and slay the Aatrox as Razok here. Lining up a kick, perhaps? No, just barely. Misses everybody, gets him out of the way. The tower dive is there, but it is ill-advised. Razok just feeds gold over to Detonation Focus Me's top laner.
Oh my god, Fnatic are the ones looking for so many of these aggressive plays, but they're just coming apart at the seams. Wunder did not know that Steel had snuck his way into that top brush. He had the reinforcements coming, thinking that I'm going to be baiting Evie in. I don't think that he knew that Steel was there. I could be wrong, but otherwise it just seemed like he was way far ahead of the play. And then Razork, I saw the angle he did. You kick the Trundle through the Kennen, you get that kind of damage, you look like a god, you go flying under the turret. Didn't work. So yeah, here I just don't think he has any idea he's in this brush. He's just baiting a fight as Lee Sin was on the collapse, but gets popped before that one can happen. Here's Razork. There was an insane, director's cut highlight clip of his kick in mid lane yesterday. Tried to go for that one. Didn't work this time around, and then goes under the turret, but Kennen was still healthy enough without that knockup damage that it was not really a threat. There's the thumbs up. There it is, buddy. Let's go.
Double thumbs up.
Double thumbs up for a double kill, buddy.
The rare alternate emote, but Evie finding the 2. Feeling good now. A little bit of bounty gold he's worth, but swimming in money now as he moves back toward the top side. And Detonation Focus Me, almost 1,000 gold in the lead, is still a pretty slim margin as far as the game is concerned, but things going in the right direction for the team that just wants to scale.
Yeah, able to get some turret plates onto the Victor as well, so he's not too far behind the LeBlanc anymore. The fact that we talk about this scaling advantage that they have, 1,000 gold up, you know, slowing the pace of this game down, they've done an incredible job so far, and it's really nice to see this rebound out of DFM. They have been to every international tournament since Worlds 2018, except 2020 Worlds. They are LJL to the minds of most international viewers, and they had been able to make a lot of upsets happen over the years, and it was just disappointing to see yesterday, but they are clearly bouncing back hard today.
Big Hex flash, Aftershock wears off. Killy does flash out of the way, pops the ulti defensively as well, but Unipon is here, ready to let it rip. Doesn't even need the bullet time. It's Steel with a kill.
Another misstep by Fnatic there, going up, trying to make a move in the river, but getting caught out. And Unipon showing the restraint, being like, I don't need to bullet time this. Just autos him down. The power of MF with those buffs coming in. Wonder doing what he can, making the rotation down from top to mid, grabs that turret. I wonder if they're going to stay in these swapped up lanes.
Ooh, Heavy in trouble 1v1. Oh, it's Humanoid, that's why! Can't win this 1v1. Heavy's out of there. Humanoid trying to chase it down. Doesn't have much left in the tank. The last Q's not enough, and Heavy will get away.
Yeah, Heavy getting out safely. A little surprised to see the swap of... Oh, hold on. Wonder made the move up.
It's not a swap. It's just a very extended roam, but Heavy with a very quick stun's maybe going to get out of it. Q's going to land. He's fine, though. Heavy sneaks out. Pops the Penguin.
Someone's a big fan of Heavy in the crowd. I heard that one. He was able to survive, got Humanoid's flash out for that move as well. Not able to get the kill. The ult defensively stops the aggression from Humanoid. Wonder makes the roam, abandoning mid lane, giving more time for Yaharong to grab plates. Heavy TPing back in. Ult almost back up for Humanoid, but not going to stick around for it. They have topside control of the map. During that time, it looks like DFM is working down on the Dragon, but Wonder will take away the red buff instead.
Yeah, there's been a lot of action in this game, and the reason I know that, Mark, is because that Ocean Dragon is the first one that might be taken in this game. We're actually just past 14 minutes.
I mean, with these solo lane matchups, you can understand the focus being a little bit more on the top side of the map, but for DFM here, the slow Dragon stacking is absolutely fine. The fact that you don't have to worry about Fnatic running away with Dragons on the bot side of the map or anything like that means that there's no onus to push the pace of the game. If you ever find yourself in a Dragon situation that doesn't look good for you, you can stack it going forward.
Yep, Unipon also trying to get the first turret gold here. The Rift Herald was used down there as we saw just before this last sequence of play. Unipon still working on the turret, should be able to get it here and collect the bonus money. Did get a good amount of the plates offered as well, thanks to the Herald that's dropped. So gold moving in the right direction still for Detonation Focus Me as Heavy is contending in the 2v1.
Yeah, Fnatic had flopped their bot side up to the top lane to try and buy this turret with the overload. Heavy doing what he can to hold on to it, but it's getting a little dicey.
Yeah, it gets kicked, has ulti, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Humanoid going to get stunned up, and now he has to get out of there, but the damage is done. Humanoid gets that gold.
Bit of an overforce by Heavy there, was feeling himself. I was about to compliment him for doing so well on the weak side, playing defensive while his team grabs turrets, bot, and mid. Did get a little greedy right at the end, which is, you know, he stopped the recall. He knew he kept it 2v1. Just thought that with his ultimate that he could maybe defend the turret. Not able to quite do it. Overestimated his damage, but with the 2 kills that he already has and his farm, he's not too far behind the pace of the game. He has been shut down a little bit in CS with all the overloads that, you know, Fnatic has kept sending up to the top side of the map here. But ultimately, Kennen can play decently from mid or behind when you have this much damage in the rest of your comp. Sometimes Kennen needs to be a damage threat. In this situation, if you're just ulting the short-range members of Fnatic when they go flying in, you'll be doing your job just fine.
Might have a Herald fight here as well. Was started by Detonation Focus Me, but Fnatic move in to defend it. Humanoid level 11 gets kicked out by Hop. Ulti out of Killy trying to make a setup here. The chain is good. The long con there on the engage. So Hop still not going to pop the ulti. Humanoid maybe going to make him pay. Pops it last minute. Just barely lives to tell the tale.
A little bit dicey there by Hart playing it to the limit. But at the end of the day, DFM was very comfortable giving that Dragon, or excuse me, Rift Herald away. This is kind of what we're talking about, where when you've able to have such a good early game when you're supposed to be on the back foot that you have a lead, you can be very choosy with your fights. If you're down 2k gold, 3k gold, and the enemy team's getting a Rift Herald, it's like, oh, if we give that one up, then it's going to be a 4k gold lead, 5k gold lead. Here, you're just like, ah, well, we're not group for it, whatever. We can give that one over, and Fnatic still have enough turrets that they'll have an easy time dropping this probably in bot or mid lane when the next Dragon spawns. We'll see. My concern is that there's a very likely possibility that DFM just goes full, like, start sacking things mode and just full on scale, but I don't actually want them to do that. They've done such a good job so far answering Fnatic's aggression, move for move, either that be, you know, moving your pressure around the map or actually just killing them and catching them in rotation. I hope they keep doing that and don't just start giving up these objectives just because there's no pressure from them.
Yeah, you don't want to see damage control without the control.
I want the damage control with damage.
There we go.
That's the way.
Perfect. Evie, good damage there on the Humanoid, speaking of, but still a very big threat. The trend, by the way, has been when Humanoid goes to the lane, the CS gap grows massively, which Yaharong thankfully has caught up a little bit, actually caught up fully after Humanoid left him alone, but Evie's had to bear that pain, as Humanoid is very powerful still. Also, even though Udapon did get those early kills, Upset actually doing really well. Had a pretty consistent CS lead throughout the lane. I think mostly because Udapon was roaming with his team a little bit more. But it is Kai'Sa very much set up for Fnatic.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about Upset very much yet, but yesterday he was an absolute monster. And we saw, even in the, as we see Yaharong in a bit of trouble here, very slow-moving Maokai ultimate, not able to actually lock him down, but does buy space for Wunder to work down this turret. We'll see if DFM want to start this fight. Steel's moving down from River.
Oh, such a good poke there onto Harp. Again, just anytime you can maybe bait an alley ulti out early, doesn't cost you very much as LeBlanc to just poke away, as Fnatic were trying to see if that turret. Haven't got it yet, but still staying active.
Yeah, but it is forcing DFM to take the long way around in their own jungle, which allows Upset, who had the push on mid, to probably grab this one.
Kick. Steel in trouble, ulti's away, still gonna die, pretty tanky, not enough as the shutdown comes in for Razok, but Detonation Focus Me now around the other side. Kai'Sa gets obliterated, Upset just dissolves into thin air as Detonation Focus Me find the counter kill.
Just gonna be 1-for-1 though, a little slow on killing Steel, bought time for Evie to find that angle. He's really not done, he's hungry.
Wants this kill, I can't blame him! Evie fan in the crowd still popping off, but Evie just gonna find the clone as Hylissang caught by Harp, Udapon there just barely out of range for the Make It Rain slow, and Killy's gonna be fine.
Yeah, not actually able to find that counter kill. Was a little dicey for Fnatic with how long it took to finish off Steel. It did mean that the turret actually stayed up, so Steel giving his life to keep a little bit of control in the mid lane. You kill Upset back. I was just about to start singing Upset's praises. I don't know if I got far enough into it to count it as a caster curse.
I don't think so. I think you're clean. As Wunder here onto Evie, gonna get out of there, has to flash out to safety.
Does that guy have a mic himself? I wonder if it's as loud as for the stream as it is for us in our ears. Maybe we just sound crazy.
I hope not. I don't think so. Pretty sure we're all getting the same audio. There's a Rift Herald drop there in mid lane by Razok. Steel here to meet it alongside Udapon. Has ulti if he wants to hit the wave, but doesn't need to here for MF. And this Rift Herald's not gonna make it by the looks of things. Oh, nope.
No, not the case. They dropped that one as they kind of set up for this Cloud Dragon. So I was wondering is if DFM were going to contest it. Looks like they're considering. Yaharong does have TP to join in, as does Wunder, and they're walking up behind Steel here.
Evie no ult, but it's gonna be off probably by the time the fight is here. They've got all the tools. The TP's in from both. And there's the ulti out of Hylissang, did it for going in. Razok gets the Dragon Ball time out, but doesn't quite get enough damage done. Channel time not complete as the kick, I believe, was the reason. Razok putting that to bed as Detonation Focus Me want to find the fight after the objective, but
no turret. Long chase down sequence available for DFM if they want it. Evie has his ult and Hex Protobelt up, I believe.
Yeah, should be ready to go here. No flash, though, can't clear that wall. Just trying to slow them down. Steel maybe looking for the pillar, finds out the Humanoid, but that's not an easy target to pin down. And DFM is going to give it up there, so Fnatic getting away with that Drake.
Yeah, they're able to get away with it, get their Dragon stacking going a little bit here. I can see the restraint from Evie with no... Hold on, Harp finding this angle.
Ooh, okay, onto Wunder is the intended target there, but it's a 2v4 kind of Upset, going to find the way over Expressway from the Kai'Sa ulti. He's going to push him in and make it 2 for Fnatic. Evie goes down, Yaharong now the target, does have flash, should be fine, but Razok chasing here, hops over the wall, the turret's low as well, but still going to try and interrupt it. And now Lee Sin is going to go ahead and meet the enemy jungler. Steel, they're going to get some damage down. The pillar is nice. Yaharong here as well. That's enough damage. Yaharong going to be the one to get the kill.
All right, an oopsie by DFM does find a kill back. They got split when they were trying to cut off the rotation by Fnatic. Not nearly enough damage to finish off Wunder, who I don't know if he had the Hex Drinker prior to this. Didn't seem like Evie did as much damage as he thought he was going to do, and instantly goes, oh, we shouldn't be here. Trying to kite back, but just too split. You can see Udapon and Steel having no way to get involved in this fight, as well as the fact that Udapon having no ultimate meant that probably not the best idea to look for that fight. But the one saving grace is with that turret still up, there's no way for Razor to actually continue chasing, and Steel caught him out there, getting a little greedy.
Yeah, already used the W to get in that position to try and line up the dive. So Steel able to shut that down. Razok scratching his head, maybe thinks, yep, shouldn't have been there, but still 2 for 1. Fnatic will take it. They're up in gold by 600, which isn't too bad. I don't think the lead they wanted, given the draft they had, and it's not like they're completely out of it in mid to late game. Obviously they can still play, but had plenty of aggressive plays, not all of them able to work out.
Yeah.
Fnatic will find themselves in, a slim lead. They'll take it, but it's not as good as it could have been.
Yeah, the angle I was starting to ramp up with Upset was that you kind of have Kai'Sa as a bit of a late game threat as this thing that's been on track. You can see up highest farm in the game right now, done extremely well, despite some of the mistakes of Hylissang in the laning phase. He was never actually losing farm for it. And yesterday in the EG game, it was very quickly turned around, but the first 5-10 minutes of that game against Caitlyn Lux, obviously you're going to be down CS, and I think Upset has shown that absolutely fine playing out games like this where, all right, pressure's on me, I need to carry, I'm not insanely ahead of the pace of the game, I am strong, but at 2 items, there are a number of other people on 2 items, Yaharong himself, Yutapon also at 2 items, a lot of those kind of coming through, so Upset will not be in a extremely advantageous position, but we've seen Kai'Sa comps when there are a lot of other threats that people have to deal with. Those are actually some of the best that she's in because there's so much other attention given to the LeBlanc and when Wunder is going in and whatnot that he can kind of pick his time, go in with that ultimate and start assassinating Yutapon, Yaharong, whoever is the target.
Kai'Sa ult, as it turns out, is best used going forward. So when you have other people diving in, I know, amazing, right? You'd think, a little dash and shield, nice defensive ulti. No. Get in there with the rest of the team, a screen away.
Protect the Kai'Sa comps have always looked so much sadder than triple threat comp with Kai'Sa. Way more fun to play out for the Kai'Sa, actually. And we'll see here with Humanoid still at 2-0-3. We talked about some of the things kind of going wrong around him. He himself has been good the entire time and has the Shadow Flame completed. We'll see if he's going to finish Banshee's Veil next, potentially, with the double AP Soul Laners from the side of DFM. You can see them prioritizing some MR.
Kick. Humanoid. Oh, that's such a nice alley-oop. Evie just going to be left for dead. No flash, but I don't think it would have mattered.
This is actually part of the most dangerous part of the game for Fnatic. We talked about lane phase, but also when the turrets start dropping, the map mobility that they have, LeBlanc, Lee Sin, able to hop a lot of walls and find these pickoffs.
Yeah, Detonation Fergus Me going to try and be the first to tower number 3. Holding onto the mid-outer is nice, especially when they're maybe looking to contest for that next dragon up in 45. But unfortunately, Evie not in a spot he could be. So much depth, so much ability to find picks at long range between Lee Sin and LeBlanc. And Fnatic soundly punished as a result. Detonation Fergus Me do pick a bit of extra gold up, taking out this tower. Maybe going to get 2 actually. This is worth quite a bit more gold. But Steel is busy tanking the tower. Now they're diving. TP's coming on in. Wunder in trouble. But I'm not sure this is really advised. Hylissang with a beautiful counter ulti is Upset. Finds one. Now the TP back through. Half is just dead to Humanoid. And I'm not sure what you're supposed to do now. Evie just in there only to die again. The bullet time's wonderful. And does get one back. Razork back here as well. Fnatic maybe going to find the ace here as Yutapon flashing out to safety, but it's not safe enough. Steel now the only one left alive. And we'll see if he can make it out safely. Fnatic will chase down this kill.
Should be able to finish off Steel here, and with that misstep by DFM in the top side of the map, potentially going to hand over this ace, still trying to chase him down.
Steel pretty bulky, but not bulky enough. There's the ace that Wunder was looking for.
Prime position for Fnatic to find that ace as well. Transitions perfectly to an easy Baron setup. Harp is the first one alive. Yaharong spawning now. Does have teleport available, but with no ultimate, no way to stop this Baron. A dicey early game for Fnatic, finally going their way with that ace on the top side.
Yeah, about 4,000 gold ahead before this Baron. And this Red Bull Baron power play should be pretty monstrous as DFM just overextending here.
Oh boy, I can see what they're thinking. Hey, Wunder's alone, we can kill him underneath this turret before the rest of the team gets there, but it feels like they didn't commit. I think maybe you have to go despite that fact, or not go, do one of the two completely, but Wunder's given time to kind of reset through that fight, do that drain tanking Aatrox. Look at that, he's back up to full health almost in the middle of this team fight, and so while Yutapon does have a nice ultimate, the fact that they didn't just blow everything on killing Wunder right at the very beginning means that they don't have anyone dead at the start. That gives time for the rest of Fnatic to collapse. Razork comes in from the side. You can see the face palm by the coaching staff at DFM, knowing that was a big blunder.
Oh my goodness, Humanoid.
That was a bit of damage.
That damage is not okay. Teamfight damage also, by the way, that's what happens if you don't kill the Aatrox.
Yep. That was who they tried to dive under the turret. Ends up carrying the team fight. Wunder bouncing back after, again, bit of an oopsie of a lane phase, but this is what makes Fnatic so scary, is they're relentless in their aggression.
And you know what? I wouldn't have minded a Banshees, but a Death Cap, a little bit more in line with how Humanoid's going this game. 10 stacks on the seal as well.
Yeah, he ended up selling that one out. He's like, I don't need this cow. Get this away from me. So it is something where DFM is prioritizing itemization against that as well. You see the early Void Staff coming in for Yaharong, saying, all right, they're going to be stacking some MR. I'm going to need to punch through that. But with the fact that they're now 7,000 gold up, Fnatic are far enough ahead of this game that I don't think you're really worried about any scaling advantage from DFM coming in. Humanoid has the ability to absolutely obliterate anybody in the same screen of him. Yep. And so for DFM, the Baron power play has another minute on it. You can expect probably this top outer turret to get down. Fnatic working up there. Upset pushing that wave. The rest of the team moving in to get vision control. After this, the game is not over. DFM will have a couple more minutes to scale, but you are on such a dangerous position.
Yeah, we're so far away from that mattering at this point. Gonna have to just contain with the lead that Fnatic have. This game exploded as far as gold advantage goes.
Which is dangerous.
Fnatic might even look for a little dive here. Yaharong doesn't want to be in the wrong spot. Transitioning over to the top side of the map, but Wunder's going to keep him pinned here. The inhibitor tower in mid, and Hillsong going to let the ulti go. Here's the nice, slow, steady dive. Roots up one. There's the kick onto Unipon. No flash from the last encounter. Picked up by Lee Sin, nice and easy as Evie dives in with the ulti. Tries to get up there, but he can't complete the kill. And that is two clean ones under the turret, and Hop is going to be the third.
I said that this was probably not the end of the game for DFM, but I did not expect them to risk it all for a top inner turret. Fnatic, seeing them standing there, fish in a barrel, get the flank, get the kickback by Razork to start that one off. And with that, they might have the game.
One tiny little Bud Light Ace leading to the game here for Fnatic. It was close for a long time, but Fnatic just going to completely take over when it matters. One Baron seems like all they'll need. Razork absolutely makes the right decision this time. Diving in with the Q, and Yaharong does get two. Just one, it was a clone. I was being tricked, but Yaharong got at least one shot down. We'll keep him in the game for a little while longer. No flash, I can't really... Hilly, hello?
Hilly, I think, has given his body up, not wanting an extended chase that sequence.
Okay.
With the speed up...
I respect it.
With the Victor Q speeds up, you're worried about maybe him finding more than just one kill, so Hilly being the team player. Upset was outie, dude. He was already bot lane pushing again after they could not end the game. This is such a good call by Fnatic. There's no way that you should allow DFM to stand in this position. You have so much control over the map. You can easily get behind them extended in this range, pin them up against the wall, obliterate Utapon, and Yaharong is a little late with that teleport. I mean, it's just going to happen so explosively. I don't really blame him, but just not able to drop damage there while the rest of his team was alive. They do defend their base just barely, but it's only one Nexus turret still alive. Top inhibitor gone. Whew, DFM are in trouble, and Fnatic are looking good.
Yeah. Check out this goal graph real quick. That is quite the mountain range that Fnatic have built. Wunder caught in the side lane. Good little pick there, trying to buy some time. Get a little bit of gold back for themselves. Keep it just under 10,000.
Yeah, a bit of a oopsie there. Not the end of the world. No neutral objectives available. Bit greedy for farm there. The rest of the team was not really in a position to allow him to be up that far. You can see Razork and Hilly still on their side of the map while Wunder was pushed out in the bot lane. Bit of a mistake there, but still absolutely fine for Fnatic.
Yeah, there's the Banshees, by the way. Humanoid did end up getting it. Just, you know, took a little death cap detour, which is a nice one there.
I'm sure after the ace in the top lane, he's sitting on like 2,500 gold, and he had a Negatron cloak already, and he's like, do I want to just finish my death cap? Or not Negatron cloak, excuse me.
No Magic Man.
Yeah, and the needlessly large rod. You're like weighing which of those completed items will make me feel better. I think everyone's selecting death cap.
Correct. Pretty good item. If you can pick it up, Humanoid, another stellar game here. As also upset with 4 items. Has that one death, but that's been it. Been pretty flawless apart from that. Fnatic using Hillsong's ulti really nicely as well to set up a lot of these dives. Like, yes, you could argue Detonation Focus Me just shouldn't be there in that position anyway, but Hilly's had a lot of good setups, and that creates a nice big zone of control for Kai'Sa to do things like that. Upset barely going to miss that kill onto Steel.
Yeah, Steel just not having enough MR right now to sustain any of this burst by the LeBlanc. Went the plated Steel caps, understandable with 3-ish physical damage threats between the Lee Sin, Aatrox, and Kai'Sa, but when the enemy team has a 7-0-4 LeBlanc, you better get yourself some damn MR.
Certainly so, and Steel once again is going to be put under the ire of Humanoid's LeBlanc. Heavy going to try and maybe make one last stand. No flash, but ulti and Proto Belt up. The Fnatic not going to make the mistake this time. We'll just slowly, steadily take this dragon. Looks like Upset's going to go ahead and solo that. Detonation Focus Me are preoccupied with the minions anyway, so Fnatic, no need to rush things. They are so far ahead right now.
Yeah, it's just the unfortunate position for Fnatic with the attempt to end the game around that top side not working out and not being able to stack dragons earlier like we were talking about. There's no need for DFM to leave their base unless it's, you know, for something like this, trying to get some vision control out while they're on the dragon. But realistically, the Baron is what they're going to have to contest. The Dragon goes away scot-free. Now it's on Soul Point for Fnatic should something not end the game in the next 5 minutes, but realistically, Fnatic with this Baron should be able to close the game out very soon.
I just don't think he can even get in here. Steel does have Flash. Doesn't have vision. Razork, they're going to kick him out of the way. Going to take some damage as well. Just get in there. No, they can't find it. And now the damage has been done. Unicorn tunnels the ultimate. Hillsong buying so much space. Yarong almost dead, but he is going to get out safely. But I don't think the rest of the team can. Upset finds the snipe with the Kai'Sa W, and now going to move on in. Harp going to shut that down, but Gilly takes out Evie. Harp's going to be slain by the rest as Upset finds a double, make it 3 as Steel's dead, and Unicorn once again going to be lined up for the ace. It could be a quadra, it can't be a penta, but Upset's going to take it as Wunder finds the ace again.
Humanoid already on the Nexus turrets. He's had enough of this game. 7-0-6. Definitely had an incredible performance for himself. Pressure throughout the entire game. He is looking terrifying in Worlds so far. Absolutely crushing everyone he has been laned up against.
Humanoid indeed. On form early for Fnatic here in Plains. 3-0 now with only, actually, wait, how many teams in the group? You know what? This slide 6. Couple more games to go.
Through, a little more than halfway through. We'll have to see if they can go undefeated in Group A. Looking very good with a lot of their toughest competition out of the way. It's just Beyond Gaming left, really, for them to try and probably take a crack at. Loud, looking better than I think some people were expecting. That'll also be a tough test for them. DFM sitting at 0-2, but looking much better today this time around. A lot of it was, I think, Fnatic mistakes, just being a little maybe sloppy on their rotations, taking some trades, not 100% comfortable with all the matchups with Maokai support, maybe quite yet.
Yep.
But either way, you know, DFM was able to punish when Fnatic made those mistakes, and we'll see if they can continue to scale up throughout the group stage, whereas Fnatic is already on point.
Got to adjust with the new guy in the lineup, you know? Hilly's back in, he's back on form, first blooded, and then the game seemed fine.
Yeah, it's comfort zone right there.
Exactly.
That was a good. It was very good showing for them. It was also a draft that was very much about trying to style on your opponents. And I think maybe, you know, there was a couple more skill checks that they thought they could just make against their opponent. You know, you saw the initial kill by Evie on Wunder, for example, where he was just greeting, trying to shove his wave under turret, whatnot. Those are things that I think going forward, it's very easy for Fnatic when you start playing maybe in group stage or whatnot to be like, all right, we're not going to quite go that aggressive.
Well, one of them will.
Everyone else some of them still might do that. Some might pull it back a little bit, but I think they're looking incredible thus far, especially
Agreed.
Humanoid and Upset look as good as I think I've seen them.
Yeah, no, really impressive. Obviously, Humanoid in lane has just been demolishing people. I don't expect that to change, but Upset, all reliable, still looking very good.
Yeah, we'll have to see. DFM as well. I think they're playing later again today.
Yes, they are. We're casting that game.
I thought so. I was like, wait a minute, should I say what I don't know? But someone will correct me.
We'll get there. It was a long day yesterday. I understand, Mark. I'm going to hand it back over to the State Farm analyst desk to break down that game.
Mark, don't talk about schedule, don't talk about the rest of it. Just keep singing Fnatic's praises, my man. That's what I like to hear. I will say, though, the way the game ended could not have been further away from the way the game began because it looked sketchy. The game did start in the draft. I'm going to come to you, Raz, first. Talk me through pick order. Talk me through what your surprises were. You got your Maokai, you got your Aatrox. You got them the same team.
True. So called the Aatrox for Wunder. It was nice to see it. It's a trend that we're seeing the Aatrox first pick just because 8 is a flex, though it's a fake flex. People can play it mid, though more preferable playing top lane. And we're seeing it Razork going back to the Lee Sin. So overall, what we've seen yesterday coming back, and just a good side lane composition. Put Humanoid in, I'm imagining, on side lanes alongside with Aatrox and try and play through them. I think initially it works out in my mind.
Against teams that are more likely to not be really clean on rotations, as we saw happen to DFM later in the game, I really like these skirmishy style comps where you have Lee and LeBlanc that together can apply so much pressure, can really play well around Fog. So I really like the draft from Fnatic here. I think that normally when you fall behind with that comp, you should be in trouble, which they weren't.
Yeah.
But for DFM, I think that the comp had a lot of answers that were really easy for Fnatic, like Mercs, MR, really made their life.
So explain to me a little bit now, because as the game started out, I mean, I want to bring up the post-game breakdown graphic and look at, I want to draw everyone's attention, first of all, to the gold graph as it pans out throughout the course of the game. I mean, Hellisen conceded first blood. That's more deaths than Rux played in all of his games yesterday. The top lane, I think Wunder kind of donated kills to Ebby. You had Kennen looking good, Unicorn looking good. And it just kind of felt a little bit like DFM had possibilities, but unfortunately they weren't able to press their advantage further.
So, obviously, the big story for Fnatic, human and upset. For DFM, I think they look like themselves again.
Yeah.
Them beating Fnatic was always going to be tough, but after yesterday's game, the fact that they're able to stay even with Fnatic for 20 minutes, I think that's a cool sign. But Humanoid and Upset were not going to lose this game.
But that's the thing, right? Talking about the early game, it felt like DFM had a chip on their shoulder. They really wanted to have a strong performance, especially against a team that no one expected them to do well versus, and they did. But as you can see from that gold graph, even when the kills were being ramped up for Detonation Focus Me, the gold wasn't really changing that much.
I mean, Wonder did have a lot of CS despite conceding the death. Upset wasn't in the advantage. I mean, the entire game, Humanoid was bullying, and once they hit 20 minutes, got those 2 or 3 items, that's when Fnatic took over.
That's it. And it's funny because a team that can fall behind, we see it a lot from the major region teams, that if you fall behind in a way, still, your players are good enough to keep up in CS for the most part, and then when it comes to major objectives, you're setting up for it a better.
I mean, chronically, you love this team fight from Fnatic.
No. I know you were going to do this to me, Trevor. This is exactly the core difference between most of the major region teams and why, even if the laning phase goes well, minor regions will struggle. It's because single overextensions like this can instantly be game-ending, and the only team that has actually done this on major region teams is Mad, and they still won their games.
Yeah, so the team fights looked pretty bad, mostly because Fnatic at this point had already gotten the gold lead. I felt like the tides were turning off second Rift Herald, actually. Detonation Focus Me were setting up for second Rift Herald, but then, you know, Kennen was forced back to base. The Victor was bot lane, so they had 3 people. When Fnatic rolled up with 5, they're like, oh, I guess we're walking away from this.
I'm going to say this now, that I was disappointed with Fnatic's first 20 minutes of this game in comparison to what we saw yesterday in the first 2 games. Ultimately, it didn't really have a meaningful impact, and just like Chronicle was saying, the difference in sort of ability to play the map, team fights, decision-making, Fnatic were never under threat, despite it being close. The one thing I do have, we don't have a huge amount of time, that I do want to highlight, Humanoid is playing out of his mind. 14, 4, and 5, plus 1,000 gold at 15 minutes. I mean, that is mind-boggling, Rez.
I think there's a problem with the graphic. It hasn't aged there where he's actually just humanoid. for the 3 games we've seen, he has just been insane. And a reliable place for the Fnatic team to play around.
Chronicle, final thoughts on Humanoid before we move on?
Oh, he's cracked. Well, he's really, really good. I think that he was really the main carry for Fnatic.
I have to say, I should have known the Humanoid one, but I just, you know my memes better than I do.
There we go, guys.
Listen to The Worlds Collide by League of Legends and Nikki Taylor on the League of Legends official playlist on Spotify. While we are in the break, check out more LOL music like Worlds Collide in the League of Legends hub on Spotify. Peace. Peace.
Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drums through what we love? Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Behind 21 epic days of epicness. Behind 1 billion hours of dropped jewels. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends World Championship 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
And welcome back to Mexico for the Verizon post-game interview here with Upset. Thank you for joining me. Welcome back to the studio. You guys were playing remotely yesterday. How did it feel to be on stage? And also, how do you reflect on the results so far? 3-0 in play-ins.
Yeah, it feels good to play on stage always. I think it's always a different experience and it makes the games kind of more hype, I think, so it's cool. Our performance so far has been quite good considering we couldn't practice so much. Or not at all, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's best of ones, so it's really volatile and it can go up really well, and then it can also go down fast. So we have to like really keep looking at our mistakes, especially this game. We did a lot of bad things in the early game that cost us a lot. But Marek really had an amazing game on LeBlanc, so he carried us. But yeah, I'm happy that we are winning the games, but we have to improve a lot for sure.
Anything you can tell me maybe about the mistakes you've been making in the early game today?
I think we were not on the same page in these moments. Usually when someone dies, when he's surrounded by a lot of enemies, it must mean that he had a different idea than other people in the team. Or they like caught you out because you didn't expect them to be there. So I think in the bot side river, they caught like Hilly and Ivan because they did some good things as well. So yeah, we have to work on that.
Yeah, you know what's going on. So I guess you're on the path for success and everything. I mean, you said it yourself. Everything hasn't been easy for Fnatic. COVID at first, having a sub as a support, no scrims really, and then you come up on the first day of play-in, pentakill, refuses to elaborate. Tell me about your form and how it's been going so far, and how do you expect so much success given the fact that you have not been able to train the way you should have?
Yeah, I think I was still like trying to keep my individual form up, and our team I think is not. Our biggest strength is not our team play ever. I think it's usually just that we are strong individually, and we have some decent team things as well, but mostly it's our individual strengths. So luckily that still translates. Even if you can't practice so much as a team, I was still playing solo queue when I was feeling well enough. So I felt still confident to do well myself.
I can imagine. I mean, Fnatic's going to look like a different beast, hopefully, as the tournament goes. Upset, I have to ask, it's your first time at Worlds. I know you've been waiting for so long for this tournament. Anything you're excited about in particular for this time?
Yeah, I mean, last year was so terrible for me, everything. So now I'm just here. I'm really happy that I'm here with my wife and that we can have this experience together, and it's my first time with her. It's really amazing, and yeah, I'm just happy about that.
Enjoy the wife buff, and welcome to Worlds. Thank you so much, Upset, for the interview. And back to you guys in LA.
My name is Jojo Pyun, and I'm the mid laner for Evil Geniuses. Yeah, this is my first time at Worlds. I'm really excited to be able to play, especially in NA. It feels good that the team made it to Worlds. I expected us anyways to make it to Worlds, but it was way harder than I thought. And obviously the best teams are coming here, so we'll be able to play the best teams. So we'll get to learn a lot from that too, and I think we'll be able to play well. I enjoy the competition the most, just being able to compete, especially when it's like a high stake. So I would say that's the most fun thing for me. MSI was just the warm-up. Now it's time for the real show.
It is time for the real show. I'm still waiting for Evil Geniuses to arrive at Worlds 2022. Hey! They're taking on Loud in just a moment. And these are two teams with very different feelings after yesterday's game. So I was looking at my analysts and I thought, who could I ask to explain to me what happened yesterday? So, Raz, do break it down.
I did not know. Okay, I'm coming back, and it might be with a backhand. But anyways, yes, it was a really tough game. This is the one that it didn't really feel like Evil Geniuses had any window. But earlier on in this game, before the 8-minute mark, there was a 1K gold lead. It was there. There was a 30 CS advantage that was presenting itself in the bot lane. The problem was the comical mistakes that were happening throughout the mid lane. The mid lane jungle synergy between JoJo and Inspired were starting to falter. They get sent back. That one was one tear that was coming down my eye. There was the other one where Renekton, of course, getting picked off. I mean, he used an ulti trying to get on top of him. I was sad on that one. It was not fine. I was not okay. Okay, get this out. I was not doing well. And then immediately after that one, Vulcan gets engaged on, gets destroyed. This was all from like 8:30 to like 10. So that 8-minute mark that I was talking about where they had a 1K gold lead. I don't want this one either. So that was sad.
Now, admittedly, the intro was particularly harsh, but I think for a team like Evil Geniuses, for a player like JoJo, who are very willing to throw down, to be outspoken, I love it. It gives us great entertainment.
Yes.
And what I really like is in the interview, after a defeat, because Fnatic members were not, on stage, not playing, what a fantastic interview. Really great discussion to have there. What do you want to see in terms of the play style? Because what we're looking at in terms of the clips is trying to look at JoJo roaming.
Yeah, JoJo, coming off of MSI, talked about how all of the legendary mid laners like Xiaohu and Faker in the interview that we had him during the regular split were just amazing and selfless players. They roamed a lot. They found opportunities across the map. Guess what? We get to see the same thing from Tinones. That's what he was really good at for Loud, finding ways to get top lane into the game. So I feel like we're going to be seeing both of these mid laners try and wrestle control from each other and make impact elsewhere.
And I think it's really important as well, looking at Loud specifically, what are we going to see for brands? Because I don't want to see the Seraphine anymore. Stay away from that. Stay away from the Enchanters. Try to find something that can really enable this guy, because regardless of whether or not it actually works, because we've seen LLL is definitely a volatile team, right? Either it looks great or it looks not so great. Make sure that he has the room to actually carry.
Now, of course, for Loud, they win their last game of the day. They were defeated in the first game. As the players are setting up on stage, we have some additional time so we can actually expand on this a little bit. I had a lot of fun with Rob's day, with Rob up in the top lane. Pretty much did nothing game one. Game two absolutely took over. But to be fair, all of Loud really stepped up. That bounce back, the slight change up in the draft, is that momentum going to play into their favor? Because I still expect them to be the underdog today against EG.
They're for sure the underdogs. I think they will look better based off of... I thought they had a really good read on the draft and the meta, and I think they'll continue to play picks like the Hecarim, like the Seraphine. I think the Seraphine is still a strong thing that needs to be banned against them. Sure, it might not be what you're liking here, Chronic.
Okay. Before we move on to the next replay, I want to talk a little bit more about Brunch. Talk to me about the player as an individual.
No, I want to talk about the Seraphine, because I know that in LCS, Seraphine is this great thing. I used to be on the Seraphine hype train as well, but these games are messy. You need more firepower.
Look, you may not have been playing.
Now continue. So that's point one. Point two, talk about the player.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I really wanna see from Loud in the draft give some priority over to make sure that Brands has a pick that he can pop off on that isn't a scaling enchanter that admittedly is very good in mid to late game teamfights when it's... No! I want mayhem!
Okay, when you add the personality in the player, Brands is for sure the type of person that wants to be on the Kaisa, that wants to be the type of person who's blowing up and having that skill expression where...
Raz, I just think we happen to have some clips of in Champions Queue.
Okay.
Let's check them out.
Let's roll the footage.
Okay, so we don't actually have his voice on this one. I was expecting it. I was expecting that.
I love you,
bro.
I love you, man.
Thank you. I love you too. I love you too.
Yeah, it's me.
This is my favorite part.
It's me, bro. It's me, bro. It's me, caralho. Vem, porra. Vamos, caralho. Eu sou Diego Base, porra.
Raz, are you able to translate that at all?
I don't think I want to.
Okay. What I'm seeing is a lot of passion, a lot of firepower. I'm not seeing a lot of Seraphine though, Chronicler, so I think you're right.
That's good.
Yeah,
that is a good thing.
And that's the angle I will agree with you on, okay? If we're talking about that kind of showmanship and that excitement that Brands wants, it's going to be on Kaisa, Callista, fine, you can have
So why
that.
you want Seraphine then, Rez?
Because the big brain, wine-swiggling type connoisseur
do you know what I love about
Seraphine.
Oh, Raz, man, my man, you were just setting me up so well. Chronicler, can you get on Raz's level here? Because talking about big brain, wine, or whiskey swilling. I've got a beautiful tweet here from Cloud9's Fudge, giving Loud credit. He says, the best team that they have scrimmed so far at Worlds. Now, not every team, or not every player and every statement that has come out has proven to be true. We've seen a few bold ones. But this is an interesting take. We've seen one day of games 8, right? So there's still a lot to be figured out. And what if Loud take down EG?
Look, I don't trust Fudge. Fudge, he is an impression farmer. Take a look at those impressions. He's the type of person in general, just like, you know, he wants to see and troll people a lot. maybe he means best as in the most fun. Maybe that's the legal terms around that.
That is such a bold statement. I mean, he's basically calling Fudge a liar.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to put words in Raz's mouth.
Chronicler, what I will say, sorry to cut you off, we do need to get to predictions, right? So let's see. Fudge thinks Loud could be one of the strongest teams. So, Chronicler, I want you to start here. Let's take a look at the MasterCard fan predictions first before we jump into them. Who do you think you're going to be voting for once we see
so help me
what
God.
the fans
if the fans
have
do us
said?
dirty like this?
Fan predictions.
What?
54-45.
Where's the 45 coming in from? Oh, the Brazilian fans, of course. Look, all I'm saying, I like the passion, but reality will hit hard.
Now, I did want Chronicler's prediction first.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go. Where do you start?
I have no horse in this race. I'm just a fan of JoJo and Inspired. I want to see some firepower. I think EG is going to take it.
EG's going to take it. Raz, tell me if... I'm going to assume you're going to say EG.
Yes.
How do they pick up the win?
I don't even think I think that's a silly question. I think for me, it's going to be through bot lane, through mid lane.
Which one of these teams has a win? It's Loud that has the win, so EG has to prove how they're going to do it.
I hate this. I do think Evil Geniuses have just a phenomenal MVP jungler that I know you appreciate in Inspired.
Used to. I'm married to Misfits.
Oh,
Both my boyfriend and my wife work for the org, so Inspired broke my heart many times.
Fair.
I had nothing to add. I think Raz really sold it. But what I'm wondering is, what do you think, Quickshot?
Oh, come on, seriously? Do you really not know? Vamos, Brazil!
Oh, God.
Loud, of course they're going to pick this one up.
Wait, they gave you a prediction?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. I support and believe the Fudge love and share passion.
So you
connecting.
So not only do you trust Fudge, but you also trust scrim tweets.
Correct. 100%. 100% the case. So I'm hoping the players are just about ready on stage. Production, let me know how much time we have left as we can see the EVGN is starting to set up. Yes, that's it. I got a prediction. Loud are going to take it. Mark Z, Pastry, over to you.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Unsurprisingly, Moxie, Trevor is pandering to the Brazilian fans once again.
Everyone
is,
man.
Yesterday, he's doing it again today.
It was on the analyst desk yesterday as well, even without Trevor. Everyone was like, my 90% prediction or my 50% prediction. You know, everyone was always trying to farm those impressions. Saw Fudge doing it. But I will say, a lot of people love to use, like, the transitive property early on in Worlds. We're like, well, this team beat that team, and this team did this.
Therefore,
Fnatic are 3-0.
Correct.
The worst game against them thus far was EG's game.
Yes.
Both DFM looked better. You know, it's a little concerning that they have looked that bad. Chiefs looked better as well against Fnatic. You have Loud beating DFM. So
soundly, I might add.
Yeah, so obviously Loud is going to beat EG by transitive property. That's how a lot of the logic works early on in these tournaments.
Makes sense to me now. I think EG are the favorites in this matchup, but Loud are a threat. That's very true. Like this, I don't think this will be a particularly one-sided game. Maybe it will. Maybe EG have shaken off the one loss on day one. This is definitely a team that is going to take some time to scale up. It's a copium thing to say, but like EG have not always been a quick starting team. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, so the real answer for me is about how that draft went for EG and then how the first 10 minutes went. It was a difficult draft to perform on, I think, where you have to kind of dominate early and keep that level of high tempo performance up. And when Vulcan, you know, did the flash on the Lux, it's been talked about a lot. They kind of lost control of that game. Mid lane was not going super well. We've seen Humanoid gap everyone so far, though. So it might not translate exactly to JoJo versus Tinones. So we'll see it. I think for EG, you had a bad game. You can shake it off. This is a team that has a lot of resilience. They work well together. There were a lot of people also talking about, like, why draft Caitlyn for Cowrie, given that he's the substitute for EG. But I thought they gave a very good answer about how, well, Upset is one of the biggest threats on Fnatic. They have their sub down there, so we're thinking they let Caitlyn through, we can try and slam this lane and control him the entire game. I actually kind of like that thought process, given that Caitlyn is almost 100% presence, only a single game not picked or banned in Worlds so far. So I don't dislike the bot lane strategy. I think it was maybe a little aggro with all three lanes going how they did with Viego as well. But, you know, either way, I think there's a lot for them to learn from that game and bounce back. Still very early in group stage, only one game done. What's Tinone's laughing at?
okay, I'll tell you what I'm laughing at, because maybe it's the same thing. I just got one of the strongest updates I've ever received from production.
Oh, boy.
So we have a small delay on stage. Don't panic, just a small delay.
I'm freaked.
Do you know why?
JoJo spilled water.
Very close. You identified the correct player. Inappropriate footwear.
He's wearing his Crocs.
He's wearing his Crocs.
JoJo. Look at him. You can see him pulling them up.
So he was like looking at like the ref, like looking there pointing, and I was like, oh, like maybe his audio's off.
I saw someone down near his PC. I thought they were doing something.
Yeah, me too.
It's his
It's the shoes. All right, he's fixed them.
If people are not familiar, if they have not watched North America, JoJo inspired Crocs are taken over in North America, and I guess those are not legal. I think you need to have a back to your shoe, so any sort of sandal, open toe and open back, I think are.
So we just flipped him in a sport mode and it's good, yeah?
I don't think that counts.
I don't think so either. We'll have to, you know what, we'll dig deeper later on. For now, we have champ select here. Our second game of the day, EG, back on stage, looking for a win here up against Lad. Lad looking to continue some of the goodness they've shown us already, as we will shuffle on out for a moment. Perhaps we had a mishap. We'll find out.
So in the lobby chat, Vulcan... it was Loud who left the lobby for some reason, but Vulcan said, "Ref, they banned 2 mids." They can't ban mid, JoJo said.
Oh.
And then I guess Croc replies, "You guys banned our mids monitor." So it sounds like Tinone's computer having a little bit of an oopsie there. Hopefully we can get that fixed up quickly. You can see a lot of people hovering behind the Loud side trying to diagnose whatever might be wrong. Loose cables.
Both mid laners in this game having different issues that are causing mild delays.
Yeah, JoJo's feet are going to overheat. Tinone's monitor overheating.
We'll see what happens as shuffle on. I will say, you know, whatever your opinion might be on Crocs, I don't necessarily have one formed just yet. JoJo's Crocs are a beautiful color, like a wonderful lavender, very bold pastel purple. So I wonder what he's potentially switched out for, as we will get ourselves back into game as soon as things are resolved. Don't worry.
What do you think of the Ninja Turtles?
I'm here for it.
Jerseys.
Yeah. It's a throwback. I think it's...
I don't think they're actually Ninja Turtle jerseys. No, that's all I can think of when I see like the kind of like shell plus green.
That's how I feel. Which is funny because JoJo definitely does not know about Ninja Turtles. He's far too young for that.
Wasn't there a new movie that came out? Maybe you saw that.
Oh, that's true,
growing
actually.
Up.
That is true. That's true. I did forget about that.
You have Impact in the top lane as
he knows. Surely.
I almost said Shredder, not Shredder. Splinter.
Yeah. Shredder's the villain.
Shredder's the villain. Splinter's the rat.
Yeah.
The old sensei is what I meant to say. What did I say?
You said rat, but that's fine. I mean, both are technically correct.
Yeah. So he's raising all the Zoomer turtles. There's been a couple teams that have that identity. I don't know if you saw like the Faker memes when it was like Jason Owner and all the young guys, Guma.
Yeah. See them later on in the tournament, of course. Looks like spirits are staying high. Hopefully Tinone's turned his monitor back on. That's not actually what happened. I'm sure they've diagnosed the problem. Still bantering in the chat, it looks like. About
I had to remake the lobby for some reason. We are now in a new lobby.
Hooray!
Joined up. They're talking about, please stop banning mids.
I mean,
JoJo can only play Singed and Akali, apparently, if you've been following Champions Queue.
Both champions, very fun. Akali, actually, looked real good in the games we've seen her. Zeka, of course, going off yesterday on that one. It is an interesting mid lane meta, I will say. It is nice that it feels, right now at least, it feels fairly open. We've got, Victor's kind of back in the mix. We have Azir still floating around, but you can play assassins. We saw Zoe from Tinone's yesterday, which looked very good.
Zeka Akali looking really good. Yeah. JoJo's Akali's been banned a couple of times.
Silas, obviously, big banger champion.
Gonna need to put some respect on that one for a lot of people. Very interesting meta so far, except for top lane.
Yeah, unlucky. It happens sometimes.
Aatrox connection.
Oh well. At least Evie gave us a different look last game with the cannon. I mean, again, like, if Aatrox is just floating around in top lane, which you have to think at this stage is going to be, it is just going to be as many counter picks as we can possibly find until everyone gets sick of it and starts banning it. That's how it's going to go.
That is the question of if it can break into the ban list, because right now it does feel somewhat set on bans, not 100%, but there are clearly the strong AD carries like Kalista and Draven that people are scared of.
And Caitlyn.
You have Caitlyn as well. You have some of the junglers, Graves, Hecarim, and then usually a couple like specific mid bans that they seem to be targeting, like we were talking about already. So we'll see if those continue to be the focus or if they end up getting rid of eventually Aatrox or some of these other things. Like we said, though, some mid bans, Talia going over to Tinones, Zoe as well. He was incredible on the Zoe. It's one of his signature champions. No surprise to see that one given rid of.
Hecarim also one of the pretty common bans, has snuck through in a couple games, but for the most part has been banned. Inspired, definitely going to get that one taken away from him. As we'll see what Loud line up here for the second one. How many mids will we take away here? Will Aatrox be banned? Will Sejuani instead? Another pretty popular ban.
Sejuani gone. We'll see if they stick to their word. Jojo said they were going to ban 3 mids. We'll see if there's one more coming here, or if it's not the case. Loud in their win yesterday. Misfortune, Sejuani, Zoe, Amumu, Diego. Able to dominate DFM in what was, I still think, is the fastest game of Worlds thus far, and it was a really nice bounce back game from Loud, who in their first game, they could have beat Beyond. It was kind of close to the first 20 minutes of the game. People are talking about Brance on the Seraphine not really being what they expect him to be playing. Did miss a critical ultimate in a team fight, and then from there it felt like Beyond had control of that game. But I think there's a very real possibility where Loud could be sitting at 2-0 right now, which is a lot better than I think people were expecting for this team, given it's a young organization. Obviously, Tinones and Robo have a lot of experience, Croc as well, but with Brance in his rookie year, the fact that the finals were very close, it was a very competitive region. Loud was 4th in the regular season. I don't think necessarily people would have expected them to almost be 2-0 in group stage thus far.
No, certainly looking good and likely to continue that form here. Kalista, though, is the first pick. Jackson, Silas both banned.
Oh boy.
Which leaves Caitlyn open as kind of one of the common bans, although, as you pointed out, she has fallen through drafts.
Raven, like they kind of, I was talking about all the common bans. They hit a couple of them, right, and then just threw everything else out the window. So Graves has gone through as well. We'll see if someone wants to snap that one away.
Oh yeah, Graves. I forgot about that one. There's a movement going to get snapped up here once again for presumably support. Don't think we'll see Croc parting that, but I guess you never know. But MF also going to make the appearance once again. It's the classic combination.
Curse of the sad bullet time. Whee! I think also the Amumu is a bit of a takeaway for Kalista Amumu. While it's not always like super insano in lane, it does make engages in the mid to late game extremely annoying to try and deal with. Getting thrown in there, 2 Qs and an ultimate to try and land lock up the enemy team, so pulling that one away.
Ooh.
Jojo Akali and Aatrox slam.
Okay, all right.
We're playing skill early game matchup. Here we go.
I was already going to say, like, Kalista obviously signals a big change. Champion that Kaori is pretty comfortable on, also just very good in general. Also, you know, Brance likes the pick, so lots of good things, lots of good reasons to take Kalista early on, but this kind of looks like doubling down on that early game aggression here. Now going to have that Aatrox, which did sneak through, and Jojo, this is a big comfort pick for this boy.
Oh yeah, he when all the world's players started showing up for Champions Queue, it was on the front page of Reddit. The LEC MVP Niski going up against the Akali Jojo Pyun had a rough go of it. People were memeing that one quite a bit, but it is true that it is one of his best champions. Also for Kaori, he is more of the lane dominant style player, which actually has seemingly suited the world's meta quite well. There's not much scaling focus. There is all early game, it feels like. Even the team fighting oriented ones, like an MF or a Kaisa, are still a little bit more early game and almost like, I don't know how to quite put it, but like spell-based, I guess you would say, than just like the straight auto-attacking late game team fights like Sivir, where you're just standing there bouncing through the entire time.
Come a long way from Sivir's area, as it turns out, which I could not be happy for.
Very long way since then. So either way, the point is the meta is very good for Kaori in theory, but it does force EG to change their playstyle from kind of what it had been.
Yep.
And for Loud here, having the Wukong for Croc.
They're just all in on click the ultimate button and win the team fight, it looks like.
It's definitely what they're going for. It is also his most played in summer, so obviously a very comfortable champion for Croc as well.
Like the LeBlanc fan there to try and cover the Akali. J4 also getting taken away from Inspired, who hasn't picked up a jungle just yet. Does know his matchup, of course, with Wukong being selected. Galio, as Tino just getting absolutely targeted here by EG. They weren't kidding.
Yeah, I'm not, like, I can see it for the comp reasons. Your short range champions, Akali, Aatrox, and Kalista are all going to have a horrible time if a Galio ultimate's getting slammed down on top of you. But it's not like it's super Tinone's champ. He did play it twice in the regular season, or in summer, even though it wasn't, you know, super high prio then. He is a very good supportive player, to be fair, but he can also play a lot of the individual carry matchups. He has a bunch of Ahri games, Silas, Azir, just like everyone else from summer.
Yep, there's Nah for Robo in the top lane. Pretty standard stuff up against the Aatrox. We'll see how that plays out in the game. But certainly, I think Aatrox again, just last time we had Aatrox, a lot of Aatrox at least, I feel like I've I've seen so many different Aatrox matchups that at this point I'm like, yep, I kind of roughly know how that goes. We'll figure it out later. Hey, there's the tree. Was wondering if we'd see Maokai today.
All right,
in
so
this game.
I'm picking support Maokai here to combo with the Kalista. Or I'm wrong. This would be a very powerful ball comp. You have 4 melee and a Kalista who's short range. You have the ultimate from the Taric to get thrown down there. You can also get tossed in with the rest of your front line. Sets up these stuns very easily with his WE combinations on any of the other melees. This is a all-in comp though. You do one thing. You go, I guess technically you can split. You might do 2 things, but you go in or you split the map.
Well, there is the Taric there. There is the Maokai jungle for Inspired. And last but not least, Tinones had his choice of counter picks. He's going to go to Victor. Been old faithful for a lot of mid laners at this tournament. Should be just fine 1v1, especially in the early levels. Don't expect too much interaction from Jojo and Tinones, but obviously the champions do pretty different things, kind of aligning with the comps that these teams have drafted.
I mean, this is kind of similar to what we were talking about for game 1, where one team has the clear desire to push the pace in the early game. Last time it was Fnatic, this time it's EAG. These matchups can all get very bloody very quickly. You can snowball any of these lanes if you're able to find these kills by EG. You have to think that Loud does have a scaling advantage, playing to some team fight prowess. All these ultimates extremely impactful on their side, as well as just having higher DPS if left to free hit as backline members. Puts the onus on EG to either snowball the game to the point you can just hard engage left and right, not need to worry about a clean engage, or you need to have very high execution, get these good character ultimates out, or the side of Loud, you want to kite that out, kind of weather that first engage, make sure you get through that invulnerability phase before re-engaging.
Yeah, you've got to pick your targets well, can't ball up for ultis. Like, both of execution very much on EG, and I guess, interestingly, 2 games so far at Worlds, 2 different drafts we've seen now. The team that is favored is taking the more early game aggressive picks, which you can posit different reasons for why that is.
It does feel like a good bet for that reason, that if you want to go in, you want to be aggressive, you want to assert your dominance, there's a lot of matchups that can make that happen. And we'll see if EG can pull it off, find their first win of Worlds in 2022.
Find out in just a moment. Should be a fun one, if nothing else. Also continuing to keep my eyes on Maokai, especially in the jungle, because it looked nutty.
Yosi made that look good.
Yeah, Posey did not make the champion look very balanced, we'll have to say. As EG and Loud, you can hear the hometown crowd very loud for Loud's win yesterday. That was unintentional, but I see I've walked into it. I imagine the fans will continue their cheering today. They've been great already with every guy in the audience being nice and loud. Continue the support here for Brazil.
And we'll see a little bit of aggression. They can land that blind bandage tossed over the wall. You always have to guess, is it the front of the bush or the back of the bush that you're going to throw it in? Sales tried the front. Unfortunately, Kaori was not even in the bush.
Does potentially keep himself away from that there, as we have a pause.
Dun, dun, dun. We'll see if anyone is typing. There's one thing you can say about EG. There's no shortage of loudmouths. Yeah. They are maybe the chattiest team I've seen thus far in lobbies and whatnot. Pulling out completely. We'll see what the update is if we get one.
Well, as soon as we have it, we'll give it to you. Don't worry, I'm not withholding information from you. You are right, though, about the mouths. Jojo, obviously pretty famous for
his tweets are dangerous. I don't know if anyone saw the
the
one from earlier today.
For this game?
Yeah, where he's saying their EG will be Germany for today, referencing that famous World Cup from a little while ago.
That is quite dangerous. Very dangerous indeed. Well, you know what? Jojo never backs down. That's part of the reason we love him.
Doubles down. There's no tweet that he seems to have regretted, despite how many times he has said things like, I'm going to clap Faker, doesn't happen, going to clap Caps, doesn't happen, That's why he's so lovable.
It keeps going. And, Vulcan, of course. I mean, in some ways, he says the mastermind of a lot of Jojo's tweets. I don't think that's necessarily true.
Hasn't been.
Vulcan doesn't have the bravado.
I don't think there's any evidence of that. It's one, he says.
Yeah, true.
Brance as well is someone who I think I've really enjoyed watching him in Champions Q. He has very much fit in, even though, he's learning English from the Zoomers as they go. It's very funny to see them all popping off, stealing each other's language. Some of it I won't repeat. But it's really cool to see that kind of a blending of all the different metas, all the different cultures, attitudes, just all that stuff that you kind of get only at Worlds, you know, really, where you have all these streams available, tracking the pros as well. Now Champions Q kind of taking that to the next level with everyone on voice comms with each other. It's been very, very cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, like don't get very many international events a year. This is the biggest by far as far as number of teams coming. And even though not all the teams have shown their faces yet, we are just in the early stages of the tournament. Plenty of teams are here either playing or maybe a little early. And it has been fun to watch them all interact.
Alrighty, I got a little update. I don't know if you heard it.
I did not.
The Pause Lord himself, Vulcan, is having a problem with his monitor, he said. Sounds like maybe similar to what Tinons might have got hit with. I'm not sure. We'll see. You can see them hovering over his shoulder. This is the EG comfort zone, though. The Pause is versus TSM, getting them through a tough best-of-5. Now here against Loud, freezing them out. Tactical pause. No, of course, that's not actually what's happening.
Yeah, no, not at all.
So here's something fun.
Okay.
A lot of pauses yesterday, a lot of delays and whatnot. I always go back and just watch some of the VODs and things like that, you know, see how people are doing. It's always funny to me is the amount of people who say things like, stop talking, start the game. As if you and I want to be filling time instead of watching
or have any control over what's happening.
Let alone the fact
we don't, by the way.
Not even desire, also control, to your point. But here's what fans don't know at home. So people might have seen the trend on Twitch with the uncapped subathons.
Oh, yeah, those are fun.
Yeah, as you sub, if you're not familiar, when you sub to a streamer, suddenly they have to stay live for another 30 seconds or whatever it is, and it goes up, and people donate hundreds, and then suddenly they're on for 11 days in a row, which I think K-Drill was recently.
Yeah.
What they don't know is every time you say, stop talking, start the game, there's a secret timer, which increases the delay another 10 seconds.
Oh, no.
So Twitch chat, if you want this game to start, everyone stop talking right now. Stop typing. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? I'm going to watch the VOD. I'm checking it later and seeing if that worked.
He'll check the tape, Twitch chat.
Twitch chat, you better not have typed anything.
And we're back. EG vs Loud, second game of the day. Right on schedule. Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman.
Doing my duty.
Not helping to dispel people's potential perception.
I don't want uncapped pausathons. Uncapped pausathons are not for me.
That's true. That's not the entertainment.
I had to let them know of the secret tech. I'm sorry if anyone is somehow believing what I just said is true. It is not. I just want to clarify that.
But that could not have worked out any better. I will say it's Gary Vulcan lining up in the 2v2 here.
Alrighty, so now getting back into this game, like we were saying, very aggressive lanes for the side of EG and with Maokai. Not necessarily, I don't think, even with the buffs and changes that came in, a powerhouse in early game, but does have a lot of gank setup. And the lanes themselves, a lack of mobility for Tinons. You know, you do have to play safe, have your gravity field in a good position and whatnot to survive some of these ganks if you're getting flashed on top of and stuff. So it does put, I think, pressure on Inspire to try and make something happen. We'll see who's getting the advantages. EG playing aggressive level 1 with that Callista. You can see Vulcan threatening menacingly in the brush. Topside Impact as well, trying to play a little bit in front. Has the Comet as well for a little bit stronger laning prowess. So you see some nice tippers early on.
Oh, nice little one there as well. Getting Robo with the third Q. Now going to trade back. Seeing that pretty typical dynamic. Robo, though, getting the better of Impact early on. He hits as well. Extra damage there just as the transform hits to Gnar.
Alrighty, Gnar from Robo looking pretty good for him. Able to grab a bit of an advantage in that lane phase. Also has the Doran's Blade and Fleet Footwork to stay sustained up. Both of them are going to be able to sustain quite a bit. Doran's Shield for impact. Robo's most played champion in the split is Gnar, so he's very comfortable on these kinds of bruisers / tanks that play on the weak side of the map. That will enable Croc, I think, to have the duty of tracking Inspire, making sure none of these ganks are coming through, especially in the bot side. Will probably be one of the more threatening matchups as more levels come in, but early, the first 3 levels before Tarek has his full kit unlocked, a little bit harder to find these ganks. So I really like Croc actually pathing up to the top side here and trying to exploit this Aatrox.
Yeah, diving coming, level 3 ticks right over, massive mending wave there, but Croc's going in, impacted, maybe in trouble there, but Robo getting targeted, Croc looking low, but it's first blood to Robo!
Oh boy, Impact went for the flash Q3 on Robo, died mid-air, so the flash goes down, but did not actually get the damage out. Robo leaving that one at half health, first blood onto Impact as a massive minion wave crashes. You can see Impact teleporting back, but down 15 CS already, trying to get the kill on the Robo here, actually.
Has to fight, damage is good, but the pullback doesn't happen. No extra damage incoming. Redive likely not to happen. I think that's part of why Impact wanted to pick that fight, because the wave is so big. kind of dangerous to thin it with not harassing you, so just going to go ahead and pull it back and try and salvage some of this. But this was such a good play out of Loud.
Yeah, nice trade by Robo to set this one up. Massive minion wave crashing at the same time. Inspire was pathing the other way, so they knew that this was going to be a pretty uncontested dive. You can see Croc got fairly low. Good job disengaging that turret aggro at just the right time. Even if Impact lands that Q3 on Robo, I don't really think that's changing how that play is going to go. Nice first blood from them. TP back in. Minion wave on Impact side. Looks like from the number of minions should be frozen for a little bit, so we'll be somewhat safe now.
Yeah, well, it's flash for flash as well. Robo did use his to make sure the Impact wasn't going to get anything happening there. So he returns back now with the heel cut. It's always nice in the 1v1, especially when you get it early. Vulcan in trouble, though, in the 3v2. Is trouble in paradise. Croc going to get that kill Inspired here, but he's far too late. Still going back in, though, as Kaori wants to get aggressive on the Callista, and that's the counter kill they're looking for.
All right, Inspired salvaging that play. Croc getting onto both side lanes early on the map, having a very good showing so far, but Sales was being targeted down, had a lot of spears into him. Inspired made sure that was the one that he kind of served up for Kaori to keep hitting. They find the kill there. Jojo getting a little low. Should be okay. No mana on the Victor really to threaten a kill.
Yeah, first strike gold looking good, but Jojo actually feeling fine as far as total XP goes. Interesting. If you hit 6 early enough, you could threaten onto Tinones, but Tinones should have that timer in the back of his mind. Actually calling over Inspired as well. Good flash. Gravity field.
In turret range.
2 tower shots as well. Inspired in trouble. Seos diving back through, but Amumu does not have the damage for that play. Here's Croc, though, who certainly does, but looks like Inspired's going to get away from it.
Ooh, I think Vulcan showing up there actually saved him. Some very heads-up play by Vulcan. If you didn't catch it, he used his execute on the minion to get some of the healing that goes over in gold, and also reset his Q passive. So he was able to get a couple extra heals on Maokai there and make sure that Inspire was topped up and healthy to run away from that situation, because otherwise, very dangerous. Well played by Tinones, getting that gravity field just on the edge of turret range, making Inspired take a couple extra turret shots.
Yep. I like this from Jojo too again. This is very, very common in Akali vs Mage. You're trying to tap the mana pool as best you can. Harass. Threatens there with the Shuriken. Could have maybe dove, probably wouldn't have, but just buying a bit more time, trying to get some advantage here because it's so painful in the early levels and Victor's just harassing you in range versus melee. But that's all water under the bridge. By the looks of things, it is going to be nice and even as things reset. Both mids have TP. Impact's in trouble again, though. Robo really getting some mileage out of this counter pick.
Yeah, on the wrong side of the turret, though.
Good jump away.
Has the
Crunches
blast
out of
zone.
there. Boskin should be fine and is going to be safe.
Nicely done by Robo, though, pulling pressure for Inspired to show up under the top side. Inspired also losing his flash on that mid gank and not really getting anything other than Tinone's flash as well. Means that so far, Loud doing a good job weathering some of that early aggression we were talking about them having to get through.
Actually up 700 gold, which is very nice in the early stages of this game. Robo gets out from under the chain. Impact did actually pop World Ender there, trying to harass him down more, but gonna have to play damage control here in the top lane, down significantly in CS right now. Maybe gonna take it back here as well. Wave in a decent spot. Yeah, gonna go ahead, go back.
Yeah, nice timing by Robo there, kind of doing a little bit of sustaining off the Krugs before showing back up to get this shove going and make sure that the freeze is not completed. Nice fake recall a little bit there, making sure that Impact does not get that free reset off.
It really heads up play actually by Robo. Love to see it there. Even gonna get some damage down. Oh, he gets a plate out of the deal as well. That's very big incentive to stay.
Yeah, that's huge. Here we see bot side, level 6 early for Kaori.
Ulti, follow up there with the stun. In trouble there for the old Amumu support. Kaori looking for another kill, gonna find it. Even leaping onto Branch for the second, gets a little bit of a slither out of the red. Is Inspired popping the ulti. Kaori going up. Absolutely massive plays. Inspired's Bramble, I believe, gets that kill.
We're not done yet. Jojo does have the E on him.
There's ulti. Last Q is good. Jojo finds the solo kill.
Oh boy, started a little dicey for EG fans there, but they are popping off now. Jojo finds the solo bolo in the mid lane, showing why it was banned against him a couple of times. And down the bot side, we were talking about Kaori being more of an early game oriented player and how the Taric Callista combo gets more threatening with levels. There you see it at 6, being able to throw him in there. The knockup setting up the stun. Seos' flash was still down from that earlier skirmish. Easy kill there. And then nice job by Kaori using his hops to kind of kite past the Amumu to set up the second kill onto Brands.
Yeah, wonderfully done. It's Kaori again there onto Croc, but looks like EG just going to try and start a fight for this Herald here, but Amumu, ooh, not level 6 actually. No ulti to contribute to this fight, but Loud are going to contest here.
Vulcan has ult now, 6 himself. Support level advantage can be huge in these first Rift Herald fights.
Ruger no ulti, but level 8, pretty strong. Taking that recall, spending his gold. Impact also on a nice flank angle here.
Yeah, a lot of ults down from the two previous fights in mid and bot lane. It should be a situation where Loud do sack this one. Seos moving into the mid lane. Might be able to get 6 off the wave and then see if he can come back in. Wukong MF ult here as well. Jojo diving in, no ulti, but not needed. The flank is good. Tinon's the target. Damage is not quite there. The bullet time is amazing though, and impact goes down to Tinon's. Tarik ulti is good, but not enough in time to try and get up the bullet time as Robo gets the ulti through, and Loud have found the fight they're looking for. Exactly what I said. They move to mid lane. They get 6 on the Amumu. The Tarik ultimate is late, and so that allows Loud to kite out the initial flank. Tinon's very well played to survive that, get out, get the turnaround. 2 kills for them. Also going to grab the Rift Herald on the back end of that. Now 1,000 gold up and with the opportunity to find some more plates in this early game.
Yeah, basically reversing the gold lead that EG was starting to build. Again, the flank looks nice here, but Tinon just weaves his way out of it. Seos already had it lined up.
Yeah, I just got to say, that was a good idea by both teams. When the bot lane moves to mid wave to try and get 6 on the Amumu, that's when you decide, hey, we're going to go for this flank. And they had Tinon's in a good angle, but his his gravity field got stuns on both solo laners from EG, which was then comboed on top of with the Amumu after he just got 6, allowed Tinon's to kite out while Branch dropped that huge ultimate down. So just a absolutely monster team fight from Loud.
Yep, pays off nicely. Should get even more gold, dropping the Herald, picking up some plates. Maybe even get a tower out of their trouble as well, as Robo taking damage out of Impact, but about to tick over back into Mega Form. So should be just fine as Robo continues. Looking good here on the Gnar, still up in CS very significantly. It's 25 ahead right now. Even managed to pick up the last kill with the ulti as well, making sure that I could pick up an extra.
Yeah, Robo having a great performance here in the top side. Mid lane is kind of going more EG's favor. You see Jojo with his big CS lead, about 20 for him, about 20 for Robo. So those kind of even out in the solo lanes. Bot lane as well with the kills that Branch just got means that those are all relatively even. The gold lead is honestly mostly topside, 1,000 in Robo's favor.
And as a result, Croc is going to move up here, take out this ward, and look to drop the Herald Wave. It's not quite as big as you might want it to be, so actually going to take the recall instead. But Impact doesn't know that, has to think that maybe there's still a Wukong in that brush. At least for a little bit.
Yeah, and I think Robo's doing a really good job of making Inspire come top more than he really wants to. You can see Jojo hovering up to the side of the map, Inspired also making his way up here. They're not sure exactly if Croc is hiding in lane or coming through this pink ward that you have for Robo. So it's forcing pressure away from this bot side, where I think ideally that's where they're actually hovering. It's to the opposite side of the map. So Robo might die here. No flash. Flash for Inspired.
Flashes in. Gets it down, W there, Q lines up the Bramble very nice as Jojo has the ult. He doesn't want to commit it if he doesn't have to, but the damage should be there, never mind. Robo finds a kill in the 1v3.
Oh my god, I was about to say, oversteps, playing a little too aggressive without his flash, forced Inspired to commit to it, and I thought, okay, well, he's going to die, but not only does he get the 1-for-1, he also buys a ton of time for them to drop this Rift Herald mid. The 2-man hitting it down, this should actually be the entire turret gone for the side of Loud, grabbing mid lane, funneling more gold into Tinon's as well.
That is really nicely done there out of Loud. Robo holding on. Jojo didn't want to commit his ulti, and Impact just too far forward as the charge even happens in mid to get a bit of extra damage done. Jojo's going to farm what plates he can off of the top outer while he's here, so that is good gold for the Akali, where EG are strong right now, but Loud, Croc deciding not to use that Herald top paid off massively here in this game.
Yeah, absolutely huge to funnel Tinon's, arguably your biggest late game threat on this Victor, getting a lot of gold here. I like this setup by Inspired, knowing that there's no flash on Robo, drops the ultimate up the lane, then goes for the flash WQ, gets the Chilling Smite as well, sets up this kill, should be very easy, but the ult Q W combo from Robo here, excuse me, ult WQ, gets that kill, and for a second I was like, there's no way he's going to sustain, right?
Robo again, getting picked on though. This is a very nice setup, and Jojo just gonna get in there once again, doesn't need the ulti, gets himself a kill on Robo.
Repaying the fake recall of Robo earlier, getting him some turret plates. This time Jojo sits in that brush, pretends I've reset after grabbing all those turret plates. This is the Jojo show. He is basically highest in CS in the game. 2 kills for himself, lots of solo XP as well, level 10 in the game, highest up there with Impact as well. This is going to be critical for Jojo and a big step for him on the international stage to have kind of one of these monster carry performances in that playoff run that they had through the lower bracket when they were going through their struggles with Danny. Jojo had a couple of absolutely monstrous 1v9 games. His Swain game, for example, against TSM in Game 5, he has been stepping up. Back in spring, they were very vocal that their strategy was feed the Danny, feed the puppy, get him fed, a monster in late game team fights, but that identity has had to change, and they kind of had to do it on the fly in summer playoffs, and Jojo was kind of the guy who became along with Inspired, who everyone already knew as the LCS MVP.
Guy's pretty
an
good.
absolute beast, yeah. But JoJo did have to end up putting on more of that carry potential, and it's going to be the same story this game.
Yeah, and apart from his wonderful tweets, this was one of the big reasons we were excited to see JoJo back at an international stage. He himself loved the experience at MSI, learned a lot getting smacked by Caps for most of that early stage of the tournament. And now going to try and show off here up against Lag. We'll need to as well, to your point. 2-0-1. It is certainly the JoJo show here in the mid game.
Yeah, and Loud doing a very good job controlling turret place, though. There you can see they have a fair amount in their pocket. And here, just lay it on the rotation for EG. And so Loud take the inside track. Grant meeting up with Tenno is going to be able to grab second turret of the game in their favor. Got the mid lane, got the top lane now. Opening up these side lanes. The one thing you have to worry about is that means longer lanes for JoJo to try and find chase downs. I really like the decision to go for the crown on Tenno. You can see JoJo using his quarter belt to pop that one off.
Yep.
But that will mean in these team fights, making sure that Tenno has that up and then giving you extra survivability during that dive that's going to be coming through from EG.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens around the next objective, I suppose. 50 seconds for the Herald, 2:30 for the Dragon. It's an Infernal. Loud already got the first Ocean in the earlier stages of the game. To your point, yes, you can execute in these 5v5s. Obviously, Loud, much better and much easier setup for themselves. So I think at least right now, we're going to see a lot of side lane pressure out of EG. Yeah, they do not want a 5v5 around an objective if they can help it.
I mean, they do have a very strong dive comp if you can find someone. And the peel tools, if you can get on top of someone instantly and blow them up, are a little slower. It's like the Mumu ult's the only really instant one, maybe the Wukong ult if you're in range. But yeah, realistically, it's on EG's execution. And for Loud to want to try and get to objective first, they don't have to be face checking and walking into this very threatening EG dive.
JoJo also in a spot of bother, knows there's at least one more coming. Good little dodge away, but Seos found him on the other side. Beautiful setup. JoJo burns everything, and the second bandit is going to find him again, but JoJo had the next ulti ready.
Woohoo! JoJo had to blow a lot to get out of there. Nice accuracy by Seos tailing on both those bandages. JoJo tried the juke back, couldn't do it. The important thing is they've gotten everything out of a goalie early on.
Impact though has found a big amount of damage here onto the Amumu. Amumu going golden, and now the TP's back in for JoJo. EG might have found the angle they're looking for. Impact does finish off the kill he started, and now Croc going to get chased down. That means no Herald for Loud and 2 kills for EG.
I thought for sure that Loud were in a great position after forcing everything out of JoJo, but without the Amumu ultimate, did not seem like they had a ton down. Croc also blew his, and that's 2 of your biggest CCs. That's what we were kind of talking about just before that was you need the Amumu and the Wukong to stop EG from running forward, and Impact chunking out the Amumu, forcing him into a bad position. The rest of Loud stepping forward to try and save him, allowed that big Maokai ultimate to find some kills there. Bit of a saving grace here. Impact's been under pressure all game long, but this man knows how to play from behind. He had an infamous game where he was, I think, 0-6 or 1-6 in the LCS and still won the game with insane playmaking. And here it is again, knowing that this is a moment for him to step forward, CC up the Amumu, buy space for the rest of his team to step forward. They get those kills, they get the Rift Herald, they drag the gold league back to equal.
Yeah, level 7 Amumu versus level 11 Eclipse Aatrox. Not a particularly fair fight.
That sounds fair to me, man.
Well, Impact took those odds, let's say.
Still had to flash out. You know, you say you take those, time to flash as if you're Seos, and there you go. But from here, I mean, they're not out of the woods yet for EG. Still have to kind of keep this pressure up. I think for Loud, this is not the worst spot to be in. This is getting shades of what we just saw in DFM versus Fnatic, where you know, DFM did have a gold lead, and it was still a situation where they had to scale, but Fnatic hadn't been playing great, and then in the mid to late game, they tore them apart. And you kind of heard the analysts talking about how like that's one of the things that major regions often have is the mid game over the minor regions, even when a lane phase goes well. And so we'll see if Loud can do a better job. They did beat DFM yesterday, so I do think it's a lot scarier when you have this late game team fighting team for Loud, you know, still only with a Dragon in their back pocket, pre-20 minutes in a good spot. We'll see if EG want to try and contest this one.
Not a bad Drake to get if they can. Inspire does have the ulti ready, only rank 1 though, and Loud is going to take this. So they pop the Herald mid, they're going to try and take the trade for the gold instead.
Yeah, they'll be able to grab this turret with Tauri. We'll see if they want to try and go onto a second turret when they force Loud to walk through this choke point. Impact's on the flank already.
Again, this flank looks good. Maokai going to set it up. It's Brad that he's been found. It's Impact once again on the playmaking. JoJo's going to dive into the rest of the team. They'll get one finally as they'll take out Seos, but the counter kill is there. Inspired is dead, and Robo's found himself a shutdown. Now he's going to hop out to safety because Impact's still chasing. Finds the chain onto Tino. It's Brad still with no help. Bullet time, they're going to try and buy some time, but there's nothing left as Tinones will flash away. Actually should be safe, and now the fight turning back in Loud's favor. EG running away, Impact low on health. Croc trying to find the angle, Impact with an incredible sidestep, but will still die to Robo. And is there more for Loud? The slow lands, the ulti out of Vulcan, the stun is there. Jojo's going in, gonna try and make a big play, but Kalista dies, Jojo dies, that's the ace for Loud!
Loud are able to kite out Evil Geniuses onto their own side of the map before turning around and finding the re-engage. The Taric ultimate not keeping Cowrie up alive. Robo finding the flank here. It looks so good for EG at the start. This choke point ultimate by Inspired combo with Impact, finding this massive chunk out onto France, but he kites down. They get stuck up in this kind of gravity field Victor ultimate area, taking a lot of AoE damage. And when Jojo Pune goes back in, they're not able to actually finish off Robo. They can't finish off Croc. They can't finish off Brand. Then they get this onto Tinones, but he has the stopwatch there to stop the second Q. Is able to flash out of both the stun that was mistimed by Vulcan and Jojo Pune's E. So that means that they haven't finished him off either. And during this whole time, they've just kind of been getting pelted as they were doing all these chase downs. And so now Robo's being able to, as the Gnar, be that annoying, sticky, resetting, Q spamming Yordle. And then right when this comes up, you can see Jojo takes the E off of Cowrie, giving them a target. Normally, when you're in the Taric ultimate, the annoying thing about it is there's no one for you to hit. But because Jojo took E2 there, it pulled his ultimate off Cowrie, and they just go, all right, we'll kill him first, and then we'll get to Jojo and Vulcan. You can see the head scratch of frustration, the universal sign for that did not go how I wanted.
Yep, and Brand's popping off, living barely. Like, he was still in that fight, peppering away.
I mean,
got to like 100 health.
He was a big reason that fight turned, being able to contribute damage on the MF from range while everyone else slowly became the kind of like hot potato target of the moment that no one was able to get finished off. And I mean, Brance, they showed it in that Champions Queue clip about how that dude is an emotional player. And when he gets going, he absolutely can be the vocal point for a team.
And here we are, another pause. We'll, again, give you an update as soon as we have some information. But for a game that was been back and forth, Loud actually did have a small lead for a lot of it, although you could kind of see EG maybe heating up, Jojo especially on the Akali, finding a solo kill, finding angles. Now,
it's
Loud have created a significant gold lead.
Yeah, it's up to 3,000 just about on the tail end of that play. Robo is becoming a problem.
Correct.
He is the beefiest member of the team and quite strong himself in terms of damage, going for the Triforce build, and means that EG are very burst-oriented, and you don't want to have to deal with a Gnar. No, you want to kill a Victor, you want to kill an MF, and then the fight be over. But because Gnar is so strong, he's kind of become this third threat who can clean up the tail end of fights.
Yeah, Trinity Force there for Robo, still moving into item number 2. Has kind of a melange right now, but
garage sale build.
Yep, just kind of picked up what he liked. As Jojo once again being hunted, he's trying to pick on a side laner, but Loud know this. They're trying to pick on him, as Tinones maybe going to be the bait. The tower also very attractive, looking there for Jojo, get a little bit of extra gold into his pockets, but going to play with enough restraint to not get picked off, as Impact still getting bullied despite the great angles, despite the good playmaking out of Impact. 1v1, Robo is more than happy in this state.
Yeah, very much a map split situation. They're happy to leave Robo down there while they try and overload the side of Tinones, and because there's so many Loud members down there, it's a pretty advantageous position for them. They've defended that top turret so far while Robo continues to chip down on the bot lane one. This is looking very scary for North American fans. I gotta tell you, I'm sweating pastry. Loud. They got hands. They're no joke. They took down DFM very easily. Here they are going for their second one, and even against Beyond had a very competitive game. Their sleeper looking like maybe the dark horse for this group to get out. Second, third, we'll have to see how high they can go.
Looking good so far. Definitely a position where they can convert, especially given where they are right now. They're stacking dragons in another minute so they can have a stab at the Hex tech. France has gold. Everyone's feeling good.
Yeah, I talked about it a little bit yesterday, but people need to remember Tinones, the man himself, the kaboom on Alliance. I love bringing that up to troll EU fans, but we are in the midst of our own potential kaboom here, potentially, with how well he and the rest of his team are playing. He is no stranger. That was back in 2014. Was that 8 years ago? I can't do math.
Yeah, that's correct.
8 years ago. He did that, and he's still one of the best players in CB LoL here, counted on as a veteran in high-stakes games like this, knowing how to get his team to victory. Robo's more fed, Brance has been popping off, but Tinones has been focused down quite a bit. Yes, that one solo kill happened, but since then has recovered expertly.
Looking good there. It's 20 seconds till the dragon is up. I was going to ask you the question, should EG contest for this dragon?
Always yes.
Okay. Well, they're going to.
I don't know if your comp gets any advantages by waiting. That is true. And the more dragons you give up is just more power. The enemy team should be scaling better. There's very little, unless it's like a very specific power spike that you need to be waiting for, or your setup is absolutely trash, then maybe you should sack it. But from here, there's no real inherent advantage to Loud right now, other than kind of being in the bot side of that river and Robo working down that turret.
This is not going to be an easy fight to figure out, though. We'll say that much. Again, we talk about execution a lot in these comps. EG going to have to find a very precise angle to win this 5v5.
Yeah, Tino's did just lose his crowns. That opens him up as a potential burst target here for EG if they can find the angle. Jojo working on the big wraparound.
Oh, good mark there by Tino. So this TP, though. Brute forcing the angle on the EG side here. They're actually onto the Dragon as well, but Impact going to be the target. Pops away, moves now. The Dragon should go to EG, but can they win the fight at the back of it? Inspire gets the smite down. Is Impact maybe just going to be sacrificed here?
Robo's going.
Taking up a little bit here. Is Vulcan looking for Robo looking for Vulcan. Bailed out, though, by Kaori's ulti.
I mean, EG get out with a little bit of a robbery there. Impact serves himself up on a silver platter, loses flash ult for it. They have to use Kalista ult to save Vulcan as well, but you stop the Dragon stacking from Loud, you disengage the situation. That could have gone worse. Certainly didn't go well. Stalls the game situation out quite a bit. Does not force Soul Point in the future. Gets you a little bit of gold as Jojo, that is a bit of a dangerous recall, gets out. So yeah, that was kind of a net neutral play where like I think EG wanted to win a fight with that double flank pincer they were setting up. Loud did a very good job with their vision control, having both sides flank. Jojo getting marked by Victor, like you were saying, spotting the teleport coming in meant that EG could not find that fight, but at least they got out with the Dragon to kind of give them probably a 4-minute buffer before we do that again.
Yep, again, did say ask if they would contest. The answer, obviously, yes. Don't have to fight to contest for the objective.
Uh-oh.
And now in the 1v2, I don't know if I fancy EG's chances. Now I really don't with Tino and Sierra as well, but Jojo is going to try and make the big play. That did no damage. But now Robo going to flash out of the way because Kaori's here as well. EG, again, just brute forcing onto Loud, and they're going to get Robo down. The shutdown goes to Kaori, and Impact collects the next kill.
They commit 3 people down, though. No teleports left up for EG. Loud is working down the Baron right now. 2v3 with Vulcan and Inspire trying to stop this themselves, but there's not much damage.
Double MVP Inspire. Can he do it? The Baron's still the target there. Vulcan trying to buy time.
Oh, no!
Inspire got 2 kills. He killed the whole bottom lane, and now Vulcan and Croc are doing battle. Vulcan's not going to win that one, but Inspired with his buddies will, and it has gone absolutely upside down, topsy-turvy here for Loud, as Croc trying to find a miracle steal, but Impact's going to shut the door on that as well. EG flipping the game right back around.
EG know they are in trouble. They start creating a chaotic game state. The fact that Tinones went to back up Robo was a critical mistake by them, thinking that it was just going to be a 2v2 and that their solo laner should be stronger. But the backup that came in for the Kalista, Kaori making them roam all the way from mid lane, as we see in the picture-in-picture, an escape by Jojo probably. Here, the Meganar is timing out. Even though they don't have a good job killing him in Meganar form, they kind of just wait for it to end, and then they can actually kill him. Jojo prioritizing staying healthy. They pop the crown there as well off Tinones. And then here's Kaori, who moved in from mid lane to make this play happen. I don't think they were quite counting on that. So after they get those 2 kills, that's 3 members down there, and you can kind of see the idea of, hey, let's do Baron. But you only have 1 DPS realistically here in Brance. They're taking so much damage from the Baron. Whoa. They're not that tanky. The Rash brothers of Vulcan and Jojo show up. An invulnerable tree that just got insanely buffed in the last couple of patches. Not at all what you want to deal with. I like the decision here. It looks kind of troll to let Vulcan die, but they kept the Baron leash just to make sure that you could actually grab down the tail end of that fight.
And now Impact once again in the bottom lane, going kind of wild. Here's Inspired. MVP of the last little exchange, you have to think. As EG, with this Baron on the Red Bull Baron power play, are trying to really get this game done. It has been back and forth, but they broke it open in a very unconventional way, and EG are trying to punish as hard as they can.
Yeah, they need to get as much of a gold lead as possible. It's only 2,000 right now, so if you're not able to extend this much further, yeah, that was a really cool play that you just pulled off, but if you're heading into the next couple Dragons with only a 2,000 gold lead with these comps, it's definitely not put Loud in the dirt quite yet, so they're going to try and grab these last 2 inner turrets, most likely working down this bot side one right now. Impact taking a 1v1 versus Robo, but even with Baron, it's a tough fight.
Yeah, has not been particularly well. Oh, Robo's just in there. Let's go, man! Gets the Meganar transformation, diving in. Not going to complete it. Well done to pop by Impact, but not going to keep on chasing the 4v4 down the bottom side, though, where we have to focus our attention. EG slowing things down, letting the cannon and the Baron siege up this tower.
Yeah, you gotta give a little respect to an Aatrox at level 15 with Eclipse done underneath the turret and popping his ultimate. That's a lot of self-healing that comes in. Bit of an overstep by Robo there.
At it again here in the picture-in-picture. Tower goes down to EG, but Impact still trying to make it happen. Robo zipping out of the way. Impact is in hot pursuit, though. Hex Gates, though, gonna bail out Robo.
I feel like the Hex Gates have showed up a lot in Worlds so far. It's very early in the tournament, but it does feel like the early favorite for people's pick'ems on most Drakes taken.
Hextech Rift is the best Rift.
I gratefully enjoy it.
So I maybe should have gone with Hextech, but I had to capitalize on the means.
You went Cloud?
I did go Cloud.
Very understandable. Nice use of Robo there. You could see kind of what Impact was thinking, chasing him towards the middle of the map where his team should have first move, but then using the Hex Gates, Robo knowing he's safe.
Now he's back. Fight actually starting off to play. Jojo with the Tarek stun in midair. It's going to make it happen. Blows up the enemy Amumu, and now the ulti from Vulcan is going to let the re-engage happen. No follow-up there from Cowrie as he does pop Fate's Call, but one kill's good enough for EG.
Yeah, EG able to find that easy kill onto the Amumu, like you said. So many dive partners for Tarek to find these easy stuns. It's always been what makes Tarek so strong, the old Tarek E combos and things like that. People who can get melee range and just give you a guaranteed stun makes Akali pretty broken.
Jojo looking for the wraparound of the Sentry here as he's flunking all the way back around mid. EG just ignoring this Dragon. It's only a second Drake for them. They want to fight instead. Not finding an angle, though, going to have to back away. Remember, Loud have a lot of ultis at the ready.
Yeah, they did just use Tarek, Kalista, basically every ult but Impacts.
Correct.
Much easier to say what they didn't use than what they did. And so they are a little sketched out here, but they are going to burn this Dragon down. We'll see if Loud want to let them out of this situation, though.
Jojo did mark the Amumu, had the solo kill potentially, but missed the Shuriken flip. Jojo, though, going to look for it again. Inspire with the ulti coming back up. Is going to go for it there to disengage, but can Loud find the angle? Robo ready with the Mega, has the flash. Inspired's got to get out of there. EG need to be very careful here. It's Croc diving on in. They're looking to make it happen. Ball time's there, but Jojo dives on in onto Brad, but he gets blown up in and amongst the gravity field, and Inspired, the unkillable demon tree, is going absolutely wild as Cowrie follows up with the rest of the squad. Impact going to get Tinons down, and EG going to get their way out of a very sticky situation this game. But Robo, the menace in the top lane, will finally be quelled as Cowrie's going off on Kalista.
They will eventually find this kill. The Ren coming through soon. The hops will be resetting here. Robo's pretty quick. Does have a force of nature, so you try and get Mega.
He's gonna get Mega, still gonna die, but how much longer can he live? Oh, gotta be careful. Never mind, Shield Bow's gonna make it very easy, and Inspired finds the ace.
All right, Cowrie coming up big. We talked about how much carrying Jojo had to do this game, but finally someone else steps up around him here. Jojo going in, kind of ahead of the rest of his team. It's very dicey without the Kalista or Tarek ultimates. Trying to team fight those are critical, but he gets enough chunk on the Brance to stop that ultimate from coming through. Also puts them very low, and so you can see Inspired and Cowrie being aggressive, even though Jojo's dead, finding the backline members of Loud, and then that allows Impact and Vulcan to run back forward through the fight, get these extra kills. Impact finishes off Pinnones there, and the rest of the team chases down Robo in that extended sequence. Feeling very good now, up to a 6,000 gold lead, 2 Hextech Dragons in their back pocket. Baron coming up in 30 seconds with complete control of the map for the side of EG. Quietly, we've been talking about Jojo Pune so much.
Yeah.
After that fight, you have 7 kills for Cowrie and Inspired on tanks. I don't know how he does it. When it's like a tank Vi, when it's Sejuani solo killing like a 6-item, I forget what he fought, but he got a solo kill in playoffs this way. Here he is again, 6-1-8, full tank Maokai, just obliterating people.
Double stopwatch as well for the EG solo laners, so setting up very nicely for the next encounter, likely around the Baron, as you've alluded to, as does now spawn. But yes, there is something about Inspired, and also I think just something about the tree. Seems pretty good in the sample size we've gotten already.
I can see how in scrims you might not be blown away by the early game of the Maokai beyond just being a really annoying chain ganker. But the utility he has brought in mid to late game with this sapling spam, with the ult zone control, the fact that it's not that long of cooldown. You saw Inspired's ult was the first one back up from EG there, critically allowed them to take that team fight. I think you'll see this priority go up a lot over the course of this tournament.
I think so too, and here we go again. It is Kalista lining up the Baron, getting all the spears in. Cowrie, 4 items now, if my eyes didn't trick me. I only saw the scoreboard briefly, but EG are going for a Loud. No, they have to find the fight here. Jojo looking for the angle, maybe going to delay this take on the Baron. In fact, they pull off completely as Inspired sets up the ulti. It's EG that want the fight instead. Route 1 there happens onto Robo, but that's not the target they can jump on. Reset once again for EG.
Well played by Loud there. The fact that they were able to sit behind Croc, who did a good job stepping forward, taking that Maokai ultimate, as well as the fact this is one of the few fights where I've seen Tinone's crown up at the start of it, which I think is very scary if you're in EG's position. If you have not popped that yet, it is dangerous to dive on top of him. You can see Inspired has marked him with the Anathema's chain, kind of identifying that even though the Victor is 1, 3, and 6 at 3 items, he is realistically slightly scarier than the MF. If MF drops her full ultimate, yes, that's dangerous. But outside of that window, the Victor is the bigger threat over the course of it, so I can understand them going for him as the priority. But like we said, no crown shattered, then you don't want to go for him.
I feel like there's also enough dive where like Brantz has to contend with like autoing an Akali that's jumping on him, right? Like can't necessarily just sit there trying to ball time and expect things to go well unless you find an absolutely incredible position in fog over the wall. Whereas Tinone's, you know, got a little mage bruiser action there with the crown. He's gonna live, and Chaos Storm keeps on ticking. Like, if you do not touch this Victor, he will do enough DPS to win them fights.
Yeah, absolutely the case. So I do like the prioritization by EG. I like pulling off that Baron once they realize they did not get the initial setup that they wanted. I think that they can go into this next Dragon with the goalie that they have. Initially, I was talking about having to accelerate the game a lot more when they were even in goal, but now that they're ahead, they should have priority on most of these neutral objectives. They can set up, they can force Loud into them, and then they can probably win that fight if they're able to have these clean executions. But there is still that kind of barrier because Robo has been slightly silenced. He's still a bit of a threat on 3 items. 3 items for the Victor, 3 items for the MF. They're on those kinds of like big power spikes.
Yep. Also ulti ranks pretty close to rank 3 there for Brantz as well, level 15. Which is also a pretty big boost in power. Robo just getting jumped on there. Jojo with the Taric behind him. And that's no Magana. That's dead. Cowrie on a rampage. Inspired. Once again into the back line. As Jojo Pyun absolutely obliterates the enemy AD carry. And Impact's gonna kind of kill number 4. And it is only the King wearing the crown for Tinone's here to try and run away, but EG are going to storm the rest of the game through mid and end the game. As Inspired once again will not be stopped. That CC, by the way, lasted way too long, and there's an ace for Inspired.
You see the power of the Anathema's chains coming through, but Jojo Pyun popping off against Robo, and the Mininar form, the stun assist by Vulcan, giving him the assassination potential. Once the main frontline member was blown up, it was an easy chase down sequence for EG to find their first win of Worlds 2022.
Cloud certainly made them work for it, but EG do come away victorious. A chaotic affair between the US and Brazil, but it's EG that finds this first win.
You can see, though, a stressful look for Cowrie there on your screen. He could tell that that was a game that was maybe a little difficult, doing a little bit of conversation about it, but you have to be happy at the end of the day. You did find that one. It was not the ideal clean game I'm sure you wanted, but I think it just speaks more to Loud's strength. The fact that they have now played 2 very competitive games that ended in losses. The win that they did have was dominant. I think you have to put a lot of respect on Loud going forward in this group, not even just in terms of the games left to play in the round 1, but I'm already expecting them most likely to make it to the knockout stage and whoever they're going to have to fight early on.
Yeah, to your point. Definitely a team that could be undefeated at this point, given what they've showed. Obviously, with the way the game's played out, that is not what happened. But definitely an opponent I said team should be fearing. EG certainly should not have waltzed in here thinking it was going to be an easy win. It was not. In fact, if the latter half of the game looks like, okay, I get what the comp's trying to do now. You got your lead. You're finding finding your groove, your styling. You know, you're getting the engages you need. To get to that point was an absolute celebration of League of Legends in the mid-game.
That is a great way to put it, it's a celebration. It did at least play to, I think, EG's strength. You talk about their team fighting a lot in North America. This time coming through with what is completely a team fight ball comp that wants to be playing from ahead. They didn't have to do it, made it a little bit harder to get into that lead, but they did pull it off. And then in the late game, you could see how well they could coordinate with the Maokai ultimates, the Taric stuns, the Callista coming through as well, even when Jojo Pyun was popped, showing that they have a couple threats that people are going to have to keep in mind.
Yeah, I think Vulcan calibrating as well in the later parts of that game, syncing up the ults more, getting the stuns on. Obviously easier when you're playing from ahead. But that first ult did look a little loose out of Vulcan, but I think the whole team tightening up, and once again, eyes on Maokai and Inspired. Somehow getting, I think, 7 kills on
Carry
tanks.
Maokai in the jungle with full tank build. There you go.
Pretty good, as it turns out. So we're now going to hand it over to the State Farm Analyst Test to break down this game.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time and Mark. A tentative, nerve-wracking start to the game. A lot of trading back and forth. We've got a number of replays to work through, but as we always do, let's talk about the draft, talk about the pick order. Chronicler, what did you make of this? And did you favor one particular draft prior to seeing the game playing out?
I think EG went for a little bit of a hand stiff draft, which in the end worked out, but the early game obviously not great. For Loud, when you're against an opponent that you perceive as stronger, which I think in this situation you should, even though, as we saw, they were definitely able to challenge EG. Going for a composition that kind of plays itself, that has very clear win conditions, I think is always a good call.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's just like Amumu ulti on top of MF ulti,
So
like Wukong. If you were getting the initial position, it should be a winning fight for you.
Chronicler, if I understand correctly, when you say hand different, the interpretation that I'm taking is that it comes down to mechanical execution, decision-making. So as long as EG play their champions correctly, they can win, right? But it's high difficulty of execution.
Yeah, for sure. Because the problem with the Loud comp is that if you're not actually 5v5ing or you're caught off guard and someone gets picked off, there's not a lot that you can do about that. You really need to keep good track of your opponent and make sure you actually hit 5v5s.
Yeah, and one thing I really love is that Evil Geniuses is playing towards Kaori, who is, of course, the new addition to their team under tough circumstances. And he got that Kalista. They played towards him early. He was really vibing with the pressure coming in from Inspired. And so when I saw the early game, quick shot, I was happy. I felt like,
you were happy?
Feeling good. Early game. Look at this.
Okay,
What's
okay.
there
So
not to be happy about?
Okay, so the first few minutes, but now by this point,
and then JoJo pops off.
But now hang on. By this point of the game, we're what, 7, 8 minutes in.
We're
going to get to another fight at 16 minutes. Loud had the gold lead. Loud had the kill lead. This was the team fight that made me feel like you'd be happy, but surely you were a little nervous that Loud were in an advantageous position.
Yes, there was a lot of that point in the game where Loud was really performing well, and the early gank that they had, dive, top lane, on impact, really damaging. But this was huge because all of the resources, the Amumu pressure that they had, was on towards the Akali. Akali TP's right back into the fight. They actually lost their positioning on Rift Herald, which gave Evil Geniuses an opening. And so I saw that team fight. It looked great. It didn't stay for long, and that's where I'm concerned about. So now I know what you're feeling when Fnatic was Mad Lions.
I'm actually so glad you brought that up because I was going to draw a parallel. I think the opening 20 minutes of gameplay, you know, Fnatic in game 1, EG in this one, is closer than you would have anticipated.
Yeah.
And I will be honest, I wasn't as comfortable thinking that EG was going to bring it back like Fnatic could, because Chronicler, this next replay we have, I mean, Impact EG ultimately just overchase.
Impact in general didn't have a very good game, and I kind of want to bring this back to a very consistent theme, and that we see more and more the more matches we see between minor regions and major regions. And even LCK teams suffer from this, even LPL teams do, where post-laning phase, you can really start to see the difference. But in mid-game, if you make big mistakes, like these teams, like this, like just overchasing here into an MF ultimate, getting taken down, and then really trying to hard force when there isn't really an objective to play for. Obviously, at this point, it's kind of like after the chase, you can't get out of it anymore, so you might as well try to flip it, as they do here. But the fact that they overchased the way that they did in the first place are mistakes that against better teams is gonna really cost you.
Exactly. Which is why it's good to learn here while taking a win. So you don't
that's the important part. They got the win.
They got the win. And so, exactly, really important, because they saw those 2 Qs on top of Bronze, and they're like, oh, perfect, we win the fight. But then you're walking into a choke point, as you had mentioned, into Misfortune, into the Victor ultimate. You're just chasing forever into what is, you know, a really good circumstances for Loud. So
now, Reds,
definitely worried.
By this point in the game, from my perception, it was like there was a moment Loud were in the lead, there was a moment EG were in the lead, there was a moment that like Loud would throw a big team fight, there was a moment EG would throw a big team fight. The moment that the game was locked, in my mind, is this Baron throw. And I do think something Chronicler was mentioning in terms of like the difficulty to execute the comp. Rez, talk me through this play, how it got set up, and then ultimately how EG secured the Baron.
So it's the amount of permutations that become available on the map, right? Once you need to start playing the map and macro and very split-second decisions become much more impactful, that's where you really see the gap between major and minor regions. And I like the initial thought here from Loud to say they're making a heavy bot-side focused play, we're going to try and do Baron. But as was mentioned very nicely by the casters, they don't actually have any damage on Baron. Because you have, like, you just don't have the setup. If this is a Kai'Sa, then maybe you get away with it, but you don't.
That's the most Giga Chad Tarek move right there. Only just because, yes, as you mentioned, a lot of damage being taken from the Baron objective itself. And so it was easy for Evil Geniuses to slow them down and just wait for time. The most important thing was the fact that they were keeping aggro on Baron, knowing that it's a guarantee for them. And so, hey, if Maokai left the Baron, just go elsewhere and to confirm a kill, then Aatrox is there for it. So I thought it was good hindsight, I guess, good foresight, I mean, to be able to still net the Baron and recognize a mistake from Loud.
Now, Rez, I'm going to put you on the spot. If you were to nominate your 1+ OP player of the game, who would it be?
Oh, my goodness. It kind of has to be the Maokai. Kind of has to be.
Tell me why.
Okay. Inspired this game, I felt like, set the tone. Even during the mistakes, I felt like he cut losses really well. And then during the big plays, during the big moments like you have just seen, he's the one I felt like confirmed, hey, you got 2 kills bot side, I'm going to confirm kills towards the Baron, while at the same time keeping Baron aggro. I felt like even during the bad moments, Inspired was still performing.
And what we also saw is the versatility of Maokai, because yesterday in the DRX RNG game, it was a really vision-oriented pick. Here you just saw the raw team fighting power and the initiation possibilities, and kind of locking you out if you're in a bad position.
An argument could be made that in terms of how it was used in the jungle yesterday, the Korean-style Maokai jungle versus, let's say, the more aggressive style Uninspired.
It's true. Yeah, well, it's like against the LPL, their vision denial is going to be really strong.
Yes.
It was a close one for me, I will say. Kaori had an amazing game, but very much enabled by the Maokai ganks as well.
Chronicler, I'm going to come to you for final thoughts here as we take a look. I think the gold graph, and you can see that gold lead, plus 3.5k at 20 minutes is significant for Loud. Your closing thoughts for this match that EG ultimately won, Chronicler?
I'm going to go back to what I've been saying, which, as much as I like the individual play of LLL, and I think that Loud drafted a great composition, which this is the type of style I'd always want to try when you're playing against a team that you perceive as stronger. When it comes to actually knowing which objectives calls you can make, how you can trade cross-map, as long as you don't get completely boomed in lane, major regions should always have the edge.
I mean, we saw it play out. I think it was a little bit more tentative, but both games today, Fnatic and EG respectively, fell behind early, and they had to bounce back. They ultimately did pick up those wins, and we are headed to a break. On the other side, we'll hear from EG's Inspired after their win. And before we set up Game 3 of the day between the Saigon Buffalo and It's Gaming, pastry time. Raise Mark Ruffalo's, I think it. Raise the Ruffalo to help the Buffalo. Just cut. Go. We're done.
Welcome back to BSI for the Verizon post-game interview. Here joining me right now is Inspired. Congrats on the W today. I have a question. There was a delay in Champ Select because of wardrobe violation, and I know that usually you like to wear Crocs on stage, so is there anything to do with that?
Yeah, basically Riot forbid us wearing Crocs on stage. They said that we can either play with shoes or without shoes, but not with Crocs. I don't know what's the rule there, but we have to follow it, and Jojo was obviously with Crocs on stage, and then a Riot referee came there with a pair of shoes and was like, wear this. So yeah, that was a bit annoying, but I guess that's the rules. I don't know. It's a pretty weird rule if you ask me.
Kind of weird, but you know what? Next time you just flex it and go barefoot on stage. I guess it could be fun.
Yeah.
All right, a bit more about the game. You played Maokai today, and we've seen this big triple flex so far. So I'm interested in knowing how much of a priority you think it's going to have in the jungle, and how do you rate the champion right now?
I think the champion is pretty strong if you go to team fights, especially if enemy have comp that don't have much shielding and healing power. Like enemy comp in this game had legit 0 shield, 0 healing. So when it comes to Drakes that had like 11k health in the starting from the third one, your E will do a lot of poke, and also your ult is like very good zone control to like walk up when the objective is very low. So I think that's like very good part about the Maokai, but I think his early game is pretty weak. Like if you play against something like Graves or something strong, then they might invade you, might get a bit of a lead. But this game, enemy team picked like scaling mid laner Victor, they picked Wukong, which is pretty slow early game. Then it's like pretty free game for Maokai.
Not the best clear maybe, but do you think it's going to become one of the top picks maybe? I don't know how the jungle is going to look like.
I think so. I would be a bit scared picking those champs against Chinese teams because they are really aggressive. So maybe I will not be able to scale up. But I think against everyone else, it's probably pretty strong champion.
That was a nice tree gameplay, nonetheless. A bit more, some words about Loud. They've been playing well, honestly. Give you a bit of a hard time in that game. Do you think they can create a surprise in your group?
Yeah, I mean, I was already surprised yesterday when they beat DFM. I didn't expect them to, and they played pretty well. And today, I think they did decently, but I think the game became very hard for us on the Rift when we lost the fight, which I think we got very overexcited because we could have just kept hitting Rift, and when enemies tried to walk up, then we just press Maokai ult, I flash on someone, and we engage the fight. But instead, we like overforced the fight really hard, and they got pretty big lead off of that. And after that, I think they were just not careful enough. I think they just took very aggressive plays, and it didn't pay off for them. Like going bot really hard, TPing there with Victor, then starting Nash as free. I think that was probably they just didn't know what to do in the certain spots, so they kind of threw the game. But I think they had very good positions, so I think they are not as bad as I thought they might be.
You still managed to take advantage of their weaknesses. Okay, time for feedback about your mid laner, because I know you like to give some strong words about Jojo.
Yeah.
How did he do today?
I think he did pretty well. I mean, he got one of his best champions, Akali. He really likes to play it, so he was very hyped after the champion select. And in game, he even got the solo kill, right? I think he did. I think he got the solo kill. I think on Rift Herald, he was the one like calling to go really hard because Victor has no flash. I think he could have been a little bit more patient and we would win the game there. But other than that, I think he played very well. He was doing a lot of damage in fights and doing what he's supposed to do.
Team effort. You all played well today, and you're coming back at Worlds this year in a different region as the MVP once again of a summer MVP of a different region as well. How much different are you as a player this time, though?
So much different. I don't know. I think I'm more mature maybe than I was before, and I have like a lot of like. I know how it is to play at Worlds now. I know that every team is beatable in official games because I feel like the worst teams are usually better on stage and the best teams are usually a little bit worse. So I mean, it's not like they are worse, but the gap is like closing when it comes to official games. So even if you lose some games in scrims to the best teams, if you perform well on stage, you can still like make a competitive game. So now I'm, I guess, more like. I try to tell it to my team that even if we don't perform too well, it will all come down to like important games that we will need to perform in, and we can always win against anyone.
What a leader needs to be. Always nice to talk to you. Inspired. Looking forward to see how far you can go this time around at Worlds. And that's all for us here. Back to you guys in LA.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022. Coming up, we have the hometown heroes of Isurus facing off against the Buffaloes from the VCS. It always makes me happy to see Law interviewing Inspired, and it just brings me joy. Every single member of EG give the best interviews. I think this is just a fact. Now, because we are turning our attention to the Saigon Buffaloes, I do think we need to bring our attention up. So, let's bring the pace, let's bring the intensity. Right, why are we watching this clip?
Heaven or Grell. You live by him or you die by him. And it feels like what he was able to do in this game versus Mad Lions is pick off Niski. I felt like it was a big positive for him. He did it in the bot side of the map, was able to do it in the top side as well here and catching him off guard. So I was like, damn, Grell is really carrying the team this game just based off of these picks when Niski is either getting a ward off or is trying to rotate mid. But then there's the other side of the coin where this is actually when they see the entire team rotating off mid lane, but he thinks he can get another pop off of Talia.
But Raz, if it's Heaven or Grell, his name's Grell. Like this is worrying. This is scary, right?
It is scary.
Oh my
word.
But
he is the type of person that will look for a play and act on it. And hey, Isurus can make use of it. They can actually turn that aggression into something beautiful.
Are Isurus going to be able to keep up the pace with Buffalo today? Are you going to be able to keep up the pace with us?
I'm going to go with the Buffaloes, of course. This team is... If you think... Normally, my advice to playing teams generally, try to create chaos. And maybe your opponent doesn't do that well. But if there's a team that thrives, well, you don't have to, because Buffalo will do it, and they will do a better job than you, right? And that's why I think this team is so fun to watch. I don't think Froggy necessarily played a great game of Zach, but it didn't matter. Like, the fact that they could flex that.
You're flaming his Zach mid, that's greater win-loss ratio than Faker? Froggy greater than Faker.
Typical LCK analyst.
Zach. I mean, it's just look at this. This is so. Okay, so
what am I going to do? What am I going to say to that? What am I going to say to that?
Percentage chances that Isurus win. How much of the underdog? Give me percentages. Quick. We're in draft.
30.
30?
0.
Sorry, Moxie, Pastry, take it away.
All right, we're back. We're coming in real hot here, Moxie. Okay, you just dropped the 0 bomb and then just leave. No explanation. I got to say, I don't think it's a 0% chance for either of these teams.
No.
Isurus, got to remember, kind of scrappy game versus Mad Lions. They did have, they showed Grell having some pop-off moments. Mad did end up never really being in a position where they might lose that game, but it at least was closer than I think people were initially expecting. Saigon, they had an interesting draft with the Majin Buu mid, and it didn't do anything too incredible, but they still won that game. So I think at least it speaks to them winning on what was a questionable draft to a lot of people, not looking their absolute best, I think. It does make this game feel pretty unknown to me. Like, did Saigon... Are they going for cheese stuff because they don't feel like they're playing well, or exactly what it is that inspired the Zach pick there? What's the angle exactly?
My second favorite DBZ villain. Good one, though. By the way, draft is thoroughly underway, so we'll recap nice and swiftly for you. Pantheon, Sylas, Seraphine, Azir, Graves, Sidwani, because for some reason I read the bands right to left. Don't worry about it.
You threw me when you said Pantheon first. I was like,
what a surprise! And then Kalista Hecarim, once again, Hecarim. This time in the hands of Grell. He played against it. Elyoya had it in that game against Mad Lions. And then it's Aphelios and Poppy. I think her first appearance actually in play. She's been banned quite a lot.
I feel like we had one Poppy.
Oh, we did? Oh, we did. No, we did.
We had one Poppy.
I heard Trevor say Poppycopter. You're correct.
I think it was the DFM game. Anyways, it has not been high priority compared to what it was heading in through summer playoffs. It was basically 1-2 with Trundle, dropped off a little bit, but still provides good line. Hey, what am I watching?
Jerkson, is that you?
Cloud9? All right, Hecarim Zillium. So, I will say, it is a strong combination. If you have not watched North America, at least I know plays this combo a lot, or things that are like carry jungler plus Zillion. The speed-ups are incredible. The double bombs that you can throw on top of your frontliner as he jumps in, giving him this kind of extra damage, the speed boost, the res if he gets focused down. That is often what makes this combination so strong, Zillion plus carry jungler. Lane phase can be a little tough, and blinding it is dangerous, but doing it on the third slot allows bans to potentially come through, but instead they're actually getting rid of supports. Making sure that they have some defensive options not available. I guess that makes sense. Right now you are pretty, with Kalista and Shadow Wild combination.
Yes.
Hecarim, you are very much about trying to kill somebody diving in.
Yeah, Tom also obviously decent with Aphelios, also pretty good against Zillion. At least Devour has a lot of potential power. So even though it's moved to an ulti, maybe just something they just don't want to deal with. And I do generally support targeting Shogun and Taki. They are a menace.
They're very good.
2v2. They, I believe, are 100% on first blood so far throughout the tournament. It's only one game, so small sample size, but we keep track.
100%, 1-0. But this whole team is very young. If you don't remember, these guys were the representatives of the VCS at MSI.
Correct.
Where GAM was
unable
preparing. Yeah, they were
unable to attend, had a prior engagement, games.
Yes, so they showed up. They got a lot of experience there. Very young, very scrappy. They pick a lot of crazy things like you kind of saw yesterday with the Zach mid, but very much a hands team. They want to fight. They want to fight often, early.
made it back as well in basically the same spot. Second to Gam, losing to them 3-0 in the finals.
But did beat them once in the upper bracket.
There we go.
Which was actually pretty surprising. It was a full 5-game series that they were able to grab that one. So it does speak to potentially some growth in summer for them.
We'll see if they can bring it here on the world stage once again, as we are throwing it all the way back.
Alrighty.
Set in the mix there for Isrus.
This is a lot of first-time champions for summer, for them at least. No set for ADD, no Zilean for Seiya, but obviously very experienced players have undoubtedly put a fair number of these games on these champions, and just kind of going for more dive with that set as well, being able to ult, some frontline back. You grab the Poppy and slam dunk him onto a Felios or Victor.
Okay, just click on every champion possible.
Try and get through all 100, whatever.
That's some good hands. You can click through all of them. That's a lot of champions.
Especially with the client. Never mind.
All right.
Not going to go there.
Back it up, Strush. Take away some of the Shadow Isle power away from Isrus. I am sad to see... Oh, no, Renata instead going to pair up with the Aphelios.
Okay, makes some sense. Renata Callista had been one of the main combinations that Callista was played with throughout summer. We'll see if they still want to use that one, or would have gone for that one. It's a bit of a takeaway, but also for how short range Isrus is, even though, like, it's not, sometimes you do it into champions that have insane auto attack, like you put it on a Vayne and she 3 taps for support or something like that, if you're able to land the Renata ult. You don't quite have that power on Isrus' side, but they are short range, so if you can land that big hostile takeover, make everyone start hitting each other. As we see Zilean's support, is that the Flex Arena I smell coming in?
Hang on a second.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is. Okay.
Okay.
It could have been set, but there's no way it's Zilean top. So it is indeed Zilean support.
It's Zilean support. Maybe LeBlanc support with the chains. Who knows? I doubt it, though. One thing I'd say is that when I was taking my notes for Isrus, is I eventually just stopped trying to write all the champions that they played and just said lots of one.
Lots of one.
This is 100% up their alley. Okay, set support.
Oh, we're doing
Zilean
it.
Top. It is
We're
actually
doing it. Let's go, ADD.
Okay, so was he the one doing it? Someone was telling me in Champions Queue someone was doing Zilean top. It might have been him, actually.
Dude, he's like Teemo into Aatrox, so that was what I was hoping for.
Someone was telling me that they were doing that kind of old Zilean top cheesy where you go like Spell Thief type thing and call and you just go like...
Oh!
I don't know exactly what it'll have to do with this.
Okay,
we'll keep an eye on it.
Zilean top, big Pog.
Zilean top, big Pog. Set support, also Pog. This kind of matches the identity of Isrus. They are willing to take weird champions, slam them all over into the roles. They've played huge amount of champions across summer, more than most teams at Worlds. And so this is something you always have for them. 1, it's exciting. 2, it's an X factor to try and prepare your draft for. I don't think anyone's prep had this coming at them. So very surprising. See if they can pilot this comp. It should be pretty difficult. Like in theory, it's you dive in and that's great, but set going in, Hecarim going in, combo with the Zilean ultimate, make sure you're rezzing the right target. You're not pulling him out of Callista. Sometimes it happens if the support with Callista is getting the res, but then you pull him out, you're like, oh, that was a waste. And you do have to have good communication to make sure your engages are clean.
I mean, I expected some wildness in draft. Psycho Buffalo actually looking very steady.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be double crazy drafts, and then they're like, nah, let's go front to back.
All right, well, as a reminder, link your league account with Prime Gaming if you would like to receive some free stuff. Feels pretty good. If you're a primer out there, I know there's a bunch of you in the chat.
I heard drops were good yesterday. I don't know.
Yeah?
I saw a lot of people tweet about like, hey, getting a lot
of
long
day, that makes sense.
That's why we really appreciate the pauses. There we go. One thing that is a little different about the top Zilean versus the mid Zilean is it doesn't give you quite that 2v2 power that you sometimes see when it's like Zilean Olaf, Zilean Xin, Zilean Hecarim, these kinds of things where you are able to speed him up and get him across the map, making plays happen, getting Skeletron control, even on just for movement. Top lane is just by nature a more isolated lane, and so it doesn't quite play the exact same way, but I'm sure by the time you're grouping up as team fights, it will go the same way. Zilean, first strike, yeah, this is exactly what I thought. It's kind of like this gold collector. He's not going Cull yet, does start actually with D-Ring, but yeah, this is 100% makes sense in the matchup. Melee into range, you have that kind of ability to proc first strike at will as long as you're not getting tippered. Osmid, though, starting the lane on the right side. First strike proc. Oh, they cut away.
All right, 2v2 because we got more issues potentially there. Jelly actually just a popped ignite already. Going for it at the level 1 here. Takshi's in trouble. You better Black. But Gabono in trouble as well. Strogon. Flush it in. 2 for 2, baby. That's first blood again. For the Saigon Buffalo bot lane, and it might be second blood as well. Jelly trying to fight his way out, but he's painted into a corner. Flash is there. He fights his way out and gets the kill, though. It's carnage in the bottom lane.
Oh, I saw that one coming when they stacked on top of each other. I knew the Eon set would be coming back available. He had a his flash the whole time, so ends up being a trade still in favor of Saigon Buffalo. First off, hold on, we're not done yet.
Froggy in trouble, has to flash out of the way. Oh, beautiful pullback there. That's an easy kill. Saya getting set up by Grell.
You can hear the crowd getting into it. The early action gank mid from Grell coming from top lane. Nice 2v2, or excuse me, 2v1 in the mid lane gank early. Here, Jelly, really good job of hitting Taki and then running into a position to get the stun using the creep that leashed onto him there to actually make sure they lock up the Renata. And here, just a little bit off the damage on the E-Ren there, meaning Taki doesn't drop. Shogun would have gotten the trade kill back anyways. And fortunately for Jelly, able to play this one well enough that when the range... Oh, I don't have to talk about anything.
Oh, BJ, hello. You're in a very interesting situation. Yeets on out of their phase rush. Giving him the boost with the flash to get on out of there.
Yeah, managed to flash the wall before the Hecarim E came through. So Hecarim's E is always a funny coded ability. Once the dash starts, you will take that knockback no matter what, but it is delayed until you actually get the distance close. So you can flash out of it and still get kind of pushed around. As we see maybe a moment to talk about this game.
Love to hear the crowd already cheering, chanting, whatever's going on. They love it. Isra is up 2-1 early on. Sett, by the way, did receive a buff among many champions.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness, that W.
That handshake lining up the true damage on the Haymaker, actually landing onto Taki because of that one. I was trying to say that for Saigon, at least the bot lane is going in their favor. The scaling matchup of Renata and Aphelios. The fact that you got the first blood onto the Aphelios was going to be advantageous. The fact that you stayed in the lane, got the extra XP, that's much better. But you think Isra is just going to let them lane bot lane? No way. No way.
Absolutely not. As I was saying, the buff from memory was actually Facebreaker's slow getting buff. So if you don't get a stun, if you can't pull two people in or a person in a creep, you are a little bit better, which does kind of just increase the fire rate, I suppose, for Sett E. But obviously, Jelly been very accurate so far. And where possible, you do want to get maximum value out of Facebreaker. Speaking of value, down the bottom side again, Jelly finds the stun, but Gavoto in trouble again. Jelly with a W just fighting his way out of there. Is going to go down to Shogun, though. And Taki is looking for the kill, but Gavoto is going to play back.
Yeah, the scrappiness in the bot lane, playing the 2v2 better. You could see the power of the Callista and Sett. If they hadn't gotten such a good chunk onto Gavoto early on, he might have been able to get that little bit of extra damage in there and finish off Shogun, but it was too low to really contribute. It means that Jelly kind of gave his life up to make that play happen. That death down the bottom side, they might know there's a ward that just spotted out Grell, so you have BJ knowing that he's safe up here to take these away, put a little bit of pressure on DDD.
Might even have a bit more, but probably not, given the wave position. Ooh, DDD navigating there. Nice little bomb there. Another second bomb, actually. Good accuracy there on the Zilean. Obviously not the first time he's playing this champion, which is interesting for a top laner. But as you said, Isras have a very expansive selection to choose from when it comes to their champion picks. Does get himself out of there, but BJ
incoming
with the longest con. Knows he's there now, gets the stun down. ADD actually might get something back here. He does get it! A 1v2 kill, and now Grell's in there, forcing Hosmed to dash away.
Zilean 1v2 outplaced, just zooms out of the change from Aatrox. One of the nice parts of that matchup is you're almost never going to get hit by that, and then gets the blue buff transfer, so he's going to have enough mana here to potentially set up a dive.
Yep, Grell's here as well. Hosmed does have the flash, but they're trying to bait it out here. The bomb combo setup is there. Hosmed flashes aggressively. ADD does it again!
The Zilean top popping off, a double kill for him up there on the top side, gets the blue buff from BJ. After they tried to find that wall stun, kited it out, set up the re-dive from Grell. They had to play that one pretty dangerously, but they still managed to pull it off. That game's insane.
Maximum excitement. I was going to comment right before that happened. I'm glad it did. At 4 minutes and 30 seconds, we had 4 kills in the game. We're now at 6 minutes. We have 6 kills in the game. This is League of Legends. Very happy if this is the rate we're going at. And we did expect it somewhat. Saigon Buffalo are kind of a one-speed team.
Yeah,
apparently Isra are too.
I mean, both these teams are extremely scrappy. This is a great matchup to have here. The Zilean, obviously, stacking up the mana, has a pretty high mana cost if you're going to be Q spamming away the entire time. So, makes sense. Grab the tier, grab the, what I assume will be Everfrost for the Zilean top. Same as you usually go in mid lane.
Grell also been very active on the Hecarim. Don't often see that many Hecarim ganks, but Grell's found some good angles. Been involved, not 6 just yet, but he's working his way there. Even going again onto mid, just trying to force Froggy away.
I mean, this is what I was kind of saying a little bit yesterday about how, yeah, you get to 6, you get your ult, that's a huge power spike for the Hecarim, but if lanes are getting scrappy, you can get behind people. The knockback itself is a setup for ganks, and so you don't have to wait till 6. You saw the early level 3 and a lot of these other scraps coming through.
Jelly at it again. Taki taking some damage, ignites there. Jelly just punching his way out of the fight. Tries to get the redirect, loved the effort, but not going to get it. Instead, Jelly now going to get ignited, and Shogun maybe going to shut it down. He wanted the kill on Kalista, was a lot lower, but isn't going to get either.
Yeah, tried to bait the Kalista in with that Q pass and got a little greedy, but they still won the trade.
Oh goodness, he's in there. Shogun going for Jelly, does get a beautiful little play actually. Flashes in for the ulti, forces Kalista away, and that leaves Jelly all alone.
All right, Saigon Buffalo's bot lane is the savior of the team right now. Things have not been going great top or mid, but here in the bot side, Shogun and Taki putting on a clinic. Despite how weird of a matchup they're having to navigate, they're doing a good job. Shogun stepping forward as they keep kind of going on to Taki as the target. You could see if, you know, Jelly could get that flash W redirect. Hold on, no time.
Okay, it's unplayable. The matchup here in top side as maybe problematic, but again, we have Zillion ulti. We can keep on diving. There's the resurrect, but now Hazmed trying to fight his way out of there. Grell, though, back in the mix. ADD, though, now he's the one in the 1v2 getting outplayed as Aatrox is popping off. That blast gun is an absolute tragedy for Isrus, and Hazmed is still going, but Hecarim is far too speedy. Froggy gonna line it up, slow it down, and shut it down as Grell tries to get to the safety of the blast gun, and Froggy lasers him in the back.
All right, things are starting to stabilize for the Saigon Buffalo. Topside play, you could see the idea behind it, but Grell, not 6 yet during that play, was not able to have any extra way of finding that kill, and Hazmed underneath the turret with 6, able to sustain, drain tank a little bit. Nice trade there by Seiya. But yeah, they turned around very quickly, not able to find that kill. It looked cute with the resurrect and the bombs, but couldn't land quite enough of them.
Cleanses out there, Taki back in the mix. Shogun here firing away, very deadly with the gun spinning around. But not enough there. Shogun still in a bit of a precarious spot here, but fights, of course, keep going. There's the Poppy ult kicking Seiya out of the mix, but BJ still gonna go down. Onslaught of Shadows finds one, gets the fear on the other end as well. And ADD still going on. It's Hecarim Zillion, baby. Hazmed, though, fighting out nicely. Seiya here, though, trying to complete the play. Froggy roaming up to defend. Ulti drop there onto Grell, but the damage isn't there. It's ADD now, caught in the gravity field, shut down by Hazmed. Seiya now finds the chain, but he cannot follow up.
All right, despite how rough the early part was for Hazmed, he's done a great job of surviving some of the attention up to the top side there. Nice skirmish at the Rift Herald initially to find the kill on the BJ. Did get the Rift Herald at least for BJ, so he's okay about that, but did go down the top side skirmish afterwards. And you can see what Grell was thinking. He's like, all right, I have Seiya coming to back me up. I have ABV here already. I should be able to get this trade onto him, but Victor showed up and they were able to win it from there.
Yeah, Zillion ulti was up, I think. ADD was just looking at Grell more than the other side. Here's the Herald contest. Does go to BJ. Very nice ulti, but ooh, it just kicks there out there. Can't find the rest of it, and that's going to be an easy kill. Flash there, forces the ult.
Yeah, and from here, Grell could back out, you know, just run south, but he thinks he can win this with the Zillion Bomb on top of him, the challenging smite as well, but Hazmed just a little bit too much sustain coming through there, and the fact that Froggy is able to back it up. Grell forced out, and then no vision under turret where he was, just kind of throws a blind bomb there, but that put him right in range to get jumped on top of again. Overstepping a little bit, but gold lead now, 1.5k in the lead of Saigon Buffalo.
And all that gold translating very strongly into Shogun there, as you can see. Almost 4,600 gold. Wow, that is quite the difference. Gavodo near the bottom of the barrel alongside Jelly with just under 3k.
You hate to see your AD carry have less gold than the enemy support.
That is true.
That is a tough go of things. Fortunately, they have other carries, like Grell, and Seiya, and Zillion.
We're fine. Everything's fine. Gale Force, though, done under 10 minutes for Shogun. So is the problem for sure, which I think we already knew.
Yeah, I don't know. There will be the tools to deal with him. A double bomb with a, Hecarim charging in, LeBlanc flying over the top. They have some tools to assassinate Shogun, but if they don't find ways on top of him, it's very scary. This is one of the advantages of the kind of standard draft that Saigon has gone for here.
BJ fighting Grell, winning right now, but Seiya going to turn the tides of that little 1v1. BJ, though, hovering towards the strong side of the rift. Bound back towards Taki and Shogun, Shogun is just happily 1v2ing. Jelly, though, going to shut it down. That creep was barely there for long enough, but he's found the play, and Jelly nabs the shutdown.
As soon as we start talking him up, Shogun makes an oopsie there, gets engaged on. Didn't even have to use the Kalista ult, and there's some of that CC from that set support at 6, pulling him back underneath the turret with the suplex. Finds that kill, gets the shutdown as well. The set picking up the kill, going to get pretty fed here.
Jelly got the moves. Alrighty, good angle found there as Isurus once again. Top side here, this should be straightforward. 3v1, Zilean ulti at the ready. Onslaught of Shadows popped. And there's the shutdown, there's the resurrection. Grell picks up some gold.
Yeah, nice that you can just stay in the presence, in the dive with the Zilean ult on top of him. No need to try and juggle turret aggro and finding that kill. That does give time for Saigon to move into the mid lane though, trying to get some turret plates down. BJ backing him up with Jelly, clearing the wave with Haymaker. Still get the one turret plate. See if they drop the Rift Herald here. There it is.
Good bit of defense though from Jelly, doing what he can. As you mentioned, the Herald will be dropped, so Froggy will get a bit of extra gold here onto the Victor. As Saigon Buffalo continue to play towards their strong side of the Rift, and Isurus, I guess, feeling the same here in the top side with Grell overloading now alongside Seiya a number of times.
Alrighty, so we are actually seeing the Leandries on the side of the Zilean.
Ooh!
So a little bit more damage focused. You can do either one. I personally find the Everfrost quite good. There's short-range targets available. I mean, it's not the shortest range composition where you need to like stuff a dive, which is when Everfrost feels its best, or when you're the one going in to get extra CC to lock people down. Those are kind of the two ideal Everfrost times, so I can kind of see the idea of preferring the Leandries here, given that, like, okay, am I really needing this to peel the Aatrox and the Poppy off me? Maybe not, so I can see wanting more damage to try and blow up with your divers.
Good flash from Komodo there.
Respecting that.
BJ's like, hello! So Kalista bails on out of there. Can't Fates call herself to safety, only Jelly. But looks like this will be the setup for the Dragon. Little late, but there's been a lot of fighting, so I can't really blame the teams who are still on a kill a minute right now.
Yeah, why do you want Dragon when there's another kill you can find in one of these lanes? Forget that.
Exactly, Dragon doesn't give you any, like, doesn't give you gold you can, like, tangibly experience, you know? Just gives you these little stats, whatever.
It doesn't show up on my KDA, that's
exactly.
The real problem.
That's true. Doesn't look good for the fans as Jelly goes berserk. Another ulti pop there, but no takeover there onto old Jelly. Instead, Saigon Buffalo going to look for another place. They are actually flashing there, though. I was a little scared of the incoming gravity field plus extra damage.
Yeah, one of the funny things that happens with LeBlanc when you end up on swapping sides of where you're being aggressive from can actually take your distortion back. So I had to burn his flash to get out of that gravity field. Does disengage the situation, but leaves Saigon with control of the bot river. There is still plenty of wards, so they know that this is coming.
So much confidence, though. Walking in 2v2, now at 3v2 as Isurus trying to turn it back around. But Froggy, though, 1v1ing Seiya. That's the clone, unfortunately, so not going to pick up the kill. But BJ's still alive. Shogun coming in to save the day. Finds the shutdown for even more gold.
Yeah, finds a shutdown. Hazmat also committed the teleport to help defend that play. Grell, I think, realized no way out, so tries to go in and finish off BJ, not able to do it. Leaves ADD in control for mid lane to defend that turret, but Shogun with alone time on this bot turret should be able to finally finish this one off after that fight.
And again, all the gold funneling in the right place for Saigon Buffalo. Been a back and forth game, but gold now up to almost 2,500, and overwhelmingly, that money belongs to Shogun.
Yeah, mostly the lead coming from this bot lane. We talked about how far behind the Kalista was. It's about 3,000 gold right now. We see this play yet again. No stun for it. That's what you're kind of talking about, not having anyone to bounce your E off of, hitting two people at once. So no lockup on Taki, who gets out of that situation. Grell's fear not putting him back in the fight. And then here, doesn't think there's any way out as a Hecarim, so he just tries to go in. Nice use of the TP there. A little bit of frustration showing on Isurus. Thinking that, you know, Grell could get that kill, not able to do it.
As a result, you can see Shogun still there, top of the charts as far as gold goes. Saigon Buffalo continuing to play high tempo, though, starting off the Herald. BJ is just everywhere. Saw him briefly on the bottom side in the replay. Now he's back at the top side, having some trouble because ADD is a problem. He's going to get the kill, and that should be the Herald for themselves as well.
Oh, man. BJ having a bit of a rough game here. 3 deaths already, caught out in the river away from the rest of his team again, who have gotten mid-priority during this time. Shogun will grab his second turret, just keep getting gold in his pocket, but Grell?
Okay. We're fine.
He's got the Zilean ult.
True.
Can maybe bait Saigon into walking forwards.
Doesn't have his ulti back up just yet, but it's not too far away. Rank 2 ulti for the Zilean as well. There's a little bit of extra, which is always nice. Recalling in a tricky spot. We're fine. Taki not able to cancel that recall, and Isurus still poking around here in mid, but again, If you can't find a good angle onto the Aphelios, there is no fight to be had. Shogun's going to just destroy you right now.
Yeah, they do have most of their ults available, though, for whenever the next big fight wants to break out. Might be over this Rift Herald, though it looks like Isserus is backed off. They're showing up now. Seiya does have TP to contest, but they're a little slow to make it here.
Yeah, ADD trying to get a bomb there, get some damage down, but it's pulled forward enough that that poke doesn't land. Instead, the Herald goes to Saigon Buffalo, and they back away slowly.
Yeah, so they do get the teleport out of Seiya. That does give them control and mid priority. We'll see if they try and grab this turret or just want to try and force this fight.
DJ learning on the fly, does not walk into the shorter part of the choke point. Isserus are invading and they're trying to find someone poking around a little too long, but no silliness there from Saigon Buffalo. A little bit of discipline there as they retreat from that objective, and Hazmet, even with the solo time on top, gets the tower as well.
Yeah, Saigon Buffalo showing a little bit better fundamentals over the course of this game as well. Not just in terms of the bloodiness, yes, that's been back and forth. Better CSing across the board for them. All members of their lanes up in gold from just the CS as well. And then that macro there, being able to get the teleport out with Isserus contesting late, still getting back to mid lane without having to lose anything, giving them the rope dope a little bit, and finishing off the top turret on the tail end of that. So now they have jumped out to a 4,000 gold lead with this comp that should, in theory, be scaling better. Hecarim and Zilean obviously scale extremely well. You do always have that, and I will say that Grell, at least, there's been a lot of conversation about how to build Hecarim online. If you've been following any of the people on Twitter or anything like that, no one has been happy for most of the Hecarim builds thus far. I know some people don't like Sunderer at all, but with the new Bruiser identity, they at least want you to go a little bit more damage. Some people want Triforce as well as going for the Muramana, but at least he is grabbing that one. With the extra defenses tools available in the Zilean, that makes sense a lot. So we'll have high threat in this when he goes diving in.
Yeah, which you need, right? Zilean, I mean, we'll do a bit more damage than normal because it is Leandrius for ADD instead of the Evercross, as you talked about earlier. But obviously, Grell going to be a threat as the game goes on. Not quite level rank 2 ulti, unfortunately. Level 10, not 11, but Grell's still going in. Again, all the tools are there, all the ults are up, we're ready to go. It's lots of flashes available on both sides as well. Now that Rift Herald just kind of fades into the...
The problem that they're having is they don't have any true front line, so if you don't have a good flank or you're not catching Saigon by surprise, you're running through Victor lasers, you're running through some poke potentially from Shogun as well. And so Grell, with no tankiness really built up yet, does not have a good time charging into that, even though you do have the revive. You don't want to be half health by the time you actually ult in. And same with Jelly on set. While he has gotten 2 kills, you know, you're still not really a true tank in that support position.
What the vision it looked like there for Saigon Buffalo. Doing a poke on in, so this was kind of thieve away the dragon. As Ocean Rift is our Rift. Also, Saigon Buffalo maybe just thinking, you know what, Hazman, you have teleport. You're a solo time on the tower. Might as well get that instead. Open up the game a bit more. The gold is very valuable. Also selfishly for the Aatrox.
Very respectful.
Saigon Buffalo know they're ahead. Yeah.
Very respectful to Pop is just running out there saying, I do not want to keep this game being this scrappy. Not liking it. Saigon also sacking that dragon, to your point. They know they have a scaling advantage. They know they're up gold. 4 turrets to 0. With all this CS, they know they're in a very comfortable position, and in their mind is, yeah, let's not go face check the enemy team here to fight over a random Cloud Dragon. We absolutely do not need this. I like that decision there. Slowing the pace of the game down. It was an insane early game. You and I could barely keep up with it. We can take this moment to breathe now. Saigon, with this position, in a good situation to look to go 2-0 up into this group here in Group B. Being one of the teams that people have their eye on when it felt pretty up in the air. I think a lot of people assumed RNG was going to be the #1 team in that group. They did get taken down yesterday. There was a big debate. Was DRX slept on? Did RNG ego draft? What's exactly the situation in this group? Mad Lions also at 2-0 as well. Means that there's a lot of potential for some topsy-turvy stuff to go down in Group B if RNG lose on later today to Mad Lions and Saigon sitting at 2-0, Mad at 3-0. You know, and DRX potentially at 2-0 as well. Like, there's a lot of potential for some crazy stuff to happen in Group B.
Which, that's very exciting. Chaos injected into groups, always a good time. As Baron has been looked at and swiftly taken off of there for Saigon Buffalo. Had a little poke around, maybe just trying to clear some vision. Do have control of that right now. Seiya poking in onto Shogun. Good target to try and find. That handshake was absolutely bonkers, though. And Taki grabs the kill for his trouble. Grell gonna get slain as well. Hostile takeover does grab one. Gavotto in trouble. Jelly goes back. Has to make the play happen, but Shogun flashes out to safety. A double kill. It's going to be another, but Jelly making moves. Does get one back. But still, 4 kills there for Saigon Buffalo.
Shogun's an absolute monster going in there, forcing them to go commit everything to finish him off. Yes, they finally get that kill, but it costs 4 members of Isurus just to find him and finish him off. The early Bloodthirster coming up big there for him, making it so it's so hard to punch through his health bar. Not a super clean punish by Isurus there. Now, without Shogun, a little slower to do this Baron. Looks like they won't actually be able to do it against the Zillion bomb spam. So, not the end of the game there, but another monstrous performance out of Shogun and Taki, who I think were very impressive at the MSI tournament and kind of picking up where they left off on the international stage here. Seiya getting pulled back by Taki, getting that kill. Grell does get this nice knockback, but there's just no follow-up there, so he just gets obliterated. Then Shogun has all these chakrams stepped up. Kavoto has to turn to make sure they don't actually drop down. They're able to get this damage down and kill him, but it's cost literally everyone. Jelly has to flash forward for the Haymaker to actually get that kill.
Impressive stuff there. Shogun playing at light speed in that replay as well. So fast to just flash in, knowing the situation. And that gold, as you mentioned, still climbing further and further up there for Saigon Buffalo. About 6k up now, and that's without that Baron, which obviously is going to be top of mind for both teams at this stage. Did need Shogun to complete it, but Shogun now even walking in, just starting the objective. Sure.
Yeah, looks like they want to go for it. There were a fair amount of flashes committed by the enemy team where they have most of theirs except Shogun. So maybe they think that with the zone control of the Victor and whatnot, they can start this out, force a fight.
Yeah, pulling off instead. Froggy getting good damage down to ADD. Does pop the Chaos Storm. I like threatening the Zillion. Want to try and get the ult out at an awkward time if you can. It's like on Buff. We're going to go ahead, revisit the objective, and see if they can't bait Isurus back in once more.
See if they want to keep doing this dance around here.
All right,
just waiting for the Ocean Dragon to spawn in a minute. You can already see Shogun moving down to the mid bot lane, to grab that farm, then probably grab that red buff just in time for that neutral objective spawn. Trying to get to his IE, checking the gold. Probably not going to get there in time for this dragon fight.
Doesn't look like it. 800 in the pocket right now as little wraparound here in the mid-outer on the table for Isurus. No vision here. BJ doesn't mind face-checking as a general rule.
There's no brush that BJ fears.
Doesn't seem to. Oh, Poppy's not a bad champion to face with either. Is rallying back with a couple folks on his side, so not too bad as Saigon Buffalo just navigating around, but it is Isurus to have the inside track on this next dragon. Long range snipe there onto ADD. Could have had a route from the gravity gun, but instead Saigon Buffalo walk menacingly towards Isurus around this objective as Hazmed's finding the flank.
Yeah, but Froggy's landing some good poke. Multiple members of Isurus already put down to around half health. Jelly might join them here.
Here we go. It is Jelly finding Hazmed. Hazmed gets out of there, knows he has to flash. Jelly was ready with a suplex, but does not pop it. BJ though in front, Grell low there. Damage still being poked, and ADD already burnt the ulti. Damage almost there. The ulti's actually not going to go. It does tick down. That's actually pretty good, but Jelly now in trouble. Gavoto in trouble as well, and there's just nothing left for the fight. ADD may live, but the rest of his team's going down, 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 as it's not even going to happen. BJ going to chase him all the way down. Doesn't need to be on the objective. Grell's going to go down as well. And Saigon Buffalo going to collect the aces. A very aggressive Renata ulti. And the burnout's going to at least give Grell a kill.
Taki was trusting in Shogun to get that kill to bail him out in time. Not able to do it, so drops at the end of that fight, but still an ace for 1 kill. Saigon Buffalo continuing to extend their lead on the tail end of this fight. Just Isurus took so much poke damage from the Victor during this time, as well as Jelly getting chunked out here. Yes, Hazmed has to flash, but honestly, you've already blown everything off to Jelly anyway, so he's super low. This nice snipe hitting only ADD. You see, he understands that here comes the Q follow-up, so he has to go ahead and drop his own ult on himself. Burns down, but that means during that time, there's no one else that Zillion can be resurrecting, and not able to actually get any utility out there. As well as the fact that the bombs early on were barely doing any damage to BJ, who was just tanking them, kind of showing why the damage Zillion build is not always the highest prioritized. And Isurus fans in the audience seeing the hopes and dreams of this game falling away from them slowly.
It looked good for a while, but this gold lead is almost insurmountable. 9,000 gold ahead for Saigon Buffalo. My goodness.
Yeah, almost 2 full items on Shogun over Gavoto. Finished off the IE, working on whatever Zeal item he's going to choose to go here. And he is the only carry Saigon need. As long as they keep him up, he will deliver them this game.
They're just doing Baron. BJ's gonna kill the control ward just in time. So gonna again blind them once again, but it's just here. Froggy's fighting Seiya, they know the fight's happening. Shogun needs to live, but it looks like he will. Jelly trying to find the engage. He's going as deep as humanly possible. Pulled out by the Fate's Core, but Hazmat back over the top is gonna make it sing. Takes the kill on Jelly. Rest of the team's gonna move on in there. Resurrect's gonna happen, but you're under the gravity field. There's no way out for ADD, and they might not even need the Baron mark. Saigon Buffalo winning fight after fight.
3 dead on the side of Isurus. Shogun untouched. I don't even know if they broke through his bloodthirster shield over the course of that fight. They're going to grab the Baron, just 3 men, while the rest of them start getting the waves pushing in their favor. You have Froggy up on the top side getting this wave going for them already. Grell doing what he can, shoving out the mid wave, but Baron goes over to Saigon.
Grell is maybe going to get, not even the delicious objective bounty in the mid-outer. Oh, goodness, we are teleporting extremely aggressively.
A little late to be able to find the cutoff.
Let's go!
We take those.
We certainly do.
At this point for Isurus, you absolutely take those. Here's this fight. The idea of they need to get on top of Shogun. Jelly misses the stun on him when he flashes in, then kind of ults him away from his team, so there's absolutely no follow-up there. Has to run back to Gavoto to pick him up. Like we said, Shogun not even losing his Bloodthirster shield.
Once again, we are fighting to the shock of absolutely no one as Grell's trying to get out of there with the onslaught of shadows, but Taki lines it up. That was very cute. Little heroic charge into the handshake, gets the killer's hardman's on a rampage, takes out Jelly. And Saigon Buffalo just hitting them with the wallet at this point. They are so far ahead, and they're playing like it.
Yeah, they hit him with the hands in the early game. They're hitting him with the wallet in the late game. Much better performance by Froggy. Absolutely not the star of the show here. It would go to Shogun, who's probably going to pick up player of the game for this one. No surprise, but good bounce back after that Zac performance, which, while they did pick up the win, didn't look that incredible. Here on the Victor, very stable in the mid lane, surviving that LeBlanc matchup. We've seen how dangerous that matchup can be, but he did absolutely fine weathering that storm. Only death coming is, I think, that really early gank by Grell. It was like level 2 or 3, and outside that has been just fine.
Yeah, I didn't have Zilean in my list of possible Aatrox counters. I did like a lot of what happened. Isurus doing nicely in the early game, especially towards subset. Even the husband also survived well, but this is kind of the end of it all. Grell's gonna get ulted, but he can't really dive back in. Shogun's dominating. My goodness, the Aphelios might be on track for the Penta. 3, 4, 5, give it to me! There we go, baby! That's a pentakill for Shogun!
16, 2, and 6 from Shogun. He has dominated Isurus from the start of the game till the end, and with that, they are gonna be up 2-0 in their group. Saigon Buffalo looking good so far in World.
Our bot lane is awfully spicy. And the rest of the team's looking nice as well. Saigon Buffalo, a different draft, a bit more standard, perhaps a more meta look, but still very fun.
Very, very fun game. Isurus has some very cute ideas that were seeming to work in the early game, but over the course of it, the superior mechanics, superior macro for Saigon Buffalo came through. And Shogun in particular, man, he got that one early lead and just ran with it. Most kills of World so far this year. Upset got 14, I think it was, yesterday. And everyone was like, will anyone top this? Will anyone get more than 14?
Will anyone get a pentakill?
Give it a day.
Yeah.
Give it a day. There's a second pentakill. There's a second, double-digit kill game here up to 16. My God, Shogun put on a performance.
I wish I had him now as my, I think there is a pick him for most kills.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people are like, ooh, Humanoid might hold that one for the entire tournament. Psych. You saw Isurus fans there still giving them a round of applause, going toe-to-toe for a little bit there in the early game. But it was a very, very interesting draft. It was fun to see the ideas. And like you said, maybe other people are going to see that Zilean into the Aatrox and go, I think I can actually make that work.
Yeah, you gotta find something. And certainly did look nice. ADD navigating pretty well. A fun one to be sure, but unfortunately a loss for the hometown crowd. I kind of love the dynamic. You had so much fun, so much excitement, so much cheering, and then for the end you're like, yes, we'll cheer, we'll be polite, but my goodness, it sucks.
Get me out. By the end, you're like, this is painful. Shogun's too big. We can't stop him.
Yeah, Shogun definitely going off that. Gamers will hand it back over to the State Farm analysts to see what they thought of that game.
Muchos gracias, Isurus. We got Zilean.
I've seen your death. It was painful.
Time flies like an arrow. Fruit flies like a banana. I knew he was going to choose that, by the way.
Zilean top. What a crazy pick. Champions Q secret tech coming out. I think the best way to celebrate this game between Saigon Buffalo as well as Isris is really just to put together a bunch of the kills and action. It's not a surprise to anybody. Chronicler, I'm going to come to you because straight out the gate, that bottom lane was spicy and fiery.
It brought up a lot of repressed memories for LCK fans from MSI in a bad way. Obviously, Taki and Shogun back then taking some very early aggressive trades, as they did here. Well, I was happy about because I was really worried seeing this, that it was going to be a complete blowout. But my boy Jelly really gave him a run for the
At
money.
least saves them a little bit off of this one. Jelly was a huge playmaker during his domestic final, so it was nice to be able to see that. But here we come. ADD was supposed to get bullied. That's what the Poppy thought. But then trading it back, this is just what you love to see from ADD. The dark tech is coming out.
I can't believe he got that kill. I mean, let's keep our eyes on Grell now because Heaven or Grell.
Heaven or Grell.
You would have just seen this game, my friends.
This is beautiful. The thought process of saying, you know what? Let's amplify and empower Grell to do what he wants to do. So the ultis from Zillion was plopped on his head for the most part.
And we haven't really seen as much Zillion recently. It's all been Renata. But Zillion was the original Renata, right? Like being able to empower your carry
OG,
to
yes.
go in real hard, way more than you normally would. Not even going into why Hecarim and obviously scaling off of the movement speed that Zillion gives him. Just a really fun combo to
Yeah, maybe too hard, by the way.
Chronicler, like you gave Isris, what, 30% to win res? I think you gave them 0% if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I did.
What did you make of Isris? They were trying to get as aggressive. They were trying to trade blow for blow. But in all of these replays that we're seeing, despite the initiations, it felt to me like Saigon Buffalo was just coming on top.
They basically won every trade, even if it wasn't a trade in terms of like they got more kills, which generally they did. But the fact that Shogun was able to play as well as he did, which all we're going to talk when it's about this team, and not die in all the mayhem that happens as just an Aphelios.
Yeah, and I think Shogun played excellently that game. Just that last replay that you saw, the Gale Force to dodge out of the chain. Of course, Taki as well with the handshake mid-motion to be able to catch and just destroy the LeBlanc. And then just during the laning phase that he had, to just the confidence to dive the turret, flash ulti, trade ult, and then this moment of humongous pentakill. Beautiful. I just couldn't keep track of it because of how everybody just like got bursted at one go.
Pentakill on day one, pentakill on day two. It's Kalista for the first, it's Aphelios for the second. I think let's not disregard the fact that the hometown heroes of Isris tried to step up and trade blow for blow with the Buffaloes.
Yeah.
The same thing happened yesterday. The Wildcats tried to step up and trade blow for blow. Both times the Buffalo coming on top. Both times we have scrappy games. That's the word I'm going to use for that one. But when you descend into the chaos, Buffalo beat you with experience.
Yes. I think the reason...
What was that look, Chronicler?
I have, of course, been a very big fan of Korean challengers, and this is a very recognizable. Like, I'm very familiar with this, where one team's like, we're going to be weird, and like, we've done this for like 15 games in a row. This is nothing to us.
Mudslinging, I agree. So, like, the thing is, I love the concept there from Isris. I thought the ideas were excellent, and the way they were attacking topside was great, but it felt like the moment they sensed blood in the water, they went way too much. It literally a shark, by the way. And for most shark movies, it doesn't end for the creature. It doesn't end well for them. Usually, the humans can best the sharks. And so for me, the topside plays, they definitely went way too ham into it.
Yeah.
And so I wanted them to actually be able to move that pressure towards mid lane and then ultimately come bot to handle.
But you were really fast, Hecarim. I get it. Like, you're really fast, Raz.
I do have to wrap this one up before we get ready for the FMGs. But normally the humans beat the sharks. I think today you'll find Buffalo greater than shark. After the break, we'll be hearing from Saigon Buffalo, Shogun, before Detonation and Focus Me versus the Chiefs will take to the stage. Check out Chiefs' pick. Can You Feel My Heart by Bring Me the Horizon, as a song that represents their playstyle and the rest of the teams competing at Worlds in the official LoL playlist on Spotify. I'm gonna have to listen because I don't know the song. I'm not familiar with the words. What? Don't give me that look.
Welcome back to Mexico for the Verizon post-game interview here with Shogun. Thank you so much for joining me. Amazing game from you today. Quick reaction on the pentakill.
Em cảm thấy thế nào về cái pentakill vừa rồi?
Em cảm thấy cái pinnacle vừa rồi rất là tuyệt vời đối với em.
It felt really awesome.
As I can imagine, I mean, you've been playing so well, super aggressive, which is something we've been used to seeing with the Saigon Buffaloes. Aggressive playstyle, never scared to take a fight. What does it say about your confidence here at Worlds?
Thì chị thấy em đánh cực kỳ hổ báo luôn, không bao giờ sợ phải đánh nhau hết. Thì em nghĩ đó là cái nguyên nhân nào khiến cho em tự tin đến như vậy?
Thì con Alpha là một con tướng phải nói là rất là hững trai của em. Thì em rất tự tin khi cầm vào con tướng đó, khi mà em cầm vào con tướng đó, em rất là tự tin và em sẽ bắn được hết tất cả những đối thủ.
So, Aphelios is one of my favorite champions, and as long as I'm having the Aphelios, I have all the confidence I need to play.
Aphelios, misfortune yesterday. I mean, the Saigon Buffaloes are on a roll right now, 2-0 in the playing stage. What more can we expect from you guys?
Thì hiện tại là tụi em đang có kết quả rất là tốt á, em đang dẫn trước 2-0. Thì tụi em nghĩ là mình sẽ đi được xa đến cỡ nào?
Em nghĩ bọn em sẽ vô được vòng bảng và nghĩ bọn em sẽ làm được điều đó.
I want to go into group stage and I think we can do it.
I mean, you're an exciting team, so looking forward to seeing you in group stage, hopefully. Last question about you. There's so much hype around you right now on social media. We saw a tweet yesterday about the French broadcast hyping you up. How does that make you feel?
Hiện tại thì trên các nền tảng xã hội á, là rất là nhiều người là hype em lên, nghĩa là rất là nhiều người tung hô cái tên của em. Thì em cảm thấy điều gì? Em cảm thấy như thế nào về điều này?
Khi mà em thấy mọi người, khi mà em thấy có fan thế giới thì em cảm thấy rất là vui và thích thú và em muốn bản thân em tỏa sáng nhiều hơn nữa để có nhiều fan.
I felt really excited to see international fans and I want to do even better and to have even more fans.
Well, I'm happy you're having a good time, and yeah, let's build that fan base. Shogun, Gamon, for the interview. Thank you so much for the translation, and back to you guys in LA.
Nation of the lyrics.
There we go.
Hi, welcome back to World Play-Ins, where we have the Chiefs facing off against Detonation Focus Me. And if my mic was live early enough, you might know what's happening at the end of the segment. Before that, though, let's talk about Chiefs. Let's start with their draft and whether the idea was good or bad, how they executed it. Chronicler, where do we start? We're taking a look at their matchup yesterday that defeated Fnatic.
I like the Tristana, the Swain, and the Braum a lot. I think that the Braum is a pick that's actually still relatively undervalued with a lot of engaged supports coming back into the meta. And I'm a huge Swain fan into a team that is going to play scrappy. Fnatic opted into that very early with the Kalista and Nautilus. You're kind of forced to, and then kind of went even deeper with that with the Lee. It just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and on top of that, I think, of course, they ended up first picking the Grave, so they're not going to have foresight on what the rest of the comp is going to look like. But once you start responding and you pick up the Braum, you go Gwen last, like, you don't have, at the end of the day, your comp is hard to run. At least the hard engage isn't going to be there, and you're going to be relying a lot and just playing around with double AD on Braum passive. So ease of execution isn't there.
On the same token as that first pick Graves in the hands of Arthur, the danger player for Chiefs, he wasn't able to impact lanes like he does in the LCO. But I think credit has to be given to Fnatic, who also played to shut him down. There's a number of invades and vision plays that plays.
Yeah, and I'm going to focus mostly on that point of the LCO, because we saw what happened yesterday. And so for me, a lot of the times what we saw was 4 to 6 minute ganks, lane ganks, by the way, towards the bot side of the map. And what you ended up seeing was Arthur working with Aladoric to play around mid lane. And so a lot of what you ended up seeing from domestic play was Arthur impacting the map early, oftentimes going to the bot lane, and then making it so, hey, if it happens around the 6 minute mark, then you can set up for Rift Herald later. But you're right, Quick Shot. Razork understood that with a strong vision play and oftentimes counter-ganked that. So he pretty much laid out the blueprint for the rest of the league.
And from that point onwards, I think it was really hard for not only Arthur, but also for Tally to have any impact. And on a pick like Swain especially, again, I love it. I think that it's a very strong pick, but when you fall behind with it, and as Raz already pointed out, you don't have any hard engage, Swain just doesn't do a whole lot. So once he was appropriately focused and kind of taken out of the game, it became very hard to play. And I actually think it's a really cool mirror, because we also saw earlier today that once Steel and Harp were actually able to do anything, it became a lot more evenly matched.
Just before we talk about those players, can I highlight DFM's early game stats? Chronicler, start me off for this one. Let's take a look at how DFM have performed over the last 2 games. Kill plus assists at 15, sitting at 21. Team kills 9. I mean, in terms of DFM's early game, what are you anticipating? And will it be enough to not only control Arthur, but keep the Chiefs down?
Between these 2 teams, I think the early game is going to be very decisive. I don't think that this is a situation where either team has such a big claim over the other one that they're actually going to be able to, once you get a lead, I think the team keeps the lead. I don't see either of these teams having like the classic edge.
Yeah, and I think Steel does a great job of being able to influence the top lane early. So even after the last replay we saw from Arthur and how he does end up giving love towards the top side of the map and helping Topoon, that's the same thing that you end up seeing from Steel. And so this is something where I think it's going to be a deal breaker of who is going to come out ahead. It's very clear that Detonation Focus Me are going to give resources towards Evi. They can and have played towards the bot side of the map in the past in giving Utapon advantages. But as you can see, it worked out pretty well for Detonation Focus Me in the early portions of that game.
And when there's so many similarities, and both these teams are very clearly reliant on their jungle and support combination to work, and I think they're very close. Unless you get huge draft edges, the team that gets their jungler ahead early or is able to have their jungler get the rest of the map ahead, I think should have a really good look here.
Let's talk about who's going to be your favorite to win the game based on what we have seen at Worlds.
You can take a rest. I need a moment.
I'm going to go with Chiefs. I think Chiefs' team play overall has been a little bit better. I think their Rift Herald plays, at least domestically, but also we saw a little bit of it yesterday, was solid. The only problem was Fnatic understood when they were going for Rift Herald that there was a hole in their vision to once again bully Tally, and they'll be able to study that. So I'm going to put my chips towards the side of Chiefs.
And you're 50-50 that DFM not winning any games has nothing to do with that prediction
Absolutely
at all,
nothing.
Raz.
Absolutely nothing to do with it.
I'm going with DFM. Fnatic look by a large margin like the best team. We're getting thumbs up again. That's a good sign. I think that even though they weren't able to do it against Fnatic, DFM look much more like the team that we have seen domestically, that we have seen so many times in internationals. And I think they'll be able to grab their first winner. Unfortunately, Raz, for you.
Look, I think DFM will have a good game.
But they won't win.
Yeah. Fair.
Well, listen, I am hearing there's a brief delay on stage. Okay. I see the players taking their seats in a moment, so hopefully we'll get to it quickly. Let's turn our attention to draft. What champions do you think are going to be influential for this? We saw that Graves' first pick for Chiefs, and we know he is, for Arthur in particular, is one of the players that kind of wants to be enabled. So do you think that'll happen again?
I think we want to see something different because, yes, you can enable Arthur and have him be the carry. I often see the success when he is on utility, on the Trundle or Jarvan, especially during Champs Queue. He's actually just been dominating off of utility picks like J4. His J4 has been his best in Champs Queue for sure. So I think him being able to gank the lanes, get Raze ahead, so you can see strong team fights from this squad.
Ooh, let's see whether they can, whether or not Chiefs will pick up that win. And compliments of Spotify as well as Chiefs. I can only apologize for what's about to happen. I'm scared to lose. I hate being beaten at Worlds. I long for that feeling not to exist. The higher elo I get, the more losses I sink. I cannot drown myself because I know how to swim. I'm from Oos. Raise your koalas. That song is a banger.
What is going on?
What?
Was that supposed to be Can You Feel My Heart, but he wrote lyrics for it? Or what was that?
I have
you're
literally zero idea.
I was about to say, you're from Osh. Was that a thing?
I don't know, because in order to correctly identify a song, I need to actually understand the melody. And it was impossible to glean from that performance. Sorry, Trevor. What song that possibly could have been?
I listened to BMTH. I was going to talk about how much I love the Chiefs now. I listen more of their old stuff. Diamonds Aren't Forever or whatever. So like, I don't know what that was. I don't even know if my brain can analyze anything happening. I don't know. Hopefully someone can tweet at me and explain.
I'm like pretty good at Hurdle, and that's doomed. That's like impossible edition of that game. Anyway, let's recenter ourselves back into the draft before I go so down under I end up back home. Graves, Draven, Caitlyn, Ben there from Detonation Focus Me, respecting the perfect player there in Raze, and Ari Poppy with one more to come for the chefs.
Alrighty, both teams looking to get on the board here. One of them is going to be walking away with a win. Both them looking okay at different points against Fnatic. DFM pushed them a little bit harder today. I think Chiefs played them yesterday. Fnatic was very good. But at the end of the day, I think DFM started ramping up. You can hear the desk split a little bit on who they think is going to win. I love the bounce back a little bit in this game. I want to see DFM continue to improve. For Chiefs, though, their game yesterday, Arthur looked very good. I was happy to see that. Tally ran into what is becoming the humanoid buzzsaw at this point.
Yeah.
He is gapping everyone in mid lane, so it's a little hard to evaluate that kind of position when your only evidence is against humanoid so far.
Definitely true. Obviously, both teams looking for a bounce back here, although the Chiefs did look decent in their opener against a tough opponent. Hecarim, first pick here for Steel, been unsurprisingly, even despite some nerfs, popular here so far at Worlds. Wukong going to be the answer already for Arthur. And there's Aatrox.
Yeah, so this is one of the nice things about, I guess, some of the choices they've left up on red side here for Chiefs. The Aatrox has been kind of the first pick default at this point in the meta, if there's not something slightly higher priority, and I guess they've decided the Hecarim is worth the takeaway for Steel, pulling that away from Arthur, who, like we said, looked very good, and this is one of the good carry champions in the current meta. Ooh, we are cruising through this draft. All right, they pull the Seraphine away from the Hecarim. They see the Kai'Sa Azir slammed as well, so a lot of damage on the side of DFM already. And it looks like that we have one of these Seraphine melee topside comps starting to come together. We'll see if they get rid of Silas or something like that into the Azir. Pretty common matchup that you see, and also pairs very well with Seraphine.
Yeah, obviously, I'm guessing that's a flex for Chiefs. I don't know if Tally or Raze has recent history on the champion, but I know Raze has mages in the pool, and Tally does have some. Look at that.
Yeah, he's played it 3 times in summer, so very possible.
I would assume it's him, actually.
Yeah?
Given his style and this meta, I think Raze, especially with these bans, like, yes, he can play mages, but I think he wants to be a bit more of a traditional carry in these games. Tally is an excellent facilitated mid, so this is the kind of champion that he can really shine on.
Yeah, I kind of saw that with the Swain performance yesterday as well, for Tally trying to be that mid-lane, mid-game meatball. Maybe he'll do it here. And like you said, DFM doing their homework, knowing that that's probably going to mid lane, continuing to ban out Raze instead. The Aphelios, his second most played in summer split, gone. Chiefs having an incredible summer all around. Nearly had the perfect season. I have to bring it up. It's just such a funny story to me. I mean, I don't know if funny, maybe heartbreaking for them, but they were on the cusp of the perfect season. They were in game 3 of the finals. All they had to do was win that one. That's the first game they dropped. And then they immediately beat them in game 4.
A little too juiced in game 3, a little too excited.
Yeah. You could see it in how they were playing. They knew what they were chasing. You know, sometimes people deny the records that they're going for. Like, oh, I'm not trying to have the best season ever or whatever.
Yeah.
You knew that they saw what they could have achieved there. Unfortunately, dropped the ball right at the end, but still a very strong performance. One of the most dominant performances. I feel like Osh, usually when I look at their playoff bracket, it's like a lot of 3-2s and some close battles. This one was just dominance all the way through by the Chiefs.
A return to form for a team so old they were created when I first started casting in Oceania. It's a big, long-time org. Great to see them here on the world stage for the first time as Raze pushed all the way down to Xayah. Trist was an option as well. Seen a little bit of that, but Xayah seems just fine here. Cannon, once again, is Evi's weapon of choice against Aatrox. Nice to see him revisit it there. And last but not least, it is Rel for half there alongside the Kai'Sa.
I'm loving this slightly off-meta picks that are coming through. We saw the Rel yesterday out of barrel combined with that Tristana pick. It looked very good into a short-range composition where your suction ability on your ultimate just really does a good job of pulling them off your AD carry. The line stun as well can easily get through multiple members. I really liked seeing that. Here again, fairly short range. I think the Xayah and the Seraphine staying mid here does give a little bit more range. It's not just the dive comp, though obviously the ideal team fight is Aladoric goes flying in on the Rakan, you group them up, the Seraphine ult comes flying over the top, you have Wukong knocking them up. You do have a very strong wombo, but you don't have to only play that way. There is some in and out potential for them.
Yep, lots of buttons on both sides though. Lots of ultis you can press and try and make it happen. Curious to see also what the pace of this game is going to be like. DFM certainly are a slow team at home. They've been a little bit zippier.
Slow-ish. I don't know how true that is. They still have a very fast game time.
That's true.
I think they were first in like a 28-minute average, at least through the regular season. I could be mistaken.
Definitely speaks to their domination in their own region. They are very good at Japan.
I mean, we talk about Osh, the domination from the Chiefs dropping 1 game. They only dropped 3 for DFM. They dropped 2 in the regular season, 1 in playoffs. They are always the representatives, the Kami-sama of the LJL, always representing them. I'm sure my weebs in chat are laughing at me.
They love it. They're having a great time. Lots of IAs, I'm sure. We'll check the VOD. We can see how many.
But yeah, they always have an incredible performance. So even if their games are not as bloody as they sometimes are, they are at least very clean in their wins regionally. Obviously, when you heard the analysts talking about it, in these games where you're not the favorite, sometimes you have to increase the pace of the game, do some crazier stuff. Here, I think they went for a relatively straightforward draft. There's really not that much cheese in here at all, even if, the Rel is not super meta currently. We've seen it a little bit. It still performs that kind of frontline engage/peel option.
A little level 1 action, but no takers, no customers there. Chiefs just fanning out nice and safely. Aladoric did get himself into the bottom brush. Puts the ward down, hits recall, gets sweeper. All pretty normal stuff there. As Tapoon's chilling in the brush.
Tapoon will be someone I keep my eye on this game. Also taking the Comet yet again into Evi. But we saw how good Evi did into Wonder and how his Kennen is absolutely no joke. We'll have to see if that happens again with Steel making his way up there. A little bit less facilitated of a jungler this time around. Yes, Hecarim can gank early, but we'll have to see if there's any mispositioning or if Tapoon's going to be playing safe on the top side. They have a lot of options of where to go. Post 6, but pre 6, not the easiest ganks.
Ooh, little redirect there for Aladoric going on to Udapon.
Some good trades.
Early W there, obviously on Xayah. It's a Rakan only special, but it is powerful.
Ooh, crash down just misses. Gets the heal out of Raze actually to make sure he had enough speed to walk out of that.
Definitely an early little win there. The detonation focused me in the 2v2, but nice to see them both getting pretty aggressive. And to your point, curious to see what Seal does, but how also Arthur wants to pair up with Tapoon. We heard from the desk, obviously a pairing that's utilized quite often on the Chiefs, even though both teams have versatility on how their junglers can gank and who they want to play through. but I'm expecting decent amount of attention in the top side at some point between these two junglers and top laners.
Yeah, a little bit easier this time around to make plays happen. I always feel like top side on blue, if you want to make ganks happen, being able to have that extra shorter path through the tri-brush makes it much easier. And last time, Evie was actually on red side, if I'm not mistaken, against Wunder, and made it maybe a little bit harder to make some of those games come through. Here, if Yaharon can maybe get shoved against Tally, you can then make some 3-man roams as well. Harp, no stranger to roaming around the map. You saw him try it quite a bit on the Alistar. Not always successful, but at least has that mind of trying to be proactive.
Yeah, and looks like things have settled down a little bit in the bottom side. A little lead there for Yutapon, so we'll feel good about how the early game is going. Topoon taking damage to the Evie. Alidoric looking for the play, but a lightning fast flash out of Yutapon.
Nice, respectful flash out of Yutapon. Goes 1 for 1 there. You feel pretty good about it, though. If you can find a repeat gank setup, it's a pretty immobile champion. And now with Arthur, you know, being his flash up, you can meet that repeat gank prior to 6, hopefully. You can land that W again.
See what happens. Steel, though, now covering. 2 wards going to spot him, though. Steel, yep, suspects that wards. Does find him with the own sweeper. Should be able to take both of these down. Oh, actually doesn't find the other one. Just the one there.
No, and so you can kind of see this attention to bot lane. The Chiefs themselves have said that they don't really consider themselves as playing to bot, but that Alidoric and Raze win a lot of lanes, and then you go there to exploit it. And I can understand that, where if you feel like, hey, we're getting a lot of flashes out, we have these advantages, maybe we can go make some plays here. They've done a good job of being very aggressive so far, and so Arthur is still hovering in that brush. And maybe they just don't want to admit their strategy of playing bot lane.
Here's Harp. Alidoric going to start it off. Steals the in reserve. Level 4 as well. But here's Arthur. Sneaks into the brush. Going to surprise Harp. He does flash out of the way. But here comes Steel to try and counter punch here in bottom side. Damage is good. Ray's taking quite a bit. But Arthur still frontlining there with the rest of the team. Great pull through there with the feathers. But no kills here in bottom lane.
Yeah, nice exhaust there by Alidoric. Get that out before the devastating charge damage comes through. Make sure that no one gets so low that they can't go in. Whoa, yeah. Still going for it, man. They are scrapping.
Yeah, just poking away. Alidoric very safe with W and E up there with Zaya back behind at a respectable distance. So don't mind the attempt, but certainly reaching to try and make something happen here.
Okay, so small advantage right now for Chiefs bot lane. First up, the flash slipping up on Raze gives them some extra safety should there be some scrappiness continue, but also the heal. The fact that they forced it out so early, funnily enough, means that it'll be coming back up before the enemy team, so maybe you can actually use that to accelerate Arthur in again, get a speed up to get on top of Yutapon before his flash comes back up. There's been so much scrapping down this bot side. I wonder if they're just going to keep having bot lane fiesta parties.
We'll see. Yutapon feeling pretty good about the CS, actually up more than 10 right now. We'll see how many Rays can catch under that turret, but there has been a lot of action there as Ray's going to scoop these up and go home. Can, of course, go back and head back with Alidoric. Doesn't want to, though. Doesn't utilize that little special interaction. Instead, wants to stay for the incoming wave and get a little bit more gold.
Yep, greeding out a little bit, but not so bad. Trying to hit some probably noon quiver spike. We'll see. Right around 1,000 gold. So yeah, trying to get a little bit more before heading back, as they will be behind on the reset. But desync reset means that you have time for Alidoric to run mid. You can already see the question mark pings by DFM almost directly on top of his head. That's always some good map awareness when you know what the enemy team is thinking. They're saying, okay, they're doing a desync recall. That means obviously the Rakan will be somewhere on the map, and they have the timing window perfect.
Nicely done there. As on CS leads, Evie also opening up pretty nicely. It's been cut down quite a bit. Topoon actually TP'd back. Evie's holding on to his teleport. But about a wave right now. Topoon should be able to equalize, but Evie feeling very good in this
I love the decision to hold that TP there. We're talking about how scrappy this is in the bot side. We're talking about a slight summoner advantage now for them. This gives you the opportunity to use your TP defensively and cover any plays. If they want to actually try and punish this by the Chiefs, you have this pendant who can come flying in the back. We'll see if they go for a deep lane ward as well. If the Chiefs end up pushing up, then maybe they just go for their own aggressive play on the side of DFM. Having that on Evie, keeping that TP means at 6, they'll have so many more playmaking opportunities.
See how it shuffles out there, even with the leash on the teleport. Definitely Evie can still use that tool, and of course, if nothing happens, let's go ahead, get some tempo back, and go to the lane. Is now 3v3 once again is happening in the bottom side of the rift, but it's Arthur. A little late to the party, but perhaps it's perfectly timed arrival. Arthur finds himself first blood as Hop, looking for a big crash down, gets Arthur as Yutapon finds the final auto attack to get the counter kill.
All right, they get the first one. Raze is trying to make it a 2-for-1, not able to do so. Fought back, but Tally's on the roam.
How's the snipe, Tally? Looking for the ulti. Encore. Aladoric now cutting off Yutapon. Brute's gonna miss. Yutapon is just fighting, and Ray's like, I'm not really that safe. Now we've got to flash out of there. Charlie gets the charm in the front side, but now the stun on the other is good, and Yaharong is gonna move in there. Great little flash Emperor's Divide, and Aladoric and the rest of the side are all dead. It's Detonation. Focus me. Winning in bottom lane.
Yutapon with the fancy feet, baiting Chiefs in, not giving Tally an opportunity to find either the stun, or excuse me, the root or the charm on his ultimate. Topun as well was scrapping with Evie in the top side. You can see both ultimates down. Off screen, he was making sure that teleport could not come in. Topun did exactly what he needed to make sure that that was able. Ivy could not join in, but at the same time, the roam by Yaharong evened it out. Now Steel's up top.
Ooh, into the alcove we flash. He's buying time for Arthur. He's here. He's on the level 5, though. Topun still trying to fight his way out, but Steel's just going to go ahead and grab yet another kill.
Oh, man. I loved what Topun did to stop the teleport from coming through, but Yaharong getting in there late in the bottom side of the play, turned that one around. Then Steel getting the faster reset meant that he'd get back up to the top side first. So here we'll take another look. Nice double knockup as he's getting hit by that charge to root up Steel and get that first kill in their favor, but then took a little bit too much damage. Nice 3-man knockup there, getting that stun, then the double stun right there. Hart playing that extremely well, and it does put him a little far forward. It's difficult to run through Yutapon, and just Yutapon with lethal tempo here, just playing it so well, dodging out on that knockup, dodging up on those roots. No charm coming through either there, and that means that everything is expended. Yaharong has the freest flash ult of his life. This is the feels good as year. You get to feel like a god when realistically almost everyone's dead and there's no cooldowns up. it's a layup. The rest of the team like cleared the lane for you. You know, that was a very easy play for him, but at least he made the roam down and made it happen.
Yeah, I mean, good roam from Tally, honestly, to try and make it happen. That is indicative of his style. Unfortunately, just Yutapon kind of outplaying him.
Yeah.
With the fan speed, as you said, and what could have been a really good opening up, building on the first blood that Arthur was able to get, is actually a tragedy. It's 3,000 gold ahead for Detonation Focus Me, and we're not even at 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolute disaster there. With Steel dying first in that entire sequence, that's what I was talking about when we said he also got to get up onto the map faster, and so, you know, Topun was hitting Evie to stop the TP from coming through. They trade their ults, and I think they just kind of lost track of Steel. We talk about how, you know, DFM was pinging down on Aladoric where he could potentially be. Did not feel like Chiefs had the same awareness of where Steel could be.
And that will be Yutapon with a big lead, 3-0-1. He's likely the majority of the gold lead that Detonation Focus Me are sitting on. We'll see how they want to translate the rest of that here. Arthur now finally level 6 after what feels like an eternity of him poking down in different lanes. There's Dead FM. Oh, little trade awards there.
This is a tri-lane, man.
Yeah, seriously.
The junglers are always here.
Arthur just through the front door, perhaps. Trying to line up the play.
Now, all summoners available for DFM's bot lane again, though they kind of weathered that very dangerous portion now. And if you're trying to get this kind of flash Aladoric engage, he does have charm, but we saw Unipon's mechanics there. Nothing to turn your nose up at.
Blue buff Steel here should be completed as well. Aptly done so by the jungler named Steel. And Arthur was maybe trying to defend for a potential wraparound dive, but Detonation Focus Me, do the simple play, take the objective, walk away.
Yep, Harp looking really good on this Rel pick. Core JJ couldn't make it despite his appearance in the World's Music video, but his champion did. Here's Rel, baby.
The play Magnet Storm popping up. Big stun there as Arthur's here, but I don't think he can do much at all. It's Raze holding on to the ulti, but the health bar not so lucky.
Sorry. I got so excited when I was like, hey, it's perfect timing as I'm talking about Rel going in, and then able to just get disengaged there by Chiefs, but still eating a lot of resources on the side of Chiefs, just kind of forcing, like we said, this trialing situation. The nice thing about it is it's buying 1v1 time for Evie and Yaharong, who have champions who are going to do better in those isolated situations. You can see a gold and CS lead already for both solo lanes, as well as bot lane being monstrously ahead from winning these skirmishes.
And now a late Cloud Dragon, but a welcome one nonetheless for Detonation Focus Me. We'll swap on over to Mountain for the second one here, but again, a few games we've seen, teams not necessarily running straight to Dragon right away. See a lot more plays and just a lot of fighting in a lot of these games. It is more interesting to these teams.
Well, what happened in the last game too is you saw Istarus come flying out with this crazy whirlwind of plays, and then once they fell behind, they kind of let off the gas and ultimately got outscaled. I'm hoping Chiefs can kind of keep this pace up. I understand waiting for a moment, but you probably still need to make a big contest here happen with this Wombo that we were talking about, where they have so much CC that if they're able to land it on Yaharong and Yutapon, then you can instantly blow them up and maybe win the fight. Doesn't have to be specifically the next Rift Herald or Dragon. You can wait a little bit longer because you are down on power spikes. You know, Yutapon has his Kraken Slayer completed already. We see still Ray's working on his.
Yeah, Luden's done as well for Yaharong, so detonation focus means carry is very powerful. Evie also almost has that call cashed in, so has a little bit of extra money incoming as well. Let's see if teams do want to play for that Herald in a mo, but Steel still has the first one. Gonna pop it mid here perhaps, as Yaharong does have the wave in the good spot. Plates are running out in under 2 minutes, and Steel's gonna go ahead cash in while he can.
Alrighty, gonna get some more gold onto the Azir. I like it. Kai'Sa's far enough ahead at this point. Let's go funnel someone else instead, getting that gold onto Yaharong. Nice to see there. Also, if you can break mid turret, Seraphine will be very sad. Not a champion who loves having to get pushed in like that, buy space for Yaharong to get around the map and kind of rotate this pressure down the bot side here. And again,
the tri-lane
continues.
All right, Aladoric, there's the ulti. Oh, Unipon, man, he's so fast. And now the counter ulti's coming through for both Steel. Onslaught of Shadows pushes out the back. Arthur spinning out there, trying to get to safety, does do so, but a ton of cooldowns burnt to get away from that situation.
Yeah, not able to find a kill from anyone, but again, surviving that kind of aggression. Aladoric's engage, a little telegraphed by Harp. The fact that the ultimate was popped by Aladoric, Unipon knew it was coming for him. He does flash it, but Aladoric did not commit his own flash, so both AD carries, the only ones kind of losing sums out there. Minus the exhaust that Aladoric also used.
Yaharong continuing to pepper away this mid outer as well. Tally's going to have to take it back. Does have Spellbook, although can't swap right now because he has Ignite. Does have Teleport as the base spell. Doesn't have anything to Ignite. So going to be A-OK walking back. At least going to have to be Evie with a little defensive ulti. Topoon landing all of the Qs, and Evie does have to flash there. Bottom side, oh goodness, that was close. But Steel does not find the duo. They do get back safely, but Unipon's just going to keep on chugging, fam. He's taking more plates.
Yeah, if you're DFM, you're not too upset about that one. Sure, the recalls got off, but you're going to grab at least 2 turret plates, maybe all of them. Topoon, the lone bright spot right now in this game for Chiefs, it feels like. Able to get that favorable trade. Maybe could have predicted the flash on the Q3 and tried to flash for flash follow, but instead just takes that summoner advantage. Knocking that off Kenning can be big. Whoa, Arthur ahead of the rest of his team.
Did you end up in this spot? Perhaps we'll answer that question at a later date. Hops away, needs to find some teammates. Aladoric with a good double knocker. Maybe they turn it back around. It's Chiefs with a long con. Arthur sets it up for the squad, and they find a kill.
Yeah, they're still going. Aladoric's ult comes back up.
Ooh, again, Aladoric moving back through. They found Evie as well. Raze now with a kill, and Chiefs. Signs of life in this game.
Perfect timing, too. Right as second Rift Herald spawns, I believe that was. They were already swapping their bot lane up to the top side off that recall. They were kind of ignoring Unipon grabbing that turret. And so that's why Arthur was ahead of his team. He was a little too far ahead, I thought. But with the fact that Aladoric had that gap flow, still had that flash available, landed that charm, which set up that wombo that we were kind of talking about, where Tally then gets the charm follow-up as well. Only problem is, took a lot of resources to make that play happen. DFM grabbed 2 turrets, mid and bot for it.
Yeah, Tally moved back to clear the wave in mid, and Yaharong had the perfect amount of minions, basically, to take that second tower. But again, Arthur just taking the enemy blue off is like, uh-oh, now I'm a little too far forward. And the Chiefs say, don't worry, buddy, we got you.
Yeah, a little too far forward, but ultimately knew that he had backup coming. Almost goes down here, but here's some of that utility that this team has. So many shields, so many heals from Rakan and Seraphine. Long-range engage as well. They get that gap closed down. Harp just doesn't quite burn down, but they are, of course, communicating, hey, no flash on Evie. Go finish him off, and that's when you see the second commit by Aladoric there.
Got the Herald as well. Lads look happy.
Yeah, feeling good about that one. It was feeling like the game was slipping away from them, getting strangled out by DFM. That's some signs of life that they needed. Still quite a bit down, and now Topoon in trouble.
Certainly so. Evie with the ulti, Steel following up, and Topoon's going to try and get something back. There is nothing but a kill for Hecarim.
Sad Aatrox noises. No Eclipse completed yet. When you get that item, it is a pretty disgusting power spike with the shields that come in, the extra healing, with the Omni Vamp. But before you get the Omni Vamp, it's not really that much extra from just a Vamp Scepter, unfortunately.
Looks like Herald dropped here. I like this from Chiefs again, trying to get some gold back here. Still down very significantly in this game, but this is the right path to getting things back on track and trading some gold back in your favor. Chiefs certainly down in the game, but not out by any stretch, even though old Unipon is looking menacing still on the Kai'Sa with 2 items done, and the Dragon still going in DFM's direction as Steel takes the second off the board. And once again, Mark, it's the Hextech Rift.
Oh my god, this game is bugged.
It is scripted.
It's bugged, man. This was another play for Chiefs that comes at a bit of an opportunity cost. Obviously, Cocoon dying. Now they might get them greeting out in their jungle a little bit, but Steel's going to be able to get out of here. Went for the Chemchunk Chain Sword. First rush. This was another build that was somewhat criticized. It does have, in Masters Plus, roughly the same-ish win rate as a bunch of the Mythics. Obviously, Triforce is the highest at 54. The rest are, a lot of them are hovering around 52%. There's plenty of damage on this team. I can kind of see the idea you're slightly more utility. We'll see what he goes for second item, because a lot of the times after this, people have been going straight into full tank, and that's where a lot of the criticisms come from. The fact that the new identity with Hecarim, with the resist from his W, with the extra ramping on his Q, that he's more of a bruiser, and he does have some okay scaling now on that Q. I mean, he's always had good scaling, what am I saying? But it's something where when you don't invest in the AD portion of his kit, it does feel like you've left a little bit on the table.
Yeah, for sure. And it is Barmy Cinder next, so we'll see.
Fulls on build. Coming in big.
Tally here on the top side of the rift, vibing. Yaharong going to catch the wave as the map's opening up a little bit more. Chiefs know they've made some good moves, but Detonation Focus Me still firmly in the driver's seat right now.
Slowing the game down a little bit. The dragon stacking is one of the nice things working in DFM's favor. We haven't had too many games where it felt like teams are going to be forced to walk forward here, but it's not the fastest Drake in the world, but it'd still be a free 30-minute soul, meaning that at some point Chiefs will be on the clock to actually stop this stacking from going through. Scaling is an interesting one here. Anytime you see Azir, Kai'Sa, Hecarim, you're like, that team scales pretty good. But obviously that kind of combination, the synergies within Chiefs kit make them a scary deathball composition. The increased healing that's available, that's kind of why that the Chempunk Chainsword looks really good. The fact that they put 2 CH sounds back to back at the start alliteratively, but then also use different phonetics for them is the trollest thing I've ever seen from casters. It's so funny that I just have to intentionally lean into it. Just saying Chainpunk, Chainpunk. Just keep messing with it.
I like it. It's a good time. As, again, teams maneuvering back and forth, but looks like we are just going to be waiting until the next objective. That Hextech Drake coming up in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. As I say that, Steel is looking for a little invade. Yudapon's here as well. He's a problem. After, though, counter play is happening. Not enough, though, as Yudapon is getting low, but they need to get this kill to make it worth it. Yudapon trying to dance around, but he's going to get shut down instead by Arthur.
All right, quick reaction by Chiefs there. They find the pick-off trade. Yudapon's shutdown is pretty big, given that Tapoon was already 0-2. Prior to that, that feels pretty good. Of course, it did cost them more resources, buying time for Yaharong to continue growing his CS lead, up 30 now over Tally.
Cost you Reese's, I like that. How many peanut butter cups did that play cost?
Yeah, I mean, this is the double threat. Here we go.
Tally zooming on in, but not really by his own design. It is trouble as Tally flashes out, but that's a solo bolo for Yaharong in the top lane.
Oh boy, there you see Tally moving up there to try and collect that wave, but Yaharong was still up there, finds that kill, and even cost him the flash going for that. Yaharong did not need to commit his own, so feels pretty bad with this Drake coming up in just under a minute and a half. Will not be up for that. You have to wonder if this means that Chiefs will sack this one. At some point, they'll need to contest. Maybe it's not the third Drake. Maybe they're waiting for the fourth, because now without the flash available, it does mean that he is pretty exposed to a kind of flash engage by Harp or Steel, getting sped up in there. Yaharong himself, Evie as well. Everyone else having their flash engage is very dangerous for Tally.
Certainly so. And Seraphine, a big part of how Chiefs could maybe win some of these upcoming exchanges. Have to fight, unfortunately, for this third dragon. I feel like that's the general advice. Chiefs don't really want to. They'd love to wait a little bit longer, but not going to get much better, even though they're down more than 5,000 gold right now. And if things align, there are windows back into this game. But Detonation Focus Me have been pretty disciplined so far. Ooh.
Yeah. That's, what is that? 400, 500 damage from 1 Q auto from Yaharong. Feels very dicey. Not much MR stacked up on their team as well, other than a couple Merc Treads, means that he will be hitting very hard. Went for the very high burst build as well. Ludens into Shadow Flame, trying to just explode people.
I mean, plenty of the target-rich environment, let's say.
Very short-range team for him to be going up to as well. So you can kind of understand, as they face-check them, having a lot of vision control, Yaharong can land a lot of high-damage poke onto Arthur, Tapoon. Even Tally and Aladoric are going to be in threat range.
We gotta go. Say the Chiefs, they know they have to contest for this dragon, but Evie is like already pre-flanked. He's just in the bottom lane for the potential pincer, so Chiefs will they maybe turn off the objective instead. Aladoric is trying to find the play, but Evie already crushing him in. Harp goes in first. Ray's trying to get out of there. Oh, he flashes back into the stun. Aladoric not there to try and peel, and it's absolute disaster for the Chiefs as Arthur does get the dragon, but the cost is quite high as Aladoric will go down as well.
Oh boy, it's a 4-for-0 at the tail end of this play as they... Well, Arthur gets one back, at least onto Yaharong. So a 4-for-1, excuse me. DFM, though, still plenty healthy now to rotate up to the top side, grab this Baron away. Incredible flank by Evie, but very telegraphed. I was surprised to see Chiefs sticking on that dragon, not sending anyone to mark the cannon, just giving him free access to the backline. And Harp was like, I'm going to go flying in here, force your ult out from Raze, which will give Evie the easiest kill of his life.
Yeah, I said it. He pre-saved the flank in bottom lane. And unfortunately, Chiefs can't find the response. Instead, it's 4 dead plus the Baron. Arthur dying at the tail end of this play, making that nice and easy.
I don't know exactly what Chiefs were thinking here because they saw Evie on the wave as well as having some wards out to know that, yep, he's coming from behind to try and flank us. And they just had Aladoric on the side looking for their own flank. Maybe they were thinking that we'll be the ones to pull the trigger first, and then we'll just kite forward, and Evie will be behind us the entire time. But there's plenty of engage options on the side of DFM. They find their own angle, like we said, with Harp going in. Looking very good now. Gold lead creeping closer to 10K.
Yeah, it was a pretty significant lead in the early game. We set it 3K under 10 minutes to kick things off. Obviously going from bad to worse. Detonation Focus Me doing a great job snowballing things forward. Kind of won the early game exchanges. Now winning some of these fights and in a commanding position to overtake this game. Chiefs, again, there are angles, but the windows are very, very small.
Yeah, very good setup here by DFM as well, getting vision control in this bot side of the map, dropping the Azir turret in the mid lane position, allowing them to rotate down, grab this turret, which Udapon and Evie were pushing already, having complete control. They're going to grab the mid inner as well, quickly grabbing turrets with this Red Bull Baron power play.
See what happens. About 500 gold away from that vaunted 10K mark. So nice to see the other coaching staff as well. Reserved, but celebrating on the Detonation Focus Me side. Not the drama of Babip and Timothy Wendell, the people on the Chiefs. Timmy especially, my goodness, he is a dramatic human being. Also, fun fact, he was the former founder, owner of Legacy, who you may recognize from recent, actually, that came into the world in the last few years. Famously hates the Chiefs, because they were the rivals for a long, long time in the Oceanic scene. But
if you can't beat them, join them, I guess, something like that. Here we go, DFM grabbing their inner turret as well. I think part of the reason that stoic look that they still had was not only just this game on their mind, but I think DFM having those tastes of success at Worlds, making it through play-ins before. They want more.
Ooh, that's a very nice looking ulti, and Race has found a shutdown. Udapon from 4 screens away has been picked off. The Chiefs find a miracle, honestly, outside their own base. But is there anything more? Arthur getting chased down by the rest of Detonation Focus Me. Evie is dodging everything, but Arthur has found an escape route through the enemy top laner.
Oh, no.
Steel now going to go down as well. Get the coach cam back on. It's going to be a banger as the Chiefs find a team fight.
They shut down the most fed member of DSM with that snipe from Tally. Like you said, blow him up once Udapon is down. Evie was also getting chunked down the backside of the fight by Tapoon. Gave them that angle, and then that also baited Steel to try and save Evie's life. On the tail end of that, they're also going to get some objective bounty shutdowns on this turret if they can grab it. See if they finish this one off, or Yaharon gets the TP out of Tally. That's a traded TP. It's not feeling too bad, though, because you still get this objective bounty.
I mean, you have to get some gold back. Chiefs needed something in the game, and they've cut the gold lead down to only 7,000. Still a far cry away.
I was ramping up the narrative machine, and that let me fall asleep at the wheel. Did not see this coming. So much good vision control on the side of DFM. I think Udapon just assumed everything had been cleared out. You can see the 2 pinks behind that, but the sweeper had not come through. That ward spotted him, and then the really, really good engage by Chiefs, dropping everything they had, knowing this is the Fed guy, don't hold any ults back, blow him up, and then from there they can actually win the extended fight because they do have such strong, sustained healing and re-engages and team fighting. They're less ult dependent in some sense, you could even argue, than a Kennen and a Rel and these sorts of things. Obviously, just with the Seraphine W spam and whatnot.
All right, well, Chiefs find a little way back in. 30 seconds till the next dragon is up. Again, It is much like Fight Club. If it's your first time around the Dragon and your opponent's about to hit 3, you must fight around the Drake. Although Chiefs, I'm not sure can get there this time because the waves are not in prime position to be contesting for objectives, and Detonation Focus Me going to try and push them back as far as they can.
Oh, you have to contest this. I feel like even if
yeah,
it is
of course
pretty
you
brutal,
do.
it's a horrible, Dragon soul to have to fight against for DFM. The earlier you can stop this stacking, the better. There they go.
In we go again, trying to find the fight early this time. At least want to force the TP out of Evie if they can. He's currently top lane, applying even more pressure. That mid-outer, a thorn in the sides of the Chiefs for this contest, but as we've said, they have to come to play, and they certainly will, as Hop maybe a little too far forward, but should be just fine. Squad's reinforcing. He's going to wrap around. Tally finds the ward. Little split right now for Detonation Focus Me, but they should be okay.
Yeah, if he's going to have a TP ward potentially behind them, you can see it getting pinged out a little bit, not swept out by Chiefs. Right in between the pits. There he goes.
Marking him now as well. They're going to flip it for the Dragon first off. They do get it. Objective bounty goes over. Chiefs have actually peeled off to try and kill Evie. Ray's down the front line, but he's got no ulti. Has a flash shot, but Arthur's trying to run interference. Ray's wants to pull back on the other way, but now I think the team, no, he's actually fine. It's taking out Steel. Ray's lives somehow, but Utapon is going absolutely insane in this fight, and Utapon shutting it down with the rest of the side. It looked good. But Detonation Focus Me coming out on top in that fight.
Utapon and Yaharong coming up big. The 2 carries of DFM surviving that. The fight was so split. Chiefs committed so many resources onto Evie. I thought it was a mistake, but they were still able to kite it out. Their 3-man core against the 4-man of DFM was looking good until Yaharong finally saw the angle to go in. Utapon staying alive as well. And with that, they were able to grab the Dragon for Chiefs. The kills ended up being relatively closely traded out. Not that bad, all things considered, from Chiefs, and showing that they still have a high barrier of execution for DFM if they want to win this. There's that trade onto Evie. They forced that out very early on, and that made me think that, okay, 4v3 on this side, it's doomed, but Tally hits a really nice ult there. There's a nice knock-up. Arthur also finds the re-engage. They finish off Steel, but then when they come to that choke point, Kapoon gets that kill there, but then this is when Yaharong sees the angle, shoves multiple members back, gets the Q auto damage, even goes for the aggressive E to just blow them up with that high damage build.
Little burst to zero action there.
Yes, sir.
No sweeping ulti, just pushes them back, takes the damage it does, and comes out on top. The gold lead, though, hasn't shifted much from the last fight the Chiefs won. Still about 7k between the two teams, keeping the Dragons barely under control. Arthur's smites pretty clutch in these situations, but now we have to contend for Baron once again.
I mean, despite the gold lead, these fights have felt really crazy. Here they go, trying to get Tapoon, get the ult out early from him. Bit dicey now for the Chiefs without having that ability for the Aatrox. We'll see how they're going to test the Baron.
Ooh, a little engage there from Hub, trying to make it happen. Ray's trying to get to safety. Onslaught of Shadows is there, though. Arthur spinning around, but it's just the clone. Aladoric, though, very low as Evie tries to finish it off, and he does find the snipe with the Shuriken. Tapoon now in trouble as well, as Yaharong's going to clean that up. And Utapon going straight into the back line. 1v1 me, bro. Takes out Rays, and Detonation Focus Me have found it again. That might be the game.
Evie going for the last one on to Tally. The auto fight goes in Evie's favor. It's the clean 5-0 ace in DFM. They are looking to end the game. Forget the Baron. They have the minion wave to try and push it down. Just as I was saying, it felt like this game was getting close. They have an expert team fight to close them out and get their first win of Worlds.
Beautifully done by the carries of Detonation Focus Me. Yaharong and Utapon looking so good together, as the Chiefs will barely have Aladoric alive to watch the Nexus crumble. Raz was wrong. Detonation Focus Me picking up a win. Their first of Worlds so far.
DFM is scaling. They had what was a pretty terrible first game by their own standards, getting blown out by Loud. Then a very scrappy game against Fnatic, and now finally on the board, taking down Chiefs. DFM ramping up so far over the course of groups from play-in stage. We'll see if they can make the knockout. Not guaranteed quite yet, but looking very good here. Despite some of those late game team fights starting to go with the Wombo combo, it was still a game where they had a massive gold lead the entire time.
You can see how different that game would have been if the gold lead wasn't quite so massive.
Yeah, it was a scary draft from the side of Chiefs. Respect to them for finding some angles despite the game looking like it was over during that Baron push, getting that second Dragon. But once DFM kind of recentered themselves, set up that Baron situation, they were able to force out ultimate so early and then enable that chase down.
Yep, really nicely done at the end of it all. Detonation Focus Me little later than they would have liked, but a win's a win. They'll pick one up here, taking out the Chiefs at Worlds, who are also still on the hunt for their first win of the tournament. It's getting spicy out there. Yeah. Apart from, you know, LEC, who took credit, still doing very well, haven't lost a game just yet. Everyone else is like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's definitely feeling like anything can happen. I don't know. I guess Fnatic is like, okay, you guys are good.
Yep.
Everyone else, anything could still happen, it feels like to me. Even Loud had, you know, looked very good in their game so far.
DRX, won a game, only one. Fun game, RNG, you think?
Group B,
gonna be good?
I haven't seen quite as much from Group B yet because I still want to see how RNG bounces back. Does DRX continue to dominate that group? It was only one game for both of them so far.
A lot going on. Certainly been fun so far. So we're going to hand it back over to State Farm analyst to break that down.
Well, Freak has made it very clear I'm not allowed to sing anymore, so that's not going to happen.
There we go.
Coming into the game, I think it is fair to say that DFM kind of got a significant advantage in the early stages during that laning phase. It felt to me like that defined the game. Is that a fair summary of how this played out?
I'd say so, yeah. It was 20 minutes, I think, or even 25, of great gameplay from DFM, followed by 15 minutes of... Not too
questionable.
sure. Questionable.
Let's go to questionable play.
Of vibe, just having a good time into 5 minutes of, okay, we pull it together, we have a massive gold lead, and we win the game.
Chronicler, I want you to talk to me a little bit about Harp because he was one of the players you've spoken so much about today.
Yeah, I love Harp all the way back. You know, KT didn't make it to Worlds, DRX knocked him out, but we get a little bit of representation there. And the main thing that I really loved about what Harp was able to do here on the Rel was that Utapon is really, especially today, I think, in the match that we've seen thus far, very clearly playing at his usual self again, is able to actually have a really big impact in these games. And for a Kai'Sa, you do need someone to create space. And I think Rel was able to do that, or Harp rather was able to do that very consistently.
100%. And I was wondering how he would be able to perform in a completely different meta where I saw him domestically playing like the likes of Karma and Nami. It was enchanter heavy, but man, did it look natural for him in this game. I loved how this is an extended play because it really felt like a nice flowing motion as Yaharong just comes in and flings two members towards them. But yes, I felt like he was a huge difference maker. Harp played out of his mind.
At this point, I'm just starting to feel bad for bottom lane here for Chiefs.
Yeah.
It's just constant investment. But I think crucially what's important to recognize and to talk about is that for Detonation Focus Me, they recognize an opportunity, an area that they can attack. They successfully did it over and over and over, and they generated a significant gold lead from these plays.
Because even in the play that you saw previously where they're not able to get a kill, it still generates pressure on the turret. And then this is one of the catches. Even though Harp is not able to actually get into the backline, Avi has been spending, I think, like 30 seconds in that bot side rush to make sure that even with all the summoners being blown, he doesn't stay alive.
And this is just a really rough, state for you to be playing Xayah because you have multiple points of engage. If you get Xayah ulti out from the Rel engage, in this case, that was the case, Kennan's going to follow up, or the Hecarim's going to follow up. There's always going to be someone that's going to send Kai'Sa straight towards you. So I just felt like, yes, you fell behind early. It's going to be even worse when you get into those later stages.
I'm going to ask a question to Chronicler again here, because what was the statement? 25 minutes of good play and then 15 minutes of questionable play. Let's talk about this now, because I don't want to take away from the fact Chiefs had a great team fight to begin with, but then it was just ended by a 0, right?
Yeah, it was, because this is one of those key moments where if no play is made by anyone in DFM, they might just lose, even though they're very far ahead. Like, momentum swings like this could be big. But my boy Jin Air Grace Yaharong comes in big with a really nice Azir shuffle. And what I really liked about this game was that it really had the entirety of DFM kind of band together and just have a good game. We saw good moments of every single player, some errors here and there, right, like Utapon getting picked off, for example, but didn't matter in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, and it's beautiful to just see Yaharong on control mages like Azir, especially at this stage of the game when you're looking towards Kai'Sa, Hecarim, and he's the one that steps up. It's nice to see. They take the win, and I feel like this is the breath of fresh air Detonation Focus Me really needs to move forward.
I mean, when you take a look at that gold dip, there was that team fight that Chiefs were able to pick up. It felt more significant. It felt bigger than it actually panned out to be, and ultimately didn't work out for Chiefs. So they've now suffered their loss. For Detonation Focus Me, they've picked up their first win. I believe we are going to an ad break. On the other side of it, we'll be hearing from Detonation Focus Me's Ebby. But before that, we've had an exciting start to play-ins yesterday and today here in Mexico City. So it's time to check out this segment from OnePlus Cam for an in-person look.
Yeah, that's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with
original holographic cover art.
Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake. Hands off the squish.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022, and Evil Geniuses versus Beyond Gaming will be our 5th matchup of the day. Before we start setting the scene for that, I thought it would be important to do a quick reminder on the standings as things are starting to shape up. I'm going to go Raz first. What's your key takeaway and what are you looking at as by the end of today we'll have the halfway point done for Plains Groups?
I think one that will get a lot of people's eyes is Saigon Buffaloes right now at 2-0. But a quick reminder is that 2 of their wins were off of Isris and Istanbul Wildcats, so the weaker teams of the group. So the strength of schedule is going to be strong. They have to now take down DRX, RNG, or Mad Lions. That's their path forward.
And the entirety of that group, I think, is still very much up in the air. Obviously, RNG expected to bounce back. DRX expected to kind of maintain that high level of play. Mad Lions, I know they're 2-0 right now, but I don't know if they'll keep it.
Chronicler, Saigon Buffalo played DRX. If they win, that'll be a huge shock. Mad Lions are playing RNG. If they win, that'll be a huge shock. What is your other key takeaway? I mean, what are you making about the fact that both Fnatic, Mad Lions currently still undefeated? I mean, similar story, strength of schedule's coming up as well, right?
For Fnatic, I'm like, yeah, I think they're the best team in the group.
Right.
They just look miles ahead of everyone else, and I don't think they're dropping that spot. Don't think Matt's going to stay there. Matt, to me, has looked a lot more vulnerable, and even though I don't expect him to drop against the weaker regions to the minor regions, I don't know if they can do it against DRX and RNG.
And just kind of talking about Fnatic's placement once again, they should be happy because if you get first, you move right onto the main stage. But if you're going second, and most importantly, if you get 3rd or 4th in Group A, you're going to have to go up against the powerhouse in that best of 5. Yeah, it's either going to be RNG, DRX, or you even look towards Mad Lions. Like, these are going to be really tough teams to face, so placement in this group matters.
I think there's an argument to be made that the playoffs bracket from this Plains could be one of the most intriguing and exciting because we've heard so many teams obviously talking about best of ones. The fact it's single round robin, single side is dramatic. The meta's still shifting. I mean, it seems to be relatively stable, so I'm very excited to see how that pans out. That is, of course, 2.5 days away. Let's turn our attention back to game number 5, starting with Evil Geniuses and Beyond Gaming. I wanted to take a look at the early games of both of these 2 respective teams. For Beyond, I think let's focus a little bit both on their domestic league and then their performance here. I mean, Chronicler, when we take a look at the stats, I actually just missed them on screen. I think we can bring them up in just a second. Thank you so much.
Boom.
What are you expecting the differences? Because there is a gigantic difference.
Yeah, the key takeaway is that Beyond Gaming in their own region struggled a lot. They were a team that kind of in mid-game was able to then turn the tide, which generally, that's a bad sign when you go to an international. That's not what you want. So seeing them, even though I think the expectations from them are relatively low, have such a much more dominant early game within the play-ins is a great side for both them and for the PCS.
Absolutely. And I do think their main competitor within their region in the Flying Oysters were really tough in the laning phase.
Oh, yeah.
And so them being molded by dealing with the types of shun and all that, like, in dealing with the Flying Oysters and then coming into this tournament, definitely prepared for something like this.
Now, Raz, is it going to be enough to prepare them for Evil Geniuses? Because I want to highlight the Evil Geniuses early game stats as well. Obviously, they were able to pick up that win just a little bit earlier today against Loud. But when you take a look at the game against Fnatic, you know, significantly up, like looking pretty good against Loud, for example.
Looks bad.
It's a challenge. I mean, -3, -1.5. This is a problem if Beyond are able to have the same replication. Now, it's going to be, in theory, a harder task, right?
Yeah, it looks tough. And I think that if I take a step back, this should still be a win for Evil Geniuses based off of, you know, the MVP of the previous game in Inspired. For me, it's on how Impact, Inspired, and Jojo Pyun really managed to play through their top side of the map. And, hey, I still think they'll, as you can see, the man right in front of you right now, Kaori, look to play around him and incorporate him. He has been performing well mechanically. The questions are more so when they get into the mid-game, they can really be a little bit too happy to pull the trigger and fall behind in extended fights.
Okay, let's give some visuals to this. Let's explain it a little bit, because I do think we've got some replays from both of the respective teams. We're going to start with Beyond once again, the team that is expected to be the underdog. Their team fights, how can we say it? They were maybe basic. Is that a word? Do you think they could have been punished a little bit more?
In terms of team fighting, I think what we've seen of them thus far is fine. I think in draft order, they can be a little bit predictable, and EG has, I think, shown that they're very happy to really try and find creative angles, try and outdraft their opponents. So that could be a problem for them, because if they go into the game with a really big draft disadvantage, I think EG is a tough cookie.
Yeah, and I think beyond, we talked about
cookie. Sorry,
yeah, okay, I
was not expecting that.
I think beyond, we saw this from them domestically. They care a lot about the fundamentals and playing a strong front-to-back team fight comp. I think the one thing that teams will have to deal with is Lakai on types like Fiora. He's going to be somebody that wants to be on the type of split-pushing threats. He will still team fight on him. He's going to still team fight, no problems, no questions asked on that. This is just the way they play the game. With Husha playing types like Sejuani, and after seeing the Maokai play, probably will pick that up as well. For me, I was most surprised by Minji's LeBlanc. I think his ability to weave in and out of fights is an aspect of it that I didn't really see that too much domestically.
I mean, the way he was playing, there was a lot of close shaves from Minji, but he managed to get away with it, to not get into too much trouble. We've got one last clip here. You talked about the Maokai already, and Raz, you're becoming a Maokai enjoyer.
I am.
Like Goldborg. Earlier today, Inspired popped off on the pick, and I think Inspired's going to need to step up, manage to, and try to contain Beyond if they have the same early game we saw yesterday.
Absolutely, and I think that Maokai is one pick that you'll really need to value. You can see what Inspired is able to do in this game, but also if Inspired sees a fight that he likes, Maokai makes that easier. The movement speed bonus that you're seeing, if he sees an angle, he'll flash for it. I think this champion works out really well for him. I think people will look at Inspired and think of more carry type of champions, but I think when I see Inspired, if he wants a fight, he's going to take it, and this champion makes it easier for him to do that.
Additionally, Maokai to me is very strong no matter what the game state is in any form of team fight, both proactively and defensively. So if you have a fat carry, he can protect. If you, as Russ pointed out, want to play forward, can do that as well. And in play-ins in particular, I think that team fighting you're always going to gravitate towards. I think the execution barrier for actually playing through side lanes just, well, RNG in good form probably does that, but like everyone else, I don't know if they're actually going to be able to do that. So then a really strong team fighter that also have good gank pressure as well, I think is very valuable.
Now, let's look one last question for you. Which player do you want to look at on the side of Beyond Gaming to be able to step up to help shut down EG? Because once again, we're anticipating, much like we've seen twice today, that the NA or the EU, major region is able to, even if they fall behind early, they still come back. So that's what I want to see the change here.
That's fair. I'm looking towards the bot lane. Wako and Koala, I think for me, they perform really well in team fights, generally speaking, but the laning phase is what they're going to be attacked on. And I want to see them be able to, hey, they dealt with, once again, Flying Oyster, Shun, bot lane, and I want to be able to see them.
the best team name on the planet.
Yeah, I love that name.
Yeah.
And I think they need to be able to deal with Vulcan and Cowrie. And if they can do that, they have a great start to this game.
We're going to find out if they can in just a moment. We've got a brand new caster duo taking it to the desk for the last games of the day. It's over to Freak and Dagda.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Hello and welcome. We have a special guest here in Jojo Pyun, the Bald Eagle. As far as I understand, Danish geography, not very good. As Goldborg named a Canadian man after a bald eagle, the sign of America, the U.S. So we'll put it on for now, whatever. Either way, how you doing, bud?
I'm good. I'm glad to be here. It feels really cool to be in the studio. You get to see everything, all the seats and everything set up below.
Yeah.
Like, especially someone who's watched from afar for so long. It's nice to actually be here and get to cast.
It is fun. I'm excited to be here as well, filling in. Here to do the very best I can, I will say. Did not know I was casting play-ins until today, so forgive me if my prep is not up to scrub. Thankfully, you are here to carry me, as my color casters tend to do already.
No, you got this. You got this. You've been around a while. You'll be very familiar with some of these teams. So. But look, either way, we're already into it. Fiora and Sejuani going to be banned away by Evil Geniuses. Already putting that presence up towards Likey in that top side. Definitely been someone who has favored those carry top laners, so not surprised to see those banned away. Yuumi has been a pretty standard ban by Beyond Gaming as well, so still going to see that.
I'm curious if we're going to see even more early game focused bans. We saw in the opener for Evil Geniuses, Cowrie went for a Caitlyn. Since there's no longer the Electrocute Nami interaction, it feels like Lucian Nami has kind of fallen off priority. I think it's still good, to be fair, and we see it indeed. So it's going to be a new look for Cowrie. I really do think, even with Aerie, Lucian Nami is still good. If he has other lane bullies, that can be fine as well, but this has always been his style. You think back to the Evil Geniuses who won in spring, who showed up in MSI, who were so dominant in the regular season. This was Danny on a lot of backline carries. He could play the Senna, he could play the Seraphine, but the Sivir or Zeri meta was like exactly his style of like chill in lane, like leave him alone when you go for Rift Herald, let him be the big carry. Cowrie is much more early game focused. It has meant that for the last 6 weeks, EG have had to completely retool their team, right? Same roster from Spring Split, except for Cowrie coming in, plays a different style of champion, and it has looked like EG are still building the play in mid-flight.
Yeah, and I think that's what Beyond Gaming have kind of recognized here, right? They get rid of those pushing lanes. They're like, hey, Wako's been our big damage carry. Let's make sure he's going to be comfortable bot side. They're kind of giving a call out to Minji here as well, saying, look, we're going to take this Silas. I think Minji had a great performance yesterday against Loud on the LeBlanc, but now he's got to see if he can have a similar performance on this Assassin in the Akali that does do well into Silas.
That's going to be a lot of fun. I am always stoked for Assassin melee matchups in mid lane. I will say that's the more fun version, like the set Lee Sin meta from like MSI a year and a half ago. I think this is the funner version of melee mid, so very excited to see this one. Clearly, Silas Prio is there. And Aphelios does have a good first couple levels, but traditionally considered a late game carry.
And I think especially when you're seeing so many short-range compositions here, especially with the Aphelios locked in, I think things like the Maokai now become incredibly good as well, where if you can try and lock that in, I mean, we've seen the flexibility that the pick already has. Keep that for yourself and make sure you're able to kind of speed up your team, get them engaged, especially when you're playing such a short-range composition.
You know, the fun thing about this team is Singed is a flex pick. Impact actually has several notable Singed games in his history, and Jujupon has been spamming it in Champions Queue, so Jojo keeps that hover going. Lee Sin is in Inspired, has been an absolute stellar player overall, and Lee Sin, there's a fun mantra we've heard more recently, which is it's not that Lee Sin falls off with game time, he just scales with your skill. Yeah. So as long as you're good enough, you can make it work at the end game. Vi going back to the hover, I think it's actually going to be locked in.
And I think it's been really interesting to see the dichotomy we've seen between junglers. Some people going for the Graves and Hecarim, that farming style, which has been incredibly strong. Like we saw Grell pop off yesterday in the Graves. Yeah. But you're seeing people like Inspire still go back towards things like the Lee Sin, the Vi now taken for Husha here as well. Yeah. Still going towards, hey, we want to have that big impact early. And I think it speaks volumes to the identity of some of these teams and how they want to play from the jungle.
And it is really cool. Look at the jungle pool, right? There is a Sejuani ban, and that is it. And Sejuani even then is like a flex, right? So every jungler is up. You can pick whatever you want. Inspired's like, give me Lee Sin. We're going early game. I'm going to take this game over. And Husha, who's played a lot of Vi throughout the year, this is now his 7th Vi pick of Summer Plus, makes it his 2nd most played champion across that same time frame, is like, I've just liked Vi since MSI, basically. Like, it's just one of my champs, and goes for it.
And I think it works really well here. I mean, you've got a Aphelios there that you can threaten the backline alongside a ton of dive with the Aatrox, the Akali as well. So I think it just works out super well, especially when you're looking at things like that Aphelios that will be quite vulnerable with the way this composition's set up at the moment.
And look at the bans, right? Tom Ketch, what is the default support? We're like, oh, this is not a comp I want to be anyone but Severin to. Tom Ketch ban. Unironically, I think Morgana, reasonably playable, although when you don't know your support matchup, there's some really bad ones for Morg out there. But if you're trying to save someone from a Vi, that actually can work well. We'll see what it comes through, though. Obviously, both solos are grabbed. Impact will get counterpicked for top lane.
Yeah, I'm really curious now what Wako goes for, though, because with MF, Ezreal, Caitlyn, Kalista all off the board, like, with the Aphelios there, I nearly want to say you want to go for some sort of range, but instead, looks like they might actually just go for... No, they're going to swap over. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So I think here, that makes a lot of sense, right? Just getting more zone control in these team fights against someone like Aphelios makes a ton of sense, a ton of self-heal as well, so making sure that you're going to be on the safe side of that AD carry matchup.
Yeah, you're kind of just playing whatever. You don't know your support matchup. You don't know if you're going to get any safety from your own support, if they're going to be helping with the dive, you know, if you get like a Leona or like a Nautilus coming through. So, whatever. Thresh has some safety. If Vi is the only diver, she's not going to solo kill you unless you're absurdly behind. So you can land in a safety. You're going to be kind of okay. Can zone everyone else out. But again, you need Impact's counter pick. Now in the opener, he went for Renekton, played weak side, and then got absurdly outscaled. Obviously, Fiora is a very, I would say, solo queue-esque counter pick where you get to carry and all the CC is so telegraphed, you get free riposts, but goes for the Kennen. We've seen Evie play it twice. My brain went to Levi. And I'm like, that's not the same player. Evie's played it twice to pretty decent effect. Kennen definitely can lane bully, has good teamfight pressure, and also is a defender. Where if Akali and Co dive in, you're like, I pressed R and Aphelios lives.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. I mean, the ability to just sit on this Aphelios and go, cool, you're going to be totally safe, it's going to be all fine. So I'm really curious now to see how Beyond want to try and approach this, because they're going to go for the Rakan. I thought they might go for the Nautilus, because you just have that little bit of safety there with the Thresh, but I still think Rakan, Xayah, super strong bot lane, so you've got a ton of opportunities now for your top lane. Will be a bit of a skill matchup. You'll probably see Husha going up there to try and help out Likey in that early stages, whereas you've got like Minju's just going to be fine farming up, and that bot lane is a bit self-sufficient as well. So I definitely think when you look at Beyond Gaming, trying to play up towards Likey, like we saw them yesterday with Loud, is going to be the best way here.
All right, I'm excited for it there. Beyond off to 1-0 start here at the World Championship. I'd seen a lot of people call Group A the group of life, and then it's like, oh, EG not playing with Danny, Fnatic not playing with their bot lane either for some of these games. Well, Beyond's up to the 1-0. They're like, yes, we are living. And with the form we have seen of these teams, I think Beyond are the favorites here. Against Fnatic, I don't know. It's going to be later on in the time. But in this game, I favor them right now.
It is funny, though, because the Aphelios feels more like a Danny pick, right? Where you kind of go, oh, we're going to play for those late-game fights. We're going to have that late-game insurance with the Aphelios. Kerry has been more towards things like the Lucianami you're pointing out, things like the Caitlyn that we saw yesterday. Yep. So definitely feels like EG have kind of gone, look, we've tried this style. It doesn't really suit us at the moment. We're going to go back to trying to play for these late-game fights and have that brunt of damage come from our AD carry position.
Yeah, across summer, it's easily like he's playing meta stuff and a bunch of Kalista when it's not banned and whatnot. Across his career, though, he has had his most recorded games on Aphelios. Again, not recent history, but a lot of AD carries who started in around 2020, 2019.
Around the 200
it's like,
mark,
Aphelios came out around that 200-year mark, exactly. It's like, well, we're all Aphelios one tricks. Let's go. So he at least has the reps on it, a positive win rate. We'll see how he does. And maybe this is match made in heaven, where it's like they can go back to that feed the carry style. Kaori is comfortable on this one. I know we're casting for English, so we're casting to a lot of NA fans who are waiting to see if EG can turn it up here in this one. And yeah, there are pieces here that look pretty good for them. Beyond Gaming, though, still off to the races, and we are on to the Rift here for the 5th game of the day.
Very excited to see how this one's going to pan out, because it does feel like Beyond, I mean, sitting with one victory at the moment, definitely trying to see if they can push themselves up and kind of have a bit of a fight back from MSI as well, kind of prove that they're able to push in towards that group stage. And they have been a region, the PCS, that has traditionally done quite well at international events, so a lot of eyes are on them at the moment to see if they can perform.
Yeah, it's one of the interesting kind of topics is, Marksy put out a video a while ago about, like, what are NA's chances at Worlds really? And it's like, pretty solidly LCS is the exactly number 4 league, you know? And it's like, but then, like, number 5 is kind of the PCS, right? Like, and that's kind of been the de facto for the last few years. You know, occasional there's hits up, but, like, you know, I remember, like, in 2015 was when AHQ and Flash Rolls, like, both made quarters at Worlds, and it's like, it's been kind of quiet since then, unfortunately, and that's, like, so long ago, but yeah, Beyond are doing very well right now in the playing group stage, you know, playing for number 1.
And it feels like Beyond are kind of keeping that AHQ Esports dream alive, right? Like, they took their spot in the PCS and are now kind of carrying that mantle, and it feels like for guys like Minji and Wako as well, like, especially for Wako, had to, like, replace Doggo, who was like the lifeblood of Beyond Gaming. For him to try and step into those shoes and then try and carry Beyond Gaming once more, it feels like he's had a lot to live up to. And I mean, they finished in 6th in the regular split, then end up having to be 3rd, 2nd, all the way up to play against Fine Oysters. It's cool to see them here now.
Oh, a quick fight in the mid, and Inspired gonna flash in first, so lands the kill, lands the chain, first blood in for Evil Geniuses, some digital goods claimed for first blood. And if you want to link your league account with Prime Gaming, you can receive your own free digital goods. Look at that segue.
Easy as you like, but really well done by EG. I think as well, focusing Minji is definitely the best way to go about it. He had a great game in the LeBlanc yesterday, but was kind of given a lot of free reign thanks to Husha. Getting in early here, Inspired does a really good job of waiting with that Sonic Wave to connect and picks up first blood.
It was really, really beautiful stuff. I'm always a fan of a jungler who's like, I'm gonna flash for the non-skill shot, the rest will land afterwards. Jojo, yeah, level 2 afterwards. Barely lands it too, that was nearly sidestepped.
Yeah, I mean, just a really nice job, though. I mean, even taking the Tempest Cripple level 2 to make sure that he could actually get that damage off and making sure that he was able to follow up with the Sonic Wave. Because usually you would take the Safeguard level 2, give yourself a bit of a healthier clear.
Yeah.
Working out super well. And Husha now looks like he's trying to respond, but Wave not in the best of spots to try and do so.
But aggressive trade, keep in mind, if E's on cooldown, the Q flash follow. Is there the rest of it, though? Auto, E's gonna land into the tower. Shot 1, shot 2 will kill. At least he was tagged. We're gonna go to Jojo Pion, but an assisted kill is more gold, and his wave is gone.
And the teleport is still here for Jojo Pion as well, so he'll still get back. So 1 for 1, gets to come in and pick up most of this wave. So all said and done, still a good trade for EG.
He's good scoreboard right now. 600 gold lead, Evil Geniuses. When they went to MSI, it was a little bit of a rough show, but so much of it, when they had gone, when they won in spring, was Danny in the bottom lane, kind of feeding the puppy. Oh, that is a good hook, though. Looks like Flay is not up. He, of course, has Lantern. It might have been on cooldown. Can't pull him in the turret. But Jojo Pion has really stepped up since MSI and has been one of the bigger carries for EG, and you can see him here. Yeah, gets him out from Inspired, sure, but he is off to the races here in this mid lane.
Yeah, and usually we talk about Inspired and Jojo Pion, but it looks like Inspired has his eyes on top side instead, with this wave crashing. Like he might be in trouble. No jungler here. You can see Hush is on that bottom side, so this could be devastating for the Aatrox to lose a big wave.
Do they have the damage to kill him? Cole, potion still up. Kaori dodging away from some Xayah damage. Farm really close to the 2. Ooh, and round 2 onto Jojo Pion. Of course, no summoners up anywhere. Full health, and they decide, no, not going to go for it right then. Jojo walks up for a trade. And Impact getting chunked 200 HP there. Leakai takes a good trade. Q not going to land. Inspire just here to shepherd the wave in and let Impact reset.
Yeah, it should be fine. And you can see jungle camp straight as well. Inspired end up taking the Krugs on top side. You're going to go Hush it, taking those Raptors as well. So overall, kind of both junglers trying to play towards each of their strengths. And at the moment, Minji definitely trying to get that help to try and reset what has been a bit of a bad start for him in this mid lane.
But pressure kind of all around the board, right? So Inspired pulled top side to help Impact get a reset. And the bot side, Cowrie kind of needs the same thing. This wave is bad for him. His health bar is low, Vulcan shields what he can, but Beyond Gaming are definitively winning this bottom lane. Great QE combo. Wako gets him even lower, down to 150. And it's like, yep, Inspired. You just your job jungling was push in top lane. Now let's help out bot lane. We gotta get this wave in so we can reset. You lost your Raptors? Sorry, bud.
Yeah, I mean, you need something to try and fix this, especially as we talk about, like, Wako in that later portion of the game being the big carry for Beyond Gaming. I mean, he's first in damage per minute coming out of the PCS, first for damage percent with 33, but Jojo goes for a bit of a hectic trade there.
Yeah, end of the day, though, as long as you have a mana pool, your sustain is overall better. Now, at this point, no mana items yet, so has the haste, and indeed, it's going to be Inspired just taking the wave. Cowrie needed his reset. Got Berserker's Greaves. But you really want to get Noon Quiver on the recall, which I'm pretty sure Wako can easily afford.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, CS lead, plus he also had that long sword start, so he's going to be totally fine. I think this is where, again, I feel a little bit worried for EG, because this is now a different look for them. They're going to be trying to play for those late-game fights with the Aphelios, but the Aphelios already to start to fall pretty far behind. And as well, when you're looking at Wako just being able to take bit of that turret play, get that CS lead. He has been that late game insurance as well for Beyond Gaming, so the fact that he's getting off to this great start is a little bit worrying for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, Rakan waiting around on the mid side saying, hey, if you steal a Kali, go for me. He's got the CC to back him up, so not going to be much of a play here. Mid lane CS equal but a wave to farm, so Jojo Pian up around 6 to 7, and Inspire gets his second camp in about as many minutes as he took the bottom side Krugs, but found the back of his ult to keep going.
And you can see Wako actually moved up towards mid lane as well to try and support that play, because he knows that, look, this wave is going to crash, but we can slowly start to push out this bot wave. You've got 8 minutes just around the corner, so by the time he pushes out this next wave, they can start to rotate up after creating that slow push towards that Rift Herald, and then try and use the advantages that Wako already has right now, and see if they can try and play for that advantage.
Alrighty, so far looking at if there's going to be pressure towards the top side to gank this Kennen, and as you mentioned, Herald as well. 1 minute till it spawns. Mountain Drake, the tankiest of them all, still up. Generally, we've seen in this tournament, I would say, fairly late Drake takes on average. It feels slower than what I'm used to casting LCS and watching everywhere else.
Yeah, that's been the really curious one. Look, I'm an LPL guy. Like, even you saw RNG yesterday, like 2 dragons already by the 50-minute mark, but hold on.
Oh, gets the flash in time. Wasn't a charm available. Of course, level 4 in the support means you have the reflexes to get away, but that is still a summoner down and a great engage by Kino.
Yeah, really nice, especially if you are... Oh, hang on, Inspired. Had the level 6, was trying to get in behind Minji, but just about able to shirk and flip away. But if you are now looking at these fights for Rift Herald, for things like Dragon, well, now you've got to flash this Aphelios, and Pusha ain't far off level 6, so suddenly things become significantly more difficult for Kerry in these fights.
But wave is in, and one's going to go to top side. Now, it is interesting anytime you're under control ward. It feels like every time you kill one, you're like, all right, we took our turn to kill the ward, but no, they're going to stick around, and Leakai just going to stay here. TP is not up for Minji. Ulti gets rid of the wave, pushes it in, 300 health left, and I don't know how you live. Sidesteps the first bit, but Jojo can show up, kick into the wall, and Jojo going to shark the kill. Another one on the board, 3-1. EG take their turn top side, and Minji goes, that means we can go bot.
Yeah, it was a brave play in top for Likey to see if he could try and trade, but now Beyond want to try and respond. Push it is in the wings, but they're waiting on a ward, and I mean, Carry and Vulcan, they can't really back away at this stage.
Nope, but they have TP from Impact, but an ultiless Kennon's not much. Vial into the tower, Flay buys some time. They got kill number 1 and 2, a trade back. Vulcan stays alive, but they can reset the aggro, get it back to 0 damage, and then start yet again. Hook comes in a vibe, but he only buys a second for himself. Flashes the knockup, plays away, and Kino nearly dies. Jada's got to get in there, flashes in, takes an ulti, and now he can dive the Enforcer, and look at that. Evil Geniuses are 6-3.
EG take a bow. That was gorgeous. Immediately, Jojo Pyun Inspired reset off the top plate. They start to move bot and are in time just there to save Vulcan from his inevitable doom. And Beyond, absolutely in tatters after that play.
Jojo Pyun heard people talking smack. This man is 5-1 where he goes. Beyond Gaming dies.
But I think it's really interesting to see, because that's been one of the big talking points for Jojo, right? Is like what he learned from MSI, looking at people like Faker, looking at people like Xiaohu, how they interact on the map to help their team. Well, he makes the play top, and immediately he's already moving bot lane to make sure that he's there for this second play as well. So it's a bit of a messy dive initially from Beyond Gaming, where they don't lead with Husha, which means Kino ends up missing, but Vulcan just takes it nice and slow, ends up flashing away from the knockup again, and Jojo Pyun here, perfect timing, gets the engage and follow. But here we go again.
All right, Minji gonna walk back towards the tower, Shuriken's backwards, but now is Kino the target, possibly. Ulti's back up, yeah, Charm available here for Jojo. Wants to land the chains, but jumped away. Still, though, it means that Herald goes over. He's took a top lane. 9 CS lead for Impact, and happy with an assist to his name. Herald also belongs to EG. Mid lane kill score. Yeah, it's double. This is everything EG wants, they have.
Yeah, I was laughing. It's like the 9 CS lead top was like, that's a 5 kills.
Yeah, I know. We're going down the line, okay? Some of them aren't very special. In bot lane, it's, he's alive.
Yeah, we take those, but I mean, Jojo is just massive right now, and it's great to see him popping off here, because again, like taking the Silas first pick, he knew what he wanted to do, and he's achieved it so well, even getting those early roams off to help out both side lanes, and now you've set up with already the Everfrost complete that you can keep control over this mid lane. Husha and also Kino are going to have to give a ton of resources to try and make sure that Minji can stay safe, and even if he ends up getting pushed in all the time, cool, just lean in towards these neutral objectives. It's so easy to play off the pressure that Jojo Pyun has now.
All right, well, let's see if EG can play it forward. Mountain Drake, certainly useful. Extra armor, MR, keep you alive against the assassins, which is certainly possible here. Just the lantern back to safety, though. It's EG taking a reset. I assume he's getting... I'm just going to guess it's Noon Quiver and, like, Cloak of Agility. I'm not sure what money he has, but certainly wants a decent recall and probably more than just Cloak itself. Let's see what comes through and what EG wants to go for next, because, yeah, as you're mentioning, Drake is up and... actually stops the recall, so never mind. But yeah, I'm always like nervous when like we're winning, but we're not stacking Drakes yet. But, like, yeah. But what if they come back in 20 minutes? We could have had Mountain Soul already, you know? Just like, maybe that's wrong, but EG certainly don't seem too pressured to play for that one.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, as an LPL guy, like we just see dragons are like always taken. So a very like we usually have a soul hit like 23 to 25 minutes. So it's super rare for me when I start to look at international. I'm like, oh, it's way slower comparatively, and I agree with you in that respect, where it's like, oh, if you have these advantages, like even with Wako, how they'd already set themselves up with a good advantage in that bot side, you then lean that pressure over towards the dragon, you know, just make sure that you're able to pick that one up, start yourself stacking, get some extra stats underneath your wing as well, but just haven't quite got it now for Beyond Gaming, and let's see if EG are going to try and make a play, but Husha already in mid lane alongside Kino.
Yeah, bit of damage here across the mid laners. 4 versus 1. Vulcan's here, 4 versus 2. Is there the trade? Not going to get in for anything else. This shield is enough to dissuade anything going on. The lantern back to safety.
But this is what we're talking about with Husha and Kino, right? They have to give these resources mid, because Jojo Pyun would just run amok otherwise. And now Inspired gets to move up towards top side, but you're also giving time for Kerry to just farm himself back into the game on bot side. He was substantially down. Now he's got a big lead for himself, and even EG helping out Impact in this top side as well now.
Yeah, most injured tower. I mean, you got 5 plates fully up in mid. You really, anytime you summon a Herald, you really want to have 2 plates killed by hand before you summon it, and then you're like, we could probably work down the last one by hand. Indeed they can, so Impact going to be the beneficiary of a whole lot of gold. And very fortunate that Inspired has a lane he can summon on where the rest of the money comes across. So this is a huge gold lead now. You can see a solid 4,000, and EG are playing the best game of the tournament so far against an undefeated team.
Yeah, and I was going to say, like, they're just playing the map well, right? Like, there are definitely some kills, don't get me wrong, a lot of them in mid lane, but a huge amount of this is just using that pressure that they have in different positions and catching Beyond Gaming with their pants down. Beyond now are going to turn over towards that dragon, which I think is going to be pretty good for them, just in kind of trying to get something back for themselves in the map, but we'll have to see what EG want to try and do with the time they've been afforded here. Looks like it's just going to be a Scuttle Smite fight.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's only up for one side, and he's like, you probably have it. I'm just going to walk away from this one. Thanks for leash. Jojo wants to come back in, has not yet stolen the Xayah ulti, doesn't really need to anyway. Pops it now, but of course you can't pull him back, doesn't have Blade Caller. Still, though, pretty solid hit. Flashes in, Jojo gets one, but now locked down to the tower. Shield from his jungler, pops the stopwatch, and just a bounce house. This Rakan cannot get away. EG get a 2 for 0.
Great stopwatch from Jojo there, keeps himself alive, and they get a second kill off the play as well. Now they're getting plates on bot side. It won't be going towards Kerry, but you're definitely going to be happy that you're still getting more of these plates before they just fall in a couple seconds' time.
Plate number 3 should be not maybe. I guess they're choosing not to risk it. Turret plates fell without getting claimed, but choosing tempo, choosing not get anything weird happening. I think maybe Aatrox and Fog maybe just looks bad.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the game plan is here now, though, because, like, as you can see, Jojo Pyun, he's got full control of these side lanes. He does a really good job here of working with Vulcan to make this play happen. Wacko has the cleanse there, and Kino comes in just to try and keep that hook at bay, but the follow-up here is brilliant. Jojo knows he has the stopwatch, tanks the turret up, Inspired ends up walking out, and it just gives enough time for that tower to reset and let the mid laner get on out of dodge.
Yeah, really well done right now. So you can see, yep, full 7 turret plates, 5 from top, 2 from bottom. And once again, Vulcan here just to hold the weight, play it backwards. I assume his lantern's back on cooldown because, all right, I feel it's going to be range of time.
Yeah, and this is where I like the way EG are setting up here, right? Jojo doesn't have TP, so sends him into topside. He can threaten on towards Lycane, especially when you've got a minute until the Rift Herald. Let's see if they can make a play, and there's no tower.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. He's got the ulti. He's got a TP in his back pocket now as well from a teammate, so Jojo going to pop. Aatrox will try to get away, but not just yet. Empowered healing might help, but not nearly enough. Shutdown coming through. 800 gold on the Minji.
Just walking immediately over all that vision. Beyond Gaming are able to respond, so nice bit of pickup there for Minji. Lycane will respond with a TP to bot side as well to make sure that he can match impact on this tower push. Now Beyond Gaming at least getting a shutdown and some gold back over needed in their favor.
Good mechanics by Impact, gets a stun, then gets the sidestep to get out of the chain, so takes the better part of that trade, but with the clips done, you just have more Omnivamp here. Pretty much any trade, long-term just favors Aatrox, because he'll be back to full health, and Impact eats a potion.
It's so
It's
dumb.
very good. The item is strong.
It's just so dumb. But look, I think at the moment, Beyond are trying to find these ways to get back into it, right? And one overextension there from EG was a nice punish. Now we got to see if they can try and mount anything here for Rift Herald, but with both TPs already invested towards making that play happen, it feels like they're just not really in a position now to try and contest this, especially as Jojo and Impact both have their own TP, so they will just hand this over. But I'd love to see them try and make some sort of cross map here, like make a play on towards Impact on this bot side, or do something with the fact they're not investing time towards this Rift Herald.
Yeah, but of course, Drake 2 minutes away means you can't do much for it. Bot lane, yeah, maybe the look, but Aatrox will be wanting the cannon and no one is around. Vi paths at a base towards the bottom side, so saying, well, that's probably where the option is. Maybe because Camp Timer's actually, indeed, his Gromp is up, and he's like, yeah, I'm just farming, actually. We're not even going to make a play down here. Because, yeah, you could have, right? You could have brought down your support. You could have kept Vi to say, actually, I'm going to skip Gromp. We're going to run down. We're going to ward the path through the bottom side jungle and look for a 3v1 tower dive. There's no stopwatch. Like, the dive will work, and maybe the tower.
Even just vision for Dragon, right? I mean, a minute 20 till that, you're fundamentally a pick comp here with Beyond as well. I mean, with the Vi, the Rakan, the Akali as well, your opportunity to find a couple of picks in that jungle as EG are trying to get established could work, but it's not going to be the case. So EG, at least with themselves now back into that bottom side, have kind of kept that vision at bay and should be able to contest this Dragon in a minute's time. You're already seeing those resets coming through, and a Gale Force already for Kaori sets himself up nicely, and Jojo Pyun is just so far ahead of everyone. It's insane.
Yeah. The important thing to track, though, I think it's something that's always very relevant, is the item timers themselves, though. When do the completions come through? Because right now, Jojo Pyun has a mythic and a really garbage component item that doesn't do anything. Until Zonius is down, that is a broken stopwatch and a couple of stats. So he's functionally, despite being up 3 kills, at the same items. Actually less, because Minji has a stopwatch that's not broken.
He still hasn't reset, though. It looks like he wants to try and put pressure on towards this top side, so trying to get as much out of this play as possible. So, but I'm kind of surprised, right? Because 20 seconds now, you feel like EG would have liked to try and contest Vision and River, but they're fully committing to having this push onto top. Minji will now respond and doesn't have teleport, so looks like that's going to be the play, but at least EG should be able to move in. Beyond will spot them, though, if they try to move into that river area.
And there's your Zonias, as Jojo Pyun says, well, I'm willing to commit teleport if required, but we have enough pressure that I can take the late reset. It's going to be okay. Maybe he's just right about it, because Evil Geniuses have indeed TP'd him down, and guess what? They are on the Drake. A TP-less Akali is holding top lane, and Evil Geniuses were able to maximize gold income. They burn a 5-minute cooldown, okay. And off to the Drake they are, 1-1.
Yeah, and you even get bot lane tower here for Impact as well, just with the amount of pressure that was there. So nicely done by EG, and again, being able to figure out how they want to try and approach the map. A huge amount of this hasn't been like, hands diff. It's been a bit of, hey, we're just going to figure out how we want to set ourselves up on the map correctly. And now we've even got a Rift Herald for mid lane.
They won't quite kill the tower, but should be at least crash, put it down below 1,000. The question is, will anything more happen afterwards? Rakan ulti stolen. Indeed, this Shelly will drop 25 gold, hand it back over to Wacko. as we wait a long time for item number 2. Kaori on his way towards seemingly Bloodthirster as the more defensive option. I would have been shocked to see Shield though if he's like, actually, it's just about me not dying. Doesn't even matter. Like, we're just gonna not die to Akali Vi, but did go Gale Force with the option. Jojo now wants to fight Minji, not gonna get it though. Actually down a level, I will say. There's many kills he's gotten. He has spent so much time roaming around the map. That is a 30 CS lead for the Beyond Gaming mid laner, as well as that plus level. So again, not in the worst spot here, the Akali, but still has some catching up to do.
Yeah, and that's the thing at the moment is that EG haven't really been establishing themselves fully in the side lanes. It's kind of been a, hey, we're going to push and move, whereas you've just been consistently collecting these waves as Beyond Gaming. So I think this is where we're going to start to see now EG really put a bit more focus onto, okay, well, let's get this mid lane turret down, then we can try and operate in a little bit of a 1-3-1 and just use the fact that Jojo is so far ahead that we can actually make a ton of plays around him, even just moving Inspired over. You have the Zhonya's, you can go for more aggressive dives and use that Zhonya's to keep the Sylas safe.
Nimit just getting his own farm here. Sits on, you know, I said before it was a 9 CS lead. It's 13 now. We are counting the leads. 13 CS in top lane. I mean, sometimes people say top die. This is, you know, it's just top diff, all right? 13 CS for a range melee matchup. I mean, can you do better than that, honestly, anyone? No, there's a reason he has his own skin. Look, we've had a lull, okay? It's been 5 minutes of, like, a Herald died once. It didn't even kill a tower, so... We gotta find some things to fill for a little bit here. This Banshees is on the way for Jojo of Guns. Is okay, sure. Gonna be dealing with the Akali on that one. As mid lane is under fire, but Kawi, until the Bloodthirster is done, maybe doesn't feel quite safe. Again, you can Lantern, but Vi's still gonna land on you, so yeah, not even going for really much here. You even see the Q was being channeled over the wall. The respect given, but the options grasped by the Beyond Gaming jungler, who's just like, if you do something, I'm over the wall and Akali's going to follow me, so not a bad option, but end of the day, it's just the wave pushed in and cleared back out.
But this has kind of been the story of the way EG have played, right? It hasn't been a case of, oh, we're going to fully commit to like pushing towers. We're just going to play for those team fights. We're just going to play for the late game fights. And it has been Danny who's kind of been at the forefront of that. And now we're going to have to see if Kerry can kind of step up. Now, he does have a little bit of a cushion, I will say, with how big Jojo is. Going to make things significantly easier. But I still just think for EG, playing for Dragons, playing for these late game fights is completely fine with the composition that they have at the moment.
Yeah, interesting to see that actually Wako's going for Bloodthirster himself. Unless this is Stormrazor, which I doubt. But it's same build path, because he is the one like behind, right? Like this is a game where you only have limited time as Beyond Gaming, and I mean, I'm personally a big fan of Phantomancer. I think it works structured very well on Xayah. She likes attack speed, but ultimately choosing a much more expensive option that keeps him safer when a Kennen and a Lee Sin and a Sylas are diving him. Like I get it. It makes a lot of sense to buy this when Sylas takes an Akali ult and dives you with it. But it doesn't mean his power spike's going to be slower, and I think he's just behind. He's going to be behind the curve against Kaori this entire game as a result.
Yeah, and I mean, look, at the moment, that's the biggest problem for Beyond Gaming is that they just don't feel like they're up to the curve at all across the board. Yeah. I mean, Minji, even though he does have that slight CS lead, still is trying to play catch-up. You've even got the Banshee's Veil that's coming through from Jojo Pyun, which means he's going to be fine. The only one I'm actually half worried about is Likey. The fact that he stopped off for the Hex Trigger as well means he's going to do good against both solo laners from EG, so maybe he can find some advantages through that, but overall, it's just EG still with the 4K gold lead fully in control.
We'll say though, 4K gold lead flatlining does not give you the most confidence, rather playing out the rest of the mid-game. They are definitely playing it very, very slowly. They did not get that first Drake, right? That was grabbed by Beyond as the cross map for the first Herald, so we're on pace for a 34-minute Dragon Soul if EG retain control.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm digging the reset timers coming through from Beyond, because again, you can play for picks here with this composition, and they did set around about that 120 mark so that they can get vision early, but having Wako back late means that they kind of have to give up all that advantage that they had. Yeah. So now EG are coming back onto the map, they have a little bit more control, so looks like Husha and Minji are just going to hang out in this bush and see if they can find someone.
I mean, you get any pick leading into the Dragon, it's probably just yours in the 5v4. The game is close enough that like Impact being dead means you win the fight. And I don't know if you get this in the LEC very much. We do a lot of ward cheers here in the Americas. Sometimes you get these games where there's no kill for 10 minutes, and it's going down! I'm glad that ward kills like transcend languages, right? Over Mexico City, I'm here in Los Angeles. Yeah, we still got the ward kills, and I'm glad.
We don't have enough time to cheer for ward kills in the LPL.
Bloodier?
Yeah, it's a little bit bloodier.
I don't know why I said LEC.
I did both.
Yeah,
I've dabbled, you know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I only wanted about the LEC spin, by the way.
Yeah.
You know.
It's just so we can mark the bird again. So we can give EG a score on the head.
Because I know the LPL doesn't need board clears. So, like, you know. The champions are the wards. The dying 4 hits as well. Speaking of which, kick of the wall does not quite kill the Sightstone. That is 4 wards still alive, functionally, for Beyond Gaming. And now, the Drake standoff is coming in. Husha walks in and wants to zone this one out. Evil Geniuses only down 1 ulti.
I feel like this is good for EG though, right? Like good ward control, pinks on both sides, no flank opportunities for Beyond Gaming, and from a front to back situation, I actually favor EG. That's where you can see Minji now starting to see if he can get onto this flank, but Kino low, he can't really set up these engages properly.
And Minji gonna wait in the wings. I think Impact can just about see him. 4K health on the Cloud Drake. Who's the smite gonna go for? Jojo might want to frontline. Minji is spotted, and he's not going to be part of this fight at all. They land nothing onto him, though. Smite fight comes in, claimed. Well done by Inspired. 2-1 on Drakes. EG have not found a kill in forever. But these objectives at least are theirs.
Great positioning here for EG as well. That gets clear at the mid wave, can start to push this in as well, get a bit of control onto this top side if they want to too, but looks like they are just going to back away. You can see Beyond were very nervous with the fact that EG were on that Baron side of the map. A ton of pings went down onto that objective, but everyone just going to back away, reset. I'd be happy that they managed to nick that dragon right out from underneath the nose of Beyond.
Man, that is pretty fortunate. It is interesting just how slowly this game is playing, though, because yeah, the lead has remained fairly stagnant. It has just been the slow objective stack. And, ooh, Impact.
I feel like we got baited.
Yeah,
when I saw Jojo get 5 kills, like, oh, I'm so ready, let's go. And then we just stalled.
just channel your inner champions queue. Just take every fight. Just get in there, you know? Choosing to play it slowly. Impact. Stealth long enough, they just forgot he was there. They're like, we can 3v1 him. They're like, never mind. Impact takes the wave down. Minji's gonna be chilling. Inspired was there, of course, to Shadow. In the end, maybe could have turned around the fight regardless. Zap! Takes down the cannon minion. 90 gold claimed. But I gotta point out, though, DK's up 2 CS, so better top laner.
We're just gonna keep going back to this.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta say, though, I'm looking at Wako's build. It's interesting to see him still going for that full AD build. Looks like he's just gonna go for that full burst damage off of all the feathers. And I mean, when you're playing with the amount of assassins and just upfront burst damage already, it does make a little bit of sense, especially if you have Jojo Pyun jumping on your face, just trying to kill that Silas as quickly as possible before you can start getting multiple Kingslayers, and the survivability could actually work out well.
Yep, just on the way to Bloodthirster, Bloodthirster's done. On the way to Infinity Edge, so, you know, still on pace. I mean, CS, honestly, pretty good, right? Both AD carries well over 10 CS a minute. Mid laner's not quite so much. They've been doing a lot more roaming, but this is bro play AD carry. I sit in mid lane. I get 13 CS a minute as I crush cannon waves, and I'll see you in team fights. Hopefully I have IE by then. It's like, great, good job. 0-1 and 1, 0-1 and 2. Ward goes down, dodges the hook.
The best mechanics you've seen in the last 3 minutes. Let's go. But yeah, I had to stop playing support. I couldn't deal with the enchanter meta.
Oh,
so I was just like, all right, I'm a Silas Wood trick now. I could not deal with my enchanters anymore.
You know what's funny, actually? I've opted into it. Did you ever play during the whole smite top?
Yes.
Like, meta? Yeah. I willingly played a lot of Janna top. I played a lot of Janna smite top. I had a lot of fun doing that. Because you just fight all the time. You're just like, is there a jungler? I'm gonna fight you for your red buff. Is there someone else? I'm running away. I'm gonna go mid lane. We're 2v1 in this guy. And it was actually a scrapping the whole time. It was great.
See, my biggest memory from that was Kingen dying on Maokai to Bubu's Janna. In the solo lanes from the LPL, and that is my favorite memory from that era, and the only thing I remember fondly about Janna top lane.
Oh, I have another good memory about Janna top lane, actually. At the Season 1 World Championship, we played a Riot versus Pros game. I laned against Juche and first blooded him as Corki versus Janna top. So I'm just saying, you know, I used to be good at League of Legends. Yeah, and now I'm not. But yeah, Janna's still a good champion.
I could never say I was good at League of Legends, to be perfectly honest.
That's fine.
This is why I talk about it. You don't have to be
great. Yeah, you don't need hands. You get a mouth.
But either way, EG now still trying to see if they can get control onto the map. We got pushing mid, pushing top side a little bit, but again, you're not really syncing up these fully, right? Like you can see the wave crash in mid, but Impact's a little bit out. They're trying to move over now to see if they can crash onto this tier 2 as Jojo gets control on top side. But again, I feel like you're just going to be able to kind of match a lot of this at the moment, although Wako has reset, so maybe a bit of a timing window here for EG.
Yeah, they got everyone around here. They got playing far enough away. The wave is cleared out, and you can see the reinforcements on the minimap are flooding down. But Cowrie's like, I can hit this for a bit. As long as you have a pocket lantern, I mean, you weren't really in range of a Vi Q flash, so I think could have played that tower a bit more aggressively, but says, you know what, midway from the Drake, and you can see, yeah, right, the gold lead grew for the first 15 minutes, and then it has been relatively flat. Like, you can't really draw an upward trajectory from 15 to 25 at this point in time, so it has just been like, well, we got 2 Drakes, and that's good enough for EG. Of course, next one comes up soon, but Beyond Gaming actually going to create maybe a bit of a fork here as they play to the top side. Now, while the Scuttle has been owned by EG, Baron can create a lot of threat that, of course, Evil Geniuses cannot give away.
Yeah, it's odd to me that they're kind of setting up on this side of the map, though, because, I mean, everyone on EG now is just going to lean in towards this bottom side and look for a dragon. You even got the push out from Jojo Pyun on the outside, but
he's going to be able to get back from the tower and stopwatches the ulti. That is a one-time cooldown gone. Flash play into the hook, and they've caught the jungler. Husha goes down. The defense was there. And it's going to be found out now more for Jojo Pyun. Jumps in, finds the second stun, the charm, the safety. Then Beyond stay alive for now, and Minji going to try his best. Kino showing up with the Gale Force, and impact fire in for a second. The flash in for more. Stopwatch keeps inspired alive. A Flay finds him, and that's going to be the team fight that EG wanted. 3-0, and Baron's going to be the next.
It was the Hail Mary play from Beyond Gaming, and it fell flat. EG knew it was coming. They leaned to their safe side of the map, and now they're on towards the Baron. Beyond, though, 2v5. Can they make a miracle happen?
It's going to require one, honestly, here, because Smite is not up, though, for Inspired, so they do have to kind of play to zone everyone out, unless you get a miracle steal. Jojo waiting in the wings, but only 1,000 health makes it tough. Health was getting lower, and now Beyond saying, you know what? We got too low. Off we go. Baron gonna get shut down. Under the kill through to Impact. Better top laner after all. And it's time for the Red Bull Baron power play.
I'm scared though, Free. Because Beyond now we're going to get the Dragon, which means that if this EG play doesn't go fantastic,
we're going 10 more minutes!
we made up a ton of time here earlier on today, and now we're taking it all back. But look, EG, I think in a really good spot, especially if the resets come through from Beyond. But you can see here, right? Kerry knew he was going to be safe as long as he leaned to the right-hand side. Ton of vision there. They'd already pushed out top wave, so they know they didn't even have to check that side of the jungle. So Beyond, as we say, through the Hail Mary, but just really well read by EG. They respond great, and they find the team fight victory.
And, you know, nice attempts right there, right? Like, a lot of heroics coming through here. The double stopwatch is getting burned there. The Q slightly mistimed by Lee Kai, doesn't actually land it. And then, yeah, Minji goes for his entire combo against Lee Sin, who had his stopwatch as well. So that actually is, weirdly enough, a lot of the gold lead paying off. The fact that both Lee Sin and Aphelios were able to buy stopwatches and then play that fight out meant they got to immune all of the engaged tools. But now we got a fight coming around the top side, and this boy, I believe his stopwatch is down, but he's able to get the first couple of stuns to dodge out, and Impact is here, and everyone's gonna start dying here. A 2-0 so far. Wako tries to live, but the crits come through. A double kill for Kaori. Lee Kai back inside the base. Inspire wants to find him, but you don't have the damages yet. Side steps away from Jojo Pyun, diving in for a little bit more, and now Kaori would love to get his third kill of the fight. The dive is in, and he's gonna get it.
Great play from EG. They turn around the pick. Jojo making a play with the charm as well means that everyone on Beyond gets stuck, and now they get to walk this one in as Husha, the last man standing.
Well, it's going to be 5,000 gold and a Nexus for the first Baron of Evil Geniuses this game. A quick death on the Jojo Pyun kind of ruins his KDA. This is bound to be a victory, but hold on, at least a kill comes through. And they're going to pad for one more bit of stats. Impact's got 4. The game is going to end. Evil Geniuses get another win.
Really well played by EG in the early stages, and especially from that man on your screen there, Jojo Pyun, stepping up huge on the Silas. Gets the play in top, immediately responds to the cross map from Beyond on the bottom side of the map, and finds himself that easy pickup. Really well played from EG.
It felt like that play at bottom outer was the play that kind of broke the game open. Okay, EG sent 3 top, and it's a cross map by Beyond. Okay, and the fight was actually like a 2-for-1. You know, the Kennen TP'd over to insta-died and was like, all right, this is looking pretty good. But they took so long letting the tower reset that you saw Lee Sin and Silas. They had both recalled and were beelining down there. And the very end, Vulcan's like, yeah, I'm going to flay and flash to the left because I've got reinforcements of time already, and the cleanup was there to make it an extra 2. Not so good. Jojo Pyun on like 6-1 or 5-1 or whatever, and it's like, okay, infinite control now, and yeah, they retained it.
And I think that's the big one, is that when you're playing against competition that can pick you off so well in that mid-game, like playing to your strengths in those wards, making sure that you're not getting caught out, you're getting the resets at the right times for objectives, like playing through mid to then lean in. Whereas Dragons, you never actually gave the opportunity for Husha to find those big vibe picks.
Yeah, and I think the competition worked out, right? I do think the best performing players on EG are, in no particular order, Inspired, Jojo Pyun, Vulcan. Like, those three are the guys who have been, I think, really good so far throughout the World Championship, at least above their teammates. Okay, Vulcan had a rough game one against Fnatic, sure, but overall, I think that's been true. And look, Cowie got to play kind of a low impact comfort. Like, okay, I can play the laning phase out. They went equal in a 2-on-2. He then got to sit mid and collect waves, and it was just like, Inspired's going to give Jojo Pyun some help. Vulcan's going to make sure his Lantern's there for whatever kind of dives happen, and then we'll just show up in team fights. And it felt like they were able to play something comfortable.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing to do against Beyond Gaming, when you know that they're so set on trying to get their mid-jungle ahead, being able to operate through, well, I mean, what is the biggest strength of EG, and kind of getting that advantage through the mid-jungle was always going to set them up spectacularly, and they were just able to run it through. And unfortunately for Beyond Gaming, you could kind of just see them fall straight. They couldn't really get Husha into position. They tried to make a few plays where they'd look at mid. You could see them try and go for something on the top side as well, but it just never really came to fruition.
Well done by Evil Geniuses. Top 5 mid-jungles in their group here in the play-in stages. Hand it over to the State Farm Analyst Desk to break that one down.
Factually true.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, where Evil Geniuses pick up their second win of the day. You can see the team compositions behind us, and just before we got into the gameplay, we were discussing at length the early game differences. We saw Beyond popping off yesterday. From the comps and from how you want to see the play out, did early go as expected?
So I'm a little jet lagged, and I'm a little.
Is it because of the game?
No. Let me get to my point, Trevor. I'm a little jet lagged, you know, and I come into this country. I've been to the US, but it's a really long time ago. I really appreciate EG going through all these efforts to give me an LCK game so I can feel right at home.
Oh my God!
The early game was great.
Yeah.
And then we just kind of sat there.
Show us the early game. Show us the early game before we go to Chronicle. What did you make of just how far ahead Jojo Pyun and the Silas got in terms of the kills they secured?
I was saying jokingly to Raz, they should just, every single game, just send multiple people. All jokes aside, I think this execution is really, really clean here. And I actually like the pathing from Inspired. We've seen some examples of this where junglers drop camps and just go for a level 2 gank. In this case, it actually works out expertly. Together with this, I think, not the worst trade for Minji, but the fact that Jojo Pyun already had a kill really accelerated him. So it's all looking wonderful for EG.
Yeah, I love how they did them dirty a little bit on that last one, but in general, yeah, Jojo Pyun, especially in this play, cleaning up after a Beyond Gaming extended dive, instantly ulting Husha and then following through on them so he can get 2 kills on that one. Just a quick thinking on that one, really well played, and he was accelerated by all hell.
He was indeed. I'm going to make you do the next bit.
Oh, I'm ready for this one. That's right. Every second counts thanks to the reliable Cisco network. And just taking a look at this one, pretty sure it was just this moment. The fact that he went straight in during the dive, gets the kill on the Rakan, takes a bite out of Husha, and follows through on that one. Overall, I thought he had an excellent game on that one, and then just being able to respond through the dive. I mean, they were just deploying towards bot lane just so they can catch him out on that one. So that was the most action you're going to get there, Chronicler.
Yeah? And then nothing.
Can you bring up
happened.
The post-game breakdown graphic?
Oh, I love this.
And that was at about 8 or 9 minutes, those 5 kills that we saw. And I will just get one comment just before we do move on. But Chronicler, how critical can you be of EG's speed at closing the game out? Because it didn't feel to me like it was proactive enough, but they still won. They played safe. So, like, how do you judge this?
I'm personally not one to criticize. In a best-of-1 format, I think playing it safe, as much as I like joking about it, I'm always going to prefer, because winning this game, even if it doesn't look great, is so much more important than trying to, like, hard force, dive repeatedly. The only thing I'd say is, like, they still had a couple of actual errors, like Jojo getting picked off, like them walking into fog when it didn't need to. But the slow play style, like, I'm not too bothered by it.
And personally, I like actually taking more risks. And sure, you want to be able to gun for first place within your group, or second, right? I think understanding how the comp should best be played, having both Silas and Aatrox, or Kennen in this case, on sides, and then just trying with the Thresh to make plays around them. That's what I would have wanted to see, but then it's actually Beyond Gaming that makes the play to break the pace of this game.
And from that point onward, just a lot going on here. Some of it is really, really nicely done. Some of it that you're pointing
Can
out.
you tell me what was Nazi doing?
Well, I think the initial response from EG to recognize that they're getting beyond our overextending.
Yes,
that's good. When it comes to actually hitting the skills, there are a lot of things going wrong on both sides. There's a couple of ultimates being thrown. Just
League of Stopwatch definitely made on demonstration there a little bit as well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, at the end of the day, Evil Geniuses, they do pick up the second win of the day, setting number 2-1 in the group. We are headed for a break. When we come back, we will hear from EG's Jojo Pyun. Give me the spice, young man. Before we head to game 6 of the day between DRX and Saigon Buffalo. Raise Mark Ruffalos? How do we do it again?
I think
Pastry's not there.
Lower the Ruffalos?
No,
don't do that.
I can't. Oh, raise. I don't know. You can just mute me.
And we're back at the World Championship 2022 here in Mexico for the post-game interview presented by Verizon. And Jojo, thank you for joining me again. Better mood, better interview, I guess, today compared to yesterday. You've been playing so well, both the team and you, specifically when I think about the Akali game and also the Sylas performance right now. How do you rate the impact you had on both games, and how do you reflect on the games you had and the improvements since yesterday?
I mean, I think I could have played better in the Akali game, like macro-wise. I think my macro was pretty bad that game, and I messed up a few team fights, but I think everything else was fine. Obviously, we improved from yesterday. I mean, I wasn't kidding when I said, like, we went over the VOD multiple times. We had to figure out everything that went wrong. I actually think we would have won that game pretty easily if we didn't, I don't know, if we didn't choke or whatever. I don't know what the word is, just play bad. But I definitely think we found out our mistakes, and we make a lot, and we definitely tried improving on that.
How difficult, or easy rather, because, I mean, to an on-runner, how difficult is it to improve on the mistakes you make from one day to another?
I mean, on this team, it's really easy because everyone really wants to watch the VOD, and, you know, everyone really wants to see what happens, even if we win. So it's pretty easy to go over the mistakes, especially like Impact, Inspired, and Vulcan. They really love, I mean, obviously it's good, right? And me, of course. They really love going over what went wrong or what we did right. So I think that's how we improve fast. Yeah.
All right, let's talk about your teammates then, because earlier I talked to Inspired, asked him about you, obviously, because everybody does, but we don't often ask you about Inspired. So, all right, TLDR on your jungler, how is it to play with him? And give me like a review of his game so far and what you think of him.
I mean, he's basically like the shot caller of the team. He shot calls basically most things, and he's really good at shot calling. And he also really thinks about, like, he's just really smart about the game, so it's really good to have him. And I think a lot of people in our team really talks about the game too, so it makes it much easier for me to play too. So yeah, I'm really thankful I have these teammates. I mean, they helped me a lot for sure. So yeah, I think they're very good.
All right, really nice words that I hear about the teammates. Let's focus on the rest. We're halfway through the playing stage for you guys, 2-1. As we said earlier, you'd still have DFM and Chiefs to play. How do you expect these games to go, and your situation globally when you think about the playing stage?
I mean, I don't know if Fnatic will drop a game, honestly. So I don't know if we can get first, but hopefully they lose so we can wait. But if we're tied, they still win, I think. So they have to lose 2 games, I guess. But if they don't, we'll still be second. So I think we'll verse like Mad Lions or something in a best of 5. That'll be fun. I think the next matches will be much easier. I think DFM, they have some good players, yeah, but they haven't been looking too good in these games. So I think we'll be fine.
Laning-wise, for the Chiefs and DFM, how do you expect things to go?
I think DFM's mid is good at laning. When I versed him, I was surprised. I haven't versed Chiefs mid laner like at all, so I have no clue, to be honest. But maybe he can be good, I don't know.
You still got time to do your research about him. Jojo, thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
And the confidence, as always. And back to you guys in LA.
Thank you so much, Law. That was a fantastic interview with Jojo Pyun, talking very, very warmly about the rest of the players on his team. We don't have a huge amount of time to dive into that. I do want to move us on and talk about Game 6 of the day between between DRX and Saigon Buffalo.
Check did really
now,
well.
DRX came off a huge win versus RNG yesterday. I think it was a bit of a surprising result versus expectations. I do want to highlight Pioshik specifically, starting with that Maokai, as well as the impact it had on the game, and the surprise because we thought Juhan was going to play.
Yeah, and Pioshik, in the early game, I think did struggle a little bit mechanically, like a couple of ganks that were not clean, a couple of bramble smashes that definitely should have hit. So seeing that Juhan is coming in today, I don't think is that surprising. They have been very proactive in like swapping these 2 players around. But I really like the relationship that they have as well with when DRX qualified, like Pioshik was the first to hug Juhan. Moments like that are always really nice.
Yeah, and I just think that it's just going to be more of a tell, experimenting, seeing what works for them before, you know, they end up going to the best of 5s. If Pioshik, who I think has had a good step up, performs better than Juhan, there we go. Either way, let him play Maokai.
Let's keep moving this on a little bit because the players are setting up on stage. This bot lane matchup, Deft versus Shogun. 2 players that I want to highlight and talk about because I will remind everyone exactly why. I mean, Shogun is not afraid to fight, not afraid to battle, and Deft, you know, back on stage, Shogun's going to want his head.
He will. I mean, just a reminder, as MSI, he was able to take down Gumayushi in just flat fashion. And another thing, we saw him earlier today. He's just on point with his affiliates. So I think if this team really revolves around Shogun, so Deft's got to watch out.
40% damage share, by the way.
Yeah.
Like,
disgusting.
1,000 damage per minute. Bro, you were perfectly lined up for those stats. That's great. But like, you gotta lean a little. So, tell me a little bit when T1 got absolutely stomped in the bottom lane by Saigon Buffalo.
Elbow
MSI.
drop, some would say.
Elbow drop.
I feel like you guys are going very hard. I'd like to remind everyone that as great of a laning phase as they had, T1 still comfortably won this game. I'd personally argue that as good as a performance as Guma and Carrier were in Spring specifically, they still had much less experience, only having played a single international tournament together. And I think Taki and Shogun really showcased that no matter who you're playing against, you got to respect them. I don't want to make any statements regarding the power level of the teams. I think T1 currently very far ahead of DRX. But when it comes to actually stomping lane like that, I think Deft is a much tougher cookie to crack, even though I'd argue that when it comes to barrel,
really
that's a little bit. That's
a lot of cookies. You need some food.
Well, yeah, I always do. I'm very hungry, and my brain's going in
It's
very,
actually
in a
just
lot
dinner
of
time. As soon as we finish the segment, we get to have some food. You got to finish the segment, though, young man. Will
you interrupted me?
You brought cookies into this. You're 100% right. Please continue, Garza.
No, what I want to say is that I think Deft's consistency has been the hallmark of DRX. As long as Barrel doesn't decide to randomly run into them, which he does sometimes, but he didn't do yesterday. And I think DRX are very, very hard to get an advantage of if they don't give you a lot of edges early.
Yeah, and I'm concerned for Deft because I think that Shogun is going to take a bite out of him. I think Deft might crumble under the circumstances. So I think, look, Deft's going to have a bit of a chip on his shoulder.
Yes. Have you got another one?
No, I don't. I'm all out. I emptied my mag on that one.
That was so good. That was so good. Chronicler is actually dying on the inside.
That's okay. I'm fine.
The one thing I am very intrigued to see, of course, is that for Saigon Buffalo, when they did take on T1, it was a huge expectation reset because they weren't even supposed to be the team representing VCS at MSI, right?
Yes.
GAM was supposed to be there. Buffalo showed up. Between then and now, I think Saigon Buffalo are a much stronger team. They were competitive with GAM from the VCS. I still think they are heavy, heavy underdogs. Please don't get me wrong.
Yes.
But this is a team that will throw down. They may throw down with the Zac mid. We don't know what's going to happen in draft. What we do know is they hit the gas and they don't let off.
I think it'll be a very fun game, but I think the fundamentals of DRX should carry them through it.
Let's find out. I really, really want to see Shogun taking a bite and forcing Def to crumble. Let's head over to Freak and Dagda. Please have some cookie puns for me, Freak.
I wonder if they have the stomach for it.
See, I would, but I'm not up for that, so tough cookie. All right, so let's talk about the fact that we have a bang of a game coming in, all right? We've got DRX, who is undefeated. However, Buffalo are more undefeated. They're 2-0, all right? That's more undefeated. You had more chances to lose and you haven't. So, via record, the favorites here from Vietnam.
Yeah, we have a banger in the oven right now. Like, we're just waiting for this one to pop off. When you look at Saigon, how aggressive they've been in the early stages, even just with how flexible they've been in draft as well, it's so difficult to know exactly what you're supposed to prepare for, which is why we're seeing things like a Pantheon ban coming in now for DRX.
Yeah, I will say, though, speaking of food puns, we're cooking this one in the oven right now. I feel like Quickshot should know his bangers very well, being in Britain so much, but yeah, we're done. No. We're going to move on to the fact that we are in Champ Selects, and I am floundering. A couple of jungle bans. Aphelios gone. Yeah, Shogun's most played the back half of this year has been Aphelios. Even though it hasn't been an Aphelios heavy metagame, he has been running it even above the Sivers and the Callistas. Callista being up, though. One more shot. Does Deft get to play it?
The curious one is they actually left it when they played against RNG yesterday. Or they actually left it until that second phase. It ended up getting banned away in the second rotation. So curious now, like, they have actually been prioritizing other things ahead of it, like this Aatrox for King in the top lane.
Right. You were showing me the stats, though. You had the whole doc up.
It's insane.
Yeah, so quick, I know the answer. This is for Twitch chat. All right, Twitch chat, listen, YouTube chat, whatever. What is Deft's gold difference at 14 domestically on Callista this split? Across his 7 Callista games, what's his average gold difference at 14? I want the numbers flooding through. It's 1,000. It's a lot.
So much gold.
It's so ahead.
14 minutes as well. It's absolutely absurd. But, I mean, curious now to see exactly if Saigon could try and match that, right? Because Shogun and Taki have been the strongest part of Saigon Buffalo. We're already seeing Hasmid taking what could be an interesting matchup with the Aurelia on that top side, and then the Graves for BJ as well.
Yeah, well, to be his 4th Aurelia pick, not one he's played a ton of. It's usually the Gwen for him, but wants to end the matchup with the Aatrox, and with Aatrox being the most prioritized champion in this draft right now. Like, Kalista gets from a band, but Aatrox gets picked. So I feel like every team should be like, okay, we need to make sure we have answers to Aatrox, counters to Aatrox, because like every draft is gonna have an Aatrox in top lane until people figure out what the answers are. And okay, Aurelia's first order team was like, yeah, this feels pretty good. We've seen some cannons, those look pretty good as well. But I always want to see these teams have those answers to be like, this is the champion of the tournament. He is the most picked champion of the tournament. You need to have answers.
Yeah, and I think the biggest problem, though, for something like an Aurelia is just how much lockup you get with something like a Maokai. We see this so often where Aurelia likes to be able to move around in team fights, but just having these things that can keep her locked down are going to cause a lot of issues. But this is looking very similar to what we saw from DRX yesterday against RNG, where you end up with that Maokai jungle. You got Sek on a great scaling mid laner as well. Deft has that opportunity to go for that late game scaling if you want, and that was kind of the story of DRX in playoffs. Like, they always ran some Ornn, Azir, Zeri, Sivir style. So there always was that late game option in their compositions. They had the opportunity to try and play for these late game fights, and it always worked out relatively well. I'm actually messing up because I've just realized that's Gen G, so I'm going to shut up.
That's okay. Regardless, though,
jet lag is ruining me.
I have made a million of those. Don't worry about it. It is finally nice to be able to cast the thing without being the one jet lagged, since the last like 6 months have been out of the Berlin studio, and I land 2 days before I'm casting, and it's always horrible. So I can commiserate. I'm doing okay so far. You'll get there. It'll take you a couple days, but you'll get there. But Froggy is all about, he interviewed actually yesterday about why he picked Zac in the mid lane, and it's like, yeah, I want to push my lane and then go roam and do stuff. Like, you look at his champion pool, Talia, Lissandra, Galio, Seraphine, and then, you know, Zac yesterday. Like, this is the kind of play he wants to go for. Iam and Galio, yeah, really, you're gonna go do some stuff. I will be here to help. If Maokai jumps on you, I'll just give you the shield and we'll kill him together. It's no big deal.
Yeah, and I think Saigon have been the team that are most willing to experiment, right? Like, even look back at MSI, there was the maybe not so remember Alzar pick for Froggy, but even when they came back from MSI, they're playing Shyvana mid, they're playing Mordekaiser in the jungle. They had a ton of these picks that they were willing to try and flex a bit with, and we're starting to see that creativity once more with, as you say, the Zac pick, now the Aurelia coming into the top lane, and I think it's really cool to see that they're willing to bring it out on the main stage against some of the best teams in the LCK.
I will say, more jungle, incredibly underrated. Yeah. I think that champion is awesome, and especially as a counter pick to Yuumi, because you just ult whatever her target is, and then she pops off. And if you have like, I don't know, you just CC it, you just dies. It's great. You put it with Talia, you put the carpet down, and then you pop off. Yuumi literally can't get away. If you have a teammate, she just takes the rocks and dies. You just kill Yuumi for free in every single team fight. It's great.
That is beautiful.
Anyway,
what we actually
this doesn't matter. We'll get back on topic here. Bans are coming through. Kalista is banned away. DRX have not prioritized Kalista as a top 3 pick in both their games so far. Xayah comes through as a big AD carry pick. Aphelios, MF, Caitlyn, Kai'Sa, Kalista off the table. Xayah's number 6. Deft goes to his trademark Ezreal, and we get to find our final pick here for DRX.
Yeah, and I think, again, great team fighting here for DRX, right? I'm not the biggest fan. I was going to say the Tahm Kench. I think I would have preferred to see them that could be a little bit more proactive on the map, like the Leona or something along these lines. Like, yes, not great against the Xayah specifically, but if you can start to roam around the map, maybe like link up with Kingen in the top lane, I think you can have a little bit more of a proactive time, but I mean, it still should be fine. A lot of what Saigon Buffalo are trying to do is just dive into the back line with the Aurelia, set up with the Galio, so have that Tahm Kench for safety is all right.
Yeah, it feels like they're just trying to cover all the possible bases here, and this is interesting because, okay, never mind. We get the Renata Glass coming through, 8 picks on the split for Taki, Counting Worlds, and yeah, let's them cover all the bases for Bill, right? Where it's like, okay, everyone picks their own champion, by the way, always interesting when there's no swaps here for DRX, but we already have the engage, we have a Maokai, we have the back lane, we have Azir and Ezreal, we already have side lane control, so just make sure they really can't die. We're going to be okay. So, yeah, takes the defensive option. I can see it.
And it's very different on the opposite side. Like, you actually don't have a great engage, right? It's like Aurelia going, catch me. She sends it to the team. You know, I don't know. It means that there's a lot of enhancement now to try and find, like, decent flanks. Like, yes, you've got a very, very situational ult for Taki there that he maybe can try and find something if you're all grouped up in a pit. But
sure,
it's so awkward to try and find these engages. So Saigon really needs to make sure that they're getting towards objectives first, like getting the opportunity to flanks. Otherwise, DRX have just such a good way of controlling the tempo of fights, and even, you know, being able to base check with Maokai is so good.
And it kind of reinforces what's good about the Tahm Kench here. Like, they have the better poke. Like, draft 4 and 5 are really good for them, where it's like, oh, you have a support pick left, but you don't have engage yet. I mean, maybe you assume they're going to pick a Leona here, but you're like, well, Zio's going to poke. Cool, we'll go Ezreal, he's going to poke. All right, find a way to get in on us. And if you do, here's Tahm Kench. Oh, you Leona ulted somebody, you not ulted someone? Now we Tahm Kench them. You still have no engage. Cool, we ult for ult. Hey, we're still poking you, by the way. See ya. And I'm like, oh, this comp is just like, if you don't get behind, what do they do?
Yeah. I mean, nailed it. I mean, I'm actually quite worried for Saigon, but the thing is, Saigon have been very, very proactive. They're not a team exactly that kind of... They would not go into the situation where they're behind willingly, let's say. No. So I'm still looking to see exactly what we will get coming through with Froggy, especially in the Galio. I'll be keeping my eyes on him to see if he can try and help out when it comes towards the likes of BJ as well. Because BJ has been quite good at like getting into the opposition jungle, trying to steal away some of these camps. And when you are a Graves against Maokai, that feels like your best way to try and play out this jungle matchup, and using Froggy as that little bit of extra aid whenever you go for those invades.
Absolutely. So we are onto the Rift here to see who's going to take this one home. Undefeated teams here in Group B, Vietnam's #2 seed, and as Chronicler famously said, the LPL's 5th seed DRX with a bunch of former LPL players on it. Make sure you tag him and thank him for that incredible analysis.
Yeah, I mean, Kingen, Zuka, Deft all used to play on in the LPL, so definitely feels a little bit like, at least in Chronicler's eyes. Right?
Yeah.
So.
And I like to give analysts their credit for the storylines they bring up, so important to do that. But of course, yes, indeed, the LCK's #4 seed is. Players have come back to Korea and found themselves back at the World Championship here.
And I think it's been really cool, especially like, I've kind of been like a secret fan of Zuka for a while. Like when he came in on Vici Gaming, he was like Koma's new gift to the League of Legends world. He was like, this is the guy that I want to like mold to almost like what he did with Faker back in the day, right? And I think it's really cool to see Zuka kind of stepping up now and actually bearing that mantle so incredibly well. He's been so good for DRX. Like he was one of the shining lights on what was not a very bright Vici Gaming. So I love that we're starting to see him now get his opportunity at the world stage and really starting to show.
We get to see what comes through on this game. Quick early trading. Tom Kench, not much of a brawler at level 1, although with the Relic Shield, it means they can play for level 2 on the second wave, and then if you can land the knockup, you just force a flash. So can be a little threatening there, but normally you expect the double range lane to have some priority. Froggy taking quite a bit of poke here, does not get that melee. There we go. Tags against level 2. Is on the Doran's ring start, so the regen not terribly high, as he's going to be pretty constantly poked here by this Azir, able to land the taunt for a bit of damage, and doesn't mean a ton, but it apparently does deal some damage.
Yeah, he's really looking at these minion dematerializers. When you're able to get a couple onto those back minions, means you can one-shot them with your Q, and then you can actually start to have a bit of push in this lane. But until then, you see he's still contesting hard, so BJ can go for some times.
Yeah, Juhan realizes, though, that even though it's warded, he knows that he's here. He burns Smite on either Blue or Gromp, so BJ able to get the steal. As Johan is like, yep, we're just going for a full clear, whatever. We know he's here, but it doesn't really matter. Will there be a play to the bottom side? They have to know that he's going to be around here. The ward comes down, but is he going to be able to play this one out? Because he's going to be suddenly in a 1v3. The flash handshake gets a bit on the depth. A flash get away, and BJ himself will survive. Has to burn nothing. So Taki basically bails out.
Great call from Taki. Like, he is the reason BJ managed to escape away from that. Burns his flash, putting pressure onto Deft, and make sure that he buys just enough wiggle room for BJ to step away. So, at the moment, at least nice job. Is Zuka just going to be a nuisance here?
That's not going to stop him. He has a magic shield on, so Zuka doesn't take any terror damage, doesn't really matter, but yeah, that shield is on, means the damage won't stop the recall. Nice attempt, but just in this exact interaction, it means nothing.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Zuka not really going to be able to push in this wave, and I think this is a nice job from Froggy in these early stages, like pushing in that full wave, making sure he gets the reset, and he's been a little bit healthier, means that he's actually going to be able to hold on to control over this mid, even using the Ghost as well to get back to lane in time so he won't even lose out. So I'm curious to see now what BJ and Froggy want to try and achieve, because it definitely feels like they're trying to abuse the fact Zuka is low.
Yeah, got no mana, but we'll see how many more of the waves he's able to play. Of course, wants the TP back in at some point. The TP for Froggy forced to buy only boots. This should be the cannon minion. Oh, Q might have been down. Oh, or just really afraid of the trade, but actually loses the cannon on the top side. As BJ able to get a scuttle here. Up a camp of the Maokai. But is there even going to be nearly enough CC here? Information known pretty wildly here. Is it going to land the stun to start it out? Nope, saves the E, dashes away. The nose has to press that button again and waits it out well.
Yeah, I thought they were going to move Froggy up a little bit faster, but he hadn't quite cleared out the wave as quickly, so he still had the 2v2 on top side, even with Froggy having control over mid, so everyone on Saigon will back away. But this has kind of been the style that we've seen from Froggy a lot for Saigon, is he's looked significantly more comfortable on these more roaming-oriented picks, so I like that already. We're starting to see them playing for that style, at least Froggy is. They're getting a bit of vision control to spot out what Juhan's pattern is going to be as he goes back across his Raptors.
Minions taking the damage back and forth again on the top side. Good couple of hits there. Worth pointing out, though, that Husband is down in health a lot. He has been actually up CS here on Kingen, and obviously more to farm here as well. So, yeah, gets away from... Okay. I mean, he's fine. Just take some damage for it. And afraid of going onto the tower. doesn't want to get traded on too hard, so burns his cooldowns, and at some point he's going to TP back. But he wants like the components of Ruin King. It's like, how long can I wait before I have to buy?
I'm curious if it is going to be, like, what is the build going to be, right? Because we've obviously seen the Rune King into the Sunfire Cape and really popular, which it looks like it will be. There's also, like, when you're playing against 3 melees, maybe you just want to go for the old Gore Drinker build as well. But yeah, it looks like it will be just the Bork build here, which has kind of become a bit more standard.
I could easily see it being Ruin King and a Bork second. You're probably just doing Sunfire, to be honest. But I can see that functioning if he's doing actually well gold-wise. Let's be a bigger carry. And as you mentioned, yeah, triple melee is always like the Gore Drinker alarm goes off in your head. It's like, but if I could do this, I just feel like he wants the 1v1 so badly that I don't know any fighter players who are willing to skip Ruin King first item.
Yeah, true.
Like, there's none of them.
It's that just the power between those two items is just so insanely strong.
It's very strong, yeah. I mean, it got buffed 6 months ago or whatever, and people were picking it up on a lot of champions. Like, yeah, this is actually a pretty solid build. Sunfire always was the more damage-oriented tanky one, and yeah, you find the components that work for you, and you get a functional champion at the end of the day. BJ wants to come back in. Of course, he knows he countered the red buff a while ago. It's not back up yet. It's going to be around 8 minutes when that one comes, but able to at least get rid of some vision in the opposing jungle. We are still a minute and a half away from Rift Herald spawning, but Drake is up, and I mean, farm-wise, it looks like Shogun's been doing pretty well down there. Taki going to walk through a ward himself. A lot of vision actually been put down by DRX.
It feels really hard for Saigon Buffalo to try and play as aggressive as they'd want to in these early stages, though, because it feels like you're waiting on DRX to overextend before you can really make this combo with Froggy work. Because you don't really have someone who can set up properly, right? Like, Taki can't just flash in on people, or Hasman can't really go aggressive, so you need DRX to overextend, and at the moment DRX are like, well, hang on, we've got an Azir and an Ezreal. Why in the name of God would he ever try and fight this in the early stages? So I like what DRX are doing right now.
Yeah, exactly. Kingin is pushing, basically, and he's been safe. Totally fine, right? Gets the serrated Dirk. He's back on the map. He's TP'd about a minute ago, and he's still chilling up there, basically. Pretty equal farm between these two. Is eventually Hasman will get himself a Ruin King. The spikes will be at pretty similar times. They're getting pretty equal farm, all things considered. And even BJ hasn't gotten that much done against Juhan. Up about a camp and a half, 2 camps, but not a ton here. Still would love to see them find a way to get pressure and stack an early Drake if you can make that happen, but it often can cost you a good reset timing. Blue handed over, double camp. Yuhan knocks that one down, good job.
Looks like we've got BJ starting to move down in towards this bottom side, though. Might be trying to abuse the fact Deft and Beryl have just started to push this wave on bot side and move over towards Rift, but actually just going to immediately move over towards Dragon. We'll be spot on the ward at the back. Yeah.
Well, the blue handed over to Azir. That means I think they got maybe one turn at playing for mid lane control first. Actually going to be roaming towards the bottom side, thinking that actually if they're pushing, we can gank them. Is it going to happen though? Level 5 on Tom Kench, but already Deft walking far enough back. But it's the top side, it goes even better. The flash follow is enough, and a Hasmid gets away from Q2, but not the third one. First blood comes through for Kingin.
Great read from Juhan and Kingin. They were like, hey, okay, you're investing on the bot side. We see you at this Dragon. Great. We're immediately going to go up towards this top end, get the kill on towards Hasmid. And BJ, yes, we'll get a red buff, but I mean, as a Maokai, all you want to do is try and set up your lanes for success, and Juhan's doing just that.
Looking great at play towards mid lane, not going to happen there. Zeke also jumps over the wall, no problem. And, well, you get attacks now onto the Rift Herald. Does DRX get both? Looks like BJ doesn't even want to walk up. Aatrox, yeah, he wants to reset, but Juhan decides that even though no one walked towards him, he's like, but Aatrox is recalling, and if Graves shows up, I might die, so he takes the recall, though he actually would have been getting it.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that. I actually thought that Saigon might just back away and maybe go, hey, look, we'll just trade for Dragons, because I just don't really see a way for them to try and get in here, but I mean, giving that much space now, BJ able to move in. He will be spotted here by Barrow, but with the reset from Juhan and the control that they have over mid, I think this just goes the way of Saigon.
If they can buy like 10 seconds, because Aurelia's pushing in top wave right now, and Kingin would lose 150 gold just to do anything at all. Instead, we're going to have Ezreal stuck in the bottom side. He's safe, no TP up, so we can push for a wave. And as everyone else roams up, it is entirely Saigon Buffalo's pick. Zeka gonna get grabbed, knocked up. He's got an ulti, and that's gonna give him a ton of space. Burns the flash, and he's not in range for BJ to hit him. Walks far, knows Graves could try, knows the Herald was claimed, but gets out.
So Zeka ends up burning 2 flashes on Saigon, but the biggest problem was that Juhan had actually moved over towards that Dragon. They wanted to use the push that Deft had on bot side, actually go for the cross map I was talking about for Saigon, but because Zeka goes low, they can't go for it, and now BJ's on top side, and he wants to give this gold to the Aurelia, Froggy in tow.
But they know, TP, maybe it's coming up for Zeka, sure, but they can try to take this one as a 3v1, but the turret Yeah, held away from the minions. Beautifully done by King, and identifies he has to make that line of play to prevent the dive, and Hosbud can't fight him 1v1. You saw how much stronger he is in that lane, so yeah, I'll tank a wave and push you off. Beautifully done by King, and basically saves his own life by tanking the wave. Really, really well done there. And now we finally get that crossback for DRX.
Yeah, nicely done by DRX. I mean, both King and Juhan as well, just reading the map well. Deft going to be able to zone the bot lane away as well, because there's just no vision on the map for Saigon right now, so they're not really sure. I mean, is Juhan sitting in the bush? Is he on Dragon? Like, where are these? Even Beryl stealing away the grub there as well.
Spellbook Smite, I love it. Doesn't get the bonus XP because you need the item, not Smite, to get it, but still does pretty well to deny the money away from BJ. Ulti comes across, but though rooted, doesn't matter, Deft is fine.
Def will be able to walk away from that one, but at the moment, again, DRX, like, it's a little bit of a slow burner, but they're just playing it out well. I mean, you're getting the advantages on the map. Zika will spot BJ here, but BJ hasn't really found a spot that he can get into. Oh, hang on.
They're gonna try again. No flash, has the ult, pushes Froggy back in the tower. He will just barely live, but the shots still come through. The flash for makes it a 1-for-1 assist is extra money. Still well played by Zeka.
Yeah, nicely done by Zeka to get in there. Juhan as well here to collect the wave. So again, I mean, Green Jay's just kind of been running around the map trying to find a place to put down this Rift Herald, but every single time DRX have found a way to put him in his tracks. And Kingan now keeping this wave once more away from his tower because he knows BJ has moved up towards this top side, but you're going to just see it here. Zika just nicely done, gets over the wall, and I mean, full commit here coming through from Froggy. I mean, a little bit of an overstep here from Zika, but does manage to get the turnaround kill just with the extra damage and a nice little walk in towards the tower.
The last little stab really heads up as I get like, okay, he's gonna be low enough that if I put in enough hits, I'll kill him. Identifies it well, really good handle on the damage output. W blocks some of the damage, ults for some space, but will it be enough? The stun comes in, but the damage is still way too good from the DRX top side. Kingan gets the second kill of the game. This one handed out to Juhan.
Yeah, Juhan has just been doing such a good job of keeping track on where BJ wants to go and showing up there and just waving at him. Just saying, hey, what are you going to do? And now Beryl is playing jungle as well. Smites the Grump and now wants to play for mid as well, but Froggy will be able to clear out the wave before Beryl can get in.
And they are just scaling. DRX, we already talked about in the Champ Select dialogue how teamfight's going to feel pretty unwieldy when who gets on to whom and how do you kill them when Beryl holds a Tom Kench ulti. And they've gotten themselves the early game lead as well. So honestly feeling very good here, DRX. A flash forced out of Beryl. Summoner heal actually dropped as well. So okay, cool. A Scuttle Crab is claimed, B&J. Nice. Here in North America, we love prioritizing Scuttle Crabs. So good job channeling the LCS champions.
I mean, look, it feels a bit bad when he's staring at me from the wall every time I look at you.
Yeah, for those who aren't with us here in person, which is literally all of you, except the production staff, hi. We are in the LCS studio, back where the LCS games are normally cast, and there's a bunch of banners, for those who haven't been here, of all the LCS champions. And so, yeah, Blabber is physically looking at what was the camera, but it means his eye contact is at us, just 90 degrees to the left, looking at his Spring 2020 championship banner. So that is why that whole story happened.
Well, look, we're coming back in. Saigon Buffalo finally do get that Rift Herald down. At least it'll be some goal going over towards Froggy and towards BJ now trying to use that to get in here, get some of the advantages. But this is what we're talking about. It doesn't feel like we've kind of seen BJ get the advantages that are really going to make the difference, right? Like, look, he's going to be strong, great CS leader at the moment, and already having that Immortal Shield Bow complete. But when you just look at the control that DRX have on the map, the inability for Froggy to really kind of help out.
Oh, he wanted to preempt it. He thought Shogun was going to force out an Arcane Shift, and it would have been the Berserk preempted. I understand the idea of the play, but DRX is too strong to shift backwards. He chunked out Shogun.
Yeah, I mean, just unfortunate, but Def now, very low on mana. Can't Arcane Shift with the mana he has.
143, just enough. The hell, the mana bar's tiny, but 1776, a great, please, no. Yes, still 1776, a great amount of mana. Beautifully done. American independence, baby, let's go. DRX, channeling his inner US hopeful. New favorite player.
Look, we already have the Eagle. We don't need more of this, all right?
No, we've got Jojo from the Eagle. We got Deft's mana bar. This game is going 7 kills to 4.
Yeah, I keep expecting somebody to just walk up and now wave the American flag behind you as we come back to text.
Yeah. We'll change the backdrop behind us from the world.
Yeah.
It's just a U.S. flag, even though it's in Mexico right now. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, we put a quick shot in Goldberg in jail yesterday for disrespecting America, so it does make sense.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know. Look, at this stage, it feels a bit rough for Saigon. It's not even the fact that they are just slightly behind. It's that, as we already talked about, the composition doesn't really give them much wiggle room to try and get back into this. Trying now Froggy to just kind of get something against Kingen, but he's able to back it up. And with this next Rift Herald just about to spawn, looks like we might finally get our first big 5v5.
Drake coming up in 10 seconds. Herald at the exact same time, basically. Jump into the backside. Oh, you hate to see it. Shogun ults backwards. Not gonna really matter. Wasn't gonna kill anyone, but you'll have to get the damage you can.
Get something anyway, but Shogun a little bit worried about his life there, so we'll just manage to escape away. Yep. And now you lose mid-tower, you lose presence in river, and you even got Kingen, who's reset as well. He's just walking his way down towards bot side. He's like, cool, you guys got this. I'm a peace on out.
Not even festive Maokai, and already Juhan has more presence than River, so it's just completely stacked against him right now. 6 minutes in, second Herald, gonna be a formality here. Bops the eye. A couple shots come through, knows that Q Smite will kill it. And we get a pretty early second Herald now for DRX. Cross map though, a possibility you have to believe with him running out for that side of the map. In fact, Maokai is still in top lane. Ty gets a handshake, but Def definitely does more damage. His top lane tower should die here to this Herald.
I love how aggressive Def is playing this edge here. It's so fun to watch him try and play on the edge. Hasn't been punished for it just yet, but Osmond might be punished topside. Juhan does get caught. A little damage actually. Oh, the ulti doesn't land, but a flash gets away from Galio. Flash can't get the rest of it, and Zeka's already there. It was so nearly a good play from Saigon Buffalo, but it is nothing. Froggy kills off Shelly, and on the other side of the map, there are enough resources that DRX are going to grab this Drake as well, unless they can get the rest of it. They know there's no smite. It should be BJ's, but the Drake resets. They still want to go for it. Shogun, no ulti, no health, no hope, but Drake claimed, but at what cost? There's already been a couple of kills, and there's gonna be a third. BJ falls 6-1. Even losing his red buff on the top side of the map as Juhan is stealing that away. It is disaster for Saigon Buffalo. The 4K gold lead now starting to come in for DRX, and that's not even with who's going to be able to collect this tower on the bot side as well. They've already got the two elsewhere on the map. DRX now start to move the waves in, get the vision control they need, continue to play for this dragon stacking, and I just don't know how you try and break this to Saigon. You don't have that pick potential without a good engage to it.
They come their way onto a single kill. It was a nice dive on mid, but it was still traded back by Zeka. The attempt at the top lane counter pick, sadly, not working here for Hasmid. The two ganks he's offered Juhan both work.
And I mean, look, this is a nice attempt from Hasmid as you got Froggy coming in, but great flash from Juhan. The ultimate as well just pips Froggy as he tries to flash it over it. And I mean, then Zeka's there. He's already huge and dealing so much damage, where on the upside of the map, you've already got the advantages crewing for DRX as well. Taki tries his best to set up with the hostile takeover, but it's just too little too late. DRX are just able to follow through, and you've even got people starting to come on down in mass with the TP from Dizir into this fight.
Shogun just done a bit of hitting the dragon. I understand help the objective, but Kingen and Barrel come right back in, and he's just locked down. Flash, according to the replay, was still up. I'm not sure if it actually was, but I know his ult was down from the prior trade, but comes out of the replay with Flash, so that feels like an unfortunate mistake on a game that's already going pretty rough here for Saigon Buffalo.
Yeah, and it's just a case of, like, I mean, Shogun and Taki have been so damn strong for Saigon Buffalo, but you're going up against Deft, who has kind of, I mean, been that lifeblood for DRX alongside Zuka as well. So unfortunately, Shogun and Taki not able to kind of match up to the prowess that Deft has, and haven't been able to get that help that we expected from BJ and Froggy with the way this game panned out, with the way things didn't go right for Hasmid. So it's kind of been a series of unfortunate events here for Saigon Buffalo, and it doesn't really look like it's going to get better anytime soon.
I mean, BJ, I think, played, Graves into a tank reasonably well. He took camps away, was generally, I feel like, up in tempo, but the rest of it matters a bit too much. BJ should be able to get out, and does. Combination of E and R gets away from Aatrox.
I love how DRX are taking a spooky season real serious here.
Taki just gonna die for that one? Yeah, there's no E live. I think he wanted to go for a flash handshake and hope the kill came through afterwards with bailout, but just it's getting bad to worse now. Froggy gonna be found out. Hello, buddy. We're gonna do a little devour, little Zeka action, little 2v1 now on the support, and Barrel burns a stopwatch, and not enough time anymore as Juhan's on the way over. BJ loses the shield bow. He's going to be rooted in place. Oh, that was pretty much perfect by Froggy. Actually tanked a lot of it. Blocks some Azir damage and just keeps the jungler alive. Fancy plays here from Saigon Buffalo, but the end result is probably still going to be just the one for nothing. Atanda's in, a stun, and actually, maybe they kill off Juhan. They know the ulti's gone. Gale Force auto. Shogun on the board. Gets away from Deft. Has to flash the final Mystic shot.
Still, though, Saigon are stuck underneath this tower now, and a lot of members of DRX are moving up here. Def Still in position. Froggy goes so low.
Oh, can they find the rest of it? Manages to get away from the ult. The true shot Frog's not gonna land, but King is in. Gets hand shook backwards. Maybe time for the rest of it. Maybe not. A bunch of people live on Saigon Buffalo, just barely, 7-2.
I mean, everyone on DRX wanted a piece of that play, but unfortunately Saigon not going to give them that opportunity. Baron is still up and available though, and with the amount of vision control DRX have right now, I mean, they just are looking to pick off members of Saigon when they try and contest this vision, and immediately they'll be able to turn over towards Baron. I mean, you got the Azir, Deft is in a great spot with 2 items as well. Like, even though it is only 20 minutes, they have so much damage on DRX right now.
6,000 and change. Looking very good here for the 2-0 start. DRX poised to top the group right now. I will say, based on what I've seen, I know people are keeping, RNG and Mad Lions in the running for, oh, it's going to be scary to fight number 1, 2, or, like, DRX look like the best team in this group right now. They took down RNG in a fun one. I think they are looking the best of all the teams in this group. I would favor them against Mad Lions. Like, DRX are just poised to speedrun this play.
And it's been such a massive step up for them as well, coming off of LCK regions. Yeah. Like, they were so poised yesterday, took it slow, setting up vision, not really giving RNG an opportunity to come in. Now, it's 1 or 2, like, missed Barons, but overall, just a really, really good performance from DRX. And I mean, that's why at the moment they're posed to top the group, because RNG was the team that everyone was kind of waiting to see if they could take down.
Oh, the flash in, good reflexes by Deft, able to arcane shift away from Froggy, going for the flash push forward. And it's going to be Baron claimed now as well, an early one. 21 minutes, 40 seconds. Red Bull Baron power play already started here.
And that was 2 people. Yeah. That wasn't even all of DRX. That was just 2 folks who were like, oh yeah, we'll wander on over here, we'll be able to take it. But that's what I mean, DRX, so incredibly strong at the moment, with 2 items completed across the board. Now they get to start sieging up, and I mean, who really stops this? I mean, Shogun, BJ, they're so incredibly short range, and Juhan is sitting in behind them.
There's the ulti coming across. Shogun should survive this one, but it still means ow on the front line. Hosman, though, tanky enough. Had gone steel caps, but still walks away in time. I assume has tenacity elsewhere in the build. We look at the bottom side now as Froggy gets to clear the waves, though slowly. Gets rid of the cannon and just tries to hold on. But there was a 70 CS lead across the mid lane here. Zeka is huge. Solo kills the top lane. Turret, he's just gigantic.
Yeah, I mean, across the board, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Kingen is absolutely controlling this matchup against Hazmid. Nobody can really deal with Zeka as well, because yet again, you don't have to. Usually Azir would be like, I'm not really fond of playing inside lanes. There's a lot of people who can catch me, they lock me up, I go down. But I mean, realistically, when you look at what Saigon Buffalo have, I mean, you just get to be a side lane threat now, Zeka, because no one actually has the engage realistically. That's why we keep seeing Taki go for these flash handshakes, because it's just like we have nothing else to do if we don't actually land these.
Yeah, I think if Hazmed were winning his lane, it's like, oh, cool, like, he's got pressure, we can go for the dives, right? But, like, you saw the one time they tried. They send jungle, they send mid, they go top lane, and King goes, you're at 10%, and I'm taking this wave. And they go, all right, never mind, see you. And Drake gets claimed. And if Hazmed were, I don't know how people were saying it, if he were a better player, and he's winning lane against Kingen, or they were able to track Juhan a bit better, because I know the lane went badly because of Maokai ganks, right? It's not just, you lost 1v1, it was a 2v1 a couple of points, right? But like, if that lane goes better, we get tired of Aatrox, we get tired of him again, we smash Herald, that kills mid lane, and they can keep tempo going, and their objectives first, and like, then the game goes differently. But the Irelia got to do nothing because Maokai was there twice.
And that's the double-edged sword that is this flexibility for Saigon Buffalo, right? Like, we were talking about the Siobhan and the Mordekaiser jungle. They lost that game, right? Yeah. And now they've brought it this cup as well. That ain't looking so hot as the siege continues for DRX.
Oh, the flash over the wall might get BJ. Flash to the safety, stays alive. The true shot bar is going to land, but Hazmed will get yet another death. Maokai finally falls as the Galio dives in and buys a second, but bailout will not change anything. The flash to the back line sets up the double kill, and everyone is gone. BJ left alone to watch his base crumble. A fast one in front of us here. 24.5 minutes. Inhibitor already gone. BJ going to cut the next wave, as they can't tank this forever. But with TP they can. Very heads-up play there by Kingen. Means they have enough. They cycle it through. The spellbook? No, it was Death's TP making sure it happens. They have enough minutes to kill the Nexus. A 25-minute slaughter. DRX 2-0.
And the double kill at the end. Absolutely no trouble for DRX in this one. They make it look clean. And again, I mean, DRX looking fantastic coming into this. A lot of people as well, I think, coming into this were like, hey, look, this should have been Liv Sandbox position, right? Like, Liv Sandbox died so DRX could get here, and a lot of people are like, we need to see DRX take that big step forward to represent what the LCK has become in League of Legends. And I mean, they've had a fantastic tournament so far. Now, only day 2, but you can already see that big performance increase that we wanted to see from the squad.
Yeah, and it feels like to me they've played through most of the tough competition. Yes, we give credit to Mad Lions. Can they make it happen? They are also 2-0, and that's the current top of the table clash. Of course, Mad RNG certainly, yes, won there as well, but it feels like DRX have taken on all comers, and they've looked like the better team so far doing it.
Yeah, especially Mad Lions didn't exactly look phenomenal yesterday in their two games as well.
If they won like DRX, wouldn't be like, oh, that's a real play for first, but like based on day 1 and 2 so far, Mad Lions look shaky.
Even caliber of opponents, right? DRX, I mean, beating RNG yesterday, who were, for a lot of people, like favorites to top the group. So DRX really coming in and looking phenomenal. So, and I think a lot of it coming down to people like Deft, looking like Zika as well. And I mean, we saw the swap between the junglers, but I think Juhan had a great performance here today as well.
Yeah, right place, right time. I mean, yeah, he got counter jungled. Okay, he lost to Rebel in the first clear. That sucks sometimes, but welcome to Graves versus Tank things. Like, this is how it works. He fights you if you fight him and you lose that one. So it's fine. And then guess what? The only volatile lane in the game, because guess what? Ezreal TK is never volatile lane. No one dies in that lane ever. And Gallia, you know, not going to force too much either. Zeka played it really well, but top lane, yeah, he got a 2-0 start there, and then there was no win condition left. So well done. I think prioritization in the right spots, and good job DRX. So with that win, DRX are one step closer to taking the top spot in Group B, and now it's time for us to head to a break. But when we return, the LEC's Mad Lions will be taking on MSI champions RNG in a Mercedes-Benz featured matchup. Don't go anywhere.
In today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, it's a battle between two previous champions of their respective regions. But one of these teams has a pedigree and legacy that dwarfs the other. Royal Never Give Up is a name seared in the hearts and minds not only of LPL fans, but of League of Legends fans worldwide.
It's taken by RNG, of course, and now maybe a fight as well as they all climb on board. LNG in tatters, and I can't believe they do it every time. Royal truly never give up. Pushed against the ropes, but they find their fight. RNG make it to Worlds once more.
With names like Xiaohu, Gala, Ming on a play-in roster, this is definitely a boxer fighting below his weight. However, time and time again, we have seen David beat Goliath, and if any team could make it happen, it would be the Mad Lions.
Almond gets the two-man, the prison, and fall! Comp is down! With Seri down, Mad Lions are emboldened to push forward.
The previous champions of the LEC are known for their early aggression led by jungler Elyoya and support Kaiser. Will they be able to take down this legendary org from the LPL, or will RNG assert their dominance over the play-in stage?
Welcome back to Worlds 2022 and our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz to the Mad Lions and RNG. We're about to hit first gear on our pre-match and taking a deep dive on both of these respective teams as well as how they're going to match up. Let's start with the Mad Lions. They went 2-0 on day one, but I think it is entirely fair to say that they looked scrappy against weaker opponents. They had to work for those wins.
I think Mad Lions made a lot of unforced errors, which against the teams that they faced didn't lead to anything. Those teams weren't able to take the openings that Mad Lions gave them and turn them into anything meaningful. But against RNG, even though they lost against DRX, it was a close game. I don't think RNG's draft was very great or good.
Yeah.
So quite bad. Yeah, it was quite horrible actually. So,
I like Tired Chronicler. This is the sassiest I've heard all day.
him up. Yeah, it doesn't happen very often. It takes a lot to get me to be even remotely negative.
He hasn't had his cookies, by the way.
Yeah, I haven't found anything.
Yeah.
I had great food. It was lovely. But I think Matt's style, in theory, and the weakness they've shown should be a problem when you face RNG.
This is why I love getting to hear the players themselves in the interviews, because at every point, the players have called themselves out saying, it's not the kind of game we wanted. It could be cleaner. Constantly we're hearing that, right? And like calling out their own errors, specifically Niski. And so it's nice to be able to hear that because that begets growth. A lot of our world champions didn't start clean during the play-ins or during the first group stage, right? So I think it's really important for them to look back, especially kind of garner all of those lessons for this game. This is going to be a good tell.
And I think it's important to set the stakes or sort of set the scale of the matchup here. We're in play-ins, right, with two teams that have a lot of regional success. RNG are the defending MSI champions. I mean, Chronicler, what is the weight of the opponent? Dash had a great line. A boxer fighting below his weight. So set the weight class for RNG.
Well, RNG is a really interesting team because even with all the success that they've had, I think even within their own region, there are two forms of RNG. There is Spring RNG, who decimates everyone and has absurd win rates at MSIs. Look at it, 64-90 at MSI. I have been 2 years in a row on the receiving end of this. I have not enjoyed it. It still hurts me to a great level. But you just got to respect, like, this team, when it comes to Spring, like clockwork, they look incredible. But then as Worlds rolls around...
Look at the win-loss. Before this graphic disappears, I don't mean to cut you off again, Chronicler, but like MSI appearances 4, right? 2016, 18, 21, 20. 3 of those wins. Worlds appearances 6. 0 titles. They have 5 LPL titles under their belt. The only thing missing from this trophy case is a Worlds trophy.
Well, they also, look at the LPL wins that they got as well. They won once in summer. Yeah. Every other win is a spring win. And still, Mad is a team, or RNG rather, is a team that you can never really count out. That's why a lot of people, Jed including, were like, they might win. Could still happen. We've seen one game. But they're not in the form that I think you would expect based on MSI.
Yeah, they're a team that, at least when it comes to Worlds, tend to crumble under the immense pressure because they're usually the ones that have the, seed 1, seed 2. Everyone kind of expects some greatness out of them. 2018, that golden road everyone talks about. And then this time around, it might be better for them coming in as a 4th seed because a lot of people are expecting very little. I say this just yesterday. Got stomped.
So listen, Chronicler, yes. I already know what his thoughts are on this draft on your screen. Yeah. So Raz, I want you to tell me, was it as terrible and awful and bad as Chronicler just said?
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that to me,
I'm going to have to agree with a very negative Chronicler here. But you do need to calm down, Chronicler, just a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Be professional here, bro.
Yeah,
seriously.
exactly.
So Raz,
100%.
what's your take here?
So once again, we talk about the strength of Maokai, but then when you look at the whole of the draft, Rel, Maokai, Aatrox, you don't want to dive into them. But then you look at what RNG had to offer, it's literally all that. Understood that Rel is the later option, but you firmly see the Aatrox and Maokai in the first 2 picks that DRX have, and then you start opting into Neela, into what's it called, the Vi. Even I have to put her out of my mind. I really don't want to see the champs again.
So it's fine.
So,
I like it.
So I think it's just going to be a lot better coming in from RNG. I think they learned that lesson quite easily, and I want to see how they deal with the Mad Lions.
Yeah, and I also want to see whether or not RNG continue to experiment. I've got this tinfoil hat theory that the Neela, the Vi, in planes, RNG, even if they play 2nd or 3rd seed in the group, I still think they're going to be heavily, heavily favored to make it through the bracket stage in advance. So, tinfoil hat, are they experimenting? I mean, it's pretty obvious to say RNG are going to be the favorites in this matchup. I think it's also interesting to call out that Mad Lions and RNG did play at MSI last year. Ooh. They traded games. They went 1-1. But a very different-looking Mad.
I will say, this is a very warm tinfoil hat. I feel like I've worn this before. Experimenting, sandbagging.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate the call-out. I absolutely respect that call-out.
I think it's just had a subpar meta read. It's 1 best of 1. I've always been very outspoken that as much as it's fun for jokes, let's not read too much into a single game. Like, they're 1-bet read.
I don't like your sensibility.
As long as they...
angry.
My knee's jerking.
Let's flip it. Here we go. No. I'll do what you want, quick shot. RNG is washed up. They don't know what they're doing. They can't adapt to the meta. Kaisa being good, like, what? If they don't pick it, then it doesn't matter at all.
I need people in the chat to just clip that. This is just his real belief.
Yeah, because zero context. Yeah. That's it. Zero context.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Now, I'll go to my sensible analyst here, Raz. Let's talk about Elyoya, Mad Lions. Okay. I think he's the win condition for the team, has been the tip of the spear, was the leading charge in the back-to-back titles that Mad Lions picked up and secured for themselves, has been a loud voice. And for such a young player, you know, only been playing professionally a couple of years, how is he going to do it today? What will he need to do to shut down and stop RNG?
What I loved was his Hecarim, and I do want to see him back to it. I know a lot of Hecarim play during Champions Queue are seeing like more tankier versions of it with phase rush and all that. He's like, no, because you're seeing that Seraphine composition that he had just yesterday. They put him on a Conqueror build and sure, ended up building a little bit tankier later on, but the Sundra pickup was something that I loved. That or Graves or Lee Sin. He is good at all of those. And I think it makes a lot of sense with how well they play during the regular season and the MVP going towards Niski, because you finally uncaged the beast in Elyoya, that you gave him the resources that he wanted. And so it really starts in the mid lane and ends in the jungle. This synergy between both of these players is what nets them wins.
Will that man on your screen just a moment ago, Niski, be able to contain, control, be able to deal with Xiaohu?
If they play peak, then no. I don't think that
RNG
happens.
playing peak,
if
then
RNG
no.
plays peak, then no. I don't think so. I think Xiao is one of the best facilitated mid laners in the world, so not gonna fall for that one. However, if RNG again intend into tinfoil hat on just experimenting in best of ones, because again the chances of them actually not making out of play-ins is very, very small. And they don't get a good 2v2 for Wei and Zhao. Zhao is not able to actually spread influence on the map, then it could happen.
One thing I'll say is that even during the loss, Xiaohu performed well, really well within the lane as well. So I think it's going to be a tough challenge for Niski for sure. It's going to be a really good one. And so, yeah, we're looking at Wei, and I think that regardless of the champion that Wei ends up picking, there is going to be a lot of skirmishes throughout the mid lane, just because the moment you give Niski a window. He and Elyoya are going to be looking towards bot lane or top lane to be able to find a play.
I'm hearing that we are about 2 or 3 minutes away from heading over to the casters. I want to use that time to talk about the 2 other lanes we haven't touched on in as much depth. Very briefly, I saw a fantastic tweet from Amit yesterday, and I'm going to paraphrase it, but it was something along the lines of, everyone at World should be afraid I've added another champion to my champion pool, Pink Gnar. And for anybody that doesn't remember the joke or know the joke, Gnar's got a very limited effective champion pool. I think that is a fair statement to say. However, the joke on the LEC is that he's got like 25 champions under his pool. It's every Gnar and Mega Gnar plus their skins combined. Now,
that's great.
Whereas, you know, Armut taking on Breathe, I mean, his Jax yesterday was terrifying, was potential to win the game. I feel like there's also a mismatch here, maybe in terms of champion pool, also the way in which the teams use their respective top laners.
Yeah, because Wei ended up going up top side and helping Breathe a lot. He didn't even need it, but I felt like they recognized that you give Breathe the gold, and he'll basically, that return on investment is massive. And the team fights that we saw, even when RNG had a huge deficit, were because of Breathe's play. So I think it is a great challenge for our mid, but he once again, his Aatrox, I hope that he does end up picking Aatrox. He has a good Aatrox, and on top of that, I think is a really solid pick in the meta.
Blue side Mad Lions, we've got less than a minute to go. Gala Ming versus Unforgiven Kaiser. What's your expectations in the lane?
I actually really like the play that we've seen thus far from Unforgiven and Kaiser, but even though yesterday they didn't look that great, that was against Deft, so I'd expect Gala and Ming to really show what they're made of today.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the case. We just saw Mac on screen. It looks like he stole Goldbook's tie.
Oh,
back to score. That was definitely the case. Well, okay, one-word answers. Who will win this game?
RNG.
RNG.
RNG from my analyst, Freak. Dagda, take it away.
I agree. The winner here is going to be completely picked at random. RNG will decide who is going to win between Royal Never Give Up and Mad Lions.
Yeah, I mean, I said RNG anyway, so I'm already out of the races. But look, I agree somewhat with the desk. I don't think I fully agree that this is like RNG experimenting. The biggest problem that we've always kind of seen with RNG is how slow they are to adapt to metas, and oftentimes the read that they have on the meta isn't quite right either. So I think we kind of got a flavor of that yesterday. Right. So I'm curious to see now what they've come in with, because I think if we go back towards things like, well, say a Hecarim that was left open yesterday for someone like Wei, I think this could be something that works quite well, but looks like at least the guys are pretty happy on the stage at the moment.
I like how Wei is like, no, I want Ming's water. Like, I don't, not for you, Xiao, thank you.
It is really funny because they're like, Xiaohu and Ming are like the mom and dad.
Yeah.
RNG they're described as, so it does feel like it's the two of them now trying to like sort out the child in the corner.
That's great. yeah, that works for me here on this one. But yeah, I do want to see more out of RNG. Again, yeah, they had their upset loss. I mean, maybe Mad Lions really does step up, of course. That's certainly a possibility. Based on what I've seen, though, I do favor RNG in this game. They have looked sharper overall. I mean, expectations, number 4 LPL is better than number 4 LEC. Like, that's how the leagues go. And, you know, obviously greater than number 4 LCS. You know, that's not a surprise either. But it's best of anything can happen. Mad Lions could step up. That would be exciting as well.
And I think the biggest thing was that it kind of felt like Mad Lions were their own worst enemies yesterday. Like, they were consistently they'd get early wins, and then they just, like, overextend looking for a pick, or they go a bit too far to the jungle, or they try and take a fight that was just not in their favor, but hard force it. And I think that's where, if they can kind of pull that back a little bit, I actually think Mad Lions could do pretty well. But if you do end up overextending at all against RNG, they just have no mercy. Like, they have been one of the best teams at finding opportunities to come back into games. And I mean, we saw it like against LNG, where they're able to, in their game 5, bring it back, push themselves in towards the World Championship. And especially when you're playing against someone like Xiao, who kind of plays this mastermind puppeteer, you cannot give them an inch for them to find that moment to get back in.
No, absolutely not. Domestically, both these teams actually have been very good in the early game. We look at Niski. I mean, I feel like his attitude has been like, he's really good at making his junglers get MVP. Like, he's so good at facilitating for his team. He's a really big roaming player. I was talking with Emily earlier today, and she's like, yeah, Niski is a player who came to me as like, hey, where can I find Doinby ProView? Like, please tell me where I can get like a better look at how to play like Doinby. And what she has said is like, he's the only, like, she says Niski's the only player that she sees that is like that is like most approached that style. I'm paraphrasing at a certain point here, but like that he sort of seems to most understand what you really can and cannot do in the fully selfless go roam style. And a lot of that entails, my understanding, is making sure your jungler is like, yep, he's finished wolves and now can soak my Wind Wave, and now has more XP and gold than the opposing jungler. So when they fight for bottom scuttle, my jungler's a level ahead, and I got my bot laner a kill. I'm behind, but who cares? Graves and Graves and Ezreal are both ahead, so it's chill. And so then Elyoya, who, as we just saw, right, is the win condition. Like I want to see that keep playing, because I think Nisqy has been amazing since like 2016. I feel like ever since he came to the LCS for the first time, I'm like, this guy is cracked, and he's gotten better ever since then. I mean, he is the MVP of the LEC for a reason. This dude is so damn good. His style is, I don't want to say unique, but it's still a bit more unorthodox in how selfless it is. And he's got to go against Xiao, who has played, I mean, against Doinb for his entire career, basically, at this point. But, like, is going to be able to, probably able to control that.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one, is that I think the step up that we saw when Nisqy joined the team, because he was able to facilitate that early playstyle, was just night and day. And I think this is where I think Mad Lions can look a lot better than they did in summer. Like, with the way the meta is shifting, I feel like it's going in towards more of their favor, right? Like, Kaiser getting back onto things like the Nautilus, he just didn't have the same impact in the early stages when he was on Enchanters. I think when you look at Nisqy as well, his ability to influence on the map and work with Elyoya is going to be a lot higher when you're looking at things like Talia and Ari and all this kind of starting to creep back into the meta as well. So I feel like you should see Mad Lions, as long as they can kind of taper that aggression in the mid lane, can try and run away with the early game like we saw on Spring, but we're going to have to see if they can try and find that early aggression against Orange.
Well, here we go on to Champion Select before we hit the Rift itself. Both these teams domestically have been early game powerhouses, and both have found their way here to the World Championship as their respective 4th-seeded teams. RNG on paper, definitely a favorite. Reigning MSI champions, they beat everyone to make that trophy case a little bit fuller just a few months ago back in May. Mad Lions hoping to kind of step up.
RNG, though, definitely a team that was struggling coming into the World Championship. True. Like, they did not like the meta the way it was going.
There
you look at things like the Azir that was so prevalent in the mid lane, 33% win rate for Xiao. He just couldn't play that champion and have the impact that he needed to in the early stages. Gala didn't really find those moments to pop off, and things like the Zeri and the Sivir. And in the same way, Enchantress for Ming meant you couldn't really have those big engage tools. So this is where I'm keeping my eyes on coming into draft, is Ming's Nautilus. Things for Xiao in the mid lane that can have that roam potential and be that big, more of an impact in the early stages.
And it's looking like a bit of a different look here as well. So Armut, I think very likely we're going to see Aatrox out of him. Fiora is a champion that Breve will actually play and just turbo stomps Aatrox in lane. So first ban there. It seems like every team in the world is pretty much willing to first pick Aatrox. But going for LeBlanc now as well against Xiao, who before it's like, oh yeah, there's a lot of Kalista, a lot of Caitlyn. Sejuani was another band that Mad Lions were putting on. So there is the Caitlyn indeed. Aatrox Kalista is a first pick fork.
I would actually argue for Mad Lions take the Aatrox. Gala doesn't play Kalista.
Right.
Like, it's one of the big problems that we saw in that meta shift that we saw at the end of summer, and it's why the RNG struggled so much. So I think if you are RNG here, could easily be a Kalista ban here just to make sure that you are set up, but actually going to prioritize the Maokai. So yeah, I'd say Aatrox here for Armut. You're more than likely going to be able to get that Kalista next rotation. The only big question here is the Sylas for me. Nisqy's been very good on the Sylas and really likes to pick that one up early, so maybe we see that come through, but quick picks here for RNG.
Yeah, Jax is the answer. To reinforce your point about not really playing Kalista, he has 12 total games in his career of 400. Yeah. Like, I guess technically, you know, 2.5% of the time has played Kalista. Technically he's 8-4 in the pick, but like, it's Zeri, who's like a year old, still has more picks than Kalista. This man has played through many Kalista metas. Yeah, not one for him. So, as you're kind of mentioning here, right, this is wise to leave it unbanned because it's not likely to be a pick here. Talia, a very common rolling pick. Indeed, Nisqy's most played of summer. That's going to be locked in. Yeah, you could flex at jungle, but Elyoya hasn't played it, so that seems very unlikely. It means he can go run to Armut, or can go run to Unforgiven and get him ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Elyoya decides to go with in the jungle, though, because, again, I mean, you've already limited your options with Graves gone, Maokai gone. Now the opportunity to take a jungler here has been taken away for Elyoya, so I think Elyoya is going to struggle a little bit because I imagine that's where RNG are going to prioritize, but I like that they're taking the Kai'Sa away. Gala has been well-renowned for his Kai'Sa ability, one of his best actually honestly his best champion, and one that he's picked up a fair few pentakills on, so I like that they're kind of taking that one away and saying, right, Gala, well, what do you have in the tank here to actually bring to the table?
Well, I kind of like this, actually. Picking the answering one early on RNG, seemingly saying, well, Jax can dive in, we can support him, but also, Nisqy does some stuff. I'll get the wave, you'll lose one, and then I'll still answer your bot lane or top lane roam with the Galio ulti. So I like this as the counter answer. I think it does make a lot of sense, Galio into the heavy roamers. Just on a long cooldown.
I think, though, for Mad Lions, you take away something like the Aphelios, you take away the Ezreal. I mean, you could even leave the Ezreal because Kai'Sa does so well into it. But if you just want to remove everything that kind of has been there for Gala, because then you actually start to teeter into, well, I mean, his Jinxes, his Ares, his Zippers aren't great, but like overall, you've kind of just eliminated his champion pool unless he goes back towards the Nylon. We saw exactly how that went yesterday. So, yeah, especially you do have a little bit of extra damage there with the Graves and Jax to try and facilitate the Neela pick, but overall, I don't feel like it's the best pick.
So they hit Tristana here. Xayah is my sort of sense for it right now. What's going to be likely locked in as I can get away from Xayah, or I can get away from you know, if like Kai'Sa dies to me, I can jump away. If I get caught out by a Taliyah combo, I can jump away. I can get away from Aatrox, Q3, things like that. There's probably going to be an engaged support here for Kai'Sa. It's almost all that he plays down there, so that's kind of my expectation of a self-sustaining AD carry. As Poppy and Vi go away of some of the, you know, scary junglers that are available. Indeed, there's the Xayah ban.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to end up seeing Elyoya going back towards something like the Xin Zhao or something along those lines, just something that can have a little bit of early presence and try and facilitate like a 2v2 scenario for Elyoya in that mid lane. Because it feels really like you need to get control of the mid lane here for Nisqy so you can have impact on side lanes. But as I was saying, I mean, Misfortune there, I think the Aphelios could also be a good one here for Gala. Yeah, they're just going to go towards that, and that's now you've got two great late game scaling carries in both the Jax and the Aphelios, and that's not even mentioning way on the Graves from the jungle. So it feels like RNG have definitely taken their lessons and their learnings fairly hard yesterday, but they've definitely learned from them.
Yep, his one of his highest win rate champions, Aphelios, is second most played across his career. Just a game behind Tristana for highest win rate of any champ with more than like 10 games played. Is definitely been exceptional on the Aphelios. Late game insurance seems to be his play style. As Kai'Sa comes through with a Trundle. He'll raise it to 8 games since MSI. And I mean, again, another champion who can have a lot of early pressure here. Obviously going to want to kind of sync up with Taliyah and knock stuff down.
It does feel for Mad, though, you need to get off the bat early. I mean, if you end up falling behind, you just got no hope.
Jax Aphelios Galio,
yeah, exactly. So it's not going to be pretty. So if a huge amount of this is going to rely on that mid jungle for Elyoya and Nisqy getting like level 2 ganks, level 3 ganks, getting this Galio put behind, and then using that influence to try and help out on side lanes, and particularly towards Unforgiven in the spot side. But if you end up having a slow pace of game, if RNG get to kind of control the tempo, I'm very worried for what Mad Lions can actually do to break this.
Well, I want to see what happens in the early game then. We've got engaged for both supports here. Kai'Sa and Ming have been last picked for their respective champions. Interesting in this World Championship, so many of the drafts are going just in pick order because everyone's prioritizing, like there's a ton of Aatrox first pick, so okay, we're getting top lane right away, and then Red Side's always picking top lane answer on 1-2, and it's like, well, now we need junglers. And then you really want to get your mid laner on 3, it feels like. So many games have very, very few trades. In this case, yeah, the Trundle was swapped around, but we had it pretty much in order for RNG again.
I also think it's just because look at the amount of AD carries that are banned, and you're still like, no, these are good AD carries.
Exactly.
These are meta AD carries. So it definitely feels like we're starting to see for once that there's not like a top 2, top 3 AD carry pool that you need to get early.
Yeah, the only asterisk there is I would say Kalista, but in this exact game it's not. But yeah, the Kalista's banned, and it's like, oh yeah, we'll just pick it on 5. Like, it's whatever. And I love that, right? I'm always happy when it's like either if there's an S tier just banned and you have like a wide variety, or there is some S tier and yeah, you kind of do whatever. It's kind of interesting. The roles that are picked on 4 or 5 are almost always like the healthiest champion pool, where it's like there's not really one we have to rush for, so it's fine. Aatrox is the one who's skewing everything, where every team is like picking Aatrox on blue 1. We'll see if that gets developed. We saw the Fiora ban required for it. We saw that Breeze is having to play Jackson's like, that's cool, we're gonna do that one instead. Looks good against DRX. The game didn't go so well, but the 1v1 looked fine, so we'll see. Breeze gets to try it yet again. We are on to the Rift. Mad Lions and Royal never give up doing battle. The 2-0 LEC. This league is undefeated so far at the World Championship play-in. RNG had an arguably upset loss to DRX, but now in the second game, another team they're, I think on paper, favored against here in Mad Lions.
Just curious, I was just looking there because Waze actually started with the the slowing smite here, which is a bit of an interesting one, because usually you'd see him go for the red smite, so you can actually take a little bit more of the aggressive trades. But I mean, it should help him buy a little bit of space against people like Elyoya, but definitely the dueling potential going to be missing a little bit from Wei here, and should help him out a little bit on the ganks too. But RNG just sticking around in river here. Looks like they might try and go for a little bit of a late invade here, but Mad Lions are ready for it, so they just decide to walk back.
Yeah, choosing the kiting option. Of course, he's gone fleet here as well. We've seen even some players have been increasingly going ghost, and not only on bot lane marksmen, but also the junglers, like Graves here as well. So choosing, no, I want to make sure that I am away from the Aatrox, I can get away from Niski's fling, I can get away from Trundle, and it's like, as long as I'm far enough back, I'm just going to win if you can't hit me. So seemingly choosing that option for it instead of the scrapping power, the kiting power, I think it logically makes sense when you're against a pretty melee-heavy team.
I will say, though, this is the, like, composition from RNG that I thought we would see them play, and what I'm most nervous for teams playing against RNG. You've got Xiaohu back onto pure comfort with the Galio. He was incredible in this, even back in spring when they made it over towards MSI. This was a big pick for Xiaohu, and being able to control the early map. You saw a bunch of bans even against it at MSI. You're getting Ming back on towards these engaged champs. The Nautilus not going to be taken here because it's by Kaiser, but Ming happy to play the Leona into it. Like, this is more the style that I thought RNG would go for, and I'm glad we're kind of getting them now, reading the meta, at least correctly, or at least more correctly than we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm never coming in, right? I think Neela really could have made sense that she actually is favored in Tristana, for example, and played around, you know, that kind of style. But yeah, took a high-risk comp, right? Tried to get ahead on DRX, didn't quite work at the end of the day. So yeah, another back on much more conventionally team fighting. The Jax still does seem to work. That is one part that I will give them credit for, right? They're like, yeah, you can have the Aatrox. The most prized, the only 100% presence champion at the World Championship is Aatrox, and they're like, yeah, Breeze will just answer it. It's fine. And it worked in game 1. We'll see if it works here in game 2. Got early pressure. And that is always cool to see, right? Like, there are parts of the meta where you're like, oh, no, we're just ready for that.
Niski using the Unraveled Earth, trying to bait Xiaohu.
Yeah, Pillar, not bad. And now Xiaohu's in a pretty rough spot. Can try to flash if needed, but Ghost may just be enough. Just running at breakneck speed. We know the Pillar's still on cooldown and he gets away. The shorter of the cooldowns is burned, and now a fight to the bottom side. Quick cleanse for Unforgiven, 300 health left on him. And Ming, ignited, will stay alive. He'll have to recall out of this one most likely, but maybe stays with potions instead.
So overall, at the moment, at least for mid lane, I mean, nice job from Mad Lions. We called Elyoya saying, look, you need to make early plays in towards this mid lane. And Niski being smart with throwing down the Unraveled Earth. So Xiaohu thought he was safe to push up. Just unfortunate they couldn't get it to amount to anything. But Gala and Ming getting that advantage on the bot side. This is what I was saying for Niski. He needs to be the one that tries to influence this bot lane matchup. Try and unlock Kaiser as well from that bot lane so he can help out on these roams. It feels like it's such a pivotal part of the map in this game specifically.
We can look at what's been happening since then. So Elyoya, he made an early gank into the mid lane, and the top Scuttle's gonna be able to go over Graves as a result. Now, of course, bottom Scuttle had gone the way of Mad Lions anyway, so I really can't say the first pass has gone too bad for Trundle. Able to affect the lanes and still keep his farm pretty much tied. And it looks like we're gonna have Wei skip his first recall and go back for the respawn of Krug to the top side. So gonna keep that one going. A pretty similar spot for the Trundle, it looks like, who is just covering the bottom lane. Is there anything spicy going on? The wards die. He's got himself into the brush right behind Kaiser, and this lane is pushing. So will there be a play? Ming is basically in range of him right now. This is straight up fightable. Graves is nowhere around. I think legit,
yeah,
they could have maybe just taken that fight. I'm not sure if Trundle dies with a wave like that, but maybe.
I mean, even just burn summoner spells, right? Like, you have, like, if you can get that summoner spell off of Ming, makes that level 6 a little bit easier for him, given who had to burn his cleanse in that last engagement, just anything to get that going. And it's a little bit of wasted time for Elyoya, but Elyoya needs to get the ball rolling early because he's running out of time here. Graves already getting that big CS.
Looking pretty nice. Gets the recall up a camp and has his way towards the Serrated Dirk. Looks like he's going to be going for ward killing, and Elyoya might get the top side. Breathe. He's still going to be in range to be pillared, and so indeed has to flash it. Makes Elyoya waste as much time as possible running towards the top side of the lane, but was always going to be caught out there. Way, and the bottom side is going to be able to deny a wave away from Mad Lions. We've already seen one recall out of Unforgiven from the level 2 all-in, and has himself a cull from that. Drops a little bit of the wave in bot lane as a result of this.
I mean, look, a nice read from Niski, right? He didn't want to overextend, didn't see where Xiaohu was, and didn't want to end up walking straight into the Galio, especially when Wei can come over the wall. But Ayoya is doing his job here. Like, he wants to try and get in towards lanes, make sure that everyone on RNG is a bit uncomfortable, because he is going to get outscaled. Like, this Trundle needs to get the ball rolling early. And at the moment, at least he's getting that flash gun on the top side, making things a little bit easier for Armut. He just needs to see that repeat, especially with Niski now hitting level 6 in the mid lane. Potential with the wave frozen here for Armut on that top side for them to try and make something happen.
The wave just kind of traded back and forth. A small CS lead for Niski. We'll see when he first gets himself onto the other side of the map. Gala does have flash up right now, but otherwise his champion, even if you build a Gale Force, does not have tools to beat Weaver's wall. So Niski can always set up for gank on bot side. Round 1 is going to be force of flash. Round 2 is a death. Let's see if you can get down there, because that feels like you can certainly track with Kaiser and Unforgiven following up. Feels like a killable lane. Nice fling back on Ming. He's going to be fine.
He finds Elyoya.
Yeah, Jungler is scrapping. Level 5 eats Raider Dirk versus Sheen. No damage out of Elyoya, but he's like, you know, I've got a pillar, I've got smite, and I've got a teammates here in my jungle, so I'm gonna get me a scuttle crab.
I like the roam from Ming to mid though. We were already saying, look, Niski has the opportunity to try and roam to sides here if he can get the push. So Ming showing up in mid means that Xiaohu gets to go that little bit more aggressive. They don't know where Wei is, so they have to take it a bit slow. And now we kind of moved our duo lane to the mid lane because they understand how important this mid priority is, especially when Xiaohu hadn't hit the level 6 yet. But now, at least with Xiaohu having access to that ultimate, he can try and follow some of these Niski plays.
Wave is slow pushing down to the bottom side, so Gala gonna run out of room to play this lane pretty soon. If Kaiser gets onto him, he's basically just dying. He can maybe flash a hook, I suppose, but level 6 here, gets the wave in, has to respect Nautilus, otherwise he actually could be frozen on him, we'll see. We're 30 seconds away from the Herald spawning, and that means often both junglers, both supports, trying to make their way to that side of the map and try to find your way into a 4v3 or something. Wave is gone, Niski want to reset. I don't believe, yeah, that's pretty close to last chapter money actually. He's been farming pretty well.
Yeah, I don't think you really want to go for an early contest here for Mad Lions on towards the Rift Child. I think early skirmishing on this top side just belongs to RNG. They have so much AoE CC, not like Xiaohu, Counter-Strike, good damage from Wei. Ming will have access to that solar flare soon enough as well. So I think overall, Mad should just try and back away from this and maybe make a play elsewhere, but looks like they're going to try and contest. I just don't think they have the damage right now from the Kai'Sa or the Taliyah to really match them.
AD carries walking up. Niski is here with the lost chapter, plus Boots 1 was his recall. All the AD carries, I said, coming up, and here's the team fight already. First blood! Wei claims it, and we got more going on here. Kai'Sa joins the fight. They trade back on the Xiaohu, and it's continuing on. Armut's in the front line. He's already got himself a kill. 1-1 on the score line. Ulti comes through for Gala. The Herald resets, though there is a smite difference. Shelly is just so tanky that RNG may not claim the objective. Fling's gonna land, the stun's there, and Wei's gotta be so careful. The rocks don't deal damage blowing up anymore, and he still feels reasonably safe. Gala's still putting out damage in the backside.
RNG are just buying time, so though Xiaohu is reset now. He's gonna be able to come out with ultimate, but looks like they are a bit nervous with how low Wei had gone. So Mad Lions will manage to get a kill back and force RNG off the rip.
Beautifully done by Mad Lions. End of the day, they get the Herald, and though you lose the first blood bonus gold, still a 1-for-1 fight. They decided that they had enough time to let Niski recall to show up in the fight in time, and they were right. So the scoreboard right now says 500 gold to RNG, but you're gonna get a few hundred back when the Herald finally charges.
Yeah, and look, at the beginning of this, it's great from RNG. They turn immediately onto Elyoya and burst him down, but they all end up in this tight little choke point, which is perfect for Armut. Gala isn't really in a great position, and they managed to kill Xiaohu before he gets the ultimate off, so not able to use that big access to the zone control, that CC that we're talking about into this fight. Rift Child resetting is so unfortunate as well.
Yeah.
Means that it's just a disaster for RNG after that initial pick.
Yeah, just out of patience, honestly. You even saw the eye pop plus the smite, and it was like, sorry, bud. It's already running back and healing up 10,000 health a second, so not a kill to be had. RNG playing now for the Dragon, though, instead. They've got the Emerald Glaive on, so first completed item is through here for Wei. And not all of its gold efficiency is in actual combat stats, but it's good enough that RNG have control, and they will be able to get themselves the Drake. This is the kind of game, you know, that I wanted to see. You know, there's still a 1 in the front when you get the first Dragon kill, so RNG start that stacking, but Mad Lions get a bit of damage to the mid. Probably just the 1 plate. You don't want to summon... Oh, they actually do go to summon the Herald. I guess they don't think they have a better time to get plates than now. Mid lane will go down to about 2,000 health, but they will not get more than the one they worked down and the 2 afterwards. A lot of damage here. Niski just locked up, and Wei again finds the ulti over the top to get that kill. Kaiser a bit low. No flash available. Gonna get hit with the end of the line. And Nux Zenith Blade should be soon. He's gonna land it on a Kaiser, and Wei should get yet another 3-0 Graves.
Wei is getting huge in the jungle, and it's just RNG finding these nice timing windows to pick up Dragon before Mad Lions have established themselves in mid lane to use the Rift Herald, and then good turnaround as well with Xiaohu just barely clipping onto Niski with the taunt. Gal as well, 2 plates in the bot side. I mean, we thought that it was going to be Mad Lions getting the advantages off the Rift Herald, but suddenly it's RNG who found themselves 1,500 gold low.
I just like Xiaohu's build. He's Rush Sork Shoes. He had it since the last fight as well, but not only do I care about move speed on Galio, because of course you do, you have to land a melee range taunt, but he's like, yeah, my job is burst. Like, he could have gone Merc Treads. He could have gone, I guess, cooldown boots for more. Well, it's like, no. I'm going to burst him at 10%, and then Wei will just claim his kill and stack up no problem. I love it. It's worked out, honestly. The Herald has charged, and guess what? The gold lead is 1,800 already for RNG.
And it just feels like a cheat code for Wei when you've got Xiaohu as your mid laner. Like, you get to play Graves, and you're just like, okay, cool. I've got one of the best mid laners in the world at trying to facilitate your teammates, and it's just so easy then to set things up. Now going to go up towards that Eclipse as well. He's going to be dealing a ton of damage in this game. And again, like, this mid jungle is kind of the bridge to that later point in the game, right? You still have Gala who's scaling, you still have Bridge who's going to be terrifying in the later portion of the game, even if he is slipping slightly behind in CS to Armut at this early stage.
Wave goes down yet again, and RNG don't have any objective to play for. There are turret plates up for another 2 minutes, but if the waves are defended, nothing really happens here. AD carry is still scrapping in the bottom side. Gala doesn't get a whole lot done there. He gets to chunk Unforgiven down the other half is refillable potion. Cole still stacking up for this Kaisa, but still mostly just waiting around. Ooh, bottom scuttle's up. All right, get over there.
Yeah, Mad Lions are trying to cut off RNG from getting access to this bot wave. You can see Gala had already built up that wave, so Mad Lions trying to beat them to the punch on the spot side. Might actually catch Gala, but now you can see RNG moving in, so Xiaohu moves back in towards mid lane, and you almost get the turret plate anyway as Gala, and the fact that you're controlling this just path in between mid and bot means that it's really difficult for Mad Lions to really do particularly much, because even if you end up trying to engage on bot side with a numbers advantage, Xiaohu has ults to join in.
So 3 turret plates work down to the bottom lane. 0 have been claimed for Unforgiven down there. So Gala, not only is he up 30 CS in a mostly undisturbed lane, they both roamed to Herald. They both, I guess, looked at Dragon die, but ultimately Gala has been crushing this lane overall. Plates and CS. Breathe now fighting Armut, and that is a lot of damage. Down CS, but got some pressure. Means him to get a friend coming across. The stuns just keep landing, and Kaiser will certainly die away on a rampage. 4 in a row for him.
And now you just get to move back towards the turret. Gala will get more plates, and RNG, this is what we're talking about, just bullying Mad Lions off the bot lane turret, knowing that they're stronger at the moment with this massive Graves from the jungle.
The best feeling ever is 610 gold, which means I got solo first turret and solo the plate. Oh, I am rich. That was a functional double kill by autoing that turret. He's got so much.
He's only 300 gold behind the Graves. Like, that tells you how much gold Gala has right now.
5 plates in a turret or 4 kills. You know, either one. 960 extra money right there on the Gala, yeah.
And hell, look, he's just coming out of base now, walking mid, because Rift Herald's about to spawn in just under a minute's time. So you're going to get pushing mid here for RNG. They can then lean in towards that objective as well. And they're not even worried about bot side right now, because the wave isn't even threatening the turret. And even if you do, you can still turn that in towards mid lane immediately with this Rift Herald.
Well, red buff attempt, though. Armut going to be able to start this steal attempt, and Elyoya. There we go. Claims it. Good smite. Thank you for the red, buddy. He did the first part of the work, but I get the credit. Scoreboard goes up 4 for him. Divine Sunder in for the Trundle.
And this is where this is going to become a real test for Mad Lions. One of the biggest problems that they've had is trying to come back from deficits, and 3k gold now behind. Let's see if they can find the pick onto Breathe.
Pillar backwards, but a nice control ward held in inventory. Keeps that one, keeps the Q, able to get away no problem. Unforgiven now forced to run away. Ming not close enough with his reinforcements to start that dive. Unforgiven could always cleanse the stun, but you know, that's still a long cooldown to burn out. But second Herald, what we're looking at right now. Eclipse is in for the Graves, the first character to 2 completed items here. Exactly 1 for Elyoya's Trundle. It's gonna be hard to fight around this one. Bit of damage back and forth, but what's it gonna really look like here? Everyone is there, Anchor's not gonna land. Ming can still play frontline, has ulti, has flash, no ignite. But can certainly start these fights out. Now Shelly low on patience. Wall comes across, Gala zoned out, backline access, Niski nearly dead, a stopwatch burn now as well. Team fight continues, will anyone die? Yoya gets out, no! It's gonna be a 1-for-1, Graves claims it, and the dive continues. Breathe is still on for more, he's got a double, he's gonna get the triple, decided way, got to have too much fun. Then maybe he wants some now for himself, the dive is on, turret aggro is there, 5 in a row, Ming finally drops, Breathe shoved the wrong way, staying just barely alive, shut down claim, traded back by Aphelios, an ace for RNG.
It looked okay at the start, went a bit sideways at the end, but RNG will still get the ace, but still managed to get this Rift Herald as well, and even Gala getting that shove in on top side. So RNG very much in control at the moment. And look, it starts with this Xiaohu, great flash over the wall, immediately onto Niski and Unforgiven. You get Unforgiven to cleanse it, but Gala able to use the Inferno Bolt over the wall, dealing a ton of damage in the back line. And then Breathe just hopping himself in, freeing up these kills on the backside. It was not really a front-to-back fight at any point in time for Mad Lions, because RNG has just so many different routes into the access of the back line.
Yep, you know that's the game slipping away from you at that point. It was a 2-0 start for Mad Lions in the play-ins, but you know it's like, well, we got Ace for 3, they got Herald, they're already up Dragon, like, players know RNG are winning in this game. Is it winnable still for Mad Lions? Of course it is. Yes, you can have a comeback, but this is Mad Lions down in quite the deficit. It's RNG getting more than double their domestic average gold lead at 15. They're up more than normal, and yeah, feeling very good now in this one.
But this is the thing, Mad Lions have been a team that do very well when they get ahead. Like, they're very good at playing from a lead, but when it starts to slip away from them, they haven't been as good at, oh, we'll go for a cross map. Maybe we, you know, drop a lane and play off 2 waves so we can look up for a pick. It's these kind of things that have been missing from Mad Lions play, and that's where it feels very difficult for them right now, especially when RNG just look at the vision control that they have. Like, complete bot side control for them, allows Way to just wander in through the bot lane jungle, or bot side jungle, and now stick down the Rift Herald.
A little bit of damage gained on a turret that is eventually worth 800 gold if you can claim local. At some point, maybe someone will show up for that one as Jax is on his way towards his own Ruin King. Just very happy up the top side. Passive stacked up. Thank you very much. 300 gold goes to him, 200 to the rest of his team. Gold lead grows and grows. 4,500 now for RNG, up 2 Drakes as well.
And I think this is where we're going to start to see the fact that Jax was so prevalent in the meta in LPL, starting to now play a big factor into things like the Aatrox, because it does feel like Jax, twice now we've seen Breathe pick it up, and twice it's been great. Breathe's Fiora also incredibly strong and able to deal well into the Aatrox too, so it feels like RNG have at least kind of found out the conundrum that is Aatrox in the top lane, and that means it opens up so much more flexibility for people that have been struggling, like, you know, Gala in that bottom side of the map, getting a bit more of an opportunity for Way to show what he's worth now on this Graves. It feels like the drafting for RNG, now that they figured out the meta, is a bit better.
Well, a bit of sidestep away from the pullback. Ghost is enough. Still, though, it is Armet forcing out a longer cooldown than what he spent. Ult relatively short. Ghost about 3 minutes. A little something done there. Nice on the side, but there's still so much more to do for Mad Lions as Xiaohu just walks right back to the bottom side and goes, hey, I've got a jungler here. I've got a 5-kill Graves. And turret will indeed drop, and 800 gold will be split amongst RNG.
And again, like, all this vision control is just going to stay planted on the spot side. Ooh, okay, Unforgiven.
Nice ult by Unforgiven, though. Picks a very good spot to go, gets away from everything. Still will lose his own tower, but hang on. We've got reinforcements. Tower stays alive, a flash to safety. And here comes the re-engage. Turret drops crucially, making this fight so much easier for RNG to play. Armut lands Q2, but Ming is tanky. Kaiser coming around. Anchors in, needs a good ult target. It's going to be Gala getting hit, but is he in range of anything? Fling not available for Niski, so no one drops except the front line of Mad Lions. Away gets yet another.
Inches turn into a mile there. Mad Lions nearly closed the gap, but RNG just a hair's breadth away. And now RNG will push in this wave. That's mid lane turret down, bot lane tier 2 gone as well. And with Dragon in 2 minutes, there's going to be a big old reset coming through for RNG now with the amount of gold they picked up.
I like the start here. Unforgiven again plays it about well as he can. Cleanse, then ult over the wall is really nice. Like, all right, we can't reach him, so turret goes down.
But Unforgiven's just out of the fight at this point. Like, and then Yoya already chunked low as well, so it becomes a very difficult fight for them to take. And this flip, if that had connected from Niski, that could have been the difference maker, but it doesn't connect onto Ming or Gala. And even here again, look at the damage. Niski just barely not able to get on towards Gala. And now with the overextension from Mad Lions, RNG can turn this.
Yeah, if that one lands, right, Ming's dead, the rest fight looks good. If he saves the cooldown, it's killing the Gala. It probably still looks bad when Breathe TP's in, but still, we got another play in the mid lane. Goodbye. Goodbye, he's dead. Auto attack's gonna land away. Is Godlight, collects up a little bit more money, and it's gonna keep on going here. Breathe is on the way over. Kaiser can QE the wall. I guess Q is down. He's gonna Q in actually for a bit more, but I don't know if you win this one. The fling back is not bad. Breathe on the 1k health. Nice little chunk there as well. Good damage on Niski. He can spam that low cooldown, just doesn't matter.
So it's about a bit of time for Armored on this bot side, right? He's going to be looking for that turret play, or turret bounty, but that's why RNG now starting this up. They want to get the TP out, which is committed by Armored.
And they can look at it. They can see, all right, 4v5. We're going to go for broke. No AD carry. Dive comes on in. They just want the team fight in the first place. Xiaohu chunked down low. One hit to dead, and Oyoya bites him. Traded, though, mid laner for mid laner, but crucially, in an over-engaged fight, outnumbered fight, Mad Lions get the 1-for-1.
Yeah, I mean, they had to commit the TP. Unforgiven wasn't there as well. He was just coming out of base, so you'll take that as Mad Lions, but now it means that you've invested, you know, a little bit of it there from Mad Lions and also on RNG side with Dragon in 30 seconds. Mad Lions need to get control over this mid lane, move in towards River, try to look for RNG as they're coming in, but you'll see it here, right? As Armo comes in, he's got a great position where Gala and Xiaohu are both right at his whim. Gala tries to get force forward with the ultimate, but ends up whiffing on that one, so doesn't actually get a huge amount of damage off. So it means that Mad Lions are able to dissuade them. But 10 seconds now, RNG in bot side River. Armut had pushed out top wave, but no TP for him because it was just used. Means he's going to be late to the Dragon.
And they're going to start running it fast on the way towards Infernal Soul here. RNG going to grab their third pretty quickly. Yeah, no one is around. They were the faster ones to reset off that fight. Got back around, obviously with the gold lead as well. You just kind of bully your way in if you believe you have the numbers, and indeed they were right. So, we got a 5-minute timer until Dragon Soul comes in.
And that might have been the time for Mad Lions. Xiaohu had no ultimate, Gala no ultimate, you know, Gale Force as well, no flash. That felt like it might have been the Dragon where they could have tried to find a fight, but now RNG get to push outside lanes once more. They're moving in as a group to reset on towards Vision, so just a bit of a missed opportunity there for Mad Lions to maybe find an avenue back into this game.
And they can hope. Armut, at least with a CS lead, you know? Impact, you had 9, this guy's got 46, so at least well done here for the Aatrox. Cyril's Grudge is in, finally on 2 items himself, so temporarily, same item spikes, and up 2 full levels onto Breathe. Armut, if there's a way back in, it seems like it's going to be on this Aatrox. Grievous Wounds, nowhere in the build for RNG. If he can frontline and be huge, maybe it's enough. Over the wall goes Oyoya and tracks Ming. Ults for stats, this could be really good, but Aatrox, is he able to even fight it? Unforgiven puts in the damage. Ming's W finally got a timeout! But look at that! The Marksman ults come through. Gala is good for it. Unforgiven is down.
Protect the support is not what we usually see, but saving Captain Ming there. Now RNG will move over towards the objective, and RNG, if they, well, I was going to say if they get the Baron, they should be good, but Matt, looking in a spot to contest.
Health bar's a bit low. Breathe over the wall, and we're going to have Niski separate them. Jax can't join. It's a 4-on-4. They need this one. Wei shoved in the pit. Baron will hit him. Wei smites for health. Breathe comes in. They got to peel Niski, but there's no way he's going to live. Galio there for a bit more help, but they do trade back Ming. But Kaiser still drops a double kill again for Breathe on the Jax. You may have taken more side lane farm, but Breathe is taking more of the champions. That said, Armor gets his own double. A pretty close one right now, I believe, overall 2 for 2.
Yeah, RNG still trying to fight back, but Mad Lions have life in them, keeping RNG away from the Baron and living to fight another day. I mean, look, it's not exactly the best of trades, but Mad Lions, you'll definitely take that with the way it went.
I mean, you are so far behind, you have objective bounties. A 2 for 2 is probably just XP positive for you.
And here, I mean, Ming definitely overextending on towards the Oyoya, especially with the blast cone there. Thought he might have been able to burst them out, but CC isn't coming through, and Ming barely getting through. You see Breathe engages onto Armut to make sure Ming has space to get out. Gala with the Gale Force and the Infernum ult finds home as well. And everyone on Mad Lions is then running for the hill, but this again, a bit of an overextension here from RNG, kind of disrespectful. Niski has a great wall to separate out Breathe. You end up with Armut being able to tank front line. Wei goes super low thanks to Baron. He's forced to flash early, and honestly, kind of the only saving grace here was Breathe eventually getting past the wall, because otherwise, Niski was in a prime spot to deal that damage as the Toledo.
And the cleanup there, actually pretty good there as well. So, I mean, it looks really nice, but Armut is actually huge. Again, he had a 2-level lead and 50 CS. And you look at the scorelines now, and they're basically tied, right? So Armut is 3-1-3 versus 6-2-0 on the Jax. So functionally, they've both had really huge games, and considering how many more kills RNG has, it means it's just been Armut this game.
Yeah, and you can see the difference in the two coaches. Kasamlak looking significantly happier than the RNG side. And I think as well, like for the RNG coaching staff, there is a lot of pressure. Actually, hold on to this, because Bad Lines is trying to set up a minute and a half to Dragon, but no, they would just back away. There's a lot of pressure on the RNG coaching staff. Like Kenju, who won Worlds with EDG last year, was actually the guy who had the Golden Road, where he won Summer with EDG, then Worlds, then Spring with RNG, and now MSI. So there's a lot of pressure on this guy to perform, and I mean, for RNG, coming in as 4th seed is not exactly how he would have liked to start off his crusade into Worlds.
Oh, 700 TP required. I don't believe they can land a stun in time, even if they had vision. Indeed, he gets out, and with the red trinket, they're like, I think he TP'd. I think he couldn't have gotten out without TP, so they can maybe mark that one. They're right if they think that. And the wave gets claimed. 6,000 remains the difference.
And again, 50 seconds until Infernal Dragon, right? Like, we've seen them consistently get the TPs out of Armut as these big objectives are spawning. So now Mad Lions again have to try and contest the mid push, but without really much vision control down on this bottom side, they're moving in as a 5-man unit to try and get some information as to what RNG are brewing.
Little damage there towards Oyoya. 2k health still, and he always is going to be happy to ult Leona and be a frontline. Not quite to the dead man's plate, would like it. 15 seconds until Infernal Soul and RNG have the mid push. They're the first to the bottom river. Jax waiting in the bottom tribe rush. Looking at what could be a flank play, whether to mark one or get his own. They're ready to play it. Sahu waiting in the wings. You can see in Fog of War, ready to ult when someone else does something. That trinket spots both brushes, says no one's in either one. Fair enough. Dragon started 8k health. Here's the flank play. Flash to get the safe. The Unforgiven stays alive. And here comes the team fight. A stopwatch buys time. Double stun for Ming. Is it enough now? Can the front line live? Xiaohu gets out. A pull back at Armut, a big heal, a flash of safety. Wei getting kited, has to flash away, but the re-engage. Breathe is just too big on the Jax. No one can answer him. And with the opposing support dead, Kaiser in the respawn. Well, Wall does something. Gala cannot jump this wall. They get a pull back on a Ming, decent damage, but Wei and Xiaohu are knocking down the dragon. Soul is claimed, and Mad Lions, with basically negative vision, they had the team cut off, could not find the way back in. RNG get a 1-for-0 to get the Dragon Soul.
Breathe has been doing such a good job of zoning Armut out of these fights, where he's just not been able to get into the position that he actually should be able to carry from. And here, good flash from Xiaohu, but does end up overextended. But keep your eyes on Armut. Armut actually has access to Gal and everything here, but you end up with the Graviton coming through, then Breathe gets the counter strike, and Armut immediately has to get out of here. So it's been a good job from RNG in consistently keeping Armut at arm's length, knowing that Unforgiven was low, Niski's not really in a position to carry, and they're able to take out Armut, who is that big threat on Mad Lions.
Smiles from Armut, like, yeah, I lived there. I did Aatrox things and landed Q3 and got a bunch of health back, but this is now RNG with a much larger lead, 4-0 in Dragons. The burst going to be pretty painful. And this Graves is even more of a threat. 7 kills each on the top side of the map for RNG. This Jax counter has been good, and yeah, the air is good too, but he has still just been such a difference maker here on this Jax for Breathe.
But again, this is what we talked about for RNG coming into this. This is more the meta that I think they want to try and play, or at least the style that they want to play. With Xiaohu being able to provide engage tool alongside Ming, playing that facilitator role. Wei kind of being a benefactor of all the good stuff that Xiaohu's doing. Gala just late game carry. He doesn't have to put pressure on himself in team fights. He's been very proficient on these short range AD carries, like the Aphelioses, the Kaisas, these kind of things. So it definitely feels like after yesterday's beating, RNG coming back strong. But for Mad Lions, kind of heartbreaking to see after a 2-0 up. And Quickshot definitely celebrating that at the start of the day.
Sure.
Looks like they might struggle here against RNG.
Well, LEC play against the easier teams the first 2 days. I know EG's part of that. And we move on forward. As, no, I know what I'm saying. Don't worry about it. We got a team fight coming in soon, though. The wall is up. Ming dives in, and Ming does not get out. But a triple knockup for Xiaohu means that Mad Lions may not either. Wei's pulled back in. And again, it's all about Armut. But a triple kill through for Gala. The Aphelios has scaled, and Mad Lions will fall.
You've always got to be so careful of Gala in these late game fights. Just when you think you might be able to turn it, he will pop off. But RNG now, Baron in tow, will push in on the top side. A triple kill for Gala, and RNG looking primed to take this game.
Down goes the turret. The gold lead grows, 8,500 Dragon Soul again. But they can reset here. Looks like Baron is enough to take the recalls. Mad Lions come back in. Mad fight after Baron is down with the wall.
The Penta Prince won't get another one this game, but at least for the moment. But again, a great fight here. Wei able to get on towards Armut again, getting the damage over the top with the collateral damage. But Xiaohu gets the knock up thanks to Ming's engage. And Wei, even though he's not in the best of positions here, it does actually give a lot of time for Gala to get access towards Unforgiven, pushing Armut away. And just having Xiaohu acting as that bruiser frontline that Gala needed, he's able to push on forward. I'm not going to lie, this is the most reaction that I've seen from RNG in the last, like, year and a half.
But he's like, yeah, that was fun. I will say, there are few things as satisfying as getting a Galio ult on, like, 4 people. Yeah. I count the stopwatch as you would have hit him, so you had to burn it. And like, yeah, we're winning that fight. And he was right. He's obviously quite big here. Blue Elixir now grabbed here for Xiaohu as well. Gala up to level 16. On his way towards maybe just a Guardian Angel. Either way, stopwatch in inventory.
At this stage, it becomes very tough for Mad Lions to try to defend Xiaohu.
Yeah, that's danger. Armut just not able to heal enough. Wei takes him down. So much damage between the jungle and mid of RNG. And that is kind of the ace of the hole gone. Armut not being there. No longer is your frontline durable enough. Yes, there's a Trundle and Autos. Not going to matter. They're going to walk in and start taking your base. Mid already gone. Bot opened up. Bot gone now as well, and guess what? There's already a wave top lane. RNG get all 3 inhibitors in the span of 15 seconds. Xiaohu maybe a bit too far, and he will Zonia's at 1 HP. This is going to be a mid laner down, but still, both teams -1 solo lane is still a fight that RNG can feel good about. That is a stun and an Unforgiven. He ults to safety. A stopwatch buys a bit more time. Here's the dive at Ming. Niski gonna stay alive for a second longer. Kaiser forced back to the base. Niski goes down. Just barely does Elyoya live, but the Nexus turrets will fall. Mad Lions fought valiantly. Armut has a 26th champion. The Nexus falls. RNG wins, and they're up 1-1.
That is the RNG that we expected to see coming into Worlds. That was the RNG that people were terrified of, and unfortunate for Mad Lions that they were the first that had to really face up against it. RNG bouncing back from their loss yesterday to DRX and looking very clean doing it.
Well, 2-1 for Mad Lions. If you beat DRX, you are careening toward what looks like a 3-way tie at first, right? We assume RNG wins out. Honestly, if you can do this as Mad Lions, you can still take that spot for first. That is the road they're looking for. Otherwise, how good do you look against DRX, right? Are you third? Are you above that? Are you below that? We're going to have to see. As long as you're top 4, you are alive, you're playing best of 5s. RNG looking like, okay, well, 2 hardest teams done. Cross that off our hands. Move to second, you know, the likely road, but we'll have to see, of course, down the line.
But yeah, again, I think RNG looking far better and far more comfortable in this style. Again, Xiaohu has always been incredibly strong in things like Galio. Aphelios coming back into the meta, Kaiser coming back into the meta for Gal on that bot side is going to be great. And my biggest curiosity was actually going to be how Wei performed on things like the Galio. It hasn't been something that he's played a lot across the course of his career. He's always been kind of more the aggressive, playing around his lanes. But I mean, this game, the Braves looking great with Xiaohu able to give a lot of that early aggression, or a lot of those early kills over towards Wei in the jungle.
Well done by them. Of course, they will have 3 more games to play in the group stage. We'll see if it is going to be a second place. If it's a tiebreaker first, what it is. But RNG playing to that level, they still feel like a team that, yeah, you lost yesterday to DRX, but like this is a team where all of Group A should be terrified, and honestly, all of Group B should be terrified. This is a very, very strong team. That was the expectation coming in. This felt like, as you mentioned, they were kind of more playing to their level. You mentioned the meta feels appropriate. I mean, if the top 2 AD carries that we're going to see actual picked is Aphelios and Kai'Sa, yeah, Ming is like, that's my pool. I'm ready for that one. So looking pretty good so far. RNG are officially on the board here at the World Championship, and for more on that win and what it means for Group B, let's head over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Freak and Dagda. We're going to break down the game, take a look at a lot of the game-defining plays. Let's start. We've got the drafts behind us. Chronicler, what do you make of the draft? Do you like how it played out? Did you favor one particular side?
I saw Galio picked. That was step number one. And even though they didn't pick up the Kai'Sa, which I think was a good call from Mad Lions to pick that away, because I 100% think that the adaptation that we see in draft from RNG were in line with what we wanted to see. They probably would have picked it up. His Aphelios of Gala was still very, very good. So they looked like the team that we expected to see in play-ins. I think this match played out early game even more dominant than I expected. I expected RNG to really turn up in mid-game, but even early, I think they were getting the better hand of Mad Lions. Yeah. And it's kind of one-sided and continued from there.
100%. And I think that RNG got everything they wanted into the picks that Mad Lions were giving us. So the Jax into the Aatrox matchup is something that Breathe always really looked for. Graves into the Trundle is another one that really you get the range advantage. And as the game goes on, like if you are supported by the Galio here, that will follow the Taliyah. Like every aspect of RNG's strat, I think actually does quite well. And I'm not even mentioning the Aphelios into the Kai'Sa that actually was up, what, 30 or something CS? Yeah. It was a pretty massive deficit there for Unforgiven. So it felt like just from the draft perspective, it was really difficult for Mad Lions.
Also a really good game for Wei. He didn't have the best first game, but again, it's a best of one. Conclusion.
And the Vi did not work at all, really, yesterday.
No, indeed. As I pointed out, I think the Vi in specific situations is a perfectly... Thank you for giving me the opportunity to call it out.
The Vi defender.
Trevor. I really appreciate that. In specific situations, but RNG playing much more according to what we expected, Wei having a really good game, and Xiaohu on the front foot. That's, I think, how I'd always like to see RNG. That's when I think they have the most dominant games and when the teams really look like they're getting into their own.
Xiaohu on the front foot. I think this next replay we have is actually Xiaohu on that front foot hopping over the wall, or at least will be one of them. Yeah, there we go. That's on the illustration. I mean, Chronicler, we saw this play. I held my breath for a moment, like, but I'm like, no. The follow-up just wrecked my lines.
So what I love about Zhao is that he doesn't really care about his life. By jump, no, it's a really good thing, because by going in there, and even if he ends up dying, it's whatever. If he doesn't, then that's great. He buys so much time for Breathe, and a problem that we've seen with Jaxus is that even if they get fed, if you jump into multiple people and get CC'd, you died. Effectively, by doing that, Zhao turns this into a 1v1v1v1 for Jax.
Yes, and that's his game knowledge coming through. That's great. And that's his game knowledge coming through, knowing that, hey, I'm just wasting the time of their carries. Like, you guys at some point, especially with Zhonya's locked in.
Cooldowns, abilities, time, HP bars, the works, right?
Easy. So
Gala as well. Just one of them needs to carry. Exactly. It's like you have two guys who are ready to go.
Now, Rez, can you explain to me what sort of hopium, optimism, chances were you giving Mad Lions when you see we're going to get a bunch of back-to-back replays now where Mad Lions will pick up a few kills, Scrappy, delay the Baron at least. I think Niski did a lot of work. It wasn't enough to bring them back into the game, but like Mad Lions, they had small windows.
And a lot of that was off of Armut. I think Armut, there was a specific fight in which he was able to get 2 kills off that, including the kill on a Jax, and was finding good angles. If they were able to play this game a little bit more, especially on their terms, I think this was the fight, actually. Yeah, it was. And so, then that would have given them the chance. The problem is, you look towards the Baron area, vision galore for RNG. I thought they did a really good job at denying vision and making Mad's life incredibly hard. So they just went back to the basics. They didn't want to make mistakes after the last play. So it was great from RNG to rectify that.
And if you're Mad Lions, I do.
Okay.
Damage. That one really hurts. I think there's a lot of good moments here. You see some of the issues that I think they've always run into, where if they're not able to get a little bit of momentum going and they get into mid game, especially against a team like RNG where they traditionally excel, that can it can look kind of rough. I don't know if they'll be able to adjust that, but I don't think any other team that they're going to face is going to be quite as threatening in that regard as RNG is. Even DRX, who I think will still be very much favored, is a really different team.
I mean, Mad Lions will be playing DRX on day 4, if I'm looking at my schedule correctly. So that will give Mad Lions at least a day to bounce back. RNG will be playing 2 more games tomorrow, and as we've got 1 more left on the docket, I wanted to take a look at the standings here. That's now Europe's first loss of the play-in stage. RNG bouncing back from yesterday's small upset against DRX. I mean, Rez, no real surprises here when we see the current state pretty much the teams we're expecting to be in the top 4 looking at playoffs are sitting in the positions, right?
Absolutely. No. Well, at least yes, you're right. Actually, about the top four. Top 4
spots.
So I agree with you.
The specific seeding still TBD, right?
I should have listened. That's on me.
But I mean,
because the point you made was
Fnatic,
right.
EG, etc.
My bad. Long day.
It has been.
But I will say, for RNG's part in particular, 1-1, and their opponents were Mad Lions and DRX.
Yes.
So the rest of the opponents, you should just expect the stock to be rising for RNG as these.
Isurus and Wildcats. That's who they play tomorrow.
Yeah, and with what we've seen from RMG so far, should be the same as the DRX games, just get early leads and then kind of snowball it.
I really appreciate you taking that previous game to cool down, clear your head, and just bring in that nice, friendly chronicler that, you know, we've come to know and love.
I like this version of you.
Yeah, that sassiness from the pregame was a bit much. We're headed for a quick break. When we come back, we'll be hearing from Mad Lions coach Mac before heading into our final match of the day between the Istanbul Wildcats and RNG. Don't go anywhere. DRX, that should be.
True.
DRX is the correct team.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And we're back in Mexico for the Verizon post-game interview with Mac. I'm sorry, things didn't go well for you guys today, but let's roll back a bit and talk me through the preparation for this game, because mid-jungle had a lot of responsibility, but with the comp you were playing, falling back in the early game would mean that it was, I don't want to say impossible, but really hard to come back. Can you talk me through why you drafted like this and the expectations you had coming in this game?
Sure. So, I mean, I don't think the first 8 minutes were a problem at all.
Yeah.
First 8 minutes were fine. Draft-wise, I mean, Aatrox is just a big power pick for a lot of teams at the moment, right? So that's pretty self-explanatory, and from there it's just rounding out a comp that like fits well with him, right? So I don't think it's any like particular magic that we're employing against RNG specifically. But yeah, I mean, the game kind of went really wrong at like post Herald, where they ended up like freezing bot wave for ages, and then we died on mid, and then they took a bunch on bot, and then the game is really, really hard. But I think the game's in a really good spot at 8 minutes, actually.
I was about to say Copium, maybe, but things went not that bad, honestly. I mean, for me, there's a lot of positives to take from this game, but what's your take on this?
I mean, I'm happy with how well the players did, like, staying in it. But yeah, it was really rough. Like, right, when Graves got fed, it's so hard. Like, this guy's just eating forwards and one-shotting us on the mid-wave. So that was really, really, really tough. So yeah, I mean, a lot of it came down to fight execution, but considering how far ahead they were, not bad. Like, the big takeaway from us this game is, I think I would adapt my second round bans differently in the future, and I think that cost us a lot, certainly in this game. I think it made the game a lot harder for us to play than it should have been. So, I mean, that's my bad. And then a lot of it is, like, literally that one bot wave after Herald and then fight execution. But yeah, considering how far ahead they were, I think we executed the fights pretty decently.
It is how it is. I mean, DRX in 2 days, we'll see how this one goes. But before talking about this matchup, last time we saw each other in the LEC during playoffs, it didn't go so well for you guys. But how much do you think the team improved and grew since then in the preparation for Worlds?
I think we have made a decent step up. I mean, I will be honest, I don't think we showed it particularly well in our last 2 games. Like, our last 2 games were so sloppy. But I'm kind of used to that at play-ins or at Worlds. Like, it feels like that's always the first few days. The first few days are always like a massive fiesta. And I think that kind of goes for every team, right? So I think the quality will slowly start to ramp up, but definitely we've made some big strides. I think this patch is a lot better for us, to be fair, so that will naturally make us look stronger. And I think we've put a lot of work into champion pools. People are working really, really, really hard. The whole team's super motivated. So, I mean, I'm happy with our progress so far, but, we still need to show it, right?
It echoes to what Niski and Armit were saying to me yesterday during the interview, but as you said, it's about finding the momentum at the right time. DRX is next. We talked about how difficult this group may be, so can you give me some specifics maybe about this game and how do you expect this one to go?
I mean, so far DRX look pretty good. But like I said, I mean, it's a BO1, right? Like, I don't think that... I don't really want to go too deep into specifics on DRX, right? But I don't think that we need to particularly be afraid of anyone, to be honest. I mean, we're certainly not going to go into the game thinking like that, right? I mean, sure, maybe DRX are favourites against us, maybe they're not. Obviously, they beat RNG yesterday, which makes them seem a bit more scary, but whatever.
You have 2 days to prep. No doubt you'll be ready. Mac, thank you for the interview.
Very much.
Good luck on the next game. And back to you guys in LA.
Thanks, Laura, for the great interview there. And welcome to the State Farm Neighborhood Tactics. Next game is going to be DRX versus Istanbul Wildcats. And Istanbul Wildcats have yet to take a win in the tournament. Now, when I was watching them domestically in their finals there versus Fenerbahce, what I thought was the key to their success there was actually Ferret's early pathing. His first clear, oftentimes very creative, thought process going into them always made sense to me. And every time there was an angle, if their bot lane was looking to get dove early, he would be there to cover it. And I'm going to highlight a few of the early game pathings that we saw in the domestic final, and then what we have seen so far in this tournament. So let's start this one off here. This one in particular, actually, I'll just go straight from the start because a little bit of a spoiler there. What we see here from Wukong is that he takes specifically Red, Raptors, Gromp, and then he looks to invade, recognizing that Seren has a push in the lane, and then he impacts Seonghwan and then pushes him off red buff so he can end up taking the steal. His bot lane is basically hovering, not fully committing, but is basically helping him in his way. And he gets a little greedy. He's like, okay, you know what? This is looking good for me. I'm, in fact, going to be taking Raptors at the same time, simply because he knew that Songhwan ended up going towards his Krugs. So this actually ended up working really well for them in this early game, in this specific game. This one was the first game in the series, and it, netted them a win. So that's a big win for them here. He ends up taking it. A little bit cheeky. Let's go to the next one. This one, different angle. He's on Xin Zhao this time. And this is in game 2, where he goes for red, loops around, the classic play, ends up finding the pick on towards Carry and Bao, who is, by the way, for Fenerbahce, the highlight for this team, nets Holy Phoenix and Farfetch an early advantage and starts them on the path. This happens nearly every game for Ferret. But then, oh yeah, I got another one actually. This one I'll speed along simply because it was just a good call from Starscreen to look for a dive. It doesn't end up working up. It forces a TP here for Still Numb. And eventually you get the picture. Domestically, Ferret is on point, constantly looking for early action. Now we've kind of fast forward into Worlds versus Saigon Buffalo. And we already just saw the last play where he goes red, straight to bot. This time, I think maybe Saigon Buffaloes had done a little bit of work. Taki and Shogun playing respectfully here. So when the gank ends up coming through, mistimed. Farfetch is not able to get him. Shogun able to get away, and he gets stunned under turret. It's a bit of a wash. That one's done. We go into the next play. And so that sucks. They actually end up falling behind. Now, you kind of remember this play. At the end of the day, Taki ends up giving it back to them. But, redemption time for Ferret. He kind of goes back. First clear. Look at this. Raptors, red, Gromp. This time he invades the Raptor camp. This is going up against El Yoya in their Mad Lions game. Well, El Yoya recognizes there's not much he can do. Saren is right next to him. But El Yoya says, wait a minute. As he's pathing back up, he says, wait, Niski is going to have push. He can call for Alistar and Kaisa to do the same. And who has the better 4v4? So then, I'm going to fast forward this. El Yoya, feeling pretty empowered here, recognizing that he's going to get the push from Silas. So you see Silas and the Trundle, the Hail of Blades Kaisa and the Alistar. He likes his chances here, and he takes the fight, pushes Ferret off. Well done from Kaiser, by the way, because you can actually end up seeing here, both of the junglers do not have Smite, but Kaiser is just going to completely zone Ferret off. And at the end of the day, both Gambits have not worked out for this team. Something that had been so successful for them in their finals has been really hurting them. So I really do hope, because I've been loving Ferret's game so far, that he's able to pick himself back up, maybe find more intent in those plays that really made their finals game so successful, and they might take a win. It's going to be a tall task. They're going up against DRX. I want to hear the opinions of the casters for the next one. It's going to be Freak and Dagda.
My opinion is your hair is on point, Rez.
Raz is just on point in general.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
He's a stylish man.
It makes standing very uncomfortable. You'd rather have, like a lot of spot to stand on, but he's on point at all times. I don't know, that was really bad. Well, thankfully, most people watch VOD from the start of the game, not Champs Flag, but everyone live, I'm sorry to deal with that. We are on to the Rift, though, and Callista was left up on the ban table, so grabbed right away for Holy Phoenix. Caitlyn is still the ban, overtakes as the most banned champion in the game now, I believe, so she's first place. Gratz Pick'ems holders. Maokai, though, comes through yet again, and Misfortune very strong.
Curious to see now how this is going to pan out, because it definitely feels like for Holy Phoenix, getting his hands on the Callista is a big win for Istanbul Wildcats. Holy Phoenix has done incredibly well when he's on these more aggressive picks like the Callista, the Samira, these kind of things. We've also seen the Callista ban away 76% of the time against Istanbul Wildcats. They do not get their hands on that. And now you got Starscreen kind of going back towards a late game tank in that top side. Saren going to get his hands on a carry as well. It feels like both Saren and Holy Phoenix, who've been a bit of the lifeblood of this squad, on 2 picks they're very happy with.
So Azir is going to come through. Happy to play full team fight. Okay, Callista's early game pressure, but Ornn and Azir signal, hey, we got some team fight power in this one. The scaling's going to look good. Overall, definitely a scary comp, and it suddenly puts a lot of pressure on DRX to find something interesting to do here. Zeka, of course, has been truly outstanding and says, you have late game, but, got myself a Silas. Ooh, and a Kali able to kill you in side lane.
Yeah, either way, I've been so impressed with Zuko when he's able to get his hands on these assassins. Even back when he was on Vici game, he started off with things like the Azir or these assassins that he played incredibly strong on, and we're seeing that continue now that he's on to DRX as well. So Akali going to be picked up here. You've got a very strong the Maokai in the jungle is going to be very strong alongside that. If you want to look towards early skirmishes, especially if you can get Zuka a bit of an early lead, Deft's going to be able to have a great impact at these early team fights as well. So bot side skirmishing looking quite strong for DRX right now.
We go to the second phase of bans right now. Junglers likely desynced. Of course, Maokai is a triple flex. But I'm expecting at jungle as the Lee Sin ban comes through. We already saw Sejuani, flexible jungler, Hecarim, Poppy, Lee Sin. Could be 5 straight jungle bans here to the side of DRX.
And I think it's a good shout. I mean, especially when we're talking about players who, well, Raz highlighted on the desk, you want to see him step up. Getting them uncomfortable will be great, but just going to be the Renata now taken away from that pairing with the Kalista. Still leaves things like the J4 if Ferret wants to go back towards that available for him, but we haven't really seen him go towards things like the Graves, or he is much more about facilitating his lanes more so than he is about being a carry in and of himself.
Indeed the case. Top lane ban coming through as well as they're looking at ways of dealing with the Ornn. He says, actually, okay, fine, Alistar is one, but you can still pick and engage, support his barrel. Runs over to Amumu. Curse the sad bullet time. An incredibly strong combo, and now in its own bottom lane. Back in the days used to be bot lane plus jungle, but now, they're joined to the hip. And it's going to make team fights scary. It actually makes it look pretty decent. Cutting through the Ornn's going to be hard, but if everyone else is in range, it's going to look okay for you. MF also a natural Kraken Slayer builder now is actually have decent frontline damage as a result. So they do have some tools dealing with Istanbul Wildcats' composition. Trundle comes in as some more frontline, targeting the Maokai. And now they need to round out with the support.
Yeah, I imagine it'd be a Leona, something along those lines, something that can at least threaten the Misfortune on the back line, but also provide good engage alongside the Ornn, but set up the Kalista, the Trundle for the spot side. Especially if you can burn some summoner spells early on towards Deft, it becomes very easy, excuse me, for a Trundle pillar to come down into that bottom side of the map and set up for a little bit more. Rel going to be potentially picked up here. No, it will be the only.
You were right.
I much prefer this. I think just having that solar flare that can actually interrupt Deft is going to play big wins for Istanbul Wildcats in some of these skirmishes.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty solid looking composition. They've definitely got real team fight power and some decent pressure in the bottom lane. Expect them to win here. Generally speaking, of Amumu lanes, he is not a very naturally tanky tank. Like he's recovered without the way out. Like he's really good at starting it, but you hope you're winning the fight at the very beginning, because otherwise he is instantly popping. It very commonly goes glacial as well, so he doesn't even have to take a keystone. Gnar going to be the final answer here. Actually, pretty safe option. I think it should have lane pressure certainly and some team fight power. But it feels like there's a lot more sort of X factor required for DRX. The conventional team fight is so easy to pilot for Wildcats.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I think that a lot of that is going to be coming from Holy Phoenix as well. I've been hit or miss whenever I see teams that are willing to go for the Azir and the Kalista, because when you want to try and play for a lot of these early skirmishes, Azir isn't really a mid laner that wants to try and play for that. So you're much more settled on like, hey, we're going to play off the priority that these two picks can bring. So if Ferret can kind of time that, and if Istanbul Wildcats are able to find that to set up for Dragons, set up for fights for themselves, they're in a good spot. But honestly, I think for Istanbul, like, kind of screw with the Azir, let Saren do his thing in the mid lane, and just all in and try to play through this 3v3 on the bottom side.
Yeah, I think that's going to be interesting. Trundle should be good into both Amumu and Misfortune. If you haven't blown Pillar, you can just knock her out of bullet time faster than even like Leona could do it. You probably have the fastest knock-up available in League of Legends with Trundle E, so if you're watching and you're ready for it, you just kind of kill the ult every time. And also, they both have no natural escapes. MF wants to go Kraken Slayer, so can't even like Gale Force the Pillar. You just get to go for whomever, so yeah, if you have any tracking at all on Juhan, you're like, okay, Maokai is definitely top side on Raptors right now. Well, bam, off to go into your bottom lane, and you're at least blowing a flash if not killing the champion outright. So, like, I can see such a path forward where you get any info at all, 3v2 bot lane, it's a kill. It's a flash, it's a kill after. You know, you do the next time, you do it 2 minutes later. We'll see if that comes through, but I do think compositionally, this feels like a comp that is easy to play. I think the tools can work. The problem is you are against the only, I believe now, undefeated team, the first place team in the group, DRX 2-0. They have been doing so well for themselves. See if this Wildcats can find themselves a win in their 3rd game.
And especially for DRX as well, who we are already kind of saying earlier on when we saw them play, taking a level up, it feels like in their gameplay where they are more calculated, they are thinking through their decisions significantly more and coming in well set up and well prepared for objectives. When you're playing a composition like this, it feels like you're going to need to do so again. Barrel fishing here.
Ooh, yeah, that was nearly so spicy because you're going to get a lot of damage to that one. Holy Phoenix probably got the tower just in time, but that would still hurt a lot and might have had to burn his cleanse regardless. So nice try. Means nothing though.
Yeah, and look, you'll see Istanbul Wildcats trying to see if they can maybe get some vision control down, knowing that the Akali had moved down towards that bottom side, but all said and done, just going to go for the bit more shallow ward. Fair will still be pathing down towards this bot side, and again, I wouldn't be surprised to see Fair go for, blue, Gromp, red into a bot side gank, especially when Deft with the Make of Rain will try and push that wave in.
Worth noting that Fair gets started his jungle camps entirely unknown. There is 0 deep vision that's relevant here for the DRX side, and he goes leashless onto the blue. So it could have been a red start into, blue, like red-blue Gromp gank top suddenly, and like Narv doesn't have hop, just kind of dies randomly. Or it could be, a fast towards bot side. We'll see what he goes for. It could even be a full clear, so info not there. Info definitely here that Juhan is indeed on Raptors. They may have not seen the champion, but I think no one's on Raptors this early without doing red Raptors, so they know he's pathing bot side.
And I like the ward from Saren as well, just outside the Raptors. It actually just died there, but just, okay, DRX haven't gotten in here to place a ward down, so you actually, as Barrett, go, cool, I know exactly that I'm unseen here, and now it's just a question of where he wants to try and make that play. Juhan, as he said, though, matching the play on towards bottom side of the map, I imagine he's going to try and hover in towards this bot side of the map just to make sure that Ferret can't get in, and Deft and Barrow can actually crash this wave, which they successfully do at the moment.
Yeah, so Red Raptors Gromp is the path for Juhan. This is a 3-camp level 3. You have to kill one of the big camps, Krugs or Gromp, to get that one on a 3-camp clear. Red-Blue doesn't do it. So chooses that one. Now going back to his blue just with more levels, but Trundle skips his red, flash already down, Pillar's gonna land on a Deft, and Maokai, while going for a 4th camp, they just can't get on the Deft anymore. Even though he had no flash, even though Pillar lands, Farfetch didn't have his E anymore. That's what blew the first flash, and DRX able to get out with just kind of, they're down a flash, but what's Square 2 gonna look like?
And that's the big thing, right? You still have the Hex Flash there for Farfetch, so he can still play quite aggressive. Ferret still has his own, so it definitely feels like now Beryl and Deft have to play significantly safe for Ferret, but on Juhan as well.
Yeah, the problem is they don't have bot pressure right now. MF and Amumu are actually the ones pushing right now, so even though Juhan is kind of pushed around, now they've got the pressure, now they're gonna find the stun, and this could be enough to kill Amumu. The CC's gonna land, Beryl will drop first blood for the Wildcats.
Deft gonna take a lot of damage on the way out here as well.
That's
Phoenix feeling it, but will fly away at the end of that, and Saren having that control in the mid lane meant that Ferret was actually all good to go for it, so Istanbul Wildcats off to a great start here.
Mumu just so squishy, like he does not survive the 2-on-2. Leona, aftershock, she's not gonna hit back, so really, really nicely done. Something on the board. Bottom scuttle does go Ferret's way. Of course, he had skipped a lot of camps. He hasn't even touched his bottom jungle yet, whereas the Maokai's practically full cleared already.
But I think that's what you needed to do here for Ferret. We already said it, look, getting onto the board quick, making sure you're getting Holy Phoenix ahead is going to be the big win con. And the thing is, this isn't going to let up. You can just, especially with Ferret leaving a bunch of his camps in the spot side up, he can clear onto the top side, get that camp that's just respawning, and immediately move back down to this bottom lane and just continue that pressure on towards Deft and Beryl. And when we've seen Deft step up to be the main carry, be the guy that has been so crucial for DRX in regional playoffs, setting him behind and getting Holy Phoenix ahead feels like a great win condition for Istanbul Wildcats.
Zeka up in farm now in the mid lane. You can see 9 CS lead, though some to farm for Saren. Still looks really good. Both supports are around. They're going to try anyway. Ease backwards already. Barrel spotted, but Ferret's right here. Maokai was nearby. Probably wasn't really the play to take right then, as maybe the re-engage from Zeka onto a 0 would have been too much. So no play in the mid lane. Wave will get accepted here, and he'll get almost all the farm. Drops a couple of casters, but not a big deal.
Good ward control from DRX around this mid lane as well. You can see they picked up Scuttle top side. There's a ward just on the wraparound bush at the back of blue. Everything was there for DRX to spot if there was anything unusual happening around Zeka in this mid lane. So Farfetch will just move back down to the bottom side, and Zeka again will just continue to farm it up already. Nice little bit of a CS lead as well with all the shenanigans that have been pushed in towards this mid lane.
Level 6 coming soon. The wave that crashes at about 6 minutes is the one that gives you level 6. So 5:45 generally the timer for it. Keep that in mind. 6 minutes, people are level 6. There it is. Zeka takes that part of the wave, and he has the ulti. Suddenly lethality goes up a whole lot.
Yeah, I think at the moment, if DRX are able to kind of steady the ship on this bot line, you can see Deft and Beryl actually have the wave in a really good spot at the moment, which makes it tough for Toronto to actually make any sort of play happen on this bottom side, especially as we talked about, right? Clearing from these respawn camps on the top side into bot. So at the moment, DRX playing safely around the fact that they're down some of their spells, and Juan is here, but goes bot Ferret.
going to see each other, but it's not going to mean too much right now. Yeah, sure, Ferret got to see some stuff, but yeah, eats the sapling, wants to get rid of the vision there. But able to help his bot lane shove it in. Looks like it's not even really an important recall timer. They've already got Noon Quiver. It was a recent recall. Maybe it's going to be a Dragonfly. Sweeper is on for Farfetch. Where are the wards? Can we get this one? You can see DRX plays the lane very aggressively, pushing up for it. Means they don't really get to play Drake because it'd be so easy for MF to show up. Zeka at level 6. It's Saren pushing the wave in. Juhan's already here, level 5 with the Maokai. Actually levels up onto Ferret. 2 camps ahead. Almost 6 for Holy Phoenix on the Kalista. That will be very important. Let's Farfetch get away with pretty much anything.
Nicely done by DRX though. So Deft and Barrel weather the storm with no summoner spells. They crash the wave as well, so they deny access to the dragon. And even having Zuka match the TP back from Saren into mid lane so he can match the wave state means Istanbul Wildcats can't actually grow their advantage in towards dragon. And now the big question is what happens when we move over towards the Rift Herald. A minute until that spawns, we still have decent control here in the river for DRX. Juhan as well, moving in to get further vision control.
That could theoretically steal if Smite's not up. Looks like it's going to be fine though for the Trundle. He indeed claims it. No big problem there. Upgraded Smite there. Zeka making sure Juhan doesn't need any help. If there's a pillar play or something, nah, it's fine. You can see that DRX are overall farming better with the gold lead despite being down first blood. 10 in the top lane, 10 in the mid lane.
Very early reset from Holy Phoenix and Farfetch though. You can see they're actually going to make it back towards this bot wave right as the wave is going to crash from Deft and Beryl. So opportunity for Beryl to leave bot lane and have that first roam up towards the Rift Herald if they want to. And honestly, I think with the way that the map is set up at the moment, Juhan can potentially make a play in towards or up towards this top side or even towards mid lane if he wants to, using the fact that Barrow's there just to buy even more space. But looks like DRX going to take it nice and slow and without Deft really being in a position to crash that wave as quickly as he's hoping.
Twista gets an idea that Maokai's probably not in that brush. They could have gotten around the vision cone. We do have Rift Herald spawning. And oftentimes we see that fight between 8 and 9 minutes that there's going to be a play to be had. Control wards in the bottom side still. Ferret will spot this one. He would like to go toward Deft. Doesn't get much for it. So it's the attack speed. Knocks that one down. We'll see if he looks for the Dragon Pit as well. Nice. Little double up there onto Holy Phoenix. And again, with their jungler around, Wildcats have no problem going for the bot side. We see Leona starts it up, damages the minions, puts the sunlight down, and lets Holy Phoenix kill a little bit faster. But the bullet time's going to look pretty good. Good hop to the side, Holy Phoenix. With the presence of mind to Q, then sideways. Saren has mid-pressure with a calling out of the tower. This Drake should be claimed. I mean, no MF full. I don't know how you win this fight, but DRX are walking up. They've got a calling now coming down as well. But is there a chance for a play? They know where Beryl is. A flash over the wall for the stun. They could lock down Amumu. He ults one, not even. He's going to be interrupted by Kalista, but Ferret now has to flash away. Akali's in. Zeka gets the kill, and the re-dive comes in. Saren can't get it, but Holy Phoenix is through for one. Ulti coming across for a bunch more. Cliff's down for the double kill. Holy Phoenix still alive, but Juhan could lock him down. The flash in for Zeka gets another, and it's DRX winning this fight. They don't need bullet time. They've got the kills, and it's going to be 4-2 in the bottom river.
Istanbul Wildcats end up so separated on that fight, and DRX are able to deal with the piece by piece. Now a bunch of kills for Zuka in this mid lane. We talked about how good he is on the Akali. We're about to see it once more. So as we come into this, you see Holy Phoenix pops over the wall here with Farfetch to get on towards Beryl, but nobody from Ferret or Saren really wants to try and follow. Great ult from Juhan as well to keep the mid-jungle of Istanbul Wildcats in check. And now Holy Phoenix is just out of the fight, right? Zuka's able to get on towards the back line, and this is where it gets a little bit dangerous, but Deft and Saren, or Deft is able to take care of Saren alongside Zuka, and then they just chase down Holy Phoenix once more. So nicely done by DRX to kind of write themselves into a position where they could clean up that fight.
In the early game pressure, I understand the idea, right? Fight around the Kalista. We know there's no AD carry ultimate. We should have the power level for it. It doesn't happen. DRX comes away 1,000 gold ahead. Still a very fast shield bow, under 10 minutes. Holy Phoenix was the one to get not only the first blood from the gank, but both kills in this fight as well. So the strong AD carry still here, playing for the first dragon. This one, they're going to try again for round 2. Missing one of the ults, but they've got Leona's. They land the stun. They've got a ton of damage and Beryl drops, but the bullet time is landed perfectly. Kill 1, 2, and 3. You thought you caught Beryl, but he baited you in. And another team fight goes to DRX.
They mistimed the ultimates because Deft had used it in the lane and out of the fight. the Misfortune is up in time for that next play, and that's another kill going over. The Dragon is gone. And I mean, this Rift Herald is still just sitting on the top side as well, so if DRX feel like they can try and move up towards that as well, with now 4 kills, a 10-stack Dark Seal for Zuka in this mid lane.
Oh yeah, he is huge. The roams have been great. He was the cleanup in the first and second fights now at 4-0 and 3, 100% kill participation. The entire bot side basically has that right now. Barrel, ooh. The caster minions moved a little bit weird. Could not get onto the first target. Could not find the play because of no flash, but ulti nearly would have been able to land. Saren's still poking away at Zeka, staying alive for now.
But again, we were kind of talking about for Istanbul Wildcats, they really wanted to try and use the mid and bot pro that they could get to look for these dragons, but unfortunately hasn't been the case. And again, just brilliant Misfortune ults coming through from depth. Position over the wall, nobody's really able to deal any damage to him, and Beryl, even though he does go down, baits a very big overextension.
You're gonna try again. Stopwatch here, but isn't enough time because Deft coming around. No bullet time though. Ultis to buy a little bit. The auto's coming through. They re-stun. And Deft, can he kite away? He has cleanse, but will it matter? Zeka's on the way. They'll find the stun, but he cleanses it. And we're gonna get more kills. You tried your hardest, and it's not gonna matter. Kingen does not have flash. He gets the double hop off a minion. Buys a lot of space, but Ferret gets the slow. He should get the kill. Nah, he's gotta have it. You've gotta be able to reach him, and he does. 400 gold picked up.
Well, here comes Juhan, the 1v2 for the tree. I don't know if you win that one, but look, sometimes you just gotta look terrified, right?
I gotta say though, I love this build for Juhan. So Demonic Embrace is very good on Maokai because it turns out he has good AP ratios, he has some dots on the kit, he has low cooldowns. If you're a little bit ahead and you're like, let's make sure they die, Demonic is the item second to kill him. Goodbye. Oh, the smite. Oh, that was pretty cute, but he still gets it despite the smite. There's a sapling. A little bit of AP. Thank you very much. Kill picked up. TY for leash, TY for domination. Stun coming across though. Maokai ult will be blocked for 1. A little bit of time there. Farfetch now no longer has the aftershock, but they can have Saren come in. Beautifully timed! Underneath the wall. He does not get pushed around. Farfetch is the front line, but he is low on health. W times out. Zeka could chase it in. Chooses not to. A flash to safety. Holy Phoenix chunked low. Here comes the rest of it. Zeka is godlike. A nice pickup there for Kingen. Bullet time over the top. Saren should drop. Cannot find the Akali kill. And Starscream forced to run away. Ferret, yeah, he's in the base. Not going to mean anything. 13-5 now. DRX are walking over him.
So what is the earliest 25 stack Majors we've had? Because we're getting real close to it. It's already 22 and we're not even 14 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it at under a minute before he finds the next kill. So I'm gonna put it at sub 15 minutes. He gets the 25 stack, you guys.
That is, oh, Zuka's just popping off this game. This is definitely the performance that DRX wanted to show. And again, I mean, DRX, we already talked about it, right? Beating RNG, these guys look like the strongest team in the group, and they don't want to let anyone tear that down. Def now just going to back away as Farfetch comes over the wall, but look, just look at the amount of vision that's on the map for them right now. The entire space is littered with red wards.
Def went Swifty. He's like, I just need to run away from pillar engages. A flash out for Ferret. Is that going to go in? R2 in a sec. Oh, this would kill him. So you can't go for it. Would be locked down every single time. Like Callista and Leona doesn't give away the Magi stacks. Sadly, we were so close.
So
by the way,
30 seconds.
If he R2'd in her tower, he would get 25 stacks. He'd lose them, but I would have been right.
Yep. The technical right is the best.
Zeka is inting me. It's Schrodinger's 25 stacks because he could have ulted at that point in time, and, you know, might have been the case. Flash away for Def. Nice sidestepping. Predicts where Farfetch is going to go. Still scoot backwards, though cannot outrun the soldiers, and a shutdown comes through. Kingen jumps in for Ferret. Can't get him yet, though. Pillar in the way. Not an easy way out. No flash, no hope, and shut down. Again, comes through now.
All right, nice job from Istanbul. Well, they end up spotting that Zuka's on the bot side. No TP, so Sarah moves in towards the top side. Now, Barrel?
Gonna take Demonic Embrace damage. Let him get the kill. He smites him. Q. Yeah! Juhan on the killing spree. Turret falls as well. Thank you, Demonic Embrace. Can keep running through his saplings when they come back from cooldown, but it's about to be in a 1 versus 3. Gets away from the first knockup. Still pushed around. No flash available. And as DRX play a little... Oh, that's a nice ult. Heal. Oh. Yeah, almost enough.
But now 10 seconds until Dragon, and there's no Juhan on the map, so Istanbul Wildcats, if they can get the reset, might be able to try and contest, but it's looking a little bit tough for them at the moment, just with everyone on DRX coming back out of the map. Zuka as well, still 7-0-6, but this is actually nice, right? They spot Zuka clearing the wave on bot side. Saren immediately TPs into the play because it's like, okay, well now at least we can try and force some sort of numbers advantage.
Yeah.
So nice job from Istanbul Wildcats to play the map out and spot where DRX had overextended it.
Overall, like the solar flare, because the only way to dodge it is to run like toward the ward your teammates like TPing to. So it's like, you can dodge my ult, but you just die to Azir if it happens. So I think even though it missed, and okay, it was sidestepped, column A, column B, it still worked very well. The chase down's fun. Never gets sapling into a brush, unfortunately. I probably, maybe should have thrown it a bit farther down, but and they always get the kill. But enough time was bought that everyone else shows up.
And Juhan, unfortunately, not able to get out. I wasn't sure when I saw the barrel ult and also the heal that he might have been able to get out, but
yeah, the pass is so strong. There's so much health on it.
You see it there.
180.
So close. I think if Barrel just caught the Kalista with that ultimate, the Curse Decide Mummy as well, might have been able to get out, but either way, nicely done by Istanbul Wildcats. Still, though, a sizable goal lead for DRX. Second Dragon will go across to DRX as well. Looks like Fair are going to try and trade this with maybe a play on top side, but King and reading this, going to reset, but is he quick enough?
Yep, Pillar's easily there. He could have gotten with the auto attack, but makes the safe option. Flashes up there, gets away from the Orin Horde. Ferret, I think, didn't know how far into the recall he was, but he definitely had enough time, like from spectator vision, to auto and then save the Pillar, but didn't quite know. Pillar just have to recall, and it means that Flash is getting out instead of Flash into Pillar killing him. But it is an objective bounty. It is a little bit more money into the pockets. Wildcats trying to catch as best they can, but about to lose a more important turret here in mid.
Yeah, maybe even bot as well. Zuka push it in there, but Saren just walks away. She'll be fine here.
You don't want this one down. He's got a little bit too far to his team. You can W him, but you get always shoved back into the turret and die.
Look at the top side though. Istanbul Wildcats trying to set up a pick here. I really like that they're going for this.
Yeah, all right, Kingen. We know he's no Flash, but he's nearly Mega Narn. That makes it so tough. It's like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll just play in this rush, look for Krugs. Maybe he'll even can beat Kingen. Oh, there's more going on though. Guess what? You got everybody coming across. The house is gonna land. You're walking up to the wall. The stun's gonna land, and you've got Nakali. Zeka gets the kill. Legendary, but on the bottom side, Def is gonna drop, and Juhan gets some damage. Amumu can go for broke. Farfetch is tanky. Ignite. He needs to dodge the Q. He's gonna cry on him instead. Lands the bandage toss, and that man's gonna need to go to the hospital. You hack in 35 seconds. Farfetch. Nah, I don't know how you're gonna get away from this one. Oh, there's a blast point. You can execute. There's a sapling. Nah, they know. Oh, that is pretty beautiful. That is a nice attempt to kind of get all the way back, but we know Juhan's going to catch him. Would love to hand over the assist. Can't do it.
Give it to the... Oh.
Yeah.
I thought he's going to give it to the Sav.
The Sav would have been funny.
But either way, I mean, look, we're still getting a lot of training back and forth.
No.
I'm not going to say that this game has been the most strategic one, but it's definitely been a hell of a lot of fun. It was how this is going.
It was Istanbul Wildcats like playing towards their early game ahead bot lane and trying to take fights in the early game. I get it. DRX like, we got ahead enough? Cool. Magi second item, like, let's just have some fun. We're going demonic. Like, he's not even finishing Sunfire. He's going Merlinamicon now. Like, we're just getting AP Maokai.
Zuka just straight up on a Shadow.
Oh, yeah.
Just like off rip. Yeah. Like, he is so fed. But again, DRX, like, all the towers are going down. They're still coming out ahead mostly in these trades. They're still getting the dragons, right? No Rift Chart to speak of, just with Barnabas spawn in 30 seconds, but either way, Istanbul Wildcats, I like that they're not just rolling over. They're actually trying to make these plays. They are exploiting the fact that DRX are like overextending the side lanes a little bit, so it's good to see them still trying their best to keep in touching distance. And if, for example, you end up with a bunch of kills on Saren, like an Orin Azir in the late game is still going to be a very terrifying prospect.
Yeah, you still got a fun game out of it, and you're right, the scaling is there, so there is a world where DRX plays sloppily enough, the gold stays close enough, and we find ourselves with late game ornaments, Azir, the whole shebang. Problem is, you've still got a very large depth to play through. 2 Dragons 0 already, on the way towards an Inferno Soul to make the Akali even more threatening. On pace for a 27-minute Soul attack.
DRX just starting to take over control of this top side. They know that Baron is up, so especially when they already have 2 dragons, being able to fluctuate between the Baron and the 3rd dragon, whether they want to take one or the other. And they don't traditionally have a composition that's going to be great at taking the Baron, but even if you can try and bait Istanbul Wildcats into position there, you can easily turn with the likes of Juhan.
There we go, on to the Baron. Information gain doesn't matter. Barrel level 10 here on Amumu. Hope the stun duration does not scale with rank. As far as crowd control is concerned, Barrel is full power. And you can see they're like, you know what? We're not going to fight you for it. Amumu's in fog. Zeka's coming towards us. You know what? It's yours. Just take it. Give you that one. No big deal. Mid-wave claimed. Dragon up in 1 minute, and Starscream may have waited around for too long. He kind of sat there, like, with S pressed for a while. Maybe this will be a team fight. Ornhorn is going to catch a lot of people in a corridor. They get a double stun, but it's not going to mean much.
Yeah, just trying to back away here. So nicely done by DRX. We kind of talked about it. It's not exactly the quickest Baron take in the world, but they knew they were very capable of turning as soon as they got that opportunity. I like that Juhan has just completely abandoned any tank item, and all is going for the Nobicon now as well. So definitely DRX feeling comfortable with this one. Baron in tow. The side lane opportunities for Zuka and Kingen now are absolutely sky high. And again, this is a dominating performance from the team that has been #1 in this group.
3-0 versus 0-3 pretty soon. You have to get into top 4 if you want to stay alive for the knockout stage of the play-ins. The Wildcats with only 2 games to play, need wins, and probably both, most likely both, of their last 2 games if they can't come back into this one to stay alive in the tournament.
And look, at least for Istanbul Wildcats, right, this isn't exactly a fight that they were ever expected to win, right? But they're still a team that has a lot of pride, especially for the Turkish region. Like, Galatasaray lost the Beyond Gaming and Worlds 2021, which meant that they didn't get into groups, and then MSI was supposed to be the redemption arc for the Turkish region, but unfortunately only able to pick up 1 win against Red Canids. Istanbul Wildcats weren't quite able to do the TCL proud, but still, Istanbul Wildcats, like, they are a team that has represented the TCL 3 out of the 4 splits that this team has been together, so it's definitely one that is synonymous with the TCL. We just have to see if they can find their reputation against some of the other teams.
I'm gonna try right now. Here we go, a 4v1, but Zeka jumps around, jumps over, gets knocked up, but will it matter? He's still holding on to his final charge R2, and indeed gets out.
I wasn't sure what just happened.
So Holy Phoenix landed his E, but got yoinked back by Kalista, so he didn't follow his target to like set up a stun combo. End of the day, again, R2 is being held by Akali, who's pretty much always going to get out from that one. And now we get to see a little bit more happening right now. Obviously, the 3rd Drake was claimed no problem. 4th one in just over 4 minutes. Kingen holds the front line for now. Not an easy target. Pretty tanky, 2.5 items. The half item being a stopwatch, pretty strong to be honest. And not going to be a problem here. DRX able to keep going. We see a side lane play now as Akali likes to finish the tower. Will do so, and Ornn says, okay, I understand. It's all yours.
Yeah, Zuka just keeping pressure onto that top side. He's going to pick up the blue buff as the rest of DRX start to push on in. You even got the Kingen stopping his reset as well, just to keep up pressure on this bot lane inhibitor. So trying to milk as much as possible out of this Red Bull Baron power play. Only 10 seconds left, but I mean, they should be able to get both the inhibitors regardless.
Waves go down. Feeling good. Farfetch gonna look to change, but yeah, Falcon Mega Gnar has a stopwatch. They're gonna try. Here we go, the chance at a 3 versus 1. Barrel coming around, not a big deal himself as the flash is down, the stopwatch dodges the stun. There's now a dive into the base itself. They'll find one and have to collect themselves and answer the push. The inhibitors had not yet been killed. Top lane is pushed in. Mid inhib will drop to death, and now Zeka would like this fight. Farfetch has no cooldowns. Holy Phoenix about to have no life left. Legendary for Zeka. The 20-pack Magi is doing a lot there. Gets a second now as well. Bot lane for Wildcats is dead as they push for the base.
Holy Phoenix says holy moly as Zeka absolutely decimates him. Now DRX starting to push on through. And there are no help bars. I mean, Juhan and Zuka not exactly at their looking their best or peak performance, so DRX will just back away, happy that they could get both the inhibitors and make that top lane look very shaky as well.
Yeah, still feeling like a DRX likely. Ooh, I like this knockup. Zeka, though, actually gets knocked out of his E, so a chance here for Starscream, but there are reinforcements. Juhan is here. Moonwalt's going to land at a 2 as well. Zeka's going to have the cooldowns. Yes, he does. Dives in. Kills the Azir. Ulti not going to do much of anything. Starscream now running back. Barrels starting to be up relatively soon. Where's he walking? All right. This Ornn is far away. The pillar. A little bit more time.
I want the bloodthirsty support. I need it in my life, but I mean, Kingen and the rest are just taking the base.
And there we go. Nearly the kill. Kalista ult going to find that first stun. Maybe. Zeka knocked up, and Trundle goes down. Ulti still burned to stay alive. No, that is the shot by Beryl. Knocked back over. Ignite is on. He's crying and he's gonna die. Beryl gets the solo kill on Starscreen.
And that is the real play of the game right there. Beryl for MVP, as now they go into the turrets.
And they'll get the last couple. Nice stop on Holy Phoenix, but Juhan, Q, thank you Demonic Embrace, thank you AP Ratio, thank you Extra Kill, 24-10 DRX, and made it an entertaining game. The first 10 minutes they got the lead, the early scraps went their way, and they made a show out of it. Turrets will fall, Nexus will drop, DRX get their third win.
And we're going to have to ask who put Zika as the highest KDA, because 11-0-8 coming out of that one. Even actually padding the scoreline a little bit more. Zika really want to make sure he gets his name in the scorecard.
Well, very well done. Unexpected result, to be fair, but I'm glad of the way it happened. I think Wildcats had a strategy in mind. I don't think it was an unsound sort of tactical set of choices, but execution was so much better every time. Just DRX played those fights out better, and they got the lead, had a bit of fun with it.
But I gotta say, like, I like some of the answers that Istanbul Wildcats came in with, right? Look, they fell behind, don't get me wrong, but being able to, you know, make that TP in towards mid lane, catch depth when he's overextended, like, there's so many teams that are in that position just kind of roll over and let the game happen and play out, but Istanbul Wildcats tried their best to make any sort of comeback, and I think you can kind of just see, look, DRX a level above so many of the teams that are in this tournament. In the play-in stages, it's hard to try and go up against some of the behemoths that are here.
Yeah, it really is. So 3-0, alone at undefeated. A game ahead of Mad Lions, a game ahead of Saigon Buffalo. RNG, of course, 3 to flight. So we'll see how much catching up they can do as time goes on. But we're running out of teams who are able to beat DRX at this point. They got Mad Lions, they got Isurus. You know, if it oh no, sorry, Mad Lions already was that one. So looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It does just look like at this stage it's going to be DRX advancing into that first place spot, which means they automatically qualify for groups, and there's going to be a lot of teams that are kind of scratching their heads against teams like RNG and even Mad Lions if they're to make it, and see if they can try and punish them in that qualifying stage. But yeah, really great performance from DRX across, not even just today, yesterday as well. They've just been phenomenal.
Yeah, they really have. It's cool to see, and it means that, yeah, LCK. It's kind of funny because if you look back at the last, like, 4 or 5 years Professional League of Legends, you look at, like, who got the trophy, and it's like LPL, like 6 out of 8. Like, there's a G2 in there, there's a Dom1 in there, and the entire rest of it's the LPL. And it's like sometimes first seed, sometimes second seed, sometimes third, like mostly MSI at this point. And you're like, okay, well, clearly LPL's a stacked region. You know, they're the ones where 1, 2, 3, or 4, it's always them. And it just feels like the conversation I see is like, well, yeah, Gen G's up there. Yeah, they stomped, you know, and like you look, you know, back at T1, it's like, well, T1 stomped, but no one else. And it's like, turns out that LCK4 is still clapping everyone every time, and it's like, they're actually good every time.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing is, like, although LPL has been an incredibly strong region when it comes to the number ones, we've definitely seen it has been that rivalry between LPL and LCK that has dominated every conversation coming into these international events.
Yeah, so with that, DRX take full control of Group B, while Istanbul Wildcats will continue their hunt for a victory tomorrow. To find out more, let's close up the day with World's Cooldown.
Thank you so much, Freak and Dagda. Welcome to World's Cooldown. Before we dive into some of the more conversational topics, I think I do want to just remind everybody of some of the games that we have seen today. So prepared for you a Day 2 highlight reel. This will feature 7 out of the 8 games because one of them will be a talking point for a little bit later. And we started off with Fnatic taking on DFM. And Chronicler, I know you are so enthused to talk to me about this matchup. What was it like from your perspective?
Well, this is the start of not only the day, but also the process of me getting more and more bullied as we went on.
Chronicler right now is sleep talking.
I also want to highlight, I think Fnatic here again showcased that they are very far ahead of everyone else in this group. There were a lot of question marks, not because of the level of play, but just because of the circumstances that they found themselves in coming into the tournament. And they have shown that it doesn't really look like anyone in Group A comes even remotely close to challenging them. We even got a little bit of a hilly moment, which I thought was great.
Yes.
Yeah, and taking a look at the Loud performance versus Evil Geniuses, Jojo Pion just had an amazing day overall, taking a step back, looking at it. And just seeing that solo kill from the Akali's perspective there, just great job from JoJo. Even the interview, you're just kind of highlighting his respect for the teammates and just their growth overall.
And I think the Observer's smurfing almost as good as JoJo did. That was a sick League Director play. I mean, obviously, EG managed to pick up their first win here at the top of the day. Both NA and EU had a hard fight for that, just a little bit. We turn our attention to Saigon Buffalo taking on Isris, that Zillion top. It was fun to watch, Rez. I know some of the LCO players and fanbase were talking about celebrating, like, yeah, you know, that's the thing we've done before. Yep. Really happy. I ultimately didn't really help against the Buffaloes.
Yeah, Shogun put up a clinic, being able to pick up a pentakill a second of, at that point of the tournament. So it was really nice to see, and it capped off what was a really good part of the day for the Saigon Buffaloes.
And it was also in classic Saigon Buffalo style. Also, I personally enjoyed a little bit of vintage LCK player Azir. Of course, any GNR Green Wings fan will remember that they found themselves in disadvantaged positions very often.
Rez, remind me to quote this at the end of this clip. Okay?
Oh, I remember that.
I want to come back
yeah,
to
well, it wasn't the case here, because DFM actually was ahead for about 25 minutes, then made like 3 mistakes, and then we're like, okay, no, we're actually.
The game's now done.
Yeah,
it's time to end it now. It's time to end it now. Well, we turn our attention now to this was Beyond Gaming taking on Evil Geniuses. Chronicle, I'm gonna stick with you a little bit.
Sure you are.
The opening, 8-10 minutes of the game, EG really pulled significantly ahead, and then the tempo slowed down. I felt like a lot of fans and viewers at home were a bit critical of that slowdown in pace. I quite like your take about it being respectful. Where do you land now with a little bit more time to reflect on and think about it?
I think it's fine. In any best-of-1 scenario, I would just never take the risk. Like, people might clown you for it, but at the end of the day, all that matters is you get the win. As long as you know that you can maybe speed it up, you can try and accelerate and play it a little bit cleaner, not make mistakes, and you'll be fine. I don't wanna, this was...
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm not going to let you fall on that one.
I will say, though, still nice to see. I like the point. It shows that Evil Genius is respecting Beyond Gaming, knowing that any mess up there could really turn the tides. So overall, a good idea. But as the day went on, you got to see a little bit more scrapping.
Yeah, we did. As I got to say, the final game of the day actually got very out of control with DRX. Going for probably the most questionable item build we've seen thus far. The Demonic Embrace was like, yeah, that's fun. And then they built Morelos, and that was not fun.
You know what this reminded me of?
Tell me.
It reminded me of the Lizard Wizard. Darian, the moment you know that game is over. The moment you know that game is over.
That is amazing. Okay, so Rez, did you hear correctly? Did I hear Chronicle saying that, like, he's a fan of Yarang, he's, like, quoting LCK Performance, and it's like, you know, was it Jin Air that he played for that you're just...
Word for word.
So you're claiming that player, right? And you're gonna give me sass when you said to me before we were on air that DRX is the 5th LPL team. And so that's double standards, Chronicle. How can you do that?
I'm quite appalled.
I mean, Lyric heard it, he quoted it yesterday. So I just want to understand, why can it work for Yarang but not for DRX and RNG and LPL?
I would personally prefer if... oh, that did touch us?
Yeah, it does.
I personally want to make clear that I do not appreciate you putting words in my mouth. I have never claimed and will not claim any LCK player that goes to another region. You know, power to them. I know Lyric and you have been trying to get a rouse out of me by pretending to claim DRX.
Apparently successfully.
No, it's not successfully.
Okay,
it's not.
I will formally and officially apologize to Chronicler. My bad. We've had a lot of fun today. Josh has been great.
I'd like to finish just very shortly. I think DRX has been doing great, and I'm very proud of them.
Let's go!
Let's go as an LPL 5th seed. Now, we are wrapped up with day 2. I have a few talking points I want to focus, obviously, as we are the English broadcast, looking at North America, Europe, and Oceania. Quickly starting with the Chiefs. Of course, when I look at the Chiefs' performance today, you know, losing to Detonation focused me as a team, struggling a little bit yesterday with that loss as well. Things are looking a little tough for the Chiefs. Still 2 days to play through and figuring out whether or not they'll be able to take down some of the rest of the teams in their group. And we'll turn our attention now to the North American representatives today. EG 2-0. Raz, good bounce back from yesterday. Kind of slow start in game 1, win confident win in Game 2. What do you make of the performance today?
Really solid, and especially since it was through mid-jungle, something that they faltered versus Fnatic just yesterday. And so it felt really good to be able to see, Jojo Pian and Inspired really taking over, and also really kind of getting into the meta, specifically really understanding the value of Maokai, also the Akali pick, which we saw Zeka perform exceptionally on. Feels like the champion pool right now is firmly in Jojo Pian's court, so I'd like to be able to see how they play around that, if that's a consistent thing, if they played a little bit more towards Kaori as well, because Kaori and his Kalista pick was something that they really found good value in the early game versus Fnatic, but or at least earlier today. So all in all, for me, it's an A. I like it.
Yeah, nothing to add. I think EG played much more like the EG, and that's kind of a recurring theme of today. I think RNG was another example where they're actually playing like the team that you'd expect them to be. And I think it makes sense in the, something you need a little bit of warm-up to really get to where you should be.
I'm very interested to see how these groups are going to play out. Still 2 more days of games, but of course with EG, looking at the likes of Beyond, DFM, Loud, Chiefs, who's going to join them in playoffs. I'm going to come to you now, Chronicler. Mad Lions versus RNG. What are the key takeaways here? I think Mad Lions, the first loss for Europe on the stage. RNG bouncing back after the defeat yesterday. Confident win, strong win. There was a few moments where Mad Lions kind of put up a bit of a fight, but as we heard from Mac, ultimately, as soon as Wade got a little bit ahead, he just dumpstered with that Graves.
He did. I think that individually, in terms of skirmishing, it's kind of what we've seen Mad do against minor regions.
Yeah.
Is now what RNG did to Mad, where there's a couple of good moments. You have some Armut in this game in particular, found a couple of great angles on his Aatrox. But by and large, the map movement, the execution and confidence in the fights, it's just an RNG that we've seen very often, and I think pretty much the reason why they're as respected as they are. And Mad were clearly not equipped to deal with it.
Yeah, and kind of adding to that, really love the Mac interview with Lore, where he talks about, sure, the game felt unwinnable at a certain point, but mostly talking about how the first 8 minutes was doing really well for them.
Yeah.
And for you to be able to push forward and find growth, retaining what has been so good for you, at least in a game like this, so you can see at least some positives, building on that, and obviously just addressing the fact that, at least for your bot lane, it felt really unwinnable when they were getting frozen on.
As the European representative sitting at this area, whenever I have to sit and listen, hear Coach talk about those first 8 minutes, they went so well. I think that is the textbook definition of hopium as far as I am concerned. Finding the silver lining, I concur. I do agree, but that is going to be concerning. And when you think about the fact that RNG have now played the two strongest, theoretical strongest teams in the group, in Mad Lions as well as DRX, RNG can now maybe look to battle DRX for that first spot if DRX drop a magic game. Don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Of course, Mad Lions play them on the last day of groups, so we'll have to see how that plays out. Before we do look a little bit ahead, I've got one last topic to talk about. Before that, let's hear from Xiaohu as he spoke to Law a little earlier today.
Thank you, Quick Shot. We're back in Mexico for the Verizon post-game interview here with Xiaohu and Iris. Ni hao. Thank you so much for joining me, and congrats on taking down my team earlier today. It's a super strong start for RNG now at Worlds 2022. How do you reflect on the games you had?
首先恭喜你们拿下了对阵到 Mad Lions 的一个比赛嘛，感觉是一个很不错的一个开始。所以说，对于这场比赛你是怎么看呢？
这场比赛的话，我们也选到了自己想要的阵容吧，然后就是可能在游戏过程中出现了一些小问题吧，但是结局的话还是顺利赢下来的。
Basically, we had all the champions that we wanted at the very beginning. So even though we had some little mistakes during the game, but it was a very smooth game for us.
Amazing.
As long as it's solved.
Yeah, of course. Any words you can tell me about the game versus DRX yesterday?
那有没有针对昨天对阵到 DRX 的比赛的一个看法呢？
昨天的吗？
对。
我觉得昨天就是对阵 DRX 的比赛的话，我认为他们的 BP 是准备的比我们的更要充足的吧。然后就是我们可能在一些阵容选择上，可能就是没有对面选择的好。
For yesterday's, I would definitely say DRX had a better preparation around the pick and ban phase than us. So I think their pick and ban phase is did a good job there than us.
I see, but still, strong start for the team, and the expectation is high, especially given the fact that you're coming back as the MSI winners. How does this affect you, the fact that people expect a lot from RNG here in Plains?
那可能很多人都会对你们的期待非常非常的高，因为毕竟你们是以一个 MSI 的冠军这样的身份来到入围赛的，所以说其实对于你来讲会有什么样的感受呢？说压力啊，或者说还是有其他的一些感受呢？
其实也没什么压力吧，因为我觉得作为 LPL 的4号种子，就是过来打这个入围赛是肯定要出现的吧。
I won't say I felt extra pressure for this because as the 4th seed of LPL, I would say we have to definitely advance to groups.
Of course, people expect you, and also no pressure given the fact that you're so experienced here in the international stage. And I even know that sometimes the community calls you and Ming the mom and dad of RNG. Can you talk me through the responsibilities you have for the team?
有时候可能他会注意到嘛，在社交媒体上面，可能有些粉丝会说，好像你跟小明是担任着队内的这样的一个父亲跟母亲这样的一个角色，所以你会怎么觉得，或者怎么看待自己目前在队伍里面这样的一个角色呢？包括说正在承担的责任。
因为不仅是我们，就是 LPL 很多队伍都是基本上是一个老带新的一个搭配吧。然后的话，就是我们就会可能帮新人做一些战术上或者心态上的，就是或者是指挥上的一些，就是交给他们吧。然后，对，就大概这样。
So not only our team is actually the fact that a lot of teams in the LPL are having the combination of veterans and rookies. So basically, we're just teaching the rookies a lot of aspects and details in the game or outside the game, like the mentality, like the details. So basically, it's just what we did.
Teaching the new kids and also still playing at the top. That's impressive. Xiaohu, Xie for the interview. Iris, thank you so much for the translation. And quick shot, back to you.
Thank you so much, Law. Another fantastic interview here at World's Play-Ins. Chronicler, what did you make of the interview, as well as what do you read into the comments around picks and bans that yesterday DRX had a better draft? Because I know you were a Vi enjoyer, fan, supporter. The Nila was like question mark to me. It's only been 2 games here for RNG. I'm intrigued to see whether or not they dabble in those picks throughout the course of play-ins and then presumably groups too. But it was wildly different to anything else we saw on the day.
Yeah, I think Xiao is a good point. The draft was where DRX got the biggest edge. I'd still say that if you make these teams play a best of 3 or best of 1, it's probably pretty even in the best of 5 scenarios. That's where I think it gets really interesting. And on top form, RNG is always going to be a force to be reckoned with. So yeah, thought it was a fun interview. It's always really nice to hear from Xiao.
If DRX win the group, in theory, RNG Mad Lions favored to be 2nd, 3rd, means we might going to see them in playoffs, potentially. Then we'll have to see what happens. Okay, just before we wrap the day up, as I have been bullying my analysts all day, I'm going to make one more joke. These will be the games on the docket for tomorrow. 8 more matches coming your way. The BTA analyst desk is going to be out. I know some guy named Jack, this dude named like DoorDash or whatever it is, and some musical note will be here. They'll be guiding you through all of those games starting once again 1 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And of course, our Challenger tier analyst desk from today at the top of the show played a little game, 90, 50, 10. And one of the rules for the 50 was that in a coin flip scenario, a coin flip that you know is going to win, right? So it's more like 51-49. What scenario is going to happen? Even though it's 50-50, it's going to happen. Raz, can you remind me, what was it that you said was going to happen on your 50-50?
That Detonation Focus Me would not win a game.
Okay, could I draw everyone's attention to the screens behind me? What happened today?
Oh, no! Oh, let's cover... No, I don't think so.
Good night, Raz. Good night.
Nope. Not happening.
Ladies, gentlemen,
get the camera off of it.
Everybody else, wherever you are in the world, whatever time it is where you are, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much for sticking with us, as well as to everybody in Mexico City who helped work on and improve on all those challenges we had from yesterday. Thank you so much from myself, the casters, the entire broadcast crew. Thank you for watching. We will see you tomorrow with DoorDash or whatever. Good night. We love you. We love League of Legends.
That was pretty close. That was pretty close. I don't know.